After Song Juyao's demise, she emerged from her computer, only to realize that her existence was merely a reality show meticulously orchestrated by unseen hands. A billion viewers critiqued and mocked the unfolding drama of her life, while the production team relentlessly devised obstacles, ceaselessly thwarting her at every turn. Later, Song Juyao was reborn, this time with her memories unshackled. This is a tumultuous world, where individuals find themselves vexed and weary of life, their enthusiasm for various forms of entertainment waning, compelling them to seek out thrill, to evoke emotional highs and lows. Eventually, they discovered a gem among mortals. She was flawless, cradled in their palms, adored to the point of madness, revered as a goddess, and worshipped with fervor. Warning: contains a devoted and infatuated male lead. An exhilarating narrative that transcends conventional boundaries. The author, afflicted with latest-stage delusions of grandeur, has abandoned all pretense. Those who hold rigid moral standards regarding the female protagonist are advised to steer clear. The author presents a tale of a strong female lead, replete with the author's whimsical flair in a finished work titled Quick Transmigration. Unruly and overbearing. System. Host. This male lead is a yander outwardly obedient, yet harboring a wicked disposition. He harbors grudges against anyone who slighted him, leading to a future where he relentlessly torments the female protagonist. Currently, the audience shuns tales of torment and deep love. You must treat him well, transforming him into a delectable, sweet narrative featuring a Yandere male lead. And Chue-oh. And then, she shattered the male lead's facade. System. Have you ever questioned the authenticity of your world, your life? Song Juyao once found herself engulfed in doubt, questioning why her life had unfolded in such a disheartening manner. She pondered whether her existence was marked by failure due to a lack of effort, or perhaps her own perceived foolishness. At times, she lamented the injustices of fate, resenting those who effortlessly attained what she desperately yearned for, as fortune had never graced her life. Born into a family steeped in extreme poverty, her reality was one that most urban dwellers could scarcely imagine. Their home was situated near a landfill, where her parents eked out a living by sorting and scavenging through the refuse delivered from all corners of the city. Their existence was fraught with hardship and neglect, a life she found intolerable. Thus, she resolved to strive for a better future. While other children reveled in innocence, she had already set her sights on her aspirations, diligently studying and cultivating the abilities necessary to realize her dreams. From the tender age of 7, she developed an acute awareness of the need to earn money, devising various schemes to do so. She ran errands for adults, assisted classmates with their assignments, undertook cleaning tasks for others, and sweet-talked her teachers to garner favors and benefits. Though her peers derided and mocked her behind her back, she remained unfazed, recognizing that their scorn was trivial compared to the magnitude of her ambitions. She saved every penny, gazing enviously at the beautiful garments displayed in shop windows, resolute in her belief that one day she would rise above her circumstances and achieve success. When ruining a fellow student is the person whom Song Juyao despises the most. She incessantly clings to Song Juyao, lecturing her on the impropriety of assisting others with their homework, claiming it adversely affects their academic performance. With a fad benevolence that is utterly nauseating, she even bestows upon Song Juyao her cast-off garments, almost implying, "I know you are impoverished, lacking even a decent outfit." Yet, Song Juyao remains silent, fully aware that any dialogue would fall on deaf ears. When ruining, hailing from a privileged background as a pampered heiress, cannot fathom the arduous efforts some must undertake to secure a promising future. Song Juyao believed that she and Wen Ruining existed in entirely separate realms, until one fateful year in the second grade of high school, when Wen Ruoning's parents unexpectedly arrived, claiming to be the guardians of their long-lost daughter, revealing that she had a fraternal twin sister, and admitting they had purchased her from human traffickers. Song Juyao was left bewildered, for her relentless endeavors had always been aimed at attaining a life akin to Wen Ruoning's. Suddenly, her aspirations were realized, not through her own diligence, but as if fortune had simply dropped a pie from the sky in her lap. What then was she to do going forward? Her life plans and ambitions lay in disarray. At this juncture, During a party thrown by one of Wen Ruoning's friends, she encountered Wei Qing, a charming young scion of wealth, O's wit and elegance captivated her. Previously indifferent to romantic inclinations, Song Juyao found herself unexpectedly opening her heart as the sudden elevation to the status of an heiress left her with ample emotional space, one that Wei Qing was quick to occupy. She believed that she and Wei Qing shared a mutual affection, until one day she overheard Wen Ruoning pleading with Wei Qing to continue their relationship and not to hurt her. It was then that Song Juyao realized that Wei Qing's initial approach towards her was merely at the behest of Wen Ruoning. Wei Qing harbored no genuine feelings for her. It was nothing but condescension, a detestable and self-righteous charity from Wen Ruoning. Subsequently, after enduring the harrowing ordeal of rehabilitation, she emerged once more into the world, striving to find employment to sustain herself. Yet, due to her educational background and the stigma of her past addiction, she faced countless rejections. Again and again, she was met with failure, scrutinized, and dismissed. She found herself utterly unaccomplished. At that moment, she beheld an LED advertisement in the shopping mall, showcasing Wen Ruoning accepting Wei Qing's proposal. There was little difference in Wen Ruoning's appearance compared to the past. Her gaze remained that of an innocent soul untouched by suffering, adorned in the very dress she had always dreamed of. And what was the outcome? While crossing the street, a vehicle suddenly careened towards her, leaving her mangled and bloodied. She ultimately concluded her brief, sorrowful, and meaningless existence. Have you ever doubted your world and your life? Song Juyao had, but it was merely doubt until after her demise. She perceived herself drifting away from her battered body, ascending higher and higher. And then what did she behold? Unbelievable and surreal. She felt as though she were emerging from a screen. She observed a multitude of people and machines, and a director-like figure proclaimed, "Cut." Song Juyao has wrapped up. How has the audience responded? Director, it is not appropriate to say the shoot is wrapped, rather. One should declare that the trial has concluded. Stop with the nonsense. It was splendid. Everyone is praising you, director. The audience's reviews predominantly describe Song Juyao as mercenary, vain, deeply calculating, cunning, dissolute, and insatiable, greedy. In short, it appears her hopes for a reduced sentence are bleak. At that moment, another staff member hurried over. Director, it seems that Song Juyao has died. Having endured such dreadful experiences within, accumulating a plethora of negative emotions, her mental breakdown is hardly surprising. After all, she is a murderer. One could regard it as a fitting retribution for the young master of the whole family. Just inform the higher-ups. What were they discussing? What did it signify? Song Juyao found herself uncontrollably following that individual, and then she beheld herself emaciated, like a mere skeleton, lying within a peculiar chamber. Two figures, akin to those hauling sacks, lifted her and placed her into a body bag. She trailed behind the body bag, passing through other rooms, where she glimpsed identical oval chambers containing Wen Ruoning and Wei Qing, who were drinking water handed to them by others. Exiting, she unexpectedly encountered her biological parents and her foster parents, who had passed away 6 years prior, engaged in jovial conversation. Upon seeing her body bag pass by, they casually inquired and then shook their heads, resuming their discussion, as if merely a trivial dog had perished. What is this? What a grotesque scene it is! Song Juyao feels as though she has fallen into a terrifying dream, where everything is so bizarre that it overturns her understanding. Reality. At that moment, her hidden memories began to resurface. She finally comprehended that everything was an illusion, her identity, her life all mere fabrications, a live performance, a television drama directed by unseen hands. Her suspicions were indeed valid. The trajectory of her life had been entirely manipulated. Her very existence, including the matter of life and death, was not her own to control. These criminals, upon signing agreements, would have their original memories concealed upon entering the game chamber, transforming them into newly defined entities within a virtual realm, embarking on a life scrutinized by over 1 billion pairs of eyes. Fate lay firmly in the hands of the director and the audience. If one's performance within this fabricated existence garnered affection, and the viewers deemed the individuals in he rent nature to be kind-hearted or recognized that past transgressions were indeed justifiable, another chance could be granted. In cases of perceived injustice, the court might acquiesce to public sentiment and reopen the case for reconsideration, even in the absence of evidence to refute the previous verdict. Potentially leading to a reduced sentence. Indeed, her day of judgment was overshadowed by the true protagonist the girl portraying when running, a rising star championed by a subsidiary of the Xingmin Group. This was an extraordinarily inequitable trial. Song Juyao was destined to face this trial because someone sought to assault her. In her struggle, the assailant accidentally fell down the stairs and met his demise. Consequently, she was sentenced to life imprisonment, as the perpetrator hailed from a wealthy family. Thus, her fate was tragically sealed. Upon grasping such a grim reality, Song Juyao erupted into a maniacal laughter, tears streaming down her face. So this was the truth. Indeed, how amusing it was, she laughed heartily. Awakening amidst a cacophony of sobs, Song Juyao found herself enveloped by a whirlwind of despair, anger, and utter desolation, forcing her eyes open as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Before she could gather her thoughts, she was struck by the scene before her. She lay on the floor of an antiquated rural abode, a throbbing pain in her forehead. Before her, a man was tugging at a woman's garment, while the woman, feebly struggling, emitted pitiful cries that only fueled the man's primal instincts. The justice trial spanned at least 8 episodes, each with a live broadcast lasting half a month, presenting a fresh trial in every installment. Each episode encapsulated a lifetime for the accused. It was a journey through hell. At this moment, her father had already passed away, and her beautiful mother was being assaulted by a local ne'er-do-well who had intruded into their home in the dead of night. How had she once acted? She had been knocked unconscious, only to awaken to this horrifying scene. In a frantic rush, she attempted to save her mother. But how could a frail 10-year-old child withstand the might of a robust man? She was forcefully shoved, crashing into the chair in the corner, where the protruding nails left a deep gash across her face, blood streaming down, startling the ruffian into a band, wanting his vicious intent and fleeing. This scar would accompany her throughout her life, subjecting her to mockery, breeding insecurity, and rendering her unable to lift her gaze to meet others. Song Juyao observed the scene before her, her expression as frigid as ice. Rising from the ground, she turned and walked out. The naked man was on the verge of achieving his desires, his lust clouding his senses, completely unaware that Song Juyao had approached from behind. She climbed onto the bed, crouching above the man, and with remarkable composure, grasped his disheveled short hair, pressing a knife against his throat. The sudden chill of the blade against his neck and the sensation of his hair being tightly grasped rendered the ruffian motionless. He looked over, startled to see an unassuming little girl squatting beside him, holding knife, her head tilted as she regarded him. Song Juyao was slender, her face devoid of much flesh, giving her large eyes an almost frightening appearance. At that moment, her eyes were as dark as ink, devoid of any glimmer, calmly observing him with a gaze that was anything but typical for a child, profoundly eerie. The ruffian felt his blood run cold, an overwhelming sense of terror washing over him, casting a sinister hue over the beauty beneath him and the stillness of the night. The grip on his hair was not particularly forceful, merely securing his head in place, yet he felt as if he were a duck with its neck in a vice, utterly immobilized. The prostrate Liu Yin was petrified with terror. In particular, he felt the keen edge of the blade caressing his neck, each stroke a delicate dance upon his skin. "I beg your forgiveness," the scoundrel stammered, tears welling in his beady eyes, the words wrenched from his throat. Forgiveness? Such a paltry word, cheaper than the cabbages hawked at the market, requiring not even a single penny. "I was wrong, truly wrong. Spare me." Tears streamed down the scoundrel's face, his bladder quivering on the precipice of release. Song Jiu's gaze was utterly terrifying, as if all the darkness in the world had coalesced within her eyes, reflecting not a glimmer of light. Such a look emanating from a child was all the more horrifying, as if he were truly about to meet his end. "I could grant you clemency," Song Juyao said, a faint smile playing upon her lips, her expression a blend of innocence and cruelty, terrifyingly wicked. "But should you ever dare to cross my path again, I shall end you. I will carve your flesh into strips, one by one, and force you to consume them. The scoundrel was struck speechless with fear. Song Juyao retracted the blade, rose to her feet, and fixed him with a baleful stare. The scoundrel immediately fled from the bed, his legs failing him as he collapsed onto the floor. Like a headless fly, he scrambled to his feet, stumbling and staggering out of the house, leaving a crooked trail of moisture in his wake. "Yao, yao, yao." A timid feminine voice called out, as Lu Yin clutched her collar and sat up, her face stained with tears, her gaze towards Song Juyao, filled with trepidation. Song Juyao turned, her expression impassive as she regarded her. Lu Yin possessed extraordinary beauty. Far from resembling a villager, she appeared as a pampered young heiress from a bustling metropolis, her skin smooth and fair, her fingertips devoid of calluses. Adorning her delicate wrists were jade bangles, modest in quality, yet sufficient to evoke envy among the village women. Around her slender neck hung a necklace, with a petite round jade bead resting delicately between her collarbones, exquisitely charming. Her demeanor was a blend of alluring charm and innocent naivety, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, wholly unrepresentative of a married woman who had borne children. Under Song Jiao's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Yin instinctively shrank back and timidly called out, "Yao Yao, please do not frighten your mother." Emerging from the haze, Song Juyao discerned that Lu Yin appeared to lack intellectual capacity. "Get up and tidy the house," Song Juyao commanded in an authoritative tone. Having never engaged in household chores since her marriage, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback by the order, hesitating to retort, and ultimately nodded meekly. Song Juyao grasped a kitchen knife and stepped outside. She proceeded to the bathroom. In the bathroom mirror, a child of perhaps 7 or 8 years was reflected dark-skinned, underdeveloped, with a tangle of dry, yellow hair haphazardly tied at the back, reminiscent of a child from a destitute region. The father adored Lu Yin with an almost obsessive fervor, cherishing her like a precious gem, while his biological daughter was treated like a mere servant. From the moment she could remember, she was incessantly tasked with household chores, resulting in her becoming dark-skinned and emaciated, stunted in her growth. Despite their relatively good family circumstances within the village, she resembled a child from the most impoverished family. After her father's demise, she was burdened with the responsibilities of supporting the family and protecting her mother, even to the extent of disfiguring herself in the process. Lu Yin. Yet, she found herself trapped. Her father's decade-long indoctrination coupled with her innate affection for her mother, rendering her incapable of abandoning her own flesh and blood. If she did not toil to provide for the household, if she did not safeguard her mother, Lu Yin would merely weep inconsolably, unable to fathom any solutions to their predicament. She was compelled to mature prematurely. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and she seethed with anger at the monotony of her existence, enduring day after day under the veil of her mother's tears. It was not until several years later that her mother entered into a relationship with a wealthy man, becoming his mistress. Song Juyao remained indifferent to being labeled the daughter of a mistress. She had received scant education and had no moral guidance. All she could perceive was the opportunity to escape the suffocating confines of her former life, to finally experience the luxury of a full meal, to don warm and beautiful clothing, to reside in a comfortable abode free from dampness and moldy odors, and to attend school at last. She began her education, yet the legitimate wife soon became aware of the existence of the two women, and her own 2 children also attended that very same school. From that moment on, she endured daily torment in the form of school violence, trapped in a hellish existence from which she could not escape. The instinct for survival compelled her to metamorphose into a sycophantic jester, groveling and begging, yet she remained ensnared in the clutches of her tormentor's fate. Ultimately, the frail hands that had shielded her mother for years, out of fear of being abandoned by the wealthy, chose to relinquish her. Thus, after graduation, the once normal girl devolved into a terrifying serial killer, exacting revenge on those who had once tormented her. The audience gasped, declaring her a natural-born villain, asserting that her very genes were flawed. In a cruel twist, a more depraved murderer was orchestrated to torment her to death, culminating in a first trial that left the audience exhilarated. Was it truly her fault? Had she failed the test, unable to retain her goodness amidst the ceaseless malice? Did she not smile in the face of a life that inflicted upon her endless suffering? When others belittled her, how dare she harbor resentment rather than extend forgiveness? When forced to swallow indignities, how could she not feign gratitude, exclaiming how delightful it was? Thus, was her grim fate justified? Is this indeed the case? Tears streamed down Song Jiao's face as she gripped the knife tightly, yet a terrifying flame blazed deep within her eyes. Wiping away her tears, she cleansed her face and hands, making her way to the kitchen. From the cupboard, she retrieved an egg and a sliver of meat barely the size of her palm, boiling a bowl of noodles and devouring it with fervor. To hell with your reluctance, damn you all. I refuse to be subservient any longer. The sensation of a warm and satiated belly is truly delightful. After finishing her meal, Song Jiao noticed Lu Yin approaching hesitantly, her eyes filled with longing as she glanced. Said it's Song Juyao's bowl. Yao Yao, mother's already tidied up the house, she said. Song Juyao responded. Yao Yao, mother's also hungry. You're hungry too? Then go cook. I'll head to bed first. Good night, mother. With that, Song Juyao disregarded Lu Yin and leaped off the chair, departing. She truly found it hard to believe that someone could starve simply due to an inability to cook. It was merely a result of being overly indulged. In times of necessity, the inability to cook would not prevent one from foraging for sustenance, even if it meant nibbling on grass. Song Juyao paid little mind, for the room was not hers to sleep in anyway. She washed her face clean and took a jar of face cream from Lu Yan's vanity. Dipping her fingers in, she applied a generous amount to her face, meticulously spreading it with her rough fingertips and massaging it in for absorption. Lu Yan took great care of her complexion and body. Each month, the money her husband provided was spent on clothing and skincare products. Song Juyao did not concern herself with whether a grown-up's face cream was suitable for someone her age. After all, this was merely a virtual world. No matter how intricately designed, it would never account for the suitability of skincare ingredients for minors. As long as the product was expensive, it was bound to be effective. Lu Yan's skincare products were all high-end and exorbitantly priced. She recalls that the first trial commenced when she turned 18, yet in truth, she was merely introduced an hour earlier than the actors. The passage of time was accelerated dramatically, and it was only upon reaching her 18th year that the live broadcast would commence, and the act, ors existing solely to target her, would be introduced. In reality, a single hour translates to 18 years in the virtual realm, a velocity so swift that the external world perceives nothing of the unfolding scenes. They do not even consider recording, dismissing her unremarkable 18 years of existence as trivial. Thus, prior to her 18th birthday, Song Juyao remained safe and secure. She still had 8 years to prepare for her impending battle. Firstly, her initial objective was to enhance her beauty. A lovely visage could significantly elevate her appeal, and she was acutely aware of the human inclination towards physical attractiveness. In her past, she had been relentlessly shaped by this rudimentary confinement, and when she made her debut during the live broadcast, her countenance was dark and unrefined, marred by scars. Even clad in exquisite designer attire, she exuded an air of impoverishment, resembling a once awkward swan draped in feathers, a mere jest. She resolved to cater to their desires, understanding that despite the fury and the profound resentment she harbored towards a world she wished to dismantle, such emotions were futile. To survive and transform her fate, she had to abide by the rules of the game. Her destiny lay in the hands of the audience. She needed to endear herself to them, to make them perceive her as charming. No, she aspired for their adoration, to be regarded as their pillar of support, thereby shielding her and enabling her to confront the world. For this, she was willing to embody a beautiful deception. Although the passage of time in the virtual realm was accelerated, for Song Juyao, immersed in this world, such swiftness was imperceptible. After a restful slumber, she awoke to the gentle calls of Lu Yinro the following morning. Glancing at the clock, it was 6:49. Lu Yin was waiting for Song Juyao outside the restaurant, her eyes swollen and glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Song Juyao, asking, Yao Yao, what shall we have for breakfast? After Song Juyao had departed the previous evening, Lu Yin, famished, had contemplated the greasy kitchen but ultimately chose to sleep on an empty stomach. Lying in bed reflecting on the events of the night, including the coldness of her daughter abandoning her for sleep. Overcome with emotion, she shed tears. reminiscing about her late husband who had once showered her with affection, and eventually, she drifted into slumber amidst her sorrow. Upon rising in the morning, a more intense hunger gnawed at Song Juyao. Ignoring her, she proceeded to the bathroom. Her room lacked an ensuite. It was merely a storeroom cluttered with various pieces of wood and tools, with her small bed crammed amidst the chaos. She resembled a child laborer, as if purchased from traffickers for a hefty sum. Song Juyao meticulously brushed her teeth and washed her face before applying layers of Liuyan skincare products, not neglecting to slather on hand cream as well. Finally, she styled her hair into a neat ponytail before stepping out of the bathroom. Liuyan awaited her to prepare breakfast. Song Juyao's stomach growled. Driven by her ambitions, she needed to eat well and grow strong, yet she could not endure the stifling smoke any longer. Casting a glance at her, she proposed, "Let us dine out." Liuyan hesitated for a moment before rising. "But we don't have much money left. If we lack funds, we shall earn some. You are an adult. I am merely 10 years old. It is your responsibility to provide for my upbringing." Song Juyao retorted before turning to leave. Although their family's savings had dwindled significantly, they had not reached the point of having absolutely nothing. Liuyan still harbored some secret savings. Watching Song Juyao's retreating figure, Liuyan felt a surge of indignation. Song Juyao shot her a glance, muttering under her breath, "How foolish." Liuyan seemed to have entirely forgotten the fright she experienced the previous night, unburdened by any psychological scars. The two ventured to a breakfast shop in the village that had been operating for over a decade. The establishment was bustling, with several tables occupied, forcing them to share a table with other patrons. All eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the two women, predominantly focused on Liuyan. She epitomized the phrase to embody filial piety, adorned in a flowing white dress with a delicate white paper flower nestled in her hair. Liuyan felt somewhat uncomfortable, instinctively leaning towards Song Juyao, who was engrossed in devouring steamed buns and sipping soy milk, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny surrounding them. Unlike before when she would fiercely glare back like a little wolf. "Hey sister, there you are. I went to your house and found no one home," remarked a middle-aged man with a square face, impeccably dressed in a suit, as he entered the breakfast shop with a beaming smile. His formal attire contrasted starkly with the simple, rustic demeanor of the patrons, and the envious and respectful gazes from those around him only served to bolster his prideful posture. He was, after all, a white-collar elite, albeit from a rural credit cooperative, yet still superior to the hard-working villagers toiling under the sun and rain. "Brother," Liuyan greeted Lu Guqing with a trusting smile. Come, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Guqing took her by the arm and began to lead her out, disregarding that she had yet to finish her breakfast. Song Juyao paid them no mind, continuing to eat, even taking a bite from the bun that Liuyan had not yet touched. "You are such a child. Your mother has left, and you remain so oblivious. Be careful not to be taken advantage of," Lu Guqing chided as he reached for Song Juyao's arm. The freshly poured soy milk, still steaming and aromatic, splattered onto Song Juyao's hand as he tugged, instantly scalding the back of her hand. In Song Juyao's dark, piercing gaze, a swell of turmoil brewed beneath the surface, yet she appeared unscathed, firmly holding the bowl of soy milk as if impervious to any discomfort. With a swift motion, she splashed the contents towards Lu Guqing, who, upon feeling the scalding liquid soak into his trousers, instantly released her arm, hopping in distress as he struggled to peel the fabric away from his skin. The patrons in the breakfast shop erupted in laughter at the sight of the once dignified white-collar worker reduced to such a state. Lu Guqing, who cherished his reputation as one of the few university graduates from the village a decade prior, was mortified. He shot an angry glare at Song Juyao before hastily fleeing the scene. "Boss, another bowl of soy milk, please," Song Juyao called to the owner. "Why are you crying? I did this for you, didn't I? Just look at yourself. What can you achieve in this state? It's rare for a wealthy man to be willing to marry you, even accepting your daughter. What more could you possibly want?" Liuyan sobbed quietly. Liuyan gazed at him in disbelief. "Brother, you know full well that I currently have no wealth to repay you. Just because you lack money now, does that mean you will have it in the future?" Lu Guqing delivered a crushing retort. In that moment, Liuyan was left speechless. Indeed, where would the money come from? Did Lu Guqing remain oblivious to the true nature of his sister? The situation was fundamentally sound in his eyes, which is why he had confidently accepted the substantial red envelope from the Chen family to act as a matchmaker for his sister and Chen Lao. He was not in haste for an answer. The outcome was already almost certain. Rising from his seat, he noticed Song Juyao standing at the door. Her gaze fixed upon him, causing him to furrow his brow. "Will you not greet me upon seeing me?" he inquired. Song Juyao merely curled her lips in a cold smile and brushed past him. Lu Guqing, incensed, berated Song Juyao for her lack of upbringing, but she remained unfazed. As those words were not aimed at her, Lu Guqing seethed inwardly throughout the journey, increasingly convinced of Song Juyao's malevolence, yet he quickly doubted his own thoughts. Reminding himself that she was merely a child of 10, as Song Juyao observed the weeping Lu Yin, she poured herself a glass of cool boiled water. Drink more water. It is beneficial for your health. The show's narrative design subjected Song Juyao to escalating hardships, intending to impart to her the lesson that there is no limit to suffering. Only greater suffering, systematically dismantling her psychologically. Ultimately, Lu Yin would remarry Qin Lauer, whose family owned a factory, amassing considerable wealth and constructing a 4-story villa. Earning the title of the village's richest, Qin Lao had long harbored feelings for Lu Yin, and seizing the opportunity, he approached Lu Guqing to propose a match. Fearing that someone else might swoop in first, Lu Guqing, selfish and self-serving, disregarded the fact that Qin Lauer's late wife had perished due to domestic violence, and, motivated by financial gain, coerced Lu Yin. In the end, he succeeded. With her mother remarrying, the daughter naturally followed suit, and thus began the descent into a second circle of hell. Qin Lao had a son from his deceased wife, 2 years older than Song Juyao, who inherited his father's temperament and was prone to brawls. His unattractive appearance, combined with the family's reputation, would likely make it difficult for him to find a wife. And should any trouble arise, the girl's family would undoubtedly make a scene. Thus, the matriarch of the Qin family, upon setting her gaze upon Song Juyao, conceived the notion of arranging her as a child bride for Qin Lauer's son. From that moment onward, she regarded her with an unwavering vigilance. Fearing that she might escape, she was confined to the village, unable to take even a single step beyond its borders. This torment persisted until Song Juyao turned 16. When Lu Yin, overwhelmed by her circumstances, ultimately fled her home. In a deluge, she collided with the vehicle of a wealthy individual from the city, who, captivated by her, offered her an escape from her plight. "Juyao, what shall we do?" Lu Yin inquired softly after a prolonged silence without receiving any words of comfort from Song Juyao. The environment crafted for her by the production team was particularly harsh. The villagers, though not inherently malevolent, were certainly not benevolent either. They were harsh and indifferent, displaying no compassion for the orphans and widows, only seeking to exploit them for petty gains. Thus, Lu Yin found herself devoid of any assistance. Fearfully rubbing her arms, she questioned, "But where will our money come from?" Song Juyao's piercing gaze, imbued with an icy reproach, made Lu Yin feel somewhat guilty. Although their family's finances had been depleted, they had yet to reach the point of selling off their possessions. Sitting in the living room, Song Juyao turned on the television, her eyes fixated intently upon the screen. In that fleeting moment, a clear plan crystallized in her mind. She rose and made her way to the kitchen, where Lu Yin was simultaneously weeping and preparing a meal. "Mother, please do not cry. I have devised a plan," Song Juyao declared. Lu Yin, puzzled by her words, looked at her with a sense of grievance. "What plan?" "Prepare your identification and bank card. Gather your belongings. We are going on a journey." Song Juyao's commanding presence, exuding an unyielding authority that brooked no dissent, left Lu Yin feeling aggrieved yet instinctively compliant. "How much money do you have?" Song Juyao inquired. Lu Yin hesitated. "Approximately a little over 1,000. "What a pitiful sum." "Hand it over," she insisted, riding her family's electric tricycle. Song Juyao took Lu Yin to the village station, where she procured a ticket for her. The station buzzed with comings and goings. Lu Yin became an obvious target, drawing numerous curious glances that flitted her way, causing Song Juyao's muscles to tense in response. The wait for the bus stretched interminably. Would they manage to depart unscathed? One individual, while conversing on the phone, cast glances in their direction. Could it be that he recognized them and was relaying their whereabouts? At that moment, the bus arrived. With a stoic demeanor, Song Juyao ushered Lu Yin aboard. It was not until the vehicle slowly pulled away from Lianxiang that the tension in her muscles began to dissipate. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Who else could it be? Just that vixen from our village, bringing her little offspring to the city. Her entire family remains in the village. Tell me, to whom could she possibly turn? I suspect it might be her lover. Such women are inherently restless. Who knows how many men she has deceived?" In rural areas, where entertainment is scarce, gossip thrives, and the speed of rumor propagation is astonishing. Soon enough, this tale reached Lu Guqing's ears. Initially enjoying tea at Chen's residence, his jovial expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news, while Chen Lauer, who had been pouring tea for him, suddenly wore a grim countenance. Lu Guoqing and Chen Lauer drove directly in pursuit. Lu Guoqing managed to obtain the phone number of the woman on the bus and dialed it. Please help me stop her. We are on our way there. And I will certainly express my gratitude. After hanging up the phone, Lu Guoqing glanced at Chen Lauer's expression in the driver's seat. Chen Lauer, with a face full of flesh and a towering stature, could easily knock out the seemingly gentle Lu Guoqing with a single punch. His face was now shadowed by a dark cloud, making him appear even more intimidating. Lu Guoqing felt a surge of fear in his heart, coupled with resentment towards Lu Yin for her thoughtlessness. He had kindly assisted her in planning for the future, yet she had chosen to flee with her daughter. Who would have imagined that a rabbit could be so bold and daring? After nearly 3 hours on the bus, they arrived at their destination. The bus station was in close proximity to the train station, located right next to each other. The area was bustling with a high volume of people, creating a throng of bodies jostling against one another. Song Juyao held tightly onto Lu Yan's hand as they navigated through the crowd. Suddenly, a hand reached out and seized Lu Yan's wrist, halting the mother and daughter in their tracks. Startled, Lu Yan turned to see who it was and exclaimed, "Aunt May." Song Juyao observed the newcomer, realizing that leaving this place would not be a simple matter. Aunt May, recalling the benefits promised by Lu Guoqing, firmly grasped Lu Yan's delicate wrist with her rough hand and smiled. "My dear daughter-in-law, where are you and your daughter off to? We're not going anywhere special. Just stepping out for a bit. You've certainly ventured far. Taking a train with luggage suggests you must be heading to join someone. Am I right? I am at a loss for your words." Lu Yin was in pain as she was caught, attempting to withdraw her hand. Yet her strength could not match that of a woman accustomed to hard labor, remaining utterly still as she pleaded, "Aunt May, please let me go." Aunt May, unwilling to relinquish the benefits within her grasp, pulled Lu Yin outward, saying, "There are too many people here. It is not suitable for conversation. Let us step outside." Song Juyao had already purchased tickets online for the soonest train, which was approaching rapidly, and she could not permit Lu Yin to be taken away. "Aunt, let my mother go." Song Juyao stepped forward to intervene, but Aunt May dismissed her presence entirely, seizing Song Juyao as well and dragging both mother and daughter outside. A cold smile curled at the corners of Song Juyao's lips as she suddenly screamed, "There are human traffickers. Help!" The piercing cry of the young girl was shrill and jarring, instantly capturing the attention of those within a radius of several miles. Parents immediately clutched their children tightly, casting wary glances toward the source of the commotion. The trio was swiftly ensnared by countless gazes. Aunt May, feeling the awkwardness of the situation, continued to drag Song Juyao along, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not listen to her. I am not a trafficker. We are from the same village. They have run away from home, and their families have asked me to stop them." The little girl struggled fiercely, her tearful voice tugging at the conscience of those around. "You are lying. I do not know you. Uncle, aunt, please help me and my mother." In recent years, numerous reports have emerged regarding human traffickers employing such deceitful tactics to abduct women and children. Instantly, several individuals stepped forward to pry Aunt May away, intervening between the parties and apprehending her. "Call the police. Call the police. Let us notify them first. Is she a human trafficker? The arrival of the police will reveal the truth." Her fierce demeanor suggests she is far from virtuous. Seizing the moment when the public's attention was fixated on Aunt May, Song Juyao swiftly pulled the utterly bewildered Lu Yin into the train station. Aunt May, noticing their escape, was frantic. Her private vehicle afforded her much greater speed than a bus, which had to make numerous stops. Lu Guoqing was merely a street away, and she could not allow them to elude her. "Clear the way." Aunt May wriggled free from the crowd and pursued them. Trafficker, perish. However, a father whose child had been abducted by traffickers, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over and delivered a swift kick. Aunt May's substantial frame toppled to the ground, and she immediately clutched her waist, howling in pain. At that moment, Lu Guoqing and Chen Lauer hurriedly arrived. "Where are they?" Lu Guoqing and Chen Lauer dashed towards the train station hall, just as Song Juyao had retrieved the train tickets using Lu Yan's identification at the self-service kiosk. She turned to see Lu Guoqing and Chen Lauer searching anxiously at the entrance. A sense of alarm gripped her heart, prompting her to urgently pull Lu Yin towards the ticket check. Yao, slow down." Lu Yin, still perplexed by the unfolding situation, cried out, inadvertently drawing the attention of the two men searching for them. Instantly, the two burly figures gave chase. Song Juyao's heart raced, though her expression remained impassive as she dragged Lu Yin into a frenetic sprint, with Lu Yin nearly stumbling several times. "Apologies, dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. We are late." Song Juyao tugged at Lu Yin, racing to the front of the queue where patrons were waiting to have their tickets checked, forcefully cutting in amidst discontented murmurs and disapproving glances. At that moment, Lu Guqing and Chen Lauer had already reached the end of the line. Their eyes reddened with urgency as they rushed forward. Song Juyao and Lu Yin had already passed the ticket check. Lu Guqing was panting heavily when his gaze locked onto Song Juyao's from a distance. Her eyes were eerily dark, fixating on him with a piercing intensity. Song Juyao tilted her head slightly, her lips curving into a sweet yet deceptively innocent smile that, when paired with her gaze, took on a sinister and chilling quality. She raised her middle finger towards Lu Guqing and Chen Lauer. "Leave my world, you scum." In that moment, Song Juyao felt an exhilarating rush. Her adversaries were formidable, having crafted numerous traps to elicit her anguished screams and reveal her distorted visage. They had succeeded in the past, but this time she would emerge victorious. The train roared to life, gradually moving forward along the tracks, escaping the shadows cast by the station's canopy. Bright lights steadily flooded her vision, unveiling a world of clarity. Today was a brilliantly sunlit day. Welcome to the program Judgment Day, produced with dedication by the Star Dream Factory. In the previous season, Li Chang, who was put on trial, was a domestic abuser who murdered his wife. He insisted that his wife's behavior was intolerable, with daily beatings and insults that undermined his dignity and shattered his confidence, claiming it was a momentary lapse driven by rage. And he adamantly rejected the life sentence imposed by the court. Thus, we bestowed upon him a gentle and charming wife during the trial, as well as a flourishing career. However, it was revealed that his true nature was vile. Despite his thriving business during the trial, he continuously engaged in infidelity, maintaining relationships with female students while expressing disdain for his wife's lack of youth and beauty. Furthermore, during his business downfall, he spent his days in drunkenness, verbally abusing his wife. Even when she sought a divorce and worked hard to provide for their child, he shamelessly intruded upon their lives. Li Chang's season truly infuriated me. How dare such a scoundrel contest the court's verdict? I believe the court should not have sentenced him to life imprisonment, but rather to death. Indeed, witnessing my goddess being treated this way brought tears to my eyes. Thankfully, it was merely a performance. Ultimately, Alon divorced him, resolutely striving to establish her own business and find someone who truly cherishes her. It was incredibly inspiring to watch, and the satisfaction of witnessing her triumph over the scoundrel was exhilarating. Alon's acting was absolutely phenomenal, completely winning over the audience. Alon, the actress who portrayed Li Chang's gentle and lovely wife in the previous season's trial, had faded from the limelight after marriage and motherhood. However, her flawless performance in a reality show allowed audiences to forget that she was merely acting, leading to a resurgence of her career. Not only did she secure numerous awards for this role, but she also received an invitation to work with the renowned director Sun Ing. In this season, the criminal facing judgment is Song Juyao, a 22-year-old woman. Following an investigation by the prosecutor's office, it has been confirmed that during her tenure as a tutor for a 17-year-old boy, she, frustrated by her inability to seduce him, pushed him down a flight of stairs, resulting in his untimely death. Our impartial judge has sentenced her to life imprisonment. She vehemently contests this ruling, maintaining that the boy attempted to assault her, which led to her losing control and pushing him. The host, with a feigned expression of regret, shrugged in response. According to statements from the victim's family, the deceased had a childhood sweetheart of similar age and background, with whom he shared a deep bond. After introducing the principal character undergoing trial, we shift our focus to the two leading actors of this episode. For Song Juyao, this trial is a moment of reckoning. However, for the star players immersed in the holographic realm, it merely serves as a showcase of acting prowess. The two players engage in an interview with the host, sharing their feelings of anxiety. The actors are then asked to step away for preparations. Judgment Day is about to commence. Dear viewers in front of your screens, prepare to witness whether the murderer Song Juyao's case harbors hidden truths or unresolved grievances. After a brief intermission of 120 seconds for advertisements, we shall delve into the trial. As the advertisements begin, those without snacks or drinks are urged to fetch some, and those needing a restroom break are encouraged to hurry. Gather your fruits and call your friends. Soon, the 120 seconds will pass, and the inaugural episode of the new season of Judgment Day will commence. In a lavish mansion, a woman dressed like an aristocrat gazed at the television screen, her eyes ablaze with hatred, her features contorted in rage. That wretched creature, the one who brought about my son's demise, expects me to concern myself with her wretched life. She deserves nothing less than to be subjected to 1,000 tortures. The noblewoman seethed through gritted teeth. She had already orchestrated a plan within the prison walls, ensuring that Song Juyao would suffer unspeakable torment before meeting a most tragic end. Yet, to her dismay, the woman had signed an agreement to appear on a reality trial show, thwarting her meticulously crafted scheme. Although this cunning maneuver would not save her, merely exchanging one peril for another, the thought of prolonging her existence still filled the noblewoman with seething resentment. Footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a man in a tailored suit, his countenance stern, descended the staircase. The young woman immediately rose, eagerly exclaiming, "Son, the trial is about to commence. Would you care to join me?" "No need." Hussein replied curtly, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, as though the death of his brother and the punishment of the murderer bore no significance to him. As the screen flickered to life, the audience was first introduced to a gathering of celebrity contestants within a darkened space dubbed the Black Room. The barrage of comments from fervent fans flooded the screen, rallying support for their beloved idols. In the center of the room lay a table, around which two actors sat, commencing the reading of cards that would unveil the family background crafted for Song Juyao by the production team. Song Juyao hailed from humble beginnings, born in a rural setting. Her father a carpenter, and her mother a beautiful yet frail and ineffectual woman. At the tender age of 10, the protagonist experienced the tragic loss of her father due to an unforeseen accident, leaving her and her mother to rely solely on each other. Years later, her mother entered into a relationship with a wealthy man, becoming his mistress. This fortunate turn of events allowed Song Juyao to don exquisite garments and enroll in a prestigious school. The legitimate wife was aware of the existence of both mother and daughter, and her own children also attended the same institution. After a 3-year hiatus, the renowned actor Tang Kai expressed his desire to make a comeback through this particular variety show. Upon grasping the fundamental premise of Song Juyao's character in this episode, it became time to reveal the roles they were to portray. In this virtual realm, non-playable characters, NPCs, possess their own behavioral logic systems, responding to various events with emotions akin to those of real humans. Consequently, they cannot be fully controlled by the production team, necessitating the inclusion of genuine NPCs capable of adapting spontaneously to the unfolding narrative. My character is that of a recently appointed school doctor at Jean Kidola Academy, a married individual with a daughter who is yet to reach her first birthday. My duty is to provide both physical and psychological healing when the judge is injured, with the ultimate aim of enticing the judge to fall in love with me. After receiving a confession, I must then reject him, informing him of my marital status and motherhood. Tang Kai glanced at his character task card, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seems rather unprincipled. This is indeed a test of the judge's moral integrity, to ensure that, regardless of the temptation, he does not succumb to the allure of a man who is a father to an infant, thereby becoming a homewrecker. Is that not the case, senior? Tang Kai inquired of Ming Shu, a fledgling idol in her debut. Tang Kai responded, "It should be." "What role will you be playing?" Ming Shu, a transfer student. Her mission is to win her friendship and test whether she would abandon me in the face of life and death. The flexibility of these trial scenarios is remarkably high. Within the confines of their tasks, they are free to express themselves as they wish. The extent of the spectacle they create depends solely on their own prowess. However, they all share a common goal: to inflict pain upon Song Juyao. Players, prepare yourselves. The portal is about to open. The director's voice resonated within the dimly lit room. As the portal opened, a blinding light enveloped the two star players. The trial for Song Juyao commenced. On the screen before the audience appeared the image of a girl crouching on the side of the road. The camera gradually zoomed in, and suddenly, she turned to look, revealing a small kitten nestled in her arms, catching the audience off guard. Bathed in sunlight, her skin appeared flawless and translucent, her features exquisitely delicate. Her long, dark hair shimmered with an ethereal glow, and her obsidian eyes sparkled with clarity, evoking the image of an angel. The sight was further accentuated by the tiny white kitten with round, innocent eyes, amplifying its charm. A momentary hush fell over the barrage of comments. Standing up with the kitten cradled in her arms, Song Juyao's voice was soft and filled with concern. "We can't leave it here. It should be taken to the pet hospital." She sighed. "Well, it seems I have no choice but to do this." Gently, she lowered her head to affectionately stroke the kitten's small head. The kitten gazed up at her, mewing pitifully yet adorably. Song Juyao's laughter rang out, her nose brushing against the kitten's, her clear eyes curving into crescent moons, sweet and endearing, akin to the moment snow melts away. She wrapped the kitten in her school uniform jacket, cradling it in her arms as she entered the car. "Oh my, I am utterly enchanted." Is she an angel? Is this the main shot? Surely not. The main shot is focused on the one being judged. This beauty cannot possibly be her. If you look closely, the name in the upper right corner belongs to Song Juyao. She is indeed the one on trial. Honestly, with looks like that, how could she not be alluring? I confess, I would willingly submit to her. Those infatuated with appearances are truly repugnant. If she had harmed someone in your family, would you still find her beautiful? No matter how attractive one may be, a twisted psyche is still a twisted psyche. Ugh. The admirers of beauty were soon besieged, quickly silencing their voices. Not only the audience, but even the director's team was taken aback. This was contrary to the predictions of their behavioral psychology experts. However, the crux of the matter was that given the foundational environment in which Song Juyao was raised, her current demeanor should not reflect such a disposition. They had expected that a girl growing up in such a dysfunctional family would present as dark and emaciated, or at the very least, pallid and unkempt, embodying the image of a rural, lower-class individual. Who would have anticipated her to appear so sweet, charming, and elegant? The protagonists of the trial reality show were not meant to be these criminals. After all, with the presence of glamorous celebrity contestants, who would devote extensive time to the offenders. The audience is utterly indifferent to the performance of the convict. Their focus lies solely on the star players. Thus, after a fleeting moment of curiosity regarding the convict's visage and circumstances, viewers typically vacate the live stream, seeking entertainment in the broadcast of other players. However, due to the captivating countenance of Song Juyao, the audience has not significantly dwindled. A considerable number remain captivated in the live stream. Fortunately, the transformation in appearance should not influence the trajectory of her meticulously crafted life, nor alter Song Juyao's ultimate fate. After all, today marks the occasion of her transfer to the prestigious Jinkaduola Private Academy. Her background could scarcely support such an elite institution. It was only after her mother entered into a relationship with a benefactor that she was able to transfer in under the guise of a special admission. The vehicle glided slowly towards Jinkaduola Private Academy, while Song Juyao lowered her gaze, gently caressing the fragile kitten nestled in her arms, a serene smile gracing her lips. The kitten, lulled by her touch, purred contentedly, nestled peacefully within the folds of her coat, oblivious to the world around it. She could sense the multitude of eyes watching her through unseen lenses, thousands of viewers riveted upon her. She could envision their current sentiments, and this thought filled her with unparalleled exhilaration. Why did she not present herself in a grotesque and disheveled manner before them? Why did she not conform to their preconceived notions? Their shock was palpable. How splendid it is! Let them continue to be astonished. Nothing shall unfold as they desire. For this is my realm. At this moment, the grand auditorium of Jinkadora Academy was filled to capacity with students, many of whom were accompanied by their parents, creating an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. Two prominent players were present in the hall, yet they remained oblivious to the reason for this gathering. The whereabouts of Song Juyao were unknown. Mingshu turned her head, scanning the surroundings, deliberately overlooking a bright, sunny girl engaged in animated conversation. In her mind, Song Juyao should be drab and solitary, timidly bowing her head within this hall. Tang Kai, however, remained unperturbed, for as the school doctor, he surmised that Song Juyao would likely visit the infirmary daily. Yet, he felt a twinge of boredom, finding the situation rather simplistic. Having lost her father at the tender age of 10, it was reasonable to assume that a girl like her would possess a certain father complex, more susceptible to the affections of older individuals. Enduring numerous hardships, with a mother who was utterly ineffectual, one could surmise that a modicum of kindness would quickly ensnare her heart. The two were identical twins, sharing the same appearance yet exhibiting strikingly contrasting temperaments. Though both exuded an innate arrogance, Song Juyao's mother had become her father's mistress, leaving her with nothing but a dismissive remark, which resulted in her facing isolation and the brunt of cold violence from the entire student body. Seated in the front row alongside those imposing adults clad in tailored suits, their presence was equally formidable. Mingshu's gaze flickered. Testing Song Juyao's allure was indeed a trivial endeavor, much like a drowning person who, upon the slightest gesture of assistance, would eagerly grasp any outstretched hand. Thus, her team assisted her in crafting the script, with the male lead being none other than these two. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Jinkadora Academy, where the principal and several teachers were conversing. Upon spotting Song Juyao, they approached her with warm enthusiasm. The principal, still accustomed to addressing her as Student Song, greeted her warmly. Song Juyao, with a sweet smile and the demeanor of a youthful maiden, elegantly shook his hand. Suddenly, a wave of excited shrieks erupted from the auditorium, reminiscent of fans encountering a celebrity. Jin and Jinyu, seated in the front row, turned to witness the commotion. Mingshu and Tang Kai, intrigued, also glanced over. A girl, as beautiful as a fairy, emerged from the entrance of the auditorium. Upon hearing the enthusiastic cheers, she revealed a charming smile that was both sweet and seemingly shy, evoking a sense of endearment. The cat cradled in her arms stirred awake, peeking out from her clothing with a bewildered, yet curious gaze. As Song Juyao ascended the podium, the cacophony of cheers began to subside. She gently placed the cat on the table, which remained obedient and did not wander, instead sitting snugly within her garment like a lucky charm. My goodness. This woman is extraordinarily beautiful, and her voice is enchanting. Standing there, she resembled a captivating painting, and the cat complemented her presence harmoniously. As she spoke, it felt as though the very air of the auditorium softened. Mingshu mused, feeling a twinge of envy, as they were of similar age. Ah, Song Juyao is even more stunning in person than on television. The voice is truly enchanting. As soon as she begins to speak, I feel an overwhelming urge to weep. My grandparents adore her, much to my annoyance, constantly urging me to emulate her. Yet, how can I possibly learn from her when they have not bestowed upon me the gift of high intelligence? Behind me, a group of girls whispers. Their voices barely above a murmur, and Ming Shu's keen ears catch their remarks. Suddenly, she spins around, pointing emphatically at the podium. Is that Song Juyao? Her excitement causes her voice to rise beyond the confines of decorum. Song Juyao pauses in her speech, unperturbed, and replies, I am indeed Song Juyao. Ming Shu's expression freezes in disbelief, her mind in disarray, oblivious to the multitude of disapproving gazes surrounding her. Is this truly Song Juyao? It must be a case of mistaken identity. Surely, the Song Juyao they speak of is a wretched, abused soul, not this radiant figure who captivates the audience. With Jin Yao and Jinyu hanging on her every word, this girl, like a sprite, cannot possibly be the target of their mission, can she? Even Tang Kai, who has faced many storms, is left in a state of shock and confusion. Not only Mingshu and Tang Kai, but the live stream's comments are now flooded with question marks. Where are the experts? The chief director, Qin Wei, barks in frustration. They are arriving. A group of middle-aged individuals, varying in size and clad in suits, enters the room. With a grim expression, Qin Wei demands, Did you watch the live broadcast? Why has everything changed? Song Juyao bears no resemblance to the image you had preconceived. Perhaps there exists a facet of Song Juyao's character that eludes our understanding. She is not merely a sequence of algorithms, destined to adhere strictly to our anticipations. It is entirely natural for her journey to be rife with uncertainties as she evolves. Presently, it is astonishing that she has managed to extricate herself from the life we have delineated for her. Her character must be remarkably resolute, and she exhibits considerable intelligence. The experts exchanged glances, acknowledging that it is imperative to first ascertain the true nature of her disposition, identify her character flaws, and subsequently devise traps for her. However, this is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in haste. We must observe the live broadcast for several days. If only we could capture the essence of her 18 years within the virtual realm, we could trace back her past actions and comprehend the reasons behind her transformation. Regrettably, such a record does not exist. They underestimated this adjudicated individual, mistakenly believing her to be akin to previous subjects, easily manipulated at their whim. Song Juyao cast a discerning glance at Tang Kai and Ming Shu, her expression radiating delight. It was indeed a captivating display, a well-placed bombshell to redirect everyone's attention. Akin to the deliberate hum of a microphone before a speech, drawing the attention of those who might otherwise succumb to drowsiness and distraction. Song Juyao's voice became even more melodious and enchanting, each word flowing like a refreshing spring breeze, evoking an irresistible sense of tranquility and peace in her audience. The reality show Justice Judgment Day has gained immense popularity, not only because the increasingly monotonous hearts of people yearn for authentic, dark, and even bloody stimuli, but also due to a collective sense of justice. For criminals, there is often a sentiment that mere imprisonment or execution is an inadequate form of punishment. For the families of victims, such consequences fail to soothe their profound anguish. However, as the live broadcast commences, the murderer Song Juyao appears unfazed, seemingly thriving in her past existence, which incites outrage among the viewers. The very thought of this fills Song Juyao with immense delight. Is this not the explosive effect she intended to achieve? These spectators have grown accustomed to witnessing the tragic visages of the condemned. Yet they have never encountered one adorned in such splendor. She aims to stir their emotions, be it anger or disgust, anything that incites curiosity, ensuring their continued attention. In this moment, she seizes the opportunity to reveal her true self, allowing them to grasp her essence and invest their emotions into her narrative. Otherwise, she would merely be another source of entertainment, akin to every other condemned soul. Thus, gaze upon me. Madame Hua has been successfully conned. Yet the mere thought of her smiling within that confinement ignites a murderous rage within me, my precious son. Su Qing hastily reassures her. For her laughter cannot endure for long. This is the answer that everyone is eager to uncover. Director, what shall we do now? Mingshu whispers to the directing team as she rushes into the women's restroom. Tang Kai was also waiting for instructions in the adjacent men's restroom. After a brief moment, the voice of one of the assistant directors, Tang Shan, resonated in his ears. Although the difficulty has escalated, your mission remains unchanged. Forge friendships and entice love, two tasks that initially seemed trivial and even mundane, have suddenly transitioned from an easy mode to a challenging hard mode. Mingshu took a deep breath, her face lighting up with the vibrant smile that her fans adored. I suddenly feel invigorated. Things have become quite challenging. But how could she possibly navigate this? As a transfer student, her target had already graduated from this school, and it was likely that she would leave right after her speech. How could she approach her and earn her friendship? It was maddening. Tang Kai pinched his chin, lost in thought, before exiting the restroom. Soon, various pieces of information about Song Juyao appeared on the webpage. She was a celebrity. A click on her wiki revealed an impressive arsum. Song Juyao, the nation's sweetheart, a renowned prodigy, mathematician, philanthropist, and the youngest member of an award-winning team. Following her are some more snippets of her life experiences. The commentary read, a tragic childhood rendered Song Juyao mature at an early age. Yet her character possesses an extraordinary resilience, propelling her forward through adversities that would overwhelm most. Everything she has achieved is rightfully hers. Anyone endowed with her qualities is theoretically destined for great accomplishments. Damn, is this adjudicator somewhat formidable? Before her imprisonment, the defendant was an exceptional student at the Capital University, pursuing a dual degree. A high IQ criminal? Such talent could have been utilized for something worthwhile in reality. With a successful career, what need would she have for youthful flings? Yet, her high intellect cannot obscure her narrow-mindedness, acute lechery, and psychopathic tendencies. If she were truly intelligent, how could she have lured minors and even resorted to murder? What does her high IQ amount to? It does not alter the grim truth that she took the life of a young boy. Individuals like her pose a greater threat to society. I suspect that behind her current facade of success, she is undoubtedly engaged in unspeakable activities. Just wait and see. I shall eagerly anticipate the moment when the wolf in sheep's clothing reveals its true nature. Die, murderer. The production team exchanged glances, while the expert panel rubbed their bald heads in frustration. They had miscalculated and underestimated this ordinary girl, devoid of any prestigious background, who was once easily manipulated. Whether in terms of her intellect or certain characteristics of her personality, the live broadcast had only just begun. But the shocking revelations had already left the audience in an uproar, prompting an avalanche of criticism that propelled the topic into trending discussions. Luo Chao, scrolling through his phone, remarked to Huasin in the back seat, "Isn't this the girl who killed that fool Hua Hai? I can't believe she looks like this. How could you stand by and do nothing?" Huasin, engrossed in the documents on his lap, did not look up as he replied, "I have no time." "Ah, indeed. During that time last year, you were preparing for the cabinet examination. The thought of confronting our cold and unyielding monarch made you quite anxious. Consequently, you scarcely had the capacity to regard that innocent girl, did you? I surmise you didn't even take a moment to familiarize yourself with her image. Hosen, you were frightened." Luo Chao, "Nonsense. My skills are formidable. What is there to fear from a mere cabinet second examination?" Hosen, "You become loquacious when you are scared." Luo Chao murmured. "Who wouldn't be afraid in the presence of the king, especially our esteemed one? Moreover, I am to be interviewed by him later." Oh dear. While Luo Chao was overwhelmed with fear, her eyes betrayed a certain intense greed. In the virtual realm, today marks the 60th anniversary of Jinkaduo Law, and the campus is abuzz with excitement. Students have set up stalls everywhere, and the corridors are teeming with people. Mingshu and Tang Kai are concealed within the crowd, trailing behind Song Juyao, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to engage her in conversation. However, it seems an insurmountable challenge. They are not the only ones following Song Juyao, as a throng of students armed with paper and pen seeks her autograph. Yet, With Song Juyao accompanied by several school leaders, none dare to approach. How can they accomplish their task under such circumstances? Mingshu's heart raced with uncertainty. Song Juyao's gaze swept across the crowd, somewhat distracted. Indeed. Are you interested in staying at school to rest? The principal promptly proposed that this idea had been swirling in his mind for quite some time. As you are aware, the dormitory environment of our school is no less than that of a hotel. The scenery is exquisite, and accommodations are exceedingly convenient. Indeed, it is quite commendable. Song Juyao's gaze continued to wander, searching for something. What is she looking for? Curiosity piqued. I shift to a primary perspective. St. Maria Academy stands as the foremost rival of Jinkadora Academy, with the two principals harboring a deep-seated animosity towards one another, each unwilling to concede defeat. Song Juyao, known as the nation's darling, enjoys considerable renown among parents. Her presence here would serve as a living endorsement. The principal began to envision the delightful scenario of parents learning that Song Juyao would be here, even delivering lectures, prompting them to swiftly transfer their children to this institution. Suddenly, Song Juyao's searching gaze halted as she spotted something, her eyes shimmering with palpable brightness, akin to a maiden who has glimpsed her beloved. That radiance was pure and crystalline, captivating to behold, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. Turning to the principal, she affirmed her intention to remain at the school, for it is the stage upon which she intends to perform her piece d'assistance. The cat nestled in her arms meowed, and Song Juyao addressed the principal. I would like to take it to see the doctor first. Very well. You remember how to get to the infirmary, don't you? Yes. Yet, in that moment, she felt utterly at a loss regarding how to establish a connection with Song Juyao and forge a friendship. Tang Kai's mind raced through numerous versions of how to treat a cat, contemplating various postures and modes of speech, hoping to capture Song Juyao's attention. He harbored a profound confidence in his appearance and demeanor, although Song Juyao was no longer the vulnerable child she once was. Having lost her father at the tender age of 10, her fondness for older individuals remained unchanged. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no one arrived, and the audience in the live stream began to mock him. Ha ha ha, are you daft? Song Juyao went to the veterinary clinic, not the school infirmary. Ha ha. Such is the charm of elite schools. They even have veterinarians specifically hired for students' pets. Any rational person would know it's impossible to take a cat to the school nurse. The Jinkadora Academy, a prestigious private institution, catered predominantly to affluent families. With the exception of a few special admissions, such as the once-lamented Song Juyao, the campus sprawled across a vast expanse, adorned with picturesque surroundings and opulent facilities, boasting luxurious apartment-style dormitories. Moreover, the academy was conveniently located just a short distance from the city center. A mere 4 bus stops from the school gate led directly into the heart of the urban landscape. Song Juyao's dormitory was a duplex apartment, fully furnished and resplendent in its luxury. Nestled within the student dormitory complex, she had initially been assigned accommodations in the faculty housing area, but she declined and selected this particular residence instead. Her luggage was minimal, consisting of a few changes of clothes and personal items, with her most valuable possession being a computer, along with a stray kitten she had rescued on her way to Jinkadora. Song Juyao, adorned with delicate framed glasses, sat elegantly on the sofa engrossed in her book, her exquisite features infused with the fragrance of literature, resembling a captivating painting. The admirers could not suppress their gasps of admiration, yet refrained from expressing their fervor in the comments for fear of backlash. A cat meandered nearby, meowing intermittently. As if disturbed by the noise, Song Juyao turned her gaze towards it, her eyes glimmering with an ethereal allure. The cat, with its round, curious eyes, met her gaze. Here it comes. At last, the beastly nature shall be unveiled. The audience in the live stream buzzed with excitement. Gradually, Song Juyao removed her glasses, her presence radiating an overwhelming charm. Suddenly, she sprang into action, playfully pouncing on the small cat and pinning it down on the sofa. Reminiscent of a girl who had been subdued, she buried her face into its belly, inhaling deeply. The kitten, with its wide, bewildered eyes, stared back at her. Tempted by the playful spirit, Song Juyao set her book aside and engaged in playful antics with the cat, rolling on the floor in delight. Her affection for the small creature rendered her indistinguishable from any ordinary person. After a delightful interlude of feline frolic, she and the cat settled down to watch a variety show, her fingers dancing over the keyboard to send comments. Song Juyao exclaimed, "Oh, everyone is so amazing. Let us charge ahead together." Yet, she maintained a sense of restraint. An hour later, She transformed back into the image of an unreachable life winner, clutching a book as she retreated to the balcony to read attentively. The little cat, content and exhausted from play, curled up at her feet in a cozy ball. Her gentle gaze reflected the dark lead type of the printed page, and the soft curve of her lips lent a serene quality to the passage of time, as if it had slowed to a tranquil pace. Under the soft glow of the lamp, the scene of reading is picturesque. Occasionally, she lifts the telescope from the table, gazing across, as if observing something intriguing. Yet, when the perspective shifts to her view, she has already averted her gaze. Across the way lies the boys' dormitory. Is she indulging in a clandestine observation? Using a telescope to pry into others' lives is rather distasteful. I maintain that she cannot possibly be as ordinary as she appears. There must be facets of her yet to be unveiled. As long as one keeps a watchful eye on her, her true nature will eventually reveal itself. Was she perhaps watching someone from that dormitory earlier in the day? How perilous! I nearly fell under her spell. Song Juyao turned a page, a subtle smile deepening at the corners of her lips. When an ordinary person engages in mundane activities, it elicits little reaction, yet when an individual, seemingly aloof and untouched by the world, partakes in down-to-earth actions, they suddenly appear endearing, evoking affection. This sense of contrast becomes synonymous with charm. However, the expectations for her to commit misdeeds and reveal a sinister side are disproportionately high. Should they discover she is merely an ordinary individual, the disparity would be too great, potentially inciting embarrassment and indignation, causing them to turn away in haste. Thus, a bait must be cast to pique their curiosity. Step by step, let them slowly walk into the trap I have meticulously set. Ming Shu believed that Tang Kai had already established contact with Song Juyao, her heart racing with anxiety, causing her to lose her composure. For the time being, I find myself at a loss regarding how to approach Song Juyao to cultivate her friendship. Perhaps it would be prudent to adopt a different angle. In any case, our priority is to elevate the popularity of the live stream. The script devised by the team is ready to be set in motion, as the audience for a romantic campus idol drama has always been quite extensive. To enhance the audience's sense of immersion, the character Ming Shu is introduced as a transfer student who is also a special recruit, signifying that she is an ordinary girl. However, when the team finally put the script into writing, she was exhilarated. Yet, upon entering this virtual realm, the overwhelming realism of the environment, the uncanny authenticity of the NPCs, and the complete sensory engagement with reality caused her to hesitate. As she stepped into the girls' restroom, she was taken aback to witness several girls tugging at another girl's hair, mercilessly slapping her. The girl being assaulted, whom she recognized as Li Zhao, another special recruit in her class, was known for her exceptional academic performance, but was reserved and somber. The moment school ended, she would hastily grab her backpack and flee, as if pursued by unseen phantoms. The group of delinquent girls in class would invariably chase after her. At that moment, she surmised that the special recruit might be a victim of bullying. However, she felt paralyzed and could only feign ignorance, lest the viewers of the live stream perceive her as timid or reluctant to intervene. Those viewers might be even more cowardly than she in reality, yet they hold celebrities to impossibly high standards. The slightest hint of imperfection could lead them to deem her an inadequate idol. And now, the specter of bullying lay starkly before her. What should she do? Should she intervene? However, once she is obstructed, the next target will undoubtedly be her. To be beaten in front of an audience is profoundly humiliating. Turning to flee would only exacerbate public scrutiny. Ming Shu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being rendered rigid. "Hey, you have 2 seconds to get out," a girl commanded. Her subordinate, Li Zhao, gazed at Ming Shu, a glimmer of fragile hope flickering in her eyes. Ming Shu turned and ran away, and the light in Li Zhao's eyes vanished, leaving behind an expanse of darkness. Is she truly just going to run away? What a disappointment. She often presents a facade of positivity and vitality, yet in reality, she is merely a coward. Put yourself in her shoes. What would you dare to do? Standing there, speaking without consequence. Ming Shu is alone. Any attempt on her part would only invite further harm. Isn't ensuring one's own safety before aiding others precisely what the government advocates? Did you see? Our Ming Shu sought help from a teacher. She did not turn a blind eye to suffering. When the adjudicator arrives, she will undoubtedly flee, even faster than Ming Shu. Song Juyao entered the academic building and, passing by the girls' restroom, overheard a commotion. She pushed open the door to investigate and was met with the shocking sight of a girl's head being shoved into a toilet, her expression instantly shifting to one of alarm. Stop this at once, she exclaimed without hesitation. What on earth are you doing? How can you treat a fellow student in such a manner? The girls, upon seeing Song Juyao, were not as brazen as they had been in front of Ming Shu. The girl who was subduing the victim shot a hostile glare at Song Juyao, retorting, "What is it to you? Get lost. Release that student immediately," Song Juyao demanded. Song Juyao's demeanor was undeniably stern. The man, his countenance darkened, released Li Zhao and approached Song Juyao, attempting to push her aside. "Who do you think you are to command me? Do you truly believe that everyone is an ardent admirer of Jean Cadula? You are merely a bookworm. I strongly advise you not to lay a finger on me, for the moment you do, you shall be in violation of the Imperial Personal Safety Law, the Imperial Criminal Law, and the Imperial Campus Violence Law. Should I take you to court? You would face a penalty of no less than 3 and no more than 5 years." Song Juyao stated impassively. Unbeknownst to them, her phone had already been activated, recording the encounter. The man's hand froze just before it made contact with Song Juyao's shoulder. "Do not intimidate me. Do you know who I am?" she retorted, her bravado thinly veiling her trepidation. "But do you know who I am? I have 30 million followers on ABO, and just last month, my teammates and I dined with the president in the Red Room." She continued, "Who is your father? What does your family do? Real estate? How substantial is your family fortune? Can your company withstand turmoil?" Huh. The girl's face had turned ashen, her hand unable to advance any further. Her companions displayed expressions of fear, standing tall in apprehension. Ultimately, like defeated hounds, they turned and fled swiftly. I am utterly mesmerized. So impressive. Just think about how Ming Shu turned and ran. Then look at Song Juyao. The contrast is stark. If Ming Shu had a background like Song Juyao's, she wouldn't be frightened, would she? Besides, she was going to seek the teacher, not to abandon anyone. Is having a good family background the reason one would not abandon others in peril? Do not forget the number of wealthy students in this school, surely. No one in the class is unaware of the bullying faced by that girl. Regardless of circumstances, Song Juyao is undoubtedly a murderer. I cannot bring myself to believe that she is virtuous in the virtual realm. It is all an act, undoubtedly a facade. Ultimately, the prevailing sentiment remains that Song Juyao is not a good person. Although some may have been captivated by her charm, their disdain for her has not diminished enough to warrant a public defense on her behalf. "Teacher, someone is being bullied. Please come with me." Ming Shu rushed to a male teacher, grasping his arm in an attempt to pull him along. However, the teacher remained unmoved, awkwardly prying her fingers away. Such matters do not fall under a teacher's jurisdiction. You ought to approach the student council. What? Ming Shu initially thought this was absurd, but suddenly recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity. The president of the student council is Jin Yu, and the head of discipline is Jin Yao. She had been seeking a reason to connect with them. Seizing the moment, she promptly headed to the student council. Li Zhao leaned her head under the faucet, roughly dousing herself with cold water. The chilling sensation caused her to shudder, and she nearly succumbed to tears. At that moment, someone adjusted the faucet, and the icy water gradually warmed. A pair of gentle hands began to massage her scalp, soon followed by a soft towel draping over her. Li Zhao felt her entire body stiffen as she lifted her gaze from the plush towel, encountering the delicate chin of Song Juyao. The corners of her lips, usually adorned with a gentle smile, were now pressed into a serious line, yet the hands that tenderly wiped away the droplets of water remained ever so gentle. "Oh, how warm this makes me feel. It's a tad sweet. Why has Song Juyao revealed her true self yet? Hurry and show your true colors. I'm at my wit's end. I am utterly defenseless against gentle souls. This accusation is truly trivial. I am grateful for the earlier reminder." As the burgeoning fondness has swiftly plummeted. In the virtual realm, as the towel slid upwards slightly, Li Zhao was met with a pair of warm, caring eyes. "Thank you." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly and shyly spoke, her hands nervously clenched into fists, too timid to assert that she could manage on her own. In her recollection, no one had ever helped her dry her hair before. "Are you a special admission student?" Song Juyao inquired. "Yes. Do they often bully you? Have you reported it to the teachers?" Her tone was grave and earnest, though she was merely a year older. Li Zhao felt an unexpected sense of finding a reliable ally, a confidant to whom she could voice her grievances. Her eyes reddened with a mix of indignation and vulnerability as she nodded vigorously. "The teacher said it's a matter for the student council and not within their jurisdiction. The principal is hardly ever seen, merely a figurehead. When I enrolled in Kindred Academy, the principal promised me that he would reform the school system and treat special admission students with care. He has utterly disappointed me." Song Juyao felt a tinge of anger as she observed the crimson handprint on Li Zhao's face, her heart aching with concern. "I shall escort you to the infirmary," she declared. Within the infirmary, Tang Kai maintained his composure, refusing to let a single failure disrupt his poise. The audience, captivated by the performance of the two real-life NPCs, could not help but ponder the vast disparity in intellect between Ming Shu and Tang Kai, a chasm akin to that which separates an idol from an award-winning actor. "Where has Lu Yin gone?" he mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. As he attempted to search online for Lu Yin's whereabouts, he stumbled upon the fact that she had become a controversial figure in her own right. How remarkable is Yao Yao, so young yet so capable. Does she frequently engage in such activities at home? Indeed, my Yao Yao is quite impressive. She has always taken charge of such matters in our household. Lu Yin responded proudly amidst the suppressed ire of the other mothers. Not only the mothers, but also Tang Kai and the viewers, who were experiencing this episode of the variety show through Tang Kai's perspective, were left breathless. What kind of ignorance is this? She must be doing this intentionally. Without such a mother to burden her, she has become the epitome of success. This is terrifying. Her scheming runs deep. Is it really possible for a mother to abandon her child in such a manner? Climbing to success on the back of her mother, subjecting her to online harassment? Indeed, they are truly cunning criminals, exhibiting a ruthless nature. People are often inclined to speculate about Song Juyao with the utmost malice, primarily because they can scarcely fathom the suffocating burden of having a mother like Lu Yin. Thus, it is only natural for them to believe that Song Juyao should endure even less, leading her to find a way to extricate herself from this encumbrance. However, despite the collective desire to escape such a situation, Song Juyao finds herself unable to do so. As she is the one being judged, she must embody truth, goodness, and beauty. The door to the school nurse's office remained ajar, and Song Juyao entered alongside the special student without hesitation. She paused momentarily, questioning whether the teacher was engrossed in reading The Unparalleled Mother. Indeed, she had initially relied on variety shows for her income. Song Juyao directed Li Zhao to take a seat, requesting the teacher's assistance in examining her. Dr. Tang Kai appeared quite professional as he conducted a thorough examination. His gentle gaze fixed on Li Zhao, with amber eyes radiating compassion and kindness. "It's merely some superficial injuries. A bit of medication will suffice. However, the wounds of the heart also require careful treatment and attention to heal completely. You are welcome to seek my assistance anytime." "Oh, Dr. Tang, I feel unwell. The leading actor is so charming. My heart bears wounds that only Dr. Tang's kiss can mend." Li Zhao had never encountered such a refined and graceful gentleman before, and she blushed, quickly lowering her head. Once Dr. Tang finished speaking, he lifted his gaze and noticed that Song Juyao was staring blankly at the computer screen. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "It's quite evident that your mother relies heavily on you. Without your presence, she would struggle to manage daily life. Do you both still live together?" Of course. In the realm of reality, within the auditorium of the justice trial, a staff member hurriedly entered. "Mr. K has arrived." The assistant director, Tang Shan, promptly rose to greet him. The figure who entered was a disheveled young man clad in a black hoodie, appearing as though he had just awakened from slumber. "Mr. K, do you have any insights?" Tang Shan's face betrayed a look of disappointment. Was it truly hopeless? They were in dire need of understanding the events and actions of Song Juyao over the past 18 years. Whether it was to analyze her character or to unveil the intriguing facets of her persona. Although the chief director, Qin Wei, had asserted that it was unnecessary, believing that Song Juyao's true self would inevitably come to light, Tang Shan sensed an underlying complexity to the situation. Up to this point, Song Juyao had shown no signs of vulnerability. From backstage data, it appeared that following her playful interaction with a cat the previous night, the barrage of derogatory comments aimed at her had begun to diminish in a spiraling manner, while supportive remarks had correspondingly increased. These minuscule fragments of ice, hidden beneath the vast surface, were overlooked by most, yet Tang Shan felt a compelling need to pay heed to them. His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, and in a moment of exhilaration, he exclaimed, "This is sufficient. Truly remarkable, as expected of a member of the Royal Palace Cybersecurity Department." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Shan concluded that there was no issue at hand. The audience was indeed curious about Song Juyao's past, which would undoubtedly contribute to the ratings. If there existed any blemishes on her record, they were meant for the audience's scrutiny, even if the outcome was unexpected and did not reveal any flaws. The worst-case scenario would merely maintain the current state of affairs. A teacher, A boy rushed in, frantically carrying another male student on his back. The student being carried had blood streaming from his nose, his face marred with numerous abrasions, and his clothes were soiled, presenting a most disheveled appearance. Most alarmingly, his ankle was grotesquely swollen, a sight that was truly unsettling. Tang Kai hurried to attend to him, having previously studied basic first aid and interned at a clinic for such situations. How could one sustain such injuries? It was utterly humiliating for the boy to be seen in such a pitiful state by Song Juyao, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "We were ball boys at the tennis court, and today they played rather fiercely, so we." They referred to the privileged youths of the school. Could it be that during their match, they made you retrieve the balls from the court? Song Juyao asked, her anger barely contained. The boy fell silent. The answer was evidently affirmative, for how else could one sustain such injuries merely from picking up a ball? Was this not intentional? Who in their right mind would allow ball boys to venture onto the court amidst a match? It is both troublesome and perilous. Typically, such a situation would not arise. But that transfer student suddenly attempted to play the hero, provoking their ire, and we ended up bearing the brunt of their wrath, he lamented. A transfer student? Tang Kai looked up at the boy, recalling that it was a girl, marked by a mole on her chin. Yes, that's her. She must have offended Jin Yao. Her situation could turn even more dire, perhaps necessitating an ambulance. Song Juyao's brow furrowed deeply as she promptly exited. Meanwhile, the viewers in Tang Kai's live stream began switching to Ming Shu's channel, exclaiming, "Oh my, how tragic." From the live stream of the film Emperor, I seek to inquire what has transpired. Oh, my dear, my heart aches profoundly. How repulsive are these individuals? Is this not a case of willful harm? How dare they? Is the law against school violence merely a fade? For the affluent, it seems that most laws are but hollow constructs. It evokes a sense of despair. What is the significance of my existence in this world? Am I but a brick, a mere screw, easily replaceable? Is there anyone who can elucidate what has occurred here? It is excruciating for those who have not witnessed the events leading up to this moment. Ming Shu hurried to the student council, hoping to seek assistance for Li Xiao, while also seizing the opportunity to converse with Jin Yao and attract his attention. However, upon her arrival at the student council building, she was met with disdainful gazes. No one regarded her with any respect. "The minister is absent. State your business directly," said a member of the disciplinary committee coldly. On the third floor of Building 4, a girl is being assaulted in the restroom. Ming Shu, disappointed at not encountering Jin Yao, was nonetheless careful not to reveal her intentions too overtly. With so many eyes upon her, who? Li Xiao. The disciplinary committee member typed the name into the computer, and upon seeing the words special admission on the form, their eyes filled with impatience. Understood. I shall summon someone to ascertain the situation. Summon someone. She is currently being beaten in the restroom. Should we not rush to her aid? Classmate, it is lunchtime. Do I not have the right to eat? You. How could you act in such a manner? Is it not the duty of the disciplinary committee to uphold order on campus and prevent wrongdoing? Ming Shu was truly infuriated. The individual smiled at her, saying, "What can you possibly do to me? If you truly wish to save someone, why not rescue them yourself? Ultimately, it is merely a fear of attracting trouble and a lack of courage to stand up, is it not? I have encountered many like you. Individuals such as yourselves, privileged students, are devoid of backbone." Ming Shu's face flushed with anger. "Who do you think you are? I demand to see Jin Yao." The member of the disciplinary committee wore a malicious smile and replied, "Oh, he is currently at the tennis court." The Jin-Ku Duo Law Academy is an esteemed institution with a legacy spanning 2 centuries, a true bastion of aristocracy, rather than merely a school accessible to the affluent. The founders of this academy were proponents of bloodline superiority, admitting only those of blue blood. Of course, that was many years ago. As time progressed, societal norms evolved, and advancements in technology birthed numerous emerging industries, leading to the rise of new elites, while many old aristocrats found themselves cast aside by the relentless march of time, gradually descending into poverty. Consequently, the academy's revenue and operational funding dwindled. In a bid to avert closure, the administration sought new avenues, initially lowering admission standards to accept ordinary wealthy offspring. As society advanced and the government began raiding educational institutions in order to avoid poor rankings, the academy needed to enhance its normal admission rates, signifying acceptance into prestigious universities through merit rather than wealth, thus beginning to enroll privileged students. Due to historical grievances, this institution is plagued by class conflicts. Students of noble lineage possessing blue blood regard themselves as the true sovereigns of the school, deriding the ordinary offspring of affluent families as nouveau riches and mere guests, believing they ought to be subservient, with an air of superiority. Conversely, the common wealthy scions perceive this elite group as impoverished individuals cloaked in titles, questioning what grounds they have for pride, whether it be their ability to purchase luxury cars or opulent mansions. In recent years, the silent skirmishes between these factions have escalated, to the extent that even specially admitted students have become collateral damage. Choosing a side invites disdain from the opposing camp, while maintaining neutrality often results in being bullied by both. Furthermore, those oppressed by the upper class inevitably turn their frustrations on the most vulnerable, these specially admitted students, rendering their situation exceedingly precarious. The tennis court buzzes with life, as the Jin family, Juyao and Jinyu, stand as one of the few old aristocratic families that have successfully adapted to the tides of time, embodying genuine wealth and heritage. They occupy a leadership position within the school, enjoying substantial popularity among both factions, with no one daring to confront them. Juyao has a customary routine of engaging in sports during his lunch break, often found either on the tennis court or at the equestrian center, attracting a multitude of students to gather in these spaces. Ming Shu, with an assertive demeanor, approaches the court, which resembles a venue capable of hosting world-class tennis matches, and is instantly struck by trepidation. The audience stands filled with students, while the cheerleaders, flaunting their slender waists, resemble infatuated fans captivated by the spectacle on the court. Should she dare to rush forward, she would undoubtedly become the center of attention. However, she takes a deep breath and pulls out a jade pendant from around her neck. Her team dared to craft a screenplay for a Cinderella campus idol drama, naturally discovering an entry point for this narrative. From the character profiles of the twin brothers, it is revealed that they were once victims of kidnapping during their childhood, later rescued by a family of 3 while they were out for a hike. Among this family, there was a little girl who inadvertently took a jade pendant that had hung around Juyao's neck since childhood, forgetting to return it, holding the pendant against her collarbone. Ming Shu felt a flicker of courage. To gamble or not to gamble, fame and fans await, yet without taking the risk, even a bicycle might not survive. Juyao was in the midst of a match, exuding brilliance as he played. His exposed arms showcased well-defined muscles, fluid and explosive in their motion. At the moment he swung his racket, the relaxed muscles tensed instantly, perspiration cascading down. His playing style divulged his character, unrestrained and fierce. His opponents soon found themselves gripping their rackets with both hands, lest they be overwhelmed by the ferocious balls that surged towards them like a constrictor. A hit from such a ball could easily result in a fracture. However, more perilous than being Juyao's opponent was the ball boy collecting the balls on the court. Juyao had a penchant for tennis, yet he was also somewhat obsessive-compulsive, unable to tolerate a single ball lying on the ground. Thus, during matches, ball boys were essential for retrieving stray balls. This task was typically assigned to specially recruited students. 2 ball boys stood in the corners behind the players, poised to collect balls at a moment's notice. Crash! The opponent's racket was sent flying, striking the ball boy who had been positioned diagonally behind him, hitting him squarely on the nose, causing blood to spurt forth as he collapsed to the ground. Bang! The opponent failed to intercept Juyao's ball, which once again struck the unfortunate ball boy who could not evade it. Observing Juyao's indifference towards the injured boy as he continued to play, the audience in the live stream could no longer bear it. Ming Shu rushed out, exclaiming, "Stop!" All eyes in the venue turned towards her, as if suddenly illuminated by a spotlight. At the entrance, Ming Shu made her entrance like a valiant Cinderella, rushing to the side of the injured male student and casting a fierce glare at Dao Ming Siyao. "For your selfish desires, how can you so carelessly disregard others? Do their lives not matter? They too have parents, and how devastated would they be to see their child in such a state?" Her gaze was intense, her voice resonant, and she held her head high with unyielding determination. "Ah, she truly is the woman I admire, simply magnificent." Kudos to Ming Shu for her sense of justice. Juyao is utterly detestable, treating others as if they are nothing. If it weren't for the cycle of reincarnation, a scoundrel like him would have long been met with dire consequences. Why not rush into the restroom to rescue that girl? Perhaps she was incensed by what that girl said in the student council. It seems quite dangerous, rather terrifying. Unbeknownst to the audience in the live stream, Ming Shu felt the tension in her body as Juyao approached her step by step, her mind racing with thoughts of, "Hurry, look at the jade pendant around my neck." Juyao, towering over her, fixed his gaze on her for a few seconds before turning to the terrified boy behind her. Are you special admissions students trying to cause a ruckus? No. I don't know her. Juyao, this is none of my concern. I have never even laid eyes on her. The boy retorted immediately. Do you still believe the compensation I provided was insufficient? Juyao scoffed. The position of a caddy is compensated, after all, given the inherent dangers. One must at least receive some medical remuneration, mustn't they? How dare you belittle someone with money? Can every injury truly be healed? Ultimately, the very existence of your role is fundamentally unreasonable. How can one be permitted to retrieve balls on the court during a match? Is receiving a salary something to boast about? In this institution, only those who were specially recruited would dare to undertake such a position. For no one else would be brave enough to refuse. Now that he has been injured, to continue the game while being utterly indifferent is exceedingly cold-hearted and excessive. What makes you so remarkable? Juyao's imposing presence was overwhelming, causing Ming Shu's voice to tremble in fear. Yet, at this juncture, she could only grit her teeth and recite the lines bestowed upon her by the team. Classmate, please refrain from speaking. A boy behind her exclaimed desperately. In truth, it is not usually this perilous. Today, the sun was simply too glaring, and he forgot to wear sunglasses, making it impossible for him to see the ball and evade it. Juyao chuckled. Yet the temperature around him plummeted. It seems the specially recruited students are finally rising up. We have encountered a tough nut to crack. Very well. Here are your two options. First, if you can catch just one of my balls, I shall overlook your rudeness this time. Second, you may kneel and bow to me in apology. Things are not unfolding according to the script. This wretched team, this incompetent boss is utterly useless beyond monetary matters. In Ming Shu's heart, a little figure had already knelt before Juyao, pleading for mercy. Yet, in reality, she found herself in a precarious situation, utterly incapable of begging for forgiveness under the watchful gaze of so many viewers in the live broadcast. Thus, she steeled herself, nodding resolutely, and then raised her hand to caress the jade pendant adorning her neck. Quickly look, the jade pendant. Juyao instinctively diverted his gaze to the pendant, his pupils constricting as his expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously upon Ming Shu. Such insatiable greed, a thief. Other matters could be overlooked, but this could not be forgiven. A chill coursed through Ming Shu, her skin prickling with fear, rendering her pale and cold as ice. Mechanically, she accepted the racket and made her way to her position. When Song Juyao arrived at the tennis court, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Despite the multitude present, not a single sound escaped their lips, save for the sharp crack of the tennis ball striking the ground. Hastening forward, Song Juyao pushed through the throng of cheerleaders obstructing her view, only to behold Ming Shu battered and bruised, her exposed legs marred by countless intersecting scars as if the ball had forcefully scraped against her skin. Her face bore the marks of bruising and swelling, and she was unsteadily rising from the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. Her gums must have been severely injured, as her visage was a harrowing blend of blood and tears. Still refusing to plead for mercy, Juyao narrowed his eyes and extended his hand to the side. That hand, long and powerful, could easily envelop a girl's hand in a firm grasp, exuding an aura of protective strength. However, that very hand was soon honored with a tennis ball placed upon it by the ball boy. Tears streamed down Ming Shu's face as she yearned for mercy, truly desperate for reprieve. Yet, with this single act of kneeling, her idle career would come to a disheartening end. Thus, she could not plead for forgiveness, no matter the cost. Juyao let out a cold laugh, tossing the ball high into the air before striking it forcefully towards Ming Shu. If her spirit was so unyielding, then it seemed only fitting to shatter it. Ming Shu found herself utterly immobilized, raising her hands in a futile attempt to shield herself, desperately closing her eyes in hopelessness. The audience in the live stream dared not look on, for the scene was too brutal. The screens of underage viewers had been automatically obscured by the system. With a resounding thud, the yellow tennis ball collided with the basket, sending a flurry of tennis balls scattering into the air. Ming Shu opened her eyes, tears welling as she beheld the overturned basket nearby, with balls cascading down like petals. She stood in shock, tears trickling down her cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. Oh my gosh, I'm going insane. Holy moly. So handsome. Song Juyao, kill me. Within the live stream, frenzied screams filled the screen. As the distance between real individuals in the virtual realm diminished, their respective streams merged into one, sharing an audience and broadening the perspective of the broadcast. Under the sunlight, She radiated an extraordinary handsomeness. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence for a fleeting moment, as if everyone collectively realized the presence at the entrance of the court. Eyes turned in unison to behold Song Juyao, sparking a flurry of whispers. It is Song Juyao. Surely, she does not intend to meddle in our affairs. She is merely a guest residing at our school. What authority does she possess over our matters? If Jin Yao were to strike her, what would ensue? It would spell her doom. Even as a member of the Olympic team, she could never contend with the formidable Jin family. The cheerleaders, having witnessed Song Juyao's decisive entrance, remained in a state of awe, their mouths agape, gazing with a mixture of admiration and reverence at her retreating figure, abstaining from the whispers that filled the air. As Song Juyao advanced onto the tennis court, Li Zhao hunched her shoulders, trailing closely behind like a devoted shadow. She observed Song Juyao's proud and upright posture, torn between admiration and concern. Would she truly be safe? The glances from those around them pierced like needles, lacking any semblance of warmth, not to mention Jin Yao. Upon reaching Ming Shu, Song Juyao inquired with genuine concern, "How are you? Are you able to walk?" Ming Shu met her gaze, tears streaming more fiercely, rendered speechless as she nodded and shook her head in a tumult of emotions. Yet, it was evident to all how profoundly pleased she was by Song Juyao's arrival. Song Juyao turned to Li Zhao, instructing, "Zhao Zhao, please escort her to the infirmary." Li Zhao nodded and promptly moved to assist Ming Shu. "Stop," came a deep, cold voice from behind. "Did I grant permission for her to leave?" Song Juyao turned her head and met Jin Yao's amber eyes, which resembled those of a hawk, gleaming with a wild, untamed spirit akin to that of a feral creature. Jin Yao looked down at her from above the tennis net, an imposing presence. No justification could excuse the brutal treatment of a girl. Song Juyao regarded him with an impassive expression. Observing her complete disregard for his presence, Jin Yao's face contorted with indignation, a sense of offended dignity igniting within him. "Close the door," he commanded. The gate to the tennis court was immediately shut. "Since you wish to play the hero, I shall indulge you. You may either take her place and return my serve, or kneel before me and apologize. Otherwise, you shall not leave." Jin Yao's voice slithered through the air like a malevolent specter. Li Zhao glanced anxiously at Song Juyao, while Ming Shu shrank back, terror-stricken by Jin Yao's demeanor. He was a veritable demon, capable of inflicting such cruelty upon a girl. She must have lost her senses to entertain the notion of a romantic narrative with him. How could anyone possibly navigate such a scenario? She couldn't help but look at Song Juyao, wondering what she would choose to do. A wave of concern washed over her. Not long ago, she had been pondering how to make Song Juyao suffer. "Very well, I shall play," Song Juyao declared, her gaze fixed on Jin Yao. "But allow them to leave first. Their presence here is a distraction." Jin Yao's displeasure was solely directed at Song Juyao, and he dismissed Ming Shu without a second thought, gesturing for the gatekeeper to release them. The two girls, still worried, remained, peering through the wire mesh. Song Juyao selected a racket that felt just right and stepped onto the court. This is a continuation of the unfinished match between Jin Yao and Ming Shu. Thus, this round features Song Juyao's serve. The yellow ball bounced twice on the ground before being grasped in delicate, fair hands. I'm terrified. Song Juyao is about to be hit. My feelings are so complex. I used to dislike her, yet now I find myself worrying for her. Her frame appears even more fragile than Ming Shu's. Surely she won't be shattered by a single strike. Jin Yao is utterly despicable, striking a woman. He will undoubtedly become an abuser in the future. Everyone, please remain calm. The live broadcast has only just begun, and what we have witnessed so far is insufficient. Let us not forget that she took the life of a young boy in reality, merely due to her impulsive and lascivious nature. The yellow ball was tossed into the air. Song Juyao's serving posture was both standard and graceful, unmistakably indicating her proficiency in tennis. However, Jin Yao had been playing tennis since childhood. Had it not been for the vast fortune of the Jin family, he could have easily pursued a career as a professional player. Alas, I find myself rather fond of Song Juyao. I cannot bear to watch any longer. As long as Jin Yao does not strike her face, I can accept it. I am an admirer of Song Juyao's beauty. Jin Yao's strength is overwhelming. Even a boy would struggle to handle a few hits, and Song Juyao's slender arms would surely fare even worse. Bang, bang. The ball struck the net, producing a resounding echo. A crimson bruise instantly appeared on Song Juyao's fair cheek. Jin Yao remarked, "I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy." Song Juyao remained unfazed, her gaze steady and composed as she continued to serve. Jin Yao watched her, an inexplicable wave of irritation washing over him as he gripped his racket tightly. Bang! The ball grazed past Song Juyao's cheek once more, this taunting shot leaving a parallel mark beneath a fresh abrasion on her skin. The serving game consisted of 6 balls, and each one was served identically by Song Juyao, her arm, thigh, and neck bearing distinct and vivid traces of injury. There was a scheme afoot. Juyao narrowed his eyes slightly, resolved to put an end to this farce immediately. He pointed his racket at Song Juyao, declaring, "It's my turn to serve now. I have given you numerous chances, and this time, I shall show no mercy." A faint smile curved on Song Juyao's lips. Juyao tossed the tennis ball high into the air, raising his arm to strike it, but at the instant his racket made contact. A jolt coursed through his arm as if struck by electricity, overwhelming his senses. The force behind his swing dissipated uncontrollably, resulting in a gentle tap of the ball. What? Did she just receive Juyao's serve? Song Juyao, she received the ball and won? He couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Why? The ball rolled to Juyao's feet, his expression darkening. What have you done? Unable to confront the situation directly, Juyao's arrogance had inadvertently provided her with an opportunity. While her tennis skills were rather average, her sole advantage lay in her foresight, honed through years of diligent training, culminating in this particular shot. Suddenly, a surge of enthusiasm enveloped me. Although I could not fully comprehend the situation, it was evident that Song Juyao had outmaneuvered Juyao, emerging victorious. How impressive! A high intelligence truly sets one apart. Song Juyao exudes an undeniable charm. Her cunning is profound. Juyao, do you challenge others with your strengths while denying them the opportunity to counter with their own? Song Juyao lightly touched her head, her clear gaze unwavering as it met his. Within the depths of her eyes, something stirred within Juyao, igniting a sudden fury that propelled him over the net towards her. The audience fell silent, apprehensive of witnessing an imminent confrontation between them. Juyao grasped Song Juyao's chin, towering over her as he fixed her with a piercing stare. What are you so proud of? Do you think you're worthy of looking down on me? Who do you think you are? His hand was large, and in stark contrast, Song Juyao's delicate face seemed diminutive, as if her chin might shatter under his grip. Pain instantaneously reddened her eyes. She reached to pry his hand away, but it was as unyielding as a vice. Yet within her gentle, crystalline gaze flickered a hint of fierce determination. In a sudden burst of strength, Song Juyao twisted her face, causing Juyao's thumb to glide across her lips. In that moment, her lips parted, enveloping his finger. The softness of her lips and the warmth of his fingertip became strikingly apparent, leaving Juyao momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by an excruciating pain. Song Juyao's bite was as fierce as that of a wolf, seemingly intent on severing his thumb. Juyao immediately released her, yanking his hand back. "You." Juyao gazed in disbelief at the ring of blood on his thumb, his eyes wide with incredulity as he stared at Song Juyao. With slightly reddened eyes, Song Juyao wiped her lips with the back of her hand. "Violence resolves nothing, but should you dare to lay hands on me again, do not expect me to be merciful." With that, she turned and walked away. The students guarding the entrance were so taken aback that they dared not intervene. Li Zhao and Ming Shu were waiting for her outside, and upon seeing her emerge, they approached to leave together. Ming Shu's gaze towards Song Juyao was laden with complexity. She bore numerous wounds, and the marks on her chin were starkly visible, all in the name of protecting her. Even in reality, she had never encountered such a person. It was a revelation to feel a hand extended in moments of despair. "Thank you." Tears streamed down Ming Shu's cheeks once more. Observing her, Song Juyao's previously simmering anger softened, her expression transforming as she retrieved a handkerchief to dry Ming Shu's tears. "Come, let us see a doctor." Song Juyao's lips curled into a smile, and in the sunlight, even in her disheveled state, the inner radiance of her spirit shone brilliantly, resplendent. In her previous life during this period, she had succumbed to such assaults, unaware that the beatings she endured were orchestrated by those around her in a bid to become a savior while avoiding the scrutiny of her peers. Now, the tides have turned, and you too have tasted this bitterness. How delightful! Juyao clenched his thumb, glaring at the retreating figure of Song Juyao. After a while, he noticed that numerous spectators were still fixated on him, and he bellowed, "What are you staring at? Get lost." His classmates hastily stood up and dispersed in a flurry. "Oh my goodness, I can't take it anymore. Song Juyao is simply amazing. That moment, it imbued me with the essence of a romantic drama. Juyao is utterly despicable. How can such a repulsive man exist? He infuriates me. I hope the young lady teaches him a lesson. Is Juyao on the verge of a downfall? Is he really? The essence of a campus idol drama is intoxicating." Song Juyao is a criminal, even if she were truly a criminal. Perhaps there are deeper reasons behind it? She has yet to reveal her true self. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. The victim is more handsome than stars from the entertainment industry, appearing innocent and charming, awakening the predatory instincts in women, which is hardly surprising. Although these murmurs were still faint, it is crucial to note that this live stream had only just commenced. Tang Shan perceived the gravity of the situation. The inaugural broadcast lasted less than 2 days, and already the audience's sentiments were swaying, all due to Song Juyao slipping from their grasp. Human nature inherently reveres the strong. And at this moment, Song Juyao embodies the radiant visage of such strength. Yet, it is precisely her grounded demeanor, which reveals a relatable side to her character, that renders her authenticity undeniable, devoid of any frigid aloofness that might alienate others. She is, indeed, the epitome of perfection. If this trend continues, by the conclusion of the first episode, she may find herself surrounded by an overwhelming number of admirers. The chief director, Qin Wei, entered the room with a grim expression. And upon hearing Tang Shan's remarks, his visage darkened further. Everything is under my control. The discussion volume, the fervor, the ratings, all are on the verge of surpassing the pinnacle of the first season. What discontent do you harbor? Allow her to bask in her success. The higher one climbs, the more devastating the fall. Do you not comprehend that? If you are dissatisfied, you may take your leave. Qin Wei's notorious temper was well known, particularly since he assumed the role of director for the reality show Justice Judgment, where his anger swelled alongside his fame. It was nothing new for employees to be berated by him, yet an uncomfortable silence inevitably enveloped the broadcast hall. He's getting older, don't take it to heart. A colleague whispered in consolation. Yes. How is Mr. K faring? They could only hope that he would swiftly uncover a fatal flaw in Song Juyao that would tarnish her image. His instincts warned him that the situation was far more complex than Qin Wei perceived, and if left unchecked, more perilous events could unfold. With this thought, he couldn't help but exclaim, Our Majesty is truly formidable. Tang Kai anticipated that Ming Shu would likely be injured, yet he did not foresee the severity of her wounds. It appears that even in a world that is not entirely genuine, one must still exercise caution and vigilance. Song Juyao bore injuries as well, which afforded him the opportunity for close proximity and physical contact with her. Ming Shu immediately deduced that Tang Kai would indeed target Song Juyao, feeling a pang of anxiety without knowing how to intervene. Their purpose for entering this place was, after all, to impose trials and suffering upon Song Juyao. As Tang Kai applied medicine to Ming Shu's wounds, Song Juyao moved to the window, tugging at the curtain draped over the railing. Her gaze swept outside, and suddenly, she paused. A unique brilliance sparkled in her beautiful eyes, setting them apart from the ordinary. The audience swiftly shifted their perspective, revealing a football field where a group of boys were engaged in a match. Alongside the field lay a small grove, where some students lounged on wooden benches, seeking respite in the shade. Song Juyao's attention fixated on a young boy engrossed in reading. What is she reading? Is that a boy? Goodness. Am I blind? How did I not notice him before? Could it be him? The one Song Juyao was observing during the school celebration? Is he the same person she was spying on with a telescope in the dormitory? Why is Song Juyao interested in him? The atmosphere appeared rather somber, and his presence was notably diminished. Through the gaze of Song Juyao, I meticulously scanned the individuals surrounding him before I even acknowledged his existence. It seemed implausible that Song Juyao could harbor any affection for him. Regardless of the audience's conjectures, her attention remained steadfastly fixed on that seemingly ordinary and melancholic youth. After Tang Kai administered medication to Ming Shu, he turned his gaze towards Song Juyao. She was seated by the window, propping her chin on her hand, gazing out with an unbothered demeanor, basking in the afternoon sunlight. The soft, golden glow framed her profile, accentuating her long eyelashes, high and exquisite nose, and the beautifully shaped, rosy lips. Her pupils transformed into a delicate shade of brown under the light as she became entranced by the view outside. Unbeknownst to her, she was also a picturesque sight in the eyes of others. What are you looking at? Tang Kai approached with the medication in hand. Let me apply some ointment. Rest assured, it won't leave a scar. He stood before her, gently lifting her chin and leaning down to treat her wounds. From Ming Shu's perspective, the sight of this pair was indeed captivating. The handsome man and beautiful woman exuded an enchanting aura. The tall gentleman, with a cotton swab dipped in medicine, delicately applied it to the girl's facial scars. Their eyes occasionally met, igniting a subtle spark of intimacy. Li Zhao covered her mouth, her ears flushed with crimson. Tang Kai had rehearsed this scenario multiple times. With his striking charm and refined demeanor, he had just treated Ming Shu, leaving her blushing. Now, with his meticulously crafted flirtatious gestures and fleeting glances, any woman would be rendered bashful and flustered. The female fans in the live broadcast room had already erupted in screams. And upon switching to Song Juyao's perspective, her toes instinctively curled tightly. However, the protagonist, Song Juyao, showed no signs of blushing. Her gaze remained unwavering as she met his eyes, her irises resembling a clear autumn pond, revealing a hint of innocent curiosity intertwined with an innate allure. The most captivating charm often lies in unawareness. Thump! Tang Kai was the first to divert his gaze, awkwardly turning his head and shielding his eyes with the back of his hand, clearing his throat. How embarrassing. Dr. Tang Kai, Song Juyao suddenly spoke. Tang Kai immediately resumed his flirtatious demeanor, his voice deep and magnetic. Are you married? Do you have children? The fatal question was suddenly posed, causing Tang Kai's expression to freeze momentarily, and Ming Shu silently exclaimed in her mind. What should they do now? Would Tang Kai deny it? Although their mission was to make Song Juyao suffer, they also aimed to avoid portraying their characters negatively, lest it affect the audience's perception of them. While a character does not equate to an actor, there are certainly those who dislike an actor due to a character's actions. If Tang Kai denied it, could the challenge still exist? Song Juyao currently harbored no feelings for Tang Kai. Upon learning he was married with children, she might immediately distance herself, making it impossible for her to be seduced. Song Juyao was supposed to be a despicable person lacking in morals. Ming Shu should have thought this way. Before entering this virtual world, she indeed held such beliefs. However, now she felt that Song Juyao was not that person at all. Tang Kai is indeed an acclaimed actor. In an instant, he regained his composure and countered the question, why such an inquiry all of a sudden? Song Juyao replied with a smile, I simply feel that Mr. Tang Kai resembles a father figure to me. Tang Kai's expression froze once more. Father? A father figure? Indeed, I have always envisioned an ideal paternal figure, and Dr. Tang Kai perfectly embodies that image. Uffed. Ming Shu covered her mouth. Don't mind me. I just recalled something delightful. Huh? How can this be so amusing? Ha ha ha. Tang Kai's expression is simply hilarious. Are you surprised? Ha ha ha. I wish to flirt with you, yet you regard me as an old father. Ha ha ha. The barrage of laughter filled the screen. Tang Kai felt a sense of despair, his intentions to charm evaporating. He forced a gentle smile as he administered the medication to Song Juyao and bid farewell to the three. Once they exited the infirmary, Song Juyao deliberately took a detour to the small grove, her searching gaze scanning the surroundings, yet she did not spot the person she longed to see. Ming Shu turned her gaze towards the grove, wondering whom she was searching for. She wished to inquire, but felt their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy that allowed such questions. Ming Shu, Li Zhao, why don't you spend the night at my place? Song Juyao proposed. The two were momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. Song Juyao was concerned that, following today's events, something dreadful awaited them in the dormitory, prompting her to invite them to stay with her instead. Ming Shu nodded, feeling deeply touched by her kindness and gentleness. Ah. Ming Shu, regain your composure. You must not succumb to these feelings. This individual is a criminal. You are here to fulfill your mission as an idol. This presents a splendid opportunity to discern if she harbors any hidden secrets, and surely the audience would be intrigued as well. The identity of the observer is a closely guarded secret, my ultimate weapon. In the student dormitory, numerous students keep pets, resulting in a well-stocked pet supply store. Song Juyao has recently become a cat owner, hastily purchasing a bag of cat food and a litter box yesterday, and now she wishes to acquire additional items. Consequently, Ming Shu and Li Zhao stood at the entrance, watching as Song Juyao filled her basket with an assortment of treats, canned food, and cat toys, all brimming as she approached the checkout counter. One should not exhibit such overt signs of being conquered by a feline. Is this too excessive? Li Zhao glanced at the price of the canned goods and, as a commoner, felt momentarily blinded by the exorbitance. What affordable items could possibly be found in a prestigious school? Why did she even bother to look? She felt the sting of capitalist luxury burn her eyes. Song Juyao wore a troubled expression, recalling Song Wanwan's countenance, unable to resist the urge to acquire everything. Ming Shu inquired, Song Wanwan, is that the name your senior chose for her cat? Indeed, isn't it lovely? Quite delightful. Hello, your total is 4,210. 9 yuan, the cashier beamed. As Song Juyao retrieved her phone to make the payment, her movements faltered momentarily, Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she looked up and said, I will only take a few of these. Very well. Song Juyao selected a few items and completed her purchase. Ming Shu scrutinized Song Juyao, pondering whether her earlier reaction was due to a lack of funds. That seemed implausible. Song Juyao ought to be quite affluent. From a young age, she had garnered wealth through her appearances on variety shows, skyrocketing to fame and subsequently increasing her worth. As a mere child, her expenses were minimal. And even her admission to Jinduo Law Academy came with a generous scholarship of 500,000, covering all tuition fees, along with the highest tier of financial aid. Now, she was also a member of the prestigious Olympic team. It was difficult to conceive of Song Juyao as anything less than a wealthy young lady. Tang Kai had yet to recover from the blow dealt by his father when a student summoned him to the student council, carrying a medical kit. He knocked on the door of the council president's office, which was opened by a girl who appeared to be his secretary, inviting him to enter. What greeted him was a spacious and opulent office, resembling a lavish parlor rather than a conventional workspace. On the splendid dark red patterned carpet, two young gentlemen, identical in appearance yet starkly contrasting in demeanor, turned their gazes towards him, one seated and the other standing. Please attend to the wound on my hand. The standing youth spoke with a voice that bore a cold metallic resonance, enhancing his frigid aura, even the fine frames of his glasses reflecting a chilling sheen. Jin Yao appeared somewhat agitated, as the bite mark on his thumb began to throb and itch once more. It was merely a nibble from a rabbit. Jin Yu interjected. Precisely for that reason, it is essential to take precautions against rabies. Doctor. Tang Kai was acutely aware that these two individuals were the emperors of the school. And even within this virtual realm, they resided at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Coupled with the recent cautionary tale of Ming Shu, he diligently embraced his role as the school doctor, quietly stepping forward to tend to Jin Yao's wound. In his live stream, the entrance of these two handsome figures had initially diminished the audience but subsequently revitalized it. The gash on Jin Yao's thumb had ceased bleeding, yet upon seeing it, Tang Kai couldn't help but be startled. The damage was indeed severe. Song Juyao's ferocity was rather alarming, and the bite mark would likely remain on Jin Yao's hand for a lifetime. Jin Yao allowed Tang Kai to attend to his injury while propping his chin on one hand, his brow furrowed in irritation, his gaze unfocused, lost in thought. That woman. When I see her next, he muttered to himself. He was pondering Song Juyao. I knew it. My frantic rush here was not in vain. The atmosphere was more reminiscent of a romantic drama. The realization that this was real life rather than a scripted television show exhilarated me. I came to witness the tortures and trials of the condemned, not to indulge in a Cinderella-esque campus romance. Jin Yu is my type. That refined rogue vibe. Absolutely my preference. Jin Yu remarked. Indeed. Special admissions are like the rat droppings of our school. They should all be eliminated. The secretary responded. President, if we were to expel the special admissions, what would become of our admission rates? When the police select K9 units, or when society chooses to train guide dogs and other service animals, they stipulate that the lineage must be free from any history of biting, harming, or madness. Why is that? Any inferior behavior is inherently rooted in one's genes. In this institution, apart from those admitted through special recommendations, every family has undergone a certain degree of lineage purification, accumulating excellence while discarding some inferior genetic traits. Do you truly believe that students hailing from affluent families with superior genes, under targeted cultivation, could possibly be outperformed by mere special admittees? Jin Yu spoke with a calm demeanor, as if merely stating the most ordinary fact, yet his words resonated with an air of arrogance. The secretary conceded, yes. I must have misjudged. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. The young woman turned and departed. Tang Kai was left speechless, taken aback by such blatant arrogance. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite plausible that many within the aristocratic class harbored similar sentiments in the real world. Jin Yu sought to eliminate the special admittees. He sensed that a tempest was about to engulf the school. As the apartment door swung open, Song Won scampered over, meowing. Song Juyao bent down to scoop her up. And the two, one person and one cat, engaged in a warm, affectionate nuzzle. You both should take some time to rest, Song Juyao suggested. Today had been a mentally taxing ordeal for the two girls. They retreated to an empty room to rest. Holding Song Won close, Song Juyao settled in the living room. Rummaging through her bag, she unearthed a 100 yuan note, 2 10 yuan notes, and 3 1 yuan coins. Cradling this sum of 123 yuan felt akin to grasping her last remnants of wealth, prompting a sigh to escape her lips. Just then, her phone vibrated on the table. She reached out to check. The caller ID read, "Umbrella. Sister Yulin?" A vibrant, mature voice echoed from the phone, tinged with irritation. "You turned 18 last week. Why haven't you canceled your bank card or transferred your household registration? Do you realize that your salary, which just arrived yesterday, was immediately withdrawn?" "I forgot." Rin Yulin's frustration escalated. "Are you trying to drive me to the brink? If I hadn't remembered that the Research Institute issued salaries yesterday and checked, would you have simply forfeited your next payment as well? Don't be upset. I'll handle the procedures in a couple of days, all right? A couple of days. You must go tomorrow. I'll have my brother give you a shout out to expedite the process." Rin Yulin's tone softened. "Okay, please thank Brother Jechi for me." After hanging up, Song Juyao childishly stuck out her tongue, then turned her attention to the muted inbox. The top message was a notification from the bank. Her account balance had dwindled to a mere 30 cents. Fortunately, her mobile payment wallet still contained a few hundred, or else she wouldn't even be able to afford a can of cat food. Song Juyao stared in silence for a moment, muttering to herself, "Thank goodness I accepted the principal's invitation to stay on campus. Otherwise, I would be sleeping on the streets." Could it be that Song Juyao's money is with Lu Yan? Having just come of age, her funds must have been under her guardian's control before. Thus, it seems she neither killed nor abandoned Lu Yan. Rather, Lu Yan may have taken all of Song Juyao's money, leaving her on the brink of starvation. Was a single phone call sufficient to hastily exonerate a murderer? Who can ascertain the identity of the individual on the line? What if it was not Lu Yan? Considering Lu Yan's character, it is implausible to imagine her wielding such dominance. The Futsai company has initiated yet another round of betting, this time wagering whether the individual who absconded with Song Juyao's funds is Lu Yan. I shall take the lead. Rainlin? Could it be Rin Yulin, the acerbic and eccentric woman who participated in I Am a Big Winner alongside Song Juyao? The ultimate showdown between Song Juyao and Rin Yulin can be deemed the most iconic and exhilarating battle in the history of I Am a Big Winner. The two contestants exhausted the question bank not once, but twice. The moment that diminutive, 10-year-old, wiry girl emerged victorious sent waves of exhilaration through the audience, both in the virtual realm and the tangible world, leaving them electrified. Ah, how curious I am. What trials and tribulations has Song Juyao endured over the past few years? There is an undeniable sense of legend surrounding her journey. To befriend someone like Rin Yulin suggests that Song Juyao is not entirely virtuous, after all. To be an NPC so widely loathed by others indicates there must be something amiss. Song Juyao departed with her earnings and made her way to the school supermarket. Purchasing some groceries for the student cafeteria had become too costly for her meager means. As Ming Shu rose, the sky was ablaze with fiery hues. The sun partially submerged beneath the horizon, and the air was permeated with the enticing aroma of food, accompanied by the sounds of bustling activity. For a fleeting moment, Ming Shu was momentarily lost in the illusion that she resided in a warm home within the realm of reality, as if caught in a dream. Following the sound, she made her way to the kitchen, where she beheld Song Juyao clad in loungewear, her hair gathered neatly at the back of her head. The soup in the pot bubbled gently, while she deftly sliced the carrots into delicate shreds with a rhythmic precision, her profile exuding an enchanting grace. Meanwhile, Song Wanwan, sweet and affectionate, leaned against her cotton slippers, scratching behind her ear. "Awake? Are you feeling better?" Song Juyao turned to her. Ming Shu nodded dazedly. "Shall we watch some television in the living room?" "All right," Ming Shu responded in a hoarse whisper, her eyes slightly reddening. Song Juyao appeared almost like an elder sister, radiating warmth and kindness akin to that of family, stirring the long-buried emotions in Ming Shu's heart, which had grown distant from her loved ones since her migration to the north at the tender age of 14. Could she truly be the kind of person who would harbor ill intentions and violate others? Thus, after standing for a moment in the living room, watching Song Juyao busily attend to her tasks in the kitchen, Ming Shu hastily entered Song Juyao's bedroom. The room was sparsely furnished, the bed neatly made, and the wardrobe contained only a few garments. Ming Shu endeavored to uncover any evidence that might reveal Song Juyao's clandestine misdeeds. Just when she thought she would find nothing, she inexplicably lifted Song Juyao's pillow, only to be greeted by a stack of photographs. She picked up the stack of photographs and discovered that they all depicted the same young man. He was tall, but perpetually lowered his head, hunching his back, and the air surrounding him seemed colder than in other places, exuding a gloomy aura that made people instinctively avoid him. There were images of him walking along the street, sitting in a CAF engrossed in a book, and dining indoors, various angles that unmistakably suggested they had been taken clandestinely. What is this? Song Juyao. Is this a case of covert photography? Who is this man? Ming Shu was bewildered. That's the boy from the small grove. Song Juyao is indeed unusual. What on earth is she up to? Who is this boy? Is Song Juyao contemplating murder? Is he her chosen target? How terrifying. She appears so perfectly normal. Why would she spy on someone? No, I genuinely believe there must be a deeper reason for her actions. Please don't let me down. I would wager everything that Song Juyao does not intend to harm him. Senior. Song Juyao remained oblivious to Li Zhao's entrance into her room. She had prepared soup and stir-fried dishes, and the three of them gathered around the dining table for dinner. Is it to your liking? Song Juyao inquired. It's absolutely delicious, Li Zhao exclaimed, her ears flushed with excitement. She had anticipated that Song Juyao would personally cook for them. Goodness. She had not only slept in the bed of her idol, but also savored a meal prepared by them. Ming Shu, preoccupied with thoughts of the photographs, was somewhat distracted, taking a moment longer to react exaggeratedly. Fortunately, Song Juyao did not take offense. She assumed that her mood was affected by the events on the tennis court earlier and offered her some words of comfort. As night fell, Song Juyao found herself on the terrace, engrossed in her reading, diligently working on her thesis, and reviewing experimental data sent by her colleagues. Occasionally, she would raise her telescope to glance at the apartment across the way. Sometimes, Li Zhao would shyly approach, her ears flushed, seeking clarification on problems she found perplexing. With gentle patience, Song Juyao would elucidate the concepts, providing her with additional exercises for practice. Gradually, Li Zhao settled beside her on the terrace, engaged in her studies. Though Li Zhao was puzzled by what Song Juyao was observing through the telescope, she refrained from asking, leaving the viewers in the live stream bemused. Some speculated that she was an ardent admirer of Song Juyao, utterly oblivious to the possibility that she might be using the telescope to spy on others. The dedication with which she tackled her studies contrasted sharply with the audacity of her actions. Indeed, Song Juyao was brazenly peering into the boys' dormitory. The viewers were torn, simultaneously adoring and fearing her. Ming Shu, feeling intimidated, dared not approach. Instead, she retreated to the restroom, feigning an analysis of her day's experiences for the audience, terrified of revealing her academic shortcomings in the live stream. While it is true that many idols in the entertainment industry possess only modest academic credentials, it is still a source of embarrassment to expose such truths before the public eye. She climbed into bed, retrieving a stack of photographs from beneath her pillow, her expression momentarily faltering. She has indeed discovered something. Is Ming Shu in trouble? Will she finally unveil a side unknown to others? Nervous anticipation. However, Song Juyao merely glanced towards the door, a flicker of confusion crossing her features, which soon dissipated. Leaning against her pillow, she perused the photographs in her hands. Her expression focused and gentle, a faint smile gracing her lips. Does she truly possess the eyes of a killer? Can this expression be likened to that of someone harboring murderous intent? After a while, Song Juyao extinguished the light and retired for the night. Upon rising the next day, her demeanor towards Ming Shu remained unchanged from the previous day. Thank you, Li Zhao, for the breakfast. It is absolutely delightful. Song Juyao remarked with a smile as she set down her chopsticks. Thank you, Ming Shu responded, her cheeks tinged with a blush. I feel quite embarrassed. As last night Song Juyao prepared dinner for us, and Li Zhao eagerly rose early to make breakfast, while I, it seems, slept like a log, only to be roused from slumber. In comparison, she felt rather discourteous. Song Juyao stated, "You two stay in the dormitory. I shall go find the principal." However, Li Zhao shook her head. We have the monthly exam today. I cannot be absent. Without a good score, I cannot secure the full scholarship. Song Juyao had risen to prominence within Jinkaduola Academy, and her reputation was a topic of incessant discussion among the students. Thus, as she traversed from the dormitory to the principal's office, the gazes of every student she encountered were markedly different than before. Song Juyao felt no particular concern. The principal was clearly aware of her purpose for visiting, his expression tinged with awkwardness, especially since, at that moment, there lay before him a proposal for the second half of the academic year sent over by the student council. You promised to reform the school and to treat the special admissions students well. The treatment of special admissions students at our school has surpassed that of all prestigious institutions. Consider the enrollment bonuses, the exemption from tuition and miscellaneous fees, as well as the scholarships. Aside from the slightly lesser amounts, most special admissions students in public schools receive similar benefits. Song Juyao stated earnestly. They can still forge friendships with equally exceptional peers in public schools. Enjoy the favoritism of teachers across various subjects, and bask in the admiration of their classmates, rather than being looked down upon and bullied as they are here. As the principal, how can you turn a blind eye to such matters? They have elevated the school's ranking. Are they not the school's benefactors? The principal felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny. If the student council president were not Jin Yu, he might have dared to intervene in student affairs, but how could he? Knowing Jin Yu held the position, this matter does not concern you, so do not meddle. If I had not witnessed this situation, it would be one thing. But having seen it, how could I pretend it does not exist? Moreover, she has already intervened to assist Li Jiao. If she now withdraws and does nothing, what kind of retaliation will that girl face? To pull someone from the abyss only to push them back in is undeniably one of the cruelest acts in the world. He resolved to abandon the matter and act unreasonably. Those students only heed the student council. If you truly wish to aid the special admissions group, go find them through the student council. The principal regretted inviting Song Juyao to reside at the school. He had not anticipated her propensity for meddling, leaving him in a predicament. What a disgraceful educator. How can such a person claim the title of principal? It is precisely such irresponsible educators who have ruined countless young seedlings. I am utterly infuriated. Am I the only one concerned about Song Juyao's failure to cancel her bank card? What if another sum of money arrives and is withdrawn? I am anxious. Mingshu instinctively shrank behind Li Jiao, acutely aware that after the incident on the tennis court yesterday, they had become notorious within the school. Pairs of eyes gazed at them with ill intentions. However, for reasons unknown, no one approached to confront them, merely casting cold stares as they passed. What is happening now? A special admissions alliance? It all depends on what Jin Yao and Jin Yu have to say next. Are they really that foolish? Song Juyao is not even a student. She can simply brush off Jin Yao and leave, but what about them? Who knows? The incessant murmurs were grating on her nerves, prompting Li Jiao to lower her head, with Ming Shu following suit. Suddenly, someone brushed past them, and Ming Shu caught a fleeting glimpse of two legs clad in black school trousers. Instinctively, she raised her head and saw a pale profile flash by. It was the boy from the photograph. Ming Shu's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched him enter class 1, her heart racing. Suddenly, she recalled how Song Juyao had unexpectedly appeared on this floor of the teaching building yesterday and rescued Li Jiao. She had forgotten at the time, but reflecting now, perhaps Song Juyao's appearance was indeed directed towards this young man. Ming Shu. Seeing her suddenly frozen, Li Jiao called out, "That! Do you know who that boy who just walked by is?" Ming Shu asked, her voice tinged with excitement. "Which one?" Li Jiao leaned in to take a look. "That one. The one about to enter through the back door of class 1. Finally, Li Jiao caught sight of him, scratched her cheek, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, that one. I know him." The entire live stream room erupted with excitement. Their curiosity peaked as they anticipated the revelation of the identity of the boy whom Song Juyao had been gazing at intently. Li Jiao cast a puzzled glance at the animated Ming Shu, unsure of the commotion's cause. "That is Jiang Baiqi from class 1, a special enrollment student. He's quite an oddity." Ming Shu repeated the name thoughtfully, then followed Li Jiao. "Oddity? In what way?" "He never communicates with others, almost like a mute, and carries an ominous aura. He can be rather intimidating. Sometimes he gazes at others with peculiar eyes, and his presence is almost ethereal. He appears and disappears like a ghost. People privately speculate that there is something amiss with him, and even the wealthy refrain from crossing him for fear of dreadful retaliation," Li Jiao whispered, gesturing to her head. "He truly is one of a kind at school. His somber and frightening demeanor is such that even bullies dare not confront him." Ming Shu rubbed her arms nervously. "Hearing you describe him makes me feel quite unnerved. What is his background like? How many family members does he have? Are you conducting a census?" Li Jiao looked at her in bemusement. "Just asking. How else would we know why Song Juyao is fixated on him?" "How would I know?" Li Jiao replied. "However, since he is a special enrollment student, he likely comes from a family that is not too different from ours. Coming from a wealthy background, she hardly valued the meager scholarship offered by the school, nor would she ever enter this institution as a special admit, becoming one of the lower-tier students. Ordinary in status, with a somber demeanor and a low profile, she nevertheless found herself under the gaze of Song Juyao, a girl who shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. This thought only deepened the intrigue surrounding her. The faction led by the chief director, Qin Wei, perceived this phenomenon positively, believing that as long as Song Juyao remained within their grasp, the fervor would only serve to their advantage. In contrast, the cautious faction, headed by the assistant director, Tang Shan tirelessly sought to uncover a fatal flaw in Song Juyao, aiming to sway the audience's opinion. The student council occupied an entire building, with each department equipped with its own office, member lounge, and conference rooms, the president's office situated at the very top. Upon entering the student council building, the sight of her astonished everyone. Song Juyao? What was her purpose here? Perhaps she was there to apologize to Jin Yao? But is Song Juyao truly that kind of person? Who could say what she was really like? As she stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor, speculation arose. Was she seeking an audience with the president? Surely. She would not attempt to curry favor with the president, despite the latter appearing more refined than Jin Yao. However, if one assumed the president was amiable, they would be sorely mistaken. The president harbored a strong disdain for special admits. They watched as the elevator numbers ascended, finally stopping on the 7th floor, and continued their discussion. Compared to Jin Yao epitomizes the essence of an aristocrat, his arrogance emanating from his very core. A staunch believer in the supremacy of bloodlines. It is said that he chose his fiancée at the tender age of 7, solely based on the fact that her family was deemed a suitable match in terms of social standing. With a chime, the elevator doors opened. The entire floor belonged to the student council president, rendering the corridor eerily deserted and tranquil, unlike the bustling activity of other floors. Sunlight poured in through the ornate glass windows on the left, casting a gentle glow. Song Juyao approached the office door and knocked softly. "Come in," came a cool, detached male voice from within. As she entered, Song Juyao found Jin Yu unperturbed by her presence. Upon her arrival at the student council building, someone had already alerted him by phone. In her reflection, she beheld the young man seated behind the desk. His facial features mirrored those of Jin Yao, yet his hairstyle differed, every strand meticulously arranged. His buttons were fastened with precision, and perched on his high nose were thin-framed glasses, exuding the air of an old-fashioned nobleman. "Miss Song, if you have come to apologize, your timing seems rather tardy," Jin Yu remarked, his expression impassive as he regarded her. "I am not aware of what I ought to apologize for," she replied. "It appears you did not come here to express regret," Jin Yu concluded, closing his fountain pen and rising to his feet. "You are here regarding the matter of special admissions, regardless of their status upon enrollment. They are fundamentally students of Jinkadora Academy, representing its esteemed facade to the outside world. In the future, they may even become invaluable assets to your company, contributing to the prosperity of your family business. I fail to comprehend why they are subjected to such disparate treatment by the student council." Meeting Jin Yu's cold yet aggressively piercing gaze, Song Juyao unwaveringly held his stare, her spine erect like a bamboo stalk. Jin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you questioning me? As the president of the student council, it is your duty to manage the school and maintain order. By what right do you stand here to admonish me? Like those pitiful special recruits, do you feel the sting of sorrow when witnessing your peers being bullied, prompting you to play the hero?" Flames of indignation flickered in Song Juyao's eyes, her typically upward curving lips pressed into a firm line. "Whether the victim is a special recruit or a scion of wealth, I will always extend a hand in their defense when they are unjustly harmed. I had not intended to confront you in this manner, but it appears that communication with someone of your ilk is futile. The students who suffer bullying often endure in silence out of fear of retaliation, but I shall not. You may continue to turn a blind eye to the plight of the special recruits, even encouraging their tormentors, yet the evidence will ultimately find its way to the judge. No, it shall land on the president's desk." Jin Yu displayed a smirk, a cruel mockery dancing in his expression. "It seems that a mere meeting with the president has become your source of pride." Song Juyao paid no heed to his derision. "I am aware that a centipede, though dead, does not stiffen. The Jin family has accumulated power over the years, even if you were to commit murder. And I presented the evidence before the president. He may not act against you. However, it is my understanding that the government harbors considerable discontent towards the aristocracy and is seeking means to undermine your rights and wealth. Do you truly believe I would not fortuitously provide them with a lever to pry into the Jin family's affairs? 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant hole. Does Chairman Jin not grasp this principle? Or has he become so arrogantly self-assured as to think his lineage will endure perpetually?" With a cold smile, Song Juyao turned to leave. Jin Yu's expression flashed with anger, clearly struck at a sensitive point. The struggle between nobility and government had indeed reached a fever pitch, and the Jin family now treaded cautiously. Song Juyao had deftly outmaneuvered him. Yet, what irritated Jin Yu more was her utter lack of reverence for him and his family. It was astonishing. In all his years, he had never encountered a commoner who dared to threaten him. It seemed that her biting of Jin Yao yesterday was no mere accident, but but rather a reflection of her disregard for their status. Jin Yu suppressed the surge of emotions threatening to overwhelm him, restoring an outward facade of calmness. Casting his gaze upon Song Juyao's departing figure, he remarked, "You make a valid point. Rest assured, I have no intention of leaving you with such leverage." At her feet, Song Juyao hesitated for a moment. "Jin Yu, ultimately, the existence of special admissions at Jinkaduo Law Academy is inherently unreasonable. After so many years of humanity evolving into modern society, with countless generations accumulating knowledge, it is astonishing that some still occupy the lower rungs of society. This clearly highlights the inferiority of your genetic lineage, rendering you unworthy of receiving a elite education on this land. Therefore, all special admissions at Jinkaduo Law will be dismissed." Song Juyao paused, turning to face Jin Yu. "What did you say?" Jin Yu lowered his gaze, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves. "Rest assured, the severance pay will be substantial. Given your impressive academic performance, I am certain public schools will be eager to accept you." "Ah, I'm going to explode. Curse your genetic theories. It is precisely because you wealthy individuals monopolize educational resources that others are forced to remain at the bottom. Look at the despicable actions of these affluent people, those with poor grades, during the college entrance examination, appropriating the achievements of others, draining the lifeblood of the impoverished, all while smugly insisting it is merely a matter of genetics. I am furious." Bang! With a thundering sound of a fist colliding, Jin Yu staggered backward, abruptly retreating 2 steps before ultimately tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. "My goodness! What on earth? Oh my!" Jin Yu clutched his cheek, which had been struck with a punch, and for the first time, a charming expression graced his once arrogant face. He stared at Song Juyao in disbelief, soon replaced by an expression of offended fury. Song Juyao approached him, looking down from her elevated position, her gaze akin to that of someone surveying refuse. "Violence resolves nothing," she declared, "which is precisely why I had no intention of resorting to it." Jin Yu, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "How dare you? How dare you trample upon another's dignity?" Song Juyao, even more incensed, darkened in countenance. "You, a representative of your school, made grand promises, luring in exceptional students with bright futures. Yet, instead of cherishing them, you now seek to cast them aside. It is truly repugnant." "You." Song Juyao bent down, grasping his collar. "Let me enlighten you. Even those in poverty possess a backbone. What makes you so exceptional? When I choose to strike you, I will do so. Your noble flesh will surely feel the sting of my fist." A predatory glint flickered in Song Juyao's eyes, her gaze ablaze with a fierce, crimson flame, as if capable of incinerating one's very soul. Jin Yu found himself locked in her penetrating stare, momentarily feeling as if he might be consumed by her intensity. His breath stalling, Song Juyao offered a faint smile, devoid of warmth. "What can you possibly do to me? I am a member of the Olympic prize team, a distinction held by only one team per nation, revered as a national treasure. The government is aware of my residence within the confines of Jinkadora Academy. Should any misfortune befall me, do you truly believe they would not seek accountability? This leverage I possess may indeed prove formidable. Furthermore, allow me to enlighten you about Mr. Alberga. I trust you are familiar with him. Should I falter in my research endeavors, I am destined to inherit the legacy of a munitions empire, being his sole pupil. If your father were to discover the trouble you have stirred, he might very well administer a few slaps to your face." Ah, what a thrilling narrative this is. The exhilaration is overwhelming. My goodness, what a captivating plot twist. I can scarcely contain my excitement. Song Juyao is utterly formidable. I yearn for a perspective from Jin Yu. Yet alas, he remains merely an NPC. Jin Yu's complexion shifted between hues of crimson and pallor, engulfed in rage and humiliation. He could never have anticipated encountering such an immovable obstacle, especially one stemming from a mere special admissions student, lacking any noble lineage. Upon releasing him, Song Juyao cast a disdainful glance his way, her expression reminiscent of one regarding something utterly vile, precisely the gaze they typically reserve for others. Consumed by fury, his mind went blank. He instinctively rose from the ground to confront Song Juyao. The moment his hand made contact with her shoulder, a wave of dizziness engulfed him. Crash! Jin Yu found himself sprawled on the ground, as if he could hear the sound of his bones fracturing. Yet, the cacophony of his shattered pride resonated even louder than the sound of his bones breaking. In an instant, the world came to a standstill. He questioned whether he had fainted or was merely ensnared in a dream. Otherwise, how could such an event transpire? How could anyone dare to treat him in such a manner? Song Juyao gazed at the boy who lay on the ground, having been thrown down by her shoulder throw. His meticulously styled hair was now disheveled, his glasses had flown off, his clothing was in disarray, and his expression was vacant, imbued with an aura of existential doubt. Song Juyao blinked and turned towards her desk, hoping not to be ambushed from behind. Song Juyao picked up the desk phone and dialed the school infirmary. The news of the new school doctor, a refined and handsome gentleman, had spread throughout the school, leading numerous girls to concoct excuses to visit. He found himself continually receiving visitors, feeling less like a school doctor and more like a male escort. Today, however, was a monthly exam day, and with a brief respite, he began to search for information on Song Juyao. He believed that knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Thus, he aimed to thoroughly understand Song Juyao before attempting to win her over. He harbored no concerns regarding the popularity of his live stream. He was confident that the audience's curiosity would only intensify. All he needed to do was sit before his computer, deftly search for Song Juyao, and a wave of viewers would flock to his channel, eager to join him in exploring her profile. Tang Kai searched, "Why is Song Juyao so beloved by the public? My father has gone far away and is unable to accompany me. Is he gone? No, he has merely journeyed far away." Song Juyao gazed earnestly at him. "Uncle Ping, I am profoundly saddened by my father's passing. It is not a matter of joy, I feel agony every day. And I do not wish to propagate this sorrow onto others." The tender voice of the little girl, uttering such words, inherently evoked tears, causing many soft-hearted staff members to well up with emotion. The director wiped his face, momentarily at a loss for words, yet affectionately ruffled her hair. Such a mature and understanding child is indeed heart-wrenching. "Oh my, I'm instantly in tears. Oh dear, I'm crying. As a mother, I truly cannot bear such scenes. It breaks my heart. I genuinely suspect that Song Juyao's actions stem from deeper circumstances. In this virtual realm, the person she becomes is undoubtedly influenced by certain intense qualities from her reality. At her core, she is such a good child. To claim she would attempt to harm others is utterly absurd. Let us refrain from making such statements without evidence. Should we not also consider the feelings of the victim's family? Is it not rather rash to assume that a murderer is wrongfully accused based solely on perception?" The comments section erupted once more. Tang Kai felt a whirlwind of emotions, yet as an esteemed actor, he refrained from displaying them outwardly. Upon receiving a call from Song Juyao, he hurried to the student council building with a nurse. Upon seeing Jin Yu on the ground, his composure shattered. He fell by himself, Song Juyao said with a smile. Tang Kai remarked, "Your expression could be even less sincere." Shortly after, Tang Kai, accompanied by several nurses, carried Jin Yu away. The members of the student council were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. Song Juyao elaborated once more. "Jin Yu merely had an accidental fall. Is that so?" Their student council president, a composed and elegant nobleman, had always maintained decorum. Yet, after only a brief encounter with her, the dignified president was being carried out of his office. The gazes directed at Song Juyao were fraught with trepidation. Yesterday, she had played a trick on Jin Yao, and today, Jin Yu was unceremoniously escorted out of the student council building. This woman was utterly formidable in the real world. Tang Shan, observing the resurgence of Song Juyao on trending topics in the accompanying surge in discussion, pressed his forehead in exasperation, wishing to implore Tang Kai to refrain from delving into her past. If Song Juyao were indeed a cunning and highly intelligent criminal, how could she possibly reveal her unsightly side to the public? He thought it best to look forward and leave the investigation of her past to others. Song Juyao had repeatedly enhanced her public favorability, and it could be said that Tang Kai had played a part in that. However, they could not voice their thoughts, as it would breach decorum, and the audience would surely overhear. In the Hua family, Madame Hua, Yuan Manji, watched in fury as those in the live stream spoke in defense of Song Juyao, nearly fainting from anger. Were these people out of their minds? They were actually defending a murderer. "My son has lost his life. It is truly unjust. Even His Majesty the King would stand up for my son upon learning of this. How can these people remain silent in the face of such outrage? It is utterly absurd." Upon hearing this, Yuan Manji immediately grasped Su Qing's hand, inquiring urgently, "When will this happen?" Su Qing winced from the grip, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes as she replied gently, "Soon, in no more than 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days more. This is a system devised by the king himself. 2 or 3 days is already quite swift. As for you, refrain from watching for the next few days. Rest well, and I shall keep an eye on things. When all is well, I will notify you, all right?" Yuan Manji's tone dripped with venom as she declared, "I want to witness her downfall, to see her subjected to the scorn and curses of the nation, to become a figure forever marked by disgrace." This will surely come to pass. After the morning examinations concluded, Ming Shu dashed out of the classroom, peering into the corridor to assess the situation in Class 1. Amidst the sea of heads, she finally spotted the one she sought. Jiang Baiqi was approaching, and Ming Shu's heart raced as she watched him advance step by step, finally calling out as he passed before her. "Jiang, classmate." Jiang Baiqi paid her no heed. "Jiang Baiqi." She called again, and this time he halted, turning to face her. He stood in the middle of the pathway, with people bustling around him. Ming Shu attempted to approach, but her shoulders were jostled as the crowd surged past, accompanied by a few unkind words. Meanwhile, he remained nonchalantly in place, seemingly unaffected, and did not bother to walk over like a gentleman. His demeanor was particularly infuriating. After much effort, Ming Shu finally managed to squeeze her way to Jiang Baiqi's side. "Hello, Jiang. I'm Ming Shu, a recent transfer student from Class 3. Jiang Baiqi responded with a nonchalant "oh." His tone seemed rather ordinary, and she couldn't help but wonder why he didn't inquire further. Did he lack curiosity? Ming Shu mused to herself. "Oh, it's nothing much. Since we are all special recruits, I just wanted to get acquainted. Care to join me for a meal at the cafeteria?" She proposed. "I have no interest in getting to know you. I don't wish to dine with you." Jiang Baiqi replied curtly before turning away. Ming Shu stood there, her expression frozen in disbelief, feeling wounded by his blunt dismissal. Was he truly so lacking in decorum? After all, she was undeniably beautiful. Was it because her face bore injuries, rendering her less attractive, that he treated her with such disregard? Li Zhao emerged, her gaze tinged with curiosity. "Are you perhaps?" No, don't say such things. I'm merely curious." Ming Shu interrupted, anxious that Li Zhao's words might reach Song Juyao and provoke her ire. She quickly tugged at Li Zhao to leave. Once Song Juyao exited the student union building, she made her way out of the school, where a rugged vehicle awaited her at the gate. Upon seeing the license plate, a smile brightened her face as she approached hastily. "Jieqi," she called, tapping on the car window. Inside, Renjiachi sprayed a hint of perfume into the air, fanning it with his hand to obliterate the scent of smoke before sliding down the window, revealing his mature and handsome visage. Renjiachi raised an eyebrow, exuding a charmingly roguish demeanor. "Long time no see, little beauty. You've grown up." "Yes, I've reached adulthood," Song Juyao replied with a radiant smile, embodying a childlike innocence, reminiscent of a young one encountering a trusted and beloved elder. "Now that you're an adult, it's time to embark on a new chapter of life." Confronting solitude and embracing independence, Renjiachi remarked, his large hand affectionately tousling Song Juyao's hair. "All right." Song Juyao climbed into the car and fastened her seatbelt. "Did Sister Yulin send you to fetch me?" "I told her I could manage on my own. It's merely a matter of transferring my household registration and canceling my bank card. I've just got some time off, and things have been quite tranquil lately. There haven't been any cases in my jurisdiction. It's been a while since we last met. Once we resolve this, let us go out for a meal. I'll treat you to something delicious," Renjiachi suggested. Song Juyao smiled at him, expressing her gratitude, her gaze fleetingly drifting to his fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. And she slightly lowered her eyes. The memory of participating in I Am the Big Winner resurfaced as she recalled meeting Ren Yulin. In that previous life, despite her disfigured and unappealing appearance, the name Ren Yulin had briefly crossed her path. However, it was Ren Jieqi who remained prominent in her recollections. After she began her quest for vengeance against those who had tormented her, Ren Jieqi persistently shadowed her, nearly apprehending her on several occasions. Though he was her adversary, he ultimately became her savior, rescuing her from the clutches of a deranged killer just before her demise. She vividly remembered the compassion in his eyes and the redness that tinged his gaze. As her pursuer, he must have thoroughly investigated her life, experiencing moments of indignation and empathy for her tragic circumstances. Thus, witnessing her ultimate demise and tragedy would surely evoke tears from him, a testament to his goodness. Both Ren Yulin and Ren Jieqi have significantly aided her. Ren Jieqi was the first to escort Song Juyao to the police station. However, Song Juyao lacked sufficient documentation for her household registration. "I am no longer that child from years past," she remarked with a wry smile, a hint of desolation in her eyes. Shortly thereafter, her head was playfully tousled, igniting a spark of irritation within her as her cheeks flushed. "Jieqi Gu, you shouldn't cry so easily now that you've grown up. Whatever the issue, I will resolve it for you." The Ren family hails from a lineage of military and police officials. Ren Yulin and Ren Jieqi's father is the director of a provincial police bureau, with numerous relatives holding positions in various governmental departments, their connections spanning the globe. Relocating her household registration, even with missing documents, would be a mere formality. Before long, all procedures were completed, and within a couple of days, a pristine household registration book, solely bearing Song Juyao's name, would come into her possession. Having secured her household registration, the next step was to cancel her bank card and apply for a new one. This card, issued long ago, was merely a supplementary card, tethered to her guardian's primary account due to her status as a minor. Subsequently, several calls were made to replace the card, ensuring her salary and personal income would no longer be deposited into the old account. Congratulations, you are now free, Rin Jiechi proclaimed. Thank you. Let us celebrate. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Sounds splendid. The relocation of household registration suggests that Lu Yin is still alive. Is it possible that Rin Jiechi's they refers to Lu Yin having remarried, with her new family draining Song Juyao's resources? Otherwise, why would there be a need to cancel bank cards? How pitiful is Song Juyao? How can one be so sure it is Lu Yin who has remarried and is leeching off others, rather than Song Juyao selling Lu Yin off? It seems more plausible that Song Juyao would sell Lu Yin to free herself from the burden of a mother, marrying her off to someone else, then using the money to silence everyone, all the while portraying herself as a victim of familial exploitation. Where is Lu Yin now? Perhaps she is suffering in a household with an abusive partner, while Song Juyao revels in her freedom, having spent millions to sever ties with her mother. Has she not considered that her mother could manage such a large sum of money? Lu Yin's plight is truly tragic. Song Juyao celebrates the estrangement from her mother without shedding a single tear. It would have been better to have a piece of char siu than such a daughter. Should we clean it up? A staff member inquired. Just as Tang Shan was about to respond, Qin Wei interjected, no need to bother. He was aware of who had hired the online commenters. If they were to remove them, that woman would bombard him anew. Regardless, they could not allow Song Juyao to prevail. They would steer public opinion as they saw fit. The chief director spoke, and Tang Shan had no choice but to remain silent. What about Mr. K? Tang Shan asked again. Mr. K said it's almost done. As the sun set in the west, Juyao, Rin Jiechi rested his arm on the windowsill and inquired, why do you choose to reside at school? I have a vacant apartment. Would you care to stay there for a while? A subtle shift appeared in Song Juyao's smile, causing Rin Jiechi's heart to sink. Hadn't I previously confided in Jiechi about my quest for someone? Is that person within this institution? Rin Jiechi's voice grew hoarse. Yes, Song Juyao replied, her eyes curving into sweet crescents as she waved goodbye and turned to enter the school. Rin Jiechi gazed at Song Juyao's retreating figure, took out a cigarette, and smoked two in quick succession before driving away. Song Juyao walked with a light step, her eyes sparkling with joy as she softly hummed the school anthem of Jin Kadwala, as if her heart were adrift in an ocean of bliss. Approaching the third teaching building, her gaze suddenly fixed on the silhouette of a boy approaching in the distance, prompting her to inhale deeply. Ming Shu, somewhat distracted, perked up at the cheerful voice of Li Zhao, lifting her head to see Song Juyao approaching from a distance. What truly caught her eye was the sight of Jiang Baiqi. The two were walking towards one another, destined to cross paths. At long last, what sparks would ignite between them? Would Song Juyao reveal even a hint of her hidden fascination? Would Jiang Baiqi display something distinctly different? Ming Shu widened her eyes in anticipation, her gaze riveted, mirroring that of the audience in the live broadcast. As they drew closer, the moment arrived. They stood face to face, and then they brushed past each other. It was as if they were strangers. Two individuals who did not know one another at all, simply passing by. Ming Shu? The audience? Is that all there is to it? To what extent must we endure this tantalizing suspense? What is it that makes Jiang Baiqi so exceptional? Why does Song Juyao feel compelled to surreptitiously observe him, her gaze fixated upon him with an intensity akin to that of a lovesick fool? In reality, as they brush past one another, she does not dare to glance his way. Is it a fear of being discovered? Or perhaps a sense of guilt that prevents her from meeting his gaze? Or could there be other motives at play? How are you all today? Are you well? Song Juyao inquired as she approached the two. Li Zhao replied, yes, nothing much happening today. Jiang Baiqi strolled leisurely, and as the trio continued on their way, they caught sight of his retreating figure. Ming Shu covertly glanced at Song Juyao and noticed that she was indeed watching Jiang Baiqi, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with light. Ming Shu felt an overwhelming urge to inquire about her intentions, yet upon recalling Juyao's clandestine actions regarding Jiang Baiqi, she hesitated, fearing that a careless question might unearth unspeakable consequences. The thought filled her with trepidation, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Unbeknownst to her, the audience in the live stream, who could shift perspectives and were witnessing Jiang Baiqi within the frame, saw something quite remarkable. Oh my goodness! I nearly jumped out of my skin. Jiang Baiqi is using his phone as a mirror to look at Song Juyao. I can't believe it. That was so sudden. It startled me to my core. Chilling. Has Jiang Baiqi been aware of Song Juyao's gaze all along? The tension has suddenly escalated. In the stillness of the night, Song Juyao sat on the terrace, engrossed in her book while observing the youth in the opposite dormitory. Suddenly, her phone rang, revealing the name of Ms. Lu Yin on the screen. The online comments erupted with excitement. Lu Yin, the elusive Lu Yin, had made her first appearance. After contemplating the caller ID for a moment, Song Juyao answered the call. Juyao, its mother, came the familiar, fragile voice of Lu Yin from the other end. Is there something you need? Have you canceled the bank card? After the cancellation of the supplementary card, Lu Yin had naturally received the bank's notification. As per their agreement, she would cancel that card upon reaching adulthood and also transfer her household registration. A sob broke out on the line, and Lu Yin's tearful voice followed. Juyao, are you truly going to abandon me? Regardless of everything, I'm still your mother. I carried you for 10 months and brought you into this world. Even if I am useless, I remain your mother. Song Juyao was silent for a moment. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait. Lu Yin hurriedly interjected. Juyao, you cannot forsake me. Mother is ill and requires substantial funds. Our family cannot bear the burden. Please help your mother, Song Juyao replied coldly. So, after all this time, your call is merely about money. Juyao, I have no money. Please do not call me again. With that, Song Juyao ended the call. The phone rang once more, but this time she chose not to answer, allowing the ring to echo in the quiet apartment. Is it acceptable to disregard a mother's illness? Indeed, it appears that Song Juyao has forsaken Lu Yin. Regardless of the circumstances, one should never abandon their own mother. Is earning money truly so effortless that one cannot spare a little for their mother? How can one expect warmth from a person who displays such indifference to their own biological mother? Ah, cast your aspersions upon me. Unleash your vitriol. These stones hurled my way shall serve as the very steps upon which I ascend to greatness. Song Juyao lowered her gaze, concealing the flames of defiance within her eyes, as she tenderly scooped up the little kitten that had scampered joyfully to her after waking. A gentle smile graced her lips as she reveled in the moment, playfully nuzzling the creature. I find myself questioning my own values. Lu Yin has evidently been draining Song Juyao for years. Is that not sufficient? No matter the circumstances, Lu Yin is still a mother. I suspect there are orchestrated voices in the comments, endlessly repeating that Lu Yin is a mother. And what of it? A child does not beseech their mother to bring them into the world. Ultimately, it is the mother's choice. Why must the child bear the burden of everything? What has Lu Yin ever sacrificed for Song Juyao, I wonder? Director Tang, we have received news from Mr. K. Indeed. 17017. Curiosity abounds. For since the inception of the first season of Just Judgment to the present 20th season, spanning a decade and featuring over 50 defendants, none have ever been quite like Song Juyao. She stands apart, utterly flawless, a veritable magnet for admiration, radiant and fierce, equally capable of sweetness and saltiness, embodying justice and kindness. The only point of contention lies in her act of spying on Jiang Baiqi. However, this has not deterred certain individuals from being utterly captivated by Song Juyao. Consequently, there exists a profound curiosity surrounding her past. Regardless of whether one harbors disdain or admiration, it is evident that people are filled with intrigue regarding Song Juyao. Please, hurry up. I am truly tormented, teetering on the brink of being utterly captivated by Song Juyao. The hidden truth of the murderer must be unveiled swiftly, striking a blow to those devoid of moral compass. Are the fans of Song fearful? I refuse to believe her charm is not a fade. I would wager my entire fortune that she has ascended by treading upon the corpses of others. What is there to fear? I would bet everything that Song Juyao is indeed a person of virtue. Her act of spying on Jiang Baiqi must have some commendable motive. The annals of judicial history are not devoid of cases where criminals have been wrongfully accused or misjudged, and there are indeed many. For those who boldly claim they would wager everything, prove it by presenting the electronic receipt of your lottery ticket. Merely blustering is of no substance. The initial flashback features a scene before Song Juyao and Lu Yin participated in Unparalleled Mothers. In the hotel room, Lu Yin, with her phone in hand, radiated excitement. And as 10-year-old Song Juyao emerged from the bathroom, she promptly approached her. At that tender age, Song Juyao appeared emaciated and dark-skinned, resembling a child from a slum, yet exuding a heart-wrenching maturity and understanding. She was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Is it the show featuring the enchanting fairy of smoke and waves that you adore?" Indeed, the mention of her idol ignited a spark of excitement in Lu Yin. Shall we attend it together? All right then, as long as it brings joy to mother. Song Juyao smiled, exuding a naive charm and an unwavering trust in her mother. For her, she had always served Lu Yin in this manner since childhood. How could she comprehend the irrationality of it in the eyes of others? How could she ever fathom that Lu Yin would be subjected to nationwide criticism because of it? Upon the airing of unparalleled mother, Lu Yin faced a torrent of scorn, and in the solitude of her hotel room, she wept bitterly, feeling utterly wronged. Why do they criticize me so harshly? Who dictates that a mother must conform to a certain mold, and that a child must be a specific way? My daughter is exceptional, she cares for me, and what could possibly be wrong with that? Meanwhile, outside the hotel room, Song Juyao and Ren Yulin stood in the corridor. Song Juyao appeared lost and bewildered, grappling with confusion. Why are they condemning my mother? It's all my choice. Mother is so fragile. And father asked me to take good care of her. Ren Yulin, visibly agitated, grasped Song Juyao's face and exclaimed, "You've been brainwashed, you fool. Is this how a mother should be? You are her daughter, not her servant. You are merely 10 years old. How perplexing it is that you exhibit such strength on the stage of I Am the Big Winner, yet find yourself so bewildered in this matter. Are you merely a bookworm?" Song Juyao felt her face being pinched, listening to her mother-esque cries from within, while gazing at the furious Ren Yulin. Utterly at a loss, her hands clasped helplessly before her. She appeared pitiable, as if her fragile psyche had endured a significant blow. In that moment, Ren Yulin truly felt a profound sympathy for the child, her eyes reddening with emotion. How unfortunate it is for this child, raised like a mere laborer by her parents, devoid of any understanding that she deserves protection and care. What a foolish girl. Ren Yulin released her grip on her face. Is there any way to prevent my mother from being scolded again? Song Juyao asked cautiously. How could there possibly be a solution? Lu Yin could never redeem herself in this lifetime. The more Song Juyao tried to explain, the more people would condemn Lu Yin. Living with such a mother, Song Juyao would be burdened for life. At that moment, within the room, Lu Yin received a phone call. Big brother. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Yin felt a surge of relief, as she had found someone to confide in, and she answered the call in tears. Lu Guqing, look at you. What good does crying do? Didn't I tell you before? That little brat has a wild heart. Sooner or later, he will fly away. Can you truly rely on him? Lu Yin, woo-woo. Lu Yin, I do not wish to marry Qinlai. He is abusive. Yao Ao says it is unacceptable. Lu Guqing, with gentle persuasion, noted that Lu Yin was a person who tended to retreat upon encountering setbacks. Previously, she believed that urban life was far superior to that of the countryside, yet now, after facing criticism, she found herself reminiscing about the comforts of rural life. She also observed that Song Juyao, after participating in I Am a Big Winner, had gradually transformed into someone unrecognizable compared to her former self. Lu Guqing articulated these thoughts, and Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, elder brother, what about Qinlai? Are we still considering marrying Lu Yin to him? His mother approached me the other day, expressing interest in that young lad. She wishes to enhance the Qin family's lineage and is willing to offer a considerable sum to acquire him as a child bride for her grandson. If we proceed with marrying Lu Yin off, that young lad would undoubtedly have to follow suit. Lu Yin's second brother interjected, extending all 10 fingers with a glint of avarice in his eyes. Lu Guqing remained silent, as the entire family awaited his decision with bated breath. The live stream exploded with reactions. I weep for Song Juyao. How pitiful she is, surrounded by such repugnant characters, and Lu Yin, just die already. Hurry and leave this world. Others expressed their outrage. I am so furious I could kill someone. Who do they think they are, attempting to sell Song Juyao? In essence, the focus that should have been directed toward the reactions of the judged in the face of trials had instead shifted to the reprehensible nature of these NPCs. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shan felt a foreboding sensation rising within him. However, at this juncture, he could only reassure himself that it was all right, until the final moment. Who could predict whether a twist of fate might occur? Not long after, Song Juyao rose from her slumber, only to find Lu Yin absent. Her attempts to call went unanswered, and a wave of anxiety compelled her to search desperately, her gaze reminiscent of a forsaken child. It was only when Lu Yin disembarked from her flight and was received by Lu Guqing that Song Juyao finally received a call from her. Mom? The voice on the other end chilled Song Juyao's very blood. Lu Guqing interjected, your mother has just landed and is weary. She does not wish to speak with you. I am your uncle. You must not allow my mother to marry Chen Lao. He is an abuser and will inflict harm upon her, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. Her heart sank, and she dared not look back. Could it be that they would truly sell Song Juyao? How could she possibly escape again? The audience's threshold of tolerance was repeatedly provoked, igniting their fury to the point of combustion. Anyone who dared to speak in Lu Yan's defense would surely face collective ire. Was this truly what constituted a mother? A child with such a mother had indeed fallen to the depths of misfortune. Had they been in Song Juyao's position, they would have already taken a knife to Lu Yan. Her thoughts turned bitter, even bordering on exasperation. How could Song Juyao be so obedient? So blind to Lu Yan's selfish nature, while still hoping for her awakening? The frustration was palpable. During the time Song Juyao was confined, her phone had been confiscated. Lu Guiqing procured a bank card, unaware that Lu Yan did not know its password, nor was she privy to the extent of Song Juyao's earnings. Given that Song Juyao was still a minor without an identification card, the bank card had been issued under Lu Yan's name. Thus, Lu Guiqing, under the pretext of assessing her finances to determine the scale of the villa he could construct for her, took her to the bank and altered the password using the identification card. As night fell, the siblings gathered once more, initially reveling in joyous revelry with drinks, only to later devolve into a quarrel over the share of Song Juyao's fortune. "Second brother," one protested, "your words lack merit. I at least drove to the airport to fetch someone. What have you done? Merely arriving 2 days earlier than I and engaging in some idle chatter?" "Oldest brother, my house is yet to be renovated. It's drafty at night." "Brother, my wife has just become pregnant." Lu Guiqing, smoking a cigarette, relished the flattery from his younger siblings, exuding confidence as he held onto Song Juyao's money as if it were his own. Thus, he refrained from making an immediate decision and abruptly shifted the conversation. Upon reflection, the Chen family's offer of 100,000 is quite insufficient. In this era, intellect is paramount. They cannot expect to enhance their lineage with such a paltry sum. It must be at least doubled. Others nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Just as the onlookers were consumed by the family's unabashed audacity, Song Juyao ceased calling for Lu Yan. Wiping her tears, her gaze shifted, as if clarity dawned upon her. "Cousin, please summon your father. I have a business proposition to discuss with him." Her cousin lingered at the door. Earlier, while she cried out, he had been engrossed in his phone, but now, sensing the gravity of her tone, he became unsettled. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to call for Lu Guiqing. "Is it truly necessary to sell Lu Yan? I implore you, hasten the sale of Lu Yan. The likes of Lu Yan should truly meet their demise. Sell her off, perhaps to Chun Lao heir, and let her suffer." The netizens expressed their outrage. However, in reality, had Song Juyao truly taken such a course of action, they would have deemed her heartless and unfeeling. Now, she aimed to shatter this oppressive chain, much like she sought to dismantle the wickedness of this world. Lu Guiqing approached, accompanied by other members of the Lu family, eager to witness what she might say in this dire moment. The petite girl stood resolutely before a throng of despicable adults, appearing so vulnerable yet holding her head high, her eyes still reddened, displaying a stubborn maturity that tugged at the heartstrings. "Is 400,000 in my bank account sufficient for your satisfaction?" the young girl inquired. "Before arriving here, I had just signed a contract for the next season of I Am the Big Winner, with a net appearance fee of 1.5 million for each episode. I can assure you, I will make it to the final episode, so you can calculate the total I will receive." The eyes of Lu Guiqing and his cohorts darted wildly, their greed and desire almost palpable, as if it might materialize before them. They had never fathomed such a vast sum could enter their lives so effortlessly, just within reach. Selling her off for a mere 200,000? After hearing the figures just mentioned by Song Juyao, they deemed 200,000 beneath their consideration. Lu Guiqing restrained his excited siblings and turned to Song Juyao, asking, "With such a fortune, what can you offer us?" "All of it shall be yours. But I have but one request." "What is it?" "I wish to take my mother with me. This sum exceeds what you would gain from selling her, does it not?" "Surely, it is enough." Song Juyao was but a child, her eyes brimming with indignation. "Foolish child. They not only wish to sell Lu Yan, but also intend to sell you. I am infuriated. I cannot bear to witness this. How can such a mother not feel ashamed and still wish to take her away? She is merely 10 years old. How can the bond and affection a child has for her mother be so easily severed? All I hope for now is that Lu Yan becomes her own person and does not follow her. It truly breaks my heart." Lu Guiqing and his siblings convened outside, each one ablaze with excitement at the prospect of such wealth. Even a split would yield millions. The Chen family could not amass such a fortune, and Lu Yan would never fetch such a price. Lu Guiqing extinguished his cigarette, his eyes glinting with ambition. "You short-sighted fools. forsaking the golden egg-laying hen and fixating on mere coins. Eldest brother, what do you mean? Let Lu Yan and that little brat go. Can she promise us all the subsequent riches? Even if she did, how much would that truly be? As long as we keep Lu Yan here. That little brat is nothing more than a kite tethered by strings, unable to fly away. Eldest brother, brilliant. They summoned Lu Yan, encircling her, painting visions of a bright future. Lu Yan, a delicate princess meant to be cherished, could be easily swayed with a mere piece of candy. Soon enough, she was enchanted, resolved to remain in her hometown. Song Juyao glared angrily at Lu Guoqing and his cohorts, urgently grasping Lu Yan's hand. Mother, come with me. I will protect you. Let us leave together. I will buy you a grand villa and treat you to delightful feasts. Please come with me. I cannot allow you to remain here. They are all wicked individuals, Song Juyao exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency as tears streamed down her cheeks, attempting to pull Lu Yan away. Lu Yan forcefully shook off her grasp. They are my brothers. How could they possibly harm me? Lu Yan's eyes reddened, her implications clear. At that moment, a vehicle sped toward them from outside. Ren Yulin swiftly drew Song Juyao behind her. We are fully aware of your intentions. Lu Yan, do you truly wish to abandon this daughter? Lu Yan turned her head away in silence. Lu Yan, once Song Juyao reaches adulthood, she will sever ties with you. And you will be indifferent to that? Lu Guoqing chuckled. You truly have a penchant for jest. The bond between mother and daughter cannot simply be dissolved by changing residence. Even if she moves to a big city for her studies and part-time work, her mother will remain at home waiting for her. Ultimately, it is for her future. After all, it is for her benefit. Initially hesitant, Lu Yan felt a surge of conviction upon hearing Lu Guoqing's words. Indeed, even upon reaching adulthood. Song Juyao will always be my daughter. Is it truly possible to sever that connection? However, the 10-year-old took this to heart and burst into tears. Mom, please don't abandon me. This is utterly heartbreaking. What a tragic scene. Well done, Ren Yulin. How pitiful for the young Juyao. The only redeeming quality of Lu Yan throughout her life was her decision not to accompany Song Juyao in her departure. How lamentable, how heart-wrenching. Yet fortunately all of this has now become a thing of the past. I shall not tolerate anyone uttering the phrase, after all, Lu Yan is a mother. Lu Yan's hold was utterly shattered at this moment. The young girl was embraced by Ren Yulin, her lips curling into a gentle smile. As if she were fully aware of the victory she had achieved at this very moment. The production team fell into a profound silence. It was never that she rejected Lu Yan. Rather, it was Lu Yan who cast her aside. Hush. Tang Shan felt a tangle of emotions. He had steadfastly maintained that the judicial system was just and that Song Juyao was indeed a murderer. Even if Song Juyao were an ordinary person and the young master of the Hua family a wealthy individual, the stark reality remained that a young life had been lost. It is not necessarily true that the poor are virtuous and the rich are malevolent. Such notions are mere stereotypes. Continue, Tang Shan commanded. Lu Yan was indeed a fool, and the Lu family shared this sentiment, never regarding her with any seriousness. After Song Juyao's departure, Lu Guoqing did fulfill his promise, using the money earned by Song Juyao to construct a grand villa for Lu Yan, complete with a garden and a hired maid. However, Lu Guoqing and his family subsequently moved in themselves. Initially, Lu Yan was quite pleased. But soon she began to endure the subtle criticisms and disdain from her sister-in-law, who made her feelings clear. At night, Lu Guoqing would gather with friends in the living room to play mahjong and indulge in midnight snacks, creating such noise that she could hardly find peace to sleep. Each morning, her nephew would awaken with a cacophony of noise. The funds meant for her, derived from her own efforts, were now tightly grasped by them, leaving her feeling like a homeless person, dependent on others for shelter. She began to feel wronged, longing for Song Juyao and yearning to leave. Lu Guoqing would not allow her to call Song Juyao, fearing she might run away to find her. He even hid her identification card. Lu Yan ultimately realized she had been deceived, yet she could conceive no solution, only tears. However, this family did not treat Lu Yan like a princess. She was required to work. Reluctantly, she commenced her toil as an ordinary rural woman, giving birth to a son, unable to afford expensive skincare products and burdened with labor. Her appearance gradually deteriorated. Occasionally, she would hold her son and weep, reminiscing about the days when she was cherished by a husband and daughter. Deservedly so. This is retribution. Indeed, the fate of a maid in the guise of a young lady. She could have truly been a princess served by others. Yet fate denied her that privilege. Ha! Lu Guoqing's son has fallen into gambling, destined for bankruptcy and debt. Just wait until Song Juyao comes of age, and you shall await your demise. Thus, she persevered in her growth, transforming into a person of exceptional merit. Wow, I can't take it anymore. I am sobbing uncontrollably. That's wonderful. Crying, truly inspiring. How can such a beautiful person exist? Sob, sob, sob. But what about Song Juyao secretly observing Jiang Baiqi? If Song Juyao would do such a thing, there must be a reason. I believe it to be positive. Suddenly, the teacup crashed violently against the television screen. This was not enough. Fruits, fruit platters, and vases followed suit, all hurled at the screen in a frenzy. Did not even think about it? Did not even think about it? Yuan Manji raged, cursing furiously. My son has lost his life, and you still wish to reduce the sentence? Dream on. Let me tell you, you are merely dreaming. In a state of hysteria, she rendered the servants too fearful to approach, exchanging glances and retreating into the corners. Silenced by her wrath. Just then, the butler entered, and upon witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow and addressed the servants. What are you standing there for? Quickly tidy up the living room. The eldest young master has returned. Only then did the servants hurriedly begin to clean, enduring several blows from Yuan Manji in the process. The butler interjected, Madam, please remain calm. The eldest young master is back. Is there no justice left? I truly ought to seek an audience with His Majesty. Even he would pity me. At the mention of the king, Wusun finally exhibited a hint of reaction, smirking slightly. How long has it been since the 7th day? Are you still mourning? Following closely behind him, the butler remarked, Madam is watching the trial reality show, where the perpetrator responsible for the young master's demise has garnered numerous votes for vindication. Oh? Wusun responded with some surprise. There are indeed people who can obtain vindication votes on this program? Suddenly, a memory struck him. During the recent cabinet examination, Luo Chao had mentioned it, and at that time, the defendant had seemingly sparked considerable controversy. The butler continued, Today, the master awakened once and inquired about your cabinet examination and His Majesty's disposition. A look of joy suddenly graced the butler's previously composed visage. Wonderful. If you pass the 3rd examination, you shall become a minister under His Majesty, with the opportunity to serve him. Should you be chosen as a divine envoy, the Hu family could ascend to nobility. The family has already ascended to the pinnacle of wealth. Seemingly but a step away from nobility, however, in reality, it is a chasm that separates them. When your father awakens, you inform him that the king remains, as before, in a wretched mood. In truth, upon encountering the king in the grand hall, nearly lost control of himself. His complexion was ashen, only slightly better thence. As entered the study, the door closed behind him, and a piercing scream reached his ears. He instinctively pulled out his phone and opened a social media platform. Swiftly locating the relevant trending tag, he clicked on it and was confronted with an enlarged image of captured mid-broadcast. The young woman in the photograph was strikingly beautiful. Her smile warm and radiant, her eyes brimming with starlight. Found himself momentarily frozen, his heart fluttering ever so slightly. Regarding the program, director reported that the number of votes for the appeal had reached an impressive 650,000. Seated in his chair, appeared to enter a state of contemplation, enveloped by a sense of ennui, with no words left to express. Though 650,000 votes is still a considerable distance from the threshold of 50 million required for a reduction in sentence, it is worth noting that prior to this day, the highest vote count for any criminal in this program had only reached 560,000, accumulated over several episodes. Yet, in her very first episode, had already surpassed all previous totals. For various reasons, many individuals, though deeply moved to the point of tears and experiencing a compelling urge to cast their votes in her favor, have yet to do so. After all, the votes they hold carry significant weight, while Song Juyao possesses a life in her hands. Considering the sentiments of the victim's family, not everyone can be swayed to decisively cast such a vote after a singular moment of emotion. Moreover, the matter of Song Juyao's covert observation of Jiang Baiqi remains unresolved. What if the tide were to turn? Such a vote for vindication requires the audience to invest their own identification, credit points, and financial resources. It is precisely because these votes bear such weight that they are not easily acquired, leading individuals to treasure them and use them judiciously. Yet, to have garnered so many votes in just the first episode, Song Juyao is indeed remarkable. I have a premonition that she may truly be able to reduce her sentence. A staff member whispered. In truth, I secretly cast a vote if she can indeed lessen her sentence. By how many years? That would depend on the court's discretion. If the online community responds fervently, she may be granted additional years off. A sentence reduction? The oil in the pan sizzled intensely as the eggs were cracked. the white solidifying into a creamy mass, filling the air with the delightful aroma of fried eggs. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on Song Juyao's profile, which appeared so serene and tranquil. Good morning, Yao Yao. Even preparing breakfast alone seems such a pleasurable experience. It looks truly comforting. I wish to have a sandwich too. Today, Yao Yao remains stunning. Seeing her inspires me to strive for my studies. Here lies the courtroom spectacle. Do not mistake it for a mere talent show. The first episode is far from over, and one must wonder what kind of person Song Juyao truly is, and what undisclosed truths may lurk beneath her facade. The reason for her spying on Jiang Baiqi remains a mystery. As the toast popped from the bread maker, Song Juyao meticulously sliced a freshly washed tomato, the gleaming blade reflecting the faint smile that graced her lips. 50 million votes may suffice to consider a reduction in sentencing for certain ordinary offenders, as it could be viewed as a gain, wouldn't it? Yet, how could she possibly be satisfied, setting aside the fact that she had been sentenced to life imprisonment? Even with a reduction of 50 years, she would still face over a decade behind bars. Should her life extend further, her confinement would be prolonged. Moreover, her adversaries would not permit her the luxury of a peaceful decade in prison. 50 million votes could lead to a commutation, while 100 million votes would prompt the king's direct investigative committee to re-examine her case, regardless of how much time had elapsed. Even the faintest hint could be discerned by that assemblage of prodigies, solely beholden to the king. Nobility could only acquiesce, let alone the Hua family. She vividly recalled that Hua Hai, the rapist, exhibited alarming behavior prior to his assault. The living room bore the remnants of a party. The air thick with an unsettling aroma, and a trace of white powder lay on the sofa. In detention, she grappled with a perplexing thought. How could Hua Hai, a man of considerable stature, fall with a mere push and perish from a single tumble? Was the true cause of Hua Hai's demise her push? Or was there another factor at play? If her thoughts were to be realized, the Hua family would face annihilation. Continue to gaze at me, dear friends. The knife descended diagonally, and thus the sandwich was crafted. Song Juyao took a bite, seemingly pleased with the flavor, her eyes curving into crescents. Song Wanwan emerged from her room, playfully clutching a photograph, while Song Juyao approached, bending down to retrieve the picture from the cat's mouth. She gazed upon the somber youth captured within, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. Qinwei had just endured another scathing reprimand from Yuan Manji, and at that moment, upon witnessing Song Juyao's plea for justice, he began to sense a growing unease. He summoned the assistant directors for a meeting. What do you mean? Indeed. Song Juyao had completely eluded their control. From this point forward, we shall orchestrate the actions of the real NPCs, while simultaneously introducing several more into the mix. In the absence of dilemmas, we shall contrive some for her. He remained unconvinced, believing that a collective effort to scheme and design against her would ultimately prove ineffective. After finishing her breakfast, Song Juyao stepped beyond the school gates. Meanwhile, on this serene and sunlit morning, the student council dropped a bombshell upon the special admissions students throughout the school. With a resounding impact, it ignited a fervor among the special admissions cohort. Early that day, the student council announced a significant change regarding the school as policies on special admissions on the campus BBS. The special admissions system would be abolished. Consequently, a portion of the current special admissions students would be required to transfer, with the list of affected students still under discussion. It would be unveiled in 2 weeks, urging all special admissions students to brace themselves psychologically. This action sparked widespread debate across the school. Splendid. This institution ought not to have any special admissions. A group of individuals exuding an air of impoverishment is simply irksome. Oh, does the Board of Trustees approve of this? Ha ha. ISNT the chairman, the father of Jinyo and Jinyu? This revelation is akin to a bolt from the blue for the special admittees. What does this mean? Excuse me, what does this announcement signify? Does it imply that someone is to be expelled? On what grounds? What have we done wrong? Indeed. Why should we be expelled when everything was perfectly fine? The special admittees have a group chat, and Ming Shu observed the chat box buzzing with activity. Each response from the special admittees was intensely fervent, yet her reaction was rather muted, as she was not a genuine special admittee. Turning her gaze, she noticed Li Zhao's face had turned ashen. Zhao Zhao? Li Zhao remained silent, merely picking up her phone to join the conversation in the chat. Ming Shu continued to glance at the group, discovering that many were tagging a student named Zhou Shuqin, whose group name was noted as the senior year. He was a senior student. It turned out that Zhou Shuqin was a highly popular figure among the special admittees at Jinka Duolo Academy, resembling a leader of sorts. Whenever issues arose within the special admittees, such as delays in scholarship disbursements or particularly egregious actions taken against them by other students, it was Zhou Shuqian who would stand up and confront the school, demanding a fair explanation. He was a young man imbued with a strong sense of justice. Thus, in light of such a significant event, everyone awaited his response and guidance. Zhou Shuqian soon made his appearance. Zhou Shuqian, everyone, let us convene at Playground C. We must seek clarification from the principal. As soon as Zhou Shuqian spoke, all the specially admitted students from the high school promptly rose and made their way to Playground C. Li Zhao and Ming Shu, of course, could not be left behind. Soon, a considerable number of students gathered at Playground C. Zhou Shuqian stood atop the flag-raising platform. A tall and slender youth with a closely cropped hairstyle and a well-proportioned visage. Rest assured, the student council's announcement lacks any logical inconsistencies. There must be some error. Zhou Shuqian declared. Let us approach the principal together and demand an explanation. A throng of students began to march toward the principal's office, while privileged students in the teaching building observed them with amused expressions. By the time the principal received the notification, he had already taken refuge. This matter is a decision made by the student council. If you have grievances, address them to the council, a teacher, feeling a pang of sympathy as they saw the students standing in the sun, informed them. Such significant issues concerning the school should not be solely decided by the student council. The school board would never approve. It is futile to discuss this with me. Go to the student council instead. Consequently, the large group was compelled to redirect their course toward the student council building. However, they were intercepted by the members of the committee at the entrance, preventing their entry. Jinyo languidly leaned against a pillar, smoking. Are you attempting to incite rebellion? Coldly inquired Fu Miling, a girl with her arms crossed defiantly at the door, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Zhou Shuqian replied, we merely seek an explanation. What does the announcement mean? Is it not about being the top of the grade? Is comprehension truly so lacking? Was it not stated clearly? How can you treat us this way? On what grounds can you expel us? Indeed, on what basis? What do you mean by asking us to prepare for the entire special enrollment? The special enrollees protested vehemently, their voices overlapping in indignation. Silence. Fu Miling roared, clearly exasperated by your audacity to create such a ruckus. Jean Kadula Academy is a private high school, not a public institution bound by compulsory education. If I tell you to leave, then you must leave. What right do you have to question me? The moment those words escaped her lips, the special enrollees fell silent. Their faces drained of color. How utterly hurtful. I am infuriated. How dare this wretched school treat its students in such a manner? These poor souls are merely children, barely in their teens. A school should be a sanctuary. Yet they are confronted with the harsh realities of a capitalistic society that prioritizes wealth. What kind of individuals will they become in the future? This truly tramples their dignity underfoot. Yao Yao, come and help us against the villains. Why call for Song Juyao? She can barely protect herself, let alone manage such a multitude. Zhou Shuqian's face flushed crimson, yet he remained undeterred. The school board will never overlook the academy's graduation rates. We will reform the institution. Every student shall receive a comprehensive elite education, and no longer will there be students merely coasting through their days here. Do you truly believe that our decision will not please the board? When the admission rates no longer require these special recruits, they will disregard the well-being of these individuals. Zhou Shuqian's lips turned slightly pale. This is not something you can dictate. Whether we hold the reins is a matter to be seen. A cold voice resonated, sending a shiver through all present. Fu Miling promptly cleared a path, and Jin Yu was slowly wheeled out by his secretary. Jin Yu had suffered severely from 2 strikes by Song Juyao, evident in the neck brace he wore and the cast on his right leg. Of course, out of a sense of noble dignity that must not be infringed upon, he publicly claimed he had merely fallen. Were it known that it was Song Juyao who had struck him, he would rather leap from a building. Yet, even in such a state, no one found him laughable. His presence remained commanding, and the arrogance that made others feel diminutive showed no signs of waning. Zhou Shuqian, right? You might want to prepare yourself. In half a month, you shall be departing, Jin Yu declared. Zhou Shuqian was taken aback. What do you mean? The special recruits gasped. Senior, Jin Yu interjected. Anyone who speaks on his behalf can leave together. That indifferent voice, though softly spoken, rendered the air palpable with tension. Jin Yao, cigarette in hand, gazed through the group of special recruits towards the student dormitory, pondering when Song Juyao would make her appearance. For reasons unknown, the thought of her made the bite mark on his thumb tingle anew. The special recruits gaped, Yet for a moment, none could utter a sound. No one doubted Jean Yu's words, for he was the tyrant whose word was law in Jean Cadorla. Leaving the school? In this institution? Although the scions of affluent families may look down upon them and occasionally subject them to a few tugs or blows when displeased, the scholarship offerings are indeed quite generous. Tuition and miscellaneous fees are waived, and the provisions for food and accommodation often surpass those of their own homes. Such scholarships also alleviate some financial burdens for their parents. If they are fortunate enough to gain admission abroad, a portion of the overseas expenses can also be covered. And securing a place in a prestigious domestic university still comes with a substantial reward. Yet, while the situation might seem manageable for freshmen, what of the sophomores? What of the juniors? With less than 3 months remaining until the Gaokao, the thought of transitioning from an elite school to a public institution looms large. Will they be able to integrate into a new collective? Will they face incessant inquiries about their previous school and its conditions? Will they be pressed for reasons behind their transfer? Furthermore, will they even find a school willing to accept them? Can their families leverage connections to facilitate their admission into reputable institutions? A multitude of such questions arises, leaving their faces pale. As they stand beneath the sun yet feel no warmth, Zhou Shuchan remains before them, but they find themselves rendered voiceless. Several girls have begun to weep quietly. Ming Shu, erupting with anger, exclaims, "If we are to leave, then let us leave. Who wishes to remain in this wretched school? You are nothing but refuse, a collective of detritus. Parasites of society. Not just you, but your parents too. Sucking the lifeblood from the common folk while harboring disdain for others, producing such rubbish as you. Classmates, let us depart." The air hangs heavy with silence. No one stirs, no one responds. Following her outburst, Ming Shu begins to feel a twinge of embarrassment. The aftermath is somewhat awkward. Goodness, this is too realistic. It's disheartening. One should not linger in such a school. Transferring would be far better. With such excellent grades, what school would not want you? It's not quite the same. In reputable public schools, there are numerous high-achieving students, and the competition for scholarships is fierce. Moreover, the scholarships here are unlikely to match those offered by elite institutions. More importantly, adjusting to a new environment can be daunting. Being expelled due to financial hardship is a deeply humiliating reason. Many students in their final year are already on edge. If they falter, they may have to repeat the year. The sense of immersion is overwhelming. It brings me to tears. Was it my choice to be born into a poor family? If I could, I too would wish to have been born with a golden key. Once again, it's you. It seems that after Song Juyao assisted you once, you believe you can ascend to great heights. Jin Yao recognized this thief, Ming Shu. Jin Yu cast a glance at Ming Shu. You may take your leave now. At that moment, no other students dared to speak. Jin Yu stated, not all special recruits are required to depart. We, the student council, understand that not every special recruit can adapt to our school or integrate into this community, which is why we are considering downsizing. However, we will determine which special recruits to retain based on student recommendations. Those selected will undoubtedly be capable of thriving within the unique environment of our Jean Cadorla Academy and will be able to assimilate into this collective. Upon hearing these words, the special recruits stirred slightly, hesitating before gradually turning to leave. Gradually, only a handful remained: Zhou Shuchen, Ming Shu, Li Zhao, and this boy was peculiarly enigmatic. Even bathed in sunlight, he seemed enshrouded by a murky aura, gray and dusty, easily overlooked if one were not careful. Jin Yu cast a cold, indifferent glance over the group as his secretary pushed his wheelchair away, turning to leave. Jin Yao, left waiting in vain, stifled a yawn and turned to depart. How can I make you let me stay? Zhou Shuchen's voice trailed after them, low and hoarse, evoking a sense of sorrow. Jin Yu paid him no heed. Can I plead on my knees? Ming Shu, taken aback and bewildered, took a step forward but was halted by Li Zhao, who shook her head with a complex expression. Zhou Shuchen's family was in dire straits. His father was bedridden, his mother suffered from diabetes, and he had a younger brother still in elementary school. The family's expenses relied solely on Zhou Shuchen's scholarship. If he were to be expelled from Jean Cadorla Academy, his only fate would be to drop out and work. The thought brought tears to Li Zhao's eyes. He was so exceptional, such a good person, consistently ranking first in his class. He was destined for the finest university in the capital and would undoubtedly become an outstanding adult. Being expelled just before the college entrance examination was akin to severing his myriad possibilities and condemning him to a future fraught with challenges. Yet, what right did they have to obstruct him while he fought for his own future? None of them bore any responsibility for him or could offer assistance. Still, Jin Yu did not linger. as if he were utterly oblivious to Zhou Shuchen's existence. Fu Miling chuckled softly, as if to mock him, questioning why he had to act so rashly if he had foreseen today's outcome. You might as well give it a try. But do you truly believe your knees are so invaluable? Zhou Shuchen's expression darkened. Outside the student union building, only a few of them remained. And no amount of blazing sunlight could warm a heart that had sunk to the depths of despair. Ming Shu slapped her forehead and quickly exclaimed, "Don't worry. We still have Song Juyao. She will surely find a way and won't abandon us." Zhou Shuchen's pupils, which had dimmed, flickered with a glimmer of hope. As if he had finally grasped a lifeline, Jiang Baiqi scrutinized Zhou Shuchen for a few moments before turning and slowly departing. Peng Jia, the director of I and the champion from a decade ago, had since risen to the position of television station director and had watched Song Juyao grow up, always extending her care. In addition to I Am the Champion, she had recently participated as a judge in an episode of Superbrain. Oh, how infuriating. Why do you have to falter at such a crucial moment? Isn't it utterly irresponsible? Jin Yu's antics are merely a consequence of Song Juyao meddling and inciting the ire of those twins. Now she just walks away, leaving us in the lurch? Is someone sick up ahead? Jin Yu and Jin Yao were always that type of people. Without Song Juyao, they would have eventually expelled the special recruits. Song Juyao had no idea such a situation would arise when she tried to help. Should we really expect her to stand by and do nothing? If that is your way of thinking, I wish you luck in the future when others may choose to do the same to you. At this moment, within the esteemed halls of Jinkadola Academy, following several days of fermentation, many students, under the threat of expulsion, made their choices, driven by the very nature of humanity. The student council declared that the fate of certain special recruits would be determined by the number of recommendations they garnered from their peers, who, in this context, referred to the non-special recruits. Consequently, numerous special recruits began to ingratiate themselves with these students, fully aware of their intentions, yet indifferent to the sight of them performing like jesters before their eyes. "Hey, you resemble a dog so much. Why not bark like one?" Someone jested with a grin. The special recruits' expression froze for a moment, but upon reflecting on their familial ties, they soon adopted a servile demeanor once more. Woof, 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 woof. The laughter that ensued was a cacophony, echoing the descent of youthful hearts into darkness. What are you all standing there for? Are you in cahoots with Zhou Shuchen? A figure who had just tripped, Zhou Shuchen glared fiercely at several special recruits. Most of these recruits had once benefited from Zhou Shuchen's assistance. Yet, in this very moment, no one dared to utter a word. Some shook their heads in denial with great difficulty, prompting others to follow suit in denial. Crossing this threshold, the ensuing events became markedly simpler. First, they would deny, then they could resort to violence, and ultimately, they would begin to hurl insults, thus severing ties with the victim and aligning themselves with the aggressor, thereby evading the wrath of the one who had been wronged. Those who have been called upon by the student council have not escaped unscathed. The most tragic of all are the special recruits, Ming Shu and Li Xiao, who have suffered greatly. Even the inconspicuous Jiang Baiqi has not evaded this fate. Upon encountering Jiang Baiqi in the infirmary, Ming Shu was taken aback. "You were actually beaten?" Jiang Baiqi's pale visage bore bruises, and he lowered his head, appearing somewhat pleased. When he heard her words, he looked up at her with an impassive expression, as if questioning the peculiarity of his being assaulted. "I know what Ming Shu is thinking. Ming Shu, I thought you were a big shot, but you're just as pathetic as I am?" Honestly, I was surprised too. I always believed Jiang Baiqi might be a hidden powerhouse. Indeed, that brooding demeanor, the peculiar gaze he casts upon others, even caught Song Juyao's attention. I expected him to retaliate fiercely, yet he merely crouched down, cradling his head while being beaten. Did I alone notice that he seemed rather pleased just now? What could he possibly be happy about? Is he contemplating some twisted form of revenge? Human nature is truly terrifying. However, upon reflection, their actions are somewhat understandable. Chaos has descended upon Jinkiduo College. Tang Kai finds himself tending to the students' wounds, an endeavor he initially found bothersome but has now grown to regard with mounting anger. The special recruits betray and attack one another daily, or, out of fear of repercussions, are left with no choice but to stand idly by. "Where is Song Juyao? Can't you give her a call?" Tang Kai remarked to Ming Shu. "We don't have her phone number." Ming Shu expressed her inability to contact Song Juyao, prompting Jin Yu to assist her with a call. "Look at you. So slender, even more so than those actresses. A gust of wind could carry you away. You should eat more. It's not that exaggerated. My muscle mass is considerably higher than that of women who do not exercise," Song Juyao replied, glancing helplessly at the bowl of food in front of her. "Mr. Ping, engrossed in his meal, cast a sidelong glance at his son, who typically exuded confidence but now sat red-faced and speechless, devouring his food. He felt utterly disdainful. Is this the one who fancies Song Juyao? Does he dare to pursue her? How could he even think himself worthy? Just then, his gaze met that of his father, who scrutinized him critically. Young Master Pong, is that truly you? The phone rang, and upon seeing it was Jin Yu. Song Juyao excused herself to the balcony to take the call. What is it? Jin Yu's voice turned sharp. Song Juyao, you don't think I would simply overlook your actions towards me, do you? So, Song Juyao frowned at her phone, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Young Master Ping leaned out, stammering his inquiry. Song Juyao turned and smiled. It's nothing. Hurry, hurry. So many children are waiting for your help. Go and deal with those scoundrels, Jin Yu and Jin Yu. I'm so furious, so furious. Finally, the wait is over. Let's not go to Jinkadola for now. Please reroute to Yizhong. Song Juyao suddenly instructed the driver. What are you doing? Why the sudden change of direction? I am utterly speechless. Could you not dawdle any longer? Song Juyao does not genuinely care for the special recruits. Her previous gestures of assistance were merely opportunistic. And as for the fates of others thereafter, she remains indifferent. If this is the case, it would have been better to disregard them from the outset. Rather than allow others to harbor expectations only to be dashed, they have been waiting for her all along. Are we now beginning to criticize Song Juyao? Is this not a form of moral coercion? Must one bear lifelong responsibility for having saved a single individual? It would be preferable to have simply watched them perish from the beginning. What use is it to call the principal? Did we not witness his character in the previous live stream? Upon arriving at the first high school, Song Juyao instructed the gatekeeper to make a phone call, and soon after, a teacher-like figure emerged. She followed the teacher to the principal's office, where the principal stood to shake her hand, beaming with delight, clearly taken aback by her visit. My wife is quite fond of you. We have 2 sons, and she often berates me for being useless, unable to produce. Ahem, I misspoke. The principal chuckled awkwardly. Song Juyao smiled and replied, Actually, I have come here with a request. Oh, he inquired. There is a group of students I would like to ask you to shelter and care for. Song Juyao succinctly described the enrollment situation at Jinkijulat, noting that the students admitted to Jinkadula Academy consistently achieve commendable academic results. Furthermore, Yizhong is inclined to accept a number of high-achieving students, as their presence enhances the institution's graduation rate. A higher graduation rate translates to greater benefits for the school. The special admissions program at Jinkadula High School boasts over 100 students spanning from the first to the 3rd year of high school. The sudden influx of these students, many of whom are underprivileged and require assistance, poses a significant burden on the institution. Song Juyao produced a check, stating that she would personally cover the scholarships and tuition fees for this cohort of students, and some individuals with unique circumstances would require additional support. Moreover, she expressed a desire to assist those at Yizhong who, despite their commendable academic performance, are unable to continue their education due to familial issues. The principal was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you truly willing to help them to such an extent? That sum is considerable. With a slight tilt of her head and a smile, Song Juyao replied, I believe the future of so many exceptional children is far more precious than this money. Is she genuinely prepared to assist all the special admission students? Goodness, she is merely a child herself, of similar age to them. Her kindness is extraordinary. Lu Yin and others have taken all her money, and she is not an affluent magnate. Do those who previously criticized her now feel the sting of their words? I thought she might merely sway Jin Yu's decision, yet she is resolutely committed to transferring all the special admission students. How remarkable! Truly impressive. Song Juyao's actions deeply moved the principal of No. 1 High School, who promptly decided that the school would accept all specially recruited students from the Jinkiduo Academy. As Zhou Shuchen was about to take his seat, a foot suddenly kicked over, toppling the table with a single blow. Zhou tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack and glanced at the student who had acted out. Fool, do you not understand that you have been expelled? Why do you linger here? Zhou remained silent, merely bending down to set the table upright, only to be kicked down to the ground. Laughter erupted around him. I see now. You are all waiting for Song Juyao, hoping she will assist you in remaining at this school, aren't you? Ha ha. The laughter grew louder. What? Zhou Shuchen turned abruptly towards the speaker. What did you say? The individual retorted. We have long received word that Song Juyao has returned to the team and has gone to the capital. Do you think you're anything special? Can you compare to her position? Zhou's face turned pale. No, that is impossible. Believe it or not, I have found you insufferable for quite some time. You put on airs better than anyone else. It's simply irritating to watch. The speaker commanded the nearby specially recruited students since he refuses to leave on his own. I implore you to assist and throw him out of the school. What? The students being commanded looked grim, their expressions filled with struggle and resistance. How can this be? The speaker's cold gaze was laced with menace, causing them to tremble as they finally stepped forward. Shu Qin, you may leave. Shu Qin, you. They hesitated to take action, hoping that Zhou Shuchun would depart on his own. The struggle etched on his face seemed to convey their helplessness. Zhou Shuchun gazed upon his former classmates, who had once shared the court in their studies. Though his family faced hardships, his parents had instilled in him the values of integrity, courage, and kindness. Within the bounds of his capabilities, he endeavored to assist all classmates who sought his help. For he vividly recalled the times he had yearned for such support in his own moments of despair. Yet now, he found himself once again in a position of helplessness. Not only devoid of assistance but also betrayed by those he had once aided. Their faces, adorned with an apologetic yet helpless demeanor, seemed to implore him for forgiveness, even suggesting that he should be understanding and spare them discomfort. At this juncture, must I still concern myself with your feelings and empathize with your predicament? A pale smile emerged on Zhou Shuchen's face as a surge of indignation welled up within him, and a dark shadow enveloped his vision. No, I will not leave. On what ground should I? I can remain here for at least another fortnight. Even Jin Yu has not demanded my immediate departure. Zhou Shuchen rose, his voice laced with fury, and defiantly turned to adjust his desk and chair. His defiance incensed the boy from earlier. Oh, so you think you're impressive? Let's see how long that lasts. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Useless fools, and you still wish to remain at this school as my lackeys? What use do I have for you? A group of specially admitted students, their faces flushed with indignation, approached Zhou Shuchan with a growing sense of discontent. Zhou Shuchan, do not push us, just leave, they implored, grasping him forcefully. As they dragged him out of the classroom, Zhou Shuchan struggled fiercely, his eyes ablaze with emotion, as if he were not merely fighting against their grip but against the suffocating fate that loomed over him. Yet, his resistance proved futile. From the classroom to the corridor, he was the center of attention, observed by onlookers. What are you doing? Release Shuchan at once. A special admission student exclaimed, shocked and furious at the scene. We have long been forsaken. This is impossible. Senior sister went to the principal's office and the student council for us. She would not abandon us so easily. Despite some skepticism, a greater number found themselves swayed by despair. They had waited and waited, day after day, for news of Song Juyao, yet none had come. They were oblivious to her whereabouts and, in truth, lacked the right to know. Perhaps they had merely fancied her as their savior, while she hardly considered them at all. Please, don't do this. It is because of you servile individuals that they claim we lack backbone and look down upon us. You possess integrity and ambition. Why do you linger here? Leave now. We do not desire integrity. What is it worth? If forsaking it could secure a better future for me and provide my parents with a comfortable life, I would gladly crawl on my knees. The scene descended into chaos, spiraling out of control. From the teaching building to the playground, an increasing number of specially recruited students became embroiled in the fray, initially ignited by Zhou Shuchan. The situation inexplicably escalated into a brawl, inadvertently dragging Li Zhao and Ming Shu into the turmoil. Jiang Baiqi found himself on the periphery of the crowd. Yearning to intervene yet unable to penetrate the thickening haze of conflict, it felt as though he existed in a dismal realm, entirely disconnected from the commotion. Please, stop fighting, came the desperate cries. I'm in a panic. Yao Yao, hurry, they're on the verge of collapse. Foolish children. You have no idea what your senior Song Xueji has done for you. Please, cease this madness. This wretched school. Song Juyao's aspirations extend so far. Even if she fights for the rights of the specially recruited students and helps them remain here, what benefit does it truly bring them? Their spirits will be tainted by the coldness and materialism of this place. Discrimination will always persist. It would be far better to provide them with an environment of equality. The location of the altercation was not far from the school gate. As Song Juyao alighted from her vehicle, she was met with the sight of a frenzied crowd engaged in battle, her pupils dilating in shock as she rushed towards the scene. The guard, upon seeing Song Juyao, swiftly picked up the phone on the desk to alert the student council. Jin Yao leapt from the sofa, unconsciously rubbing the tooth mark on his thumb, muttering, I'll go take a look. I shall accompany you. Jin Yu replied with a cold smirk. I certainly do not wish to miss her expression. It was as if his very existence was superfluous in this world. No one needed him, nor could anyone perceive him. with a pair of dull gray eyes. Jiang Baiqi observed the tumultuous crowd engaged in a brawl. He noticed an individual being thrown out and stepped forward, intending to assist, only to find himself targeted by a fist, driven by an uncontrollable rage. Just before the blow could connect with his face, a delicate hand intercepted it. He paused, following the slender arm to behold a beautifully crafted profile, the expression upon her face one of furious indignation. Subsequently, the young woman cast aside the offending hand, pulling him behind her as she stood protectively in front of him. "Do not lay a hand on him," Song Juyao exclaimed vehemently. Jiang Baiqi blinked, captivated by the silhouette of the girl. The special recruit, upon seeing Song Juyao, was momentarily stunned. "As senior, everyone, cease this at once." Her voice, though drowned out by the chaos, reached the ears of those at the periphery. "It's senior. I knew it. Those people are nothing but frauds. The senior would never abandon us." As Song Juyao surveyed the faint traces of injuries on their faces, a mixture of fury, sorrow, and disappointment clouded her expression, compelling them to avert their gazes in shame. Mingshu hurriedly relayed the situation to Song Juyao, who took a deep breath. "I am already aware of all this." She turned to see a group from the student council approaching, led by Jin Yu and Jin Yao. They radiated an opulent aura, their appearances replete with the lavishness of high society, starkly contrasting with the disheveled, beleaguered youth surrounding them. "The chicks have finally awaited the return of the hen," Jin Yao remarked, flashing a wild, untamed smile. "Regrettably, those destined to be consumed shall indeed be consumed, for after all, they are but mere hens." Jin Yu stated coldly. Song Juyao inquired, "Is this what you wish for me to witness? Is it not splendid? The so-called backbone of the impoverished is nothing more than this. For the sake of wealth, even benefactors may betray, turn a blind eye, or become adversaries. Those you attempt to uphold are inconsequential figures among the masses. Even so, do you still choose to align with them?" Jin Yu revealed a hypocritical smile, asserting that with your status and position, you could have transcended social strata long ago and become one of us. Why squander time with those of a different class, from a different world? Abandon them and join us. The special recruits anxiously glanced at Song Juyao, while Li Zhao noticed that Zhou Shuchen kept his head bowed, seemingly devoid of any joy at Song Juyao's return. Song Juyao offered a smile, devoid of warmth, filled with disdain. "Leave." Jin Yu's expression shifted slightly. Fu Meiling, incensed, stepped forward. "How dare you overstep your bounds? Just because the president is somewhat of a gentleman, do you truly believe yourself to be a significant figure? If you possess any courage, take your kind and exit the school at once." Song Juyao regarded her coolly. "What? Let me inform you. Pleading for mercy is futile. Even if you were to kneel, your knees are not worth that much." Song Juyao then turned to the special recruits. "Everyone, gather your belongings." What? What does this mean? "I have reached an agreement with Yizhong. You will all be transferred there. Go pack your things. We are leaving this place," Song Juyao declared. A collective gasp filled the air as disbelief washed over some who covered their mouths in astonishment, while Zhou Shuchen also lifted his gaze. "Yizhong? Which Yizhong?" "The finest public high school in the city, ranked 11th nationally for its college admission rate, Nobi Yizhong? Are we truly able to depart from here? We won't be left with nowhere to go, but rather transitioning to Yizhong? Will we all go together? Will we no longer have to endure everything here? Our dignity will no longer be trampled upon?" Li Zhao covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face. She had known, she had always known. With her presence, hope was tangible. Now, it was the student council members who were taken aback. "What? Song Juyao actually intends to take all the specially admitted students away?" Jin Yu tightened his grip on the armrest of his wheelchair, his expression dark as he gazed at Song Juyao. He awaited her plea for mercy, to witness her bow her head in submission for these specially admitted students. Yet she proved resolute, intent on taking them all with her. "Ha ha. Did you not see this coming? Fool. Still hoping for Song Juyao to plead for mercy? Are you surprised? Are you not? Ha ha ha." Their expressions are priceless. Utterly terrified. "Song Juyao is truly magnificent. I adore her. Ha ha." Jin Yu was equally astounded, observing the unwavering fierceness in Song Juyao's eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Mingshu's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. What had she just heard? Goodness! After much effort in influencing these special admit students within the group, she had managed to direct their hopes towards Song Juyao, morally coercing her, all in the hope that they would eventually succumb to despair and turn against her. Even if just a few of them fell into darkness, perhaps they could create some trouble for Song Juyao, present her with challenges. But what was this? Song Juyao? On her knees? Unbelievable. She had never anticipated that she would attempt to transfer all the special admit students from Jinka Duola Academy. Such a bold maneuver. Is it truly feasible for Jinka Duola Academy to expel all the special admit students at once? With merely 3 months until the college entrance examination, are they willing to forfeit their admission rates? Their rival, St. Mary's Academy, is ever watchful and relying on these spoiled youths. How far could they elevate their school's ranking? Jinyu, even if he genuinely desired to rid himself of these special admit students, would surely do so in batches, as high school seniors would be exempt from such purges. Surely, he must allow some time for transition, mustn't he? Yet, Song Juyao had the audacity to. Jinyu's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Do you think they can leave just because you wish it?" Song Juyao retorted, "Aren't you the one allowing them to depart?" Jinyu replied, "When I wish for them to leave, they may do so. When I wish for them to remain, none shall depart." And they are ensnared within this predicament. Li Zhao, with a pallid complexion, leaned closer to Song Juyao. "Senior, we have an agreement with the school. Jinka Duola Academy has provided these special students with substantial financial support, not out of charity, but to enhance the enrollment rate. To ensure that these students do not transfer midway, experience a decline in their grades, or fail to gain admission to reputable universities, an agreement was signed upon enrollment. Should they transfer, significantly drop in academic performance, or perform poorly in the college entrance examination, they would face compensation, required to return what they have consumed and received during these 3 years at this institution. Thus, while the school can expel them, it does not permit them to withdraw voluntarily. I am aware of this." Song Juyao retrieved her phone from her pocket, the screen displaying a recording in progress. Her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Jinyu. If the public were to discover the actions taken against the special students by Jinka Duola Academy, both this institution and your families would be subjected to severe public scrutiny. Your agreement indeed holds legal weight. Yet what you have inflicted upon these special students borders on abuse, intentional harm, coercive injury, and psychological humiliation. Shall we see what kind of ruling a judge would render? With numerous special students willing to testify, coupled with my recording, the scandal surrounding Jinka Duola Academy would become a nationwide sensation, dominating social news headlines. Ultimately, the greatest loss would undoubtedly not be borne by those who already possess nothing. Jinyu's countenance turned ashen. Even if you manage to assist them all, do you believe you can simply take them away? For those of you who remain, the scholarship will be doubled. He understood their vulnerability. Poverty was their Achilles heel. How can a group of impoverished individuals withstand the allure of wealth? What does it matter if they were once toyed with? A mere increase in monetary compensation could easily sweep everything under the rug, wouldn't it? After all, wasn't their plight a result of departing from Jinka Duola, leaving them destitute? Even now, they are subjected to humiliation through money. How repugnant is Jinyu? I utterly despise him. I wish I could hurl a brick of cash at his face. Yet, the temptation is undeniably potent. Were I in their position, I might have chosen to remain. Do not succumb, dear children. Stand tall with integrity. Your senior, Song Juyao, has already paved the way for you. Song Juyao, the miscellaneous fees at Yizhong can be waived, and scholarships are available, though naturally, they cannot compare to this institution. While the scholarships may be somewhat less, the environment is not as conducive, life may be a bit harsher, and if your family struggles, you may need to take on part-time work. However, you can engage with your peers on equal footing and experience your high school years with dignity. There, no one will mock you for your uncontrollable background or tell you to leave at any moment. The special recruits exchanged glances, and after a moment of eye contact, an awkward and uncomfortable tension began to spread among them. They had recently been manipulated by Jinyu, betraying one another in pursuit of their own futures, forsaking loyalty. And not long ago, they had been at each other's throats. Transferring to Yizhong together would hardly promise a joyful existence. If Song Juyao were to discover their true natures, perhaps she would never deign to acknowledge them, nor would she offer her assistance. It is indeed profoundly shameful. Even they themselves are startled by their own actions. Are they truly such grotesque beings at their core? In moments of peril, could one stoop to such deeds? At that moment, amidst the suffocating silence, Song Juyao turned and ascended the podium. All eyes instinctively lifted to her. Her voice, tender and flowing, resonated with a healing quality, akin to a gentle stream that seeps into the heart. Yet I implore you to remember, if the sky is shrouded in darkness, then navigate through the shadows. If sound becomes perilous, then embrace silence. If you feel incapable of shining, then curl up in the corner. However, do not grow accustomed to darkness only to defend it. Do not take pride in your own meager existence. Do not deride those who are braver and more passionate than yourself. We may be humble as dust, but we must not become distorted like maggots. As she spoke, her gaze swept over certain special recruits, who were momentarily stunned, before bowing their heads in deep shame. She was aware of the monstrous transformations they had undergone for their own sake. Despite this knowledge, her compassion remained unwavering, refusing to abandon them. The young woman stood beneath the sun, shining even brighter than the light itself, her skirt billowing and her long, dark hair dancing in the breeze, embodying a breathtaking vista, delicate yet steadfast. All gazed upon her, and for a moment, it seemed as though the world had fallen silent. In Zhang Baiqi's dull gray eyes, the luminous figure was reflected. We may be humble as dust, but we must not become distorted like maggots. Oh my, Song Juyao truly radiates light. She is remarkable. Ah, how deeply I adore her. I have taken notes. A person who expresses such sentiments could never be driven by a mere whim to commit acts of violence. To suggest otherwise regarding Song Juyao is a profound insult. Regardless, I shall cast my vote for Song Juyao. She should not spend the rest of her life behind bars. Yet, what right does she have to grant these individuals another chance? The one who has suffered is Zhou Shuchan. It is excessively naive to think otherwise. There should be clear distinctions between reward and punishment. Her kindness towards others is akin to wielding a dagger against Zhou Shuchan. Zhou Shuchan is truly pitiable. However, those individuals also face their own hardships, do they not? I will always remember the youth who, for the sake of his parents, was willing to forego not only his bones but also to crawl if necessary. In critical moments of decision, did they not simply choose those who mattered most to them? Why can we not extend them a second chance? Perhaps, after this experience, they might emerge as better individuals in the future? As Song Juyao descended from the stage, she followed Li Zhao's gaze and spotted Zhou Shuchan. In such a brief span of time, he seemed transformed, his formerly upright demeanor now shrouded in darkness. She approached him and said, "Zhou, my fellow student." Zhou Shuchan lifted his head, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her. "You are truly remarkable." "Are you mocking me?" Song Juyao replied, surprised. "Why would you say such a thing? I merely expressed my feelings." It was the first time I witnessed someone so fervently protected amidst a brawl, even female classmates willing to shield you from blows. Zhou Shuchan was momentarily taken aback. Following Song Juyao's gaze, he turned to the nearby Li Zhao. Li Zhao had a bruised cheek, and he bashfully averted his eyes, concealing his face with his hair. Zhou Shuchan's attention then shifted to those surrounding him, and it dawned on him that he stood amidst the crowd in the posture of one being protected. A wave of emotion surged within him, a bittersweet sensation that extinguished the flames of turmoil in his chest, yet brought a sudden mist to his eyes. He was accustomed to standing before everyone as a protector, his parents, younger brother, classmates, and friends, thus failing to perceive the protection others extended towards him. In recent days, he had witnessed betrayal and endured unprecedented blows, neglecting those who cherished gratitude and stood resolutely to shield him. Was the recent altercation precisely a result of their efforts to thwart those assailants? It was all for him. "Thank you." His voice was hoarse. "What are you thanking me for? It's truly rather embarrassing." "Indeed." "Oh my." Suddenly moved, the crumbling world paused. Do not dwell too much on what is lost, for in doing so, one might overlook the more precious things still possessed. Moved to tears, healed. Song Juyao gazed at them, her expression softening into a gentle smile. After countless revisions, it was indeed a struggle to finally articulate these thoughts. "Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come here." Song Juyao sarcastically remarked, "Dr. Song, the one making choices is not me. There are certain things you should not say to me." The principal then turned to address the group of special recruits, who were indifferent to his presence. He attempted to engage Zhou Shuchan, eventually half-dragging him to the office, while the others had no choice but to return to their dormitories and await news. Song Juyao's mission had reached its conclusion. The remaining matters were for the special recruits to handle themselves. She smiled and instinctively turned her gaze towards the unkempt youth, only to meet his pale gray eyes. Momentarily caught off guard, she quickly averted her gaze. When will the truth be revealed? Why is Song Juyao paying attention to Zhang Baiqi? He is clearly incompetent. Having just enjoyed the moment, my curiosity is once again piqued. Come on. Ask her. I believe it's nothing scandalous. Song Juyao is not a bad person. In the real world, was he that magnificent? So moving. We may be humble as dust, but we must not be twisted like maggots. Is this truly a statement from a murderer? Initially uninterested in this program, I suddenly feel compelled to watch. This trial forbids vote solicitation. Can Song fans please be quiet? The decision to vote is a personal choice. Let us not impose the entertainment industry's tactics on this matter. The first phase has yet to conclude. Her true character remains uncertain. As people are prone to change, Hua-sun sat in his study, fixated on the live stream, his gaze locked onto Song Juyao's visage, suddenly engulfed by a wave of irritation. It was indeed her, a revelation he had never anticipated. During their middle school years, there existed a special student who seemed out of place among the affluent youth. Their institution, lacking the fervor of the Jean Cadua Academy, merely isolated her. Yet, she appeared entirely unfazed, showing no desire to integrate, absorbed in her books, voraciously consuming every piece of knowledge, oblivious to the mockery directed at her. Soon, her peers found no amusement in teasing her and ceased their antics. One afternoon, under the radiant sun streaming through the library's floor-to-ceiling windows, he beheld the girl peacefully slumbering at her desk. In that instant, every strand of her hair, every breath she took, exuded an undeniable presence, compelling him to glance back repeatedly. Hello. Song Juyao. Your name is somewhat difficult to pronounce. Is it? My name carries a tale, derived from the Book of Songs, Guanju, where it speaks of the gentle and graceful lady whom a noble man admires. By the way, what is your name? Well, Senator, what is the Book of Songs? An artifact from my hometown. It is of no concern to you. Hua-sun pressed his hand against his forehead, cursing inwardly. Within the virtual realm, due to the principal's appearance, the decision regarding the special admission students remains unresolved. Song Juyao perceives the principal's approach as excessively forceful, implying pressure on the students. Such matters ought to be left for their personal choice. For the time being, the Jean Cadua Academy has settled into a temporary calm. Mingshu seizes the opportunity to visit Song Juyao's apartment, sharing various occurrences within the school over the past few days. The principal has not made a single appearance until now. How can such a person possess the qualifications to hold the position of principal? As Song Juyao tends to her cat, Song Wanwan clings to her feet, trailing her back and forth. Ming Shu follows closely, her eyes darting about, seeking to gauge Song Juyao's expression. Senior, will you truly not feel angry? You have paved the way for everyone. Yet if they ultimately refuse to leave, what is there to be angry about? If you have never assisted someone with their past, you lack the standing to criticize their present, let alone dictate their future. While diligently attending to her cat, Song Juyao responds with a hint of exasperation. Moreover, I have merely done what was within my capacity. How is it that, in your words, I seem to assume the role of a savior? Ming Shu pauses momentarily. Because I witnessed it firsthand, I cannot turn a blind eye. Otherwise, my conscience would be troubled. Ultimately, it is more for my own sake. Do not regard me as overly grand. I am merely an ordinary individual. No, you are not. You shine brightly. How remarkably open-minded she is. I truly admire her. It pains me to see her so mature, all because of that group led by Lu Yin. How adorable is Song Juyao, the one who cleans up after pets. I wish to be that little creature. After finally finishing the task, Song Juyao tied the bag securely and tossed it into the trash bin before rising to wash her hands. Ming Shu was actually drawn to Jiang Baiqi. She witnessed Song Juyao shielding him. Her curiosity had reached its peak, and she was eager to uncover the truth. Ming Shu, feeling emboldened, was prepared to investigate carefully. Convinced deep down that Song Juyao was a good person, and perhaps her covert observations of Jiang Baiqi stemmed from a more positive intention, despite the inherently questionable nature of such actions. However, she never anticipated witnessing Song Juyao pulling out a telescope to gaze at the boys' dormitory across the way. Ming Shu exclaimed, "Senior, what are you doing?" She was taken aback, instinctively asking the question. At that moment, within the boys' dormitory, Jiang Baiqi sat at his desk, his slender fingers deftly wielding a tiny screwdriver to tighten a minuscule screw, completing a delicate mechanical mosquito. He activated the computer, maneuvering the wings of the mechanical mosquito, which took flight from the desk, soared out onto the balcony, and traversed the space between the male and female dormitories, heading towards Song Juyao's apartment. What is that? It seems something is approaching. Wow, what a gigantic mosquito. Is it mechanical? It appears to be coming from Jiang Baiqi's direction. Could it be a listening device? Darn it, why is there no NPC perspective? It has emerged, perfectly embodying the sinister and perverse essence characteristic of Jiang Baiqi. The audience, possessing a godlike perspective, witnessed scenes invisible to the real-life NPCs. Many beheld a mosquito, the size of a palm, flying through the night, landing just outside the balcony railing, conveniently obscured by a pillar. At that moment, Song Juyao had just lowered her binoculars in response to Ming Shu's inquiry. Ming Shu, who is it? Wait, you? How can you so candidly admit to spying on someone? Song Juyao, haven't you seen the pictures of my room? In an instant, Ming Shu felt her blood run cold, staring at Song Juyao's gentle visage, which seemed to acquire a terrifying hue due to her psychological state. She actually knows. Ming Shu's heart raced, her limbs turned icy, and her expression stiffened as if coated in a layer of cement, rendering her voiceless. Mother. I'm so frightened. Song Juyao tilted her head slightly, asking, so why did you enter my room? I apologize, my curiosity got the better of me, and I couldn't restrain myself. I actually suffer from a peculiar affliction where I feel as though I might perish if I do not wander into others' rooms. No, that's not right. Ming Shuyu rambled incoherently. Song Juyao, observing her state, felt a sense of helplessness. There is no need to be so frightened. I shall not harm you. Ming Shuyu replied. I am truly sorry for my excessive curiosity. It is a bad habit, and I shall endeavor to amend it. I did not intentionally look at that photograph. Song Juyao appeared disinclined to press the matter further, merely casting a couple of glances her way. Well, as long as you can change. However, Ming Shuyu's eyes darted around, and she quietly inquired, why do you have a photo of Jiang? He seems rather ordinary, almost devoid of presence. It is always quite a challenge to find him. Within the boys' dormitory, Jiang Baiqi slightly turned his head, revealing the headphones he wore, while a mechanical mosquito rested upon the balcony railing, its eyes flickering with a faint luminescence. Song Juyao expressed her surprise. Is that so? Ming Shuyu, even more astonished, retorted, is it not? I believe you are speaking nonsense. Song Juyao, with utmost seriousness, countered, Jiang is undeniably radiant. He is the most conspicuous individual amidst the crowd. I am invariably captivated by him at first glance. How could he be the ordinary person you claim? Ming Shuyu was left in bewilderment. The audience reacted, huh? Jiang Baiqi's large, dull gray eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Wait. Ming Shuyu suddenly sat upright, her shock and confusion palpable. Are we speaking of the same person? I am referring to Jiang Baiqi, a specially admitted student of Class 1, Grade 2. Song Juyao spoke with solemnity. I am indeed speaking of Jiang Baiqi. However, I beg to differ. Jiang Baiqi possesses a notably faint presence. His demeanor dark and his gaze unsettling. He is an oddity, far from the individual you describe. Ming Shu, with unwavering seriousness, observed that she is the one who radiates brilliance, standing out amidst the crowd, effortlessly capturing attention. This is unmistakably Song Juyao, not Jiang Baiqi. Yet, Song Juyao appeared somewhat irked, questioning how one could utter such words. Ming Shu exclaimed, he is precisely that kind of person. I cannot believe it. Is it possible that Song Juyao is blind to the truth? Ming Shu then apologized, acknowledging her misstep, but inquired why her senior had chosen to collect photographs of Jiang Baiqi and observe him through a telescope. Suddenly, Song Juyao's complexion flushed, a mix of shyness and an irresistible desire to share her feelings, for he was simply too captivating, making it impossible to avert her gaze. In that moment, the cup in Jiang Baiqi's hand slipped, spilling hot water across his palm. He hastily bent down to tidy up, his dark, tousled hair framing a pair of ears that blushed as if they might bleed. Ming Shu concluded, with a sense of disbelief, that Song Juyao must truly be blind. I cannot believe it. This is impossible. Previously, netizens exercised their deductive skills, with some speculating that Song Juyao was fixated on Jiang Baiqi as her prey, while others posited that Jiang Baiqi was a concealed psychopathic killer, and Song Juyao was aware of this, hence her unwavering gaze. There were those who assumed a peculiar relationship existed between them. In any case, no one believed that Song Juyao harbored any romantic feelings for Jiang Baiqi. What could justify such a notion? Jiang Baiqi and Song Juyao appeared utterly incompatible, even among the audience in the live broadcast. One would find it challenging to spot Jiang Baiqi amidst a sea of non-playable characters. Indeed, he possessed an almost negligible presence, turning each of his appearances into a game of find Jiang Baiqi in the accompanying images, more inconspicuous than the most ordinary passerby. If this were a television drama, characters like Jin Yao and Jin Yu, with their vibrant and striking presence, would undoubtedly be the leading male and second male roles, while Jiang Baiqi would merely occupy the role of an anonymous figure nursing a quiet infatuation for the heroine from the shadows. Song Juyao radiated brilliance, while Jiang Baiqi lingered in gloom. They belonged to entirely different realms. The production team was left astounded, having anticipated the revelation of Song Juyao's secretive observation of Jiang Baiqi. Eager to unveil the tricks she was playing, they pondered whether this would expose a side of her that the audience might find unacceptable, their thoughts convoluted. Yet they failed to realize that the truth was astonishingly simple. Indeed, the reality was that Song Juyao had fallen for that unremarkable, drab fellow. Song Juyao, I apologize. It may seem a bit peculiar, but I find myself unable to control my impulses, much like how one cannot resist the allure of something that sparkles. Ming-Shu. Somewhat uneasily. So, you have feelings for him? You mean, for Jiang Baiqi? Song Juyao cradles Song Wanwan in her lap, affectionately stroking her fur. This sentiment can only be described as fondness, perhaps. Yet, what is it that you find appealing about him? Everything. His hair is charming, his eyes delightful. Even the way he walks is endearing. Then, in your eyes, do Jinyu and Jinyao possess good looks? They are passable. Her tone is so ordinary, devoid of the joy and shyness she exhibits when speaking of Jiang Baiqi. Ultimately, she arrives at a conclusion. Song Juyao's aesthetic diverges from the mainstream. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupts with countless question marks and exclamation points, revealing the audience's bewilderment and frustration. Watching the broadcast, Hwasun tightens his lips, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. What is going on? Has he lost his mind to entertain such thoughts? Clearly, she is the one who radiates brilliance. Why does she find him adorable? Has she truly been gazing at him all this time out of affection? Even as they matured, nothing has improved, no matter how exemplary her grades. The inability to capture attention remains, and she is still regarded as an oddity. Little Chi has become increasingly bizarre. Should we consult a psychologist? Lately, he has been conducting strange experiments in his room, even resorting to the gruesome act of disemboweling a cat. Communication with him is utterly impossible. He appears and disappears like a specter, moving soundlessly, causing my younger brother to cry out in fright on numerous occasions. My own heart feels as though it might give way under the strain. Perhaps he should be sent to a boarding school. He stands in the corridor, overhearing his emotionally distressed mother discussing him with his father while holding his brother close. Those willing to befriend him struggle to spot him among the crowd. As others pass by, laughing and playing, oblivious to his presence, he seems like an entity that ought not to exist in this world, a superfluous being. I envy her. Radiant and unforgettable, never to be discarded. Sitting cross-legged in his room, he gazes at the television screen, where a frail, dark-skinned little girl from the show I Am the Big Winner captivates his thoughts. Rarely acknowledged, he has become acutely sensitive to the gaze of others. He felt it when Song Juyao fixed her eyes upon him. He wondered if she had ulterior motives, perhaps knowing his true identity and coveting his skills. To his astonishment, the girl who shone brighter than the sun on the dais confided to her friend that she liked him and found him charming. Is he dreaming? Has he lost his mind? Surely, this is merely a figment of his imagination. Jiang Baiqi, in a state of utter bewilderment, clutched his hair in desperation, his entire being flushed like a steamed shrimp. The hashtag Song Juyao aesthetic has surged to the top of trending topics, creating a considerable stir among viewers who have been avidly following the live broadcast of Justice Trial, particularly for those intrigued by the secret connection between Song Juyao and Jiang Baiqi. This revelation is profoundly shocking. Jiang Baiqi? Why? On what grounds? Is it conceivable that a goddess has fallen for someone so ordinary? Such a notion is simply unacceptable. Audiences had been anticipating a dramatic idol romance between Song Juyao and Jinyu, yet it appears that her aesthetic preferences are astonishingly unconventional. In the Justice Trial studio, Tang Shan rubbed his temples, acknowledging Jiang Baiqi's downfall. Lu Yin and Jiang Baiqi, two potential blemishes on Song Juyao's reputation, have mysteriously vanished. It is time for the real NPCs to prepare for action. Yet, the act of voyeurism should never have been a fatal flaw for Song Juyao. With the added pretext of love, it becomes even less significant. Internet users are notoriously shallow. Had the roles been reversed, and Jiang Baiqi had spied on Song Juyao out of love, he would have been condemned to the utmost degree. However, due to Song Juyao's striking beauty and her remarkably eccentric taste, Jiang Baiqi, whom many deem as mere dust, now appears to shine brightly in her eyes. The attention of the audience has entirely shifted. Male viewers even find themselves envious, perhaps believing that Song Juyao's peculiar aesthetic would lead her to notice them, only to find Jiang Baiqi has taken the lead. Jiang Baiqi, shrouded in gloom, is he truly just a speck of dust? Song Juyao has opened a can for Song Wanwan, who curls up like a little kitten, engrossed in its meal. Meanwhile, Song Juyao squats beside, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she playfully twirls the tip of the kitten's tail. The little kitten is entirely snow white, save for the tip of its tail, which is adorned with black fur. This delicate tip softly weaves between her fingers. However, in each of her past life-esque trials, Jiang Baiqi made his appearance. In this particular life, he aided her in avenging those she wished to punish, without his assistance. She could never have eliminated so many nor escaped from Rin Jieqi's grasp multiple times. How did the audience refer to him? The witch's vicious hound. But what compelled Jiang Baiqi to assist her so fervently? Song Juyao remained uncertain. Was it his utter lack of presence, devoid of friends and unnoticed by all, that led to her unique perception of him? This remains a perplexing thought. In her previous life, she did not treat him well. Although she could recognize his existence at a glance, her own life was fraught with suffering, shrouded in relentless malice that left her with no capacity to love or trust others. Thus, she could not bring herself to believe in Jiang Baiqi, fearing he was merely another trap designed to harm her. She responded to him with cold disdain and harsh words, yet he steadfastly remained by her side, ultimately aiding her in her vengeance and taking lives on her behalf. While confusion still lingered, she could at least ascertain one truth: Jiang Baiqi is a trustworthy NPC. To win his heart is to gain unwavering loyalty. He would disregard all for her, becoming her sharpest blade, not merely for this life but for all to come. Song Juyao cradled the now empty can of cat food, gently stroking the kitten's soft fur. In its eyes, there was a depth akin to a potent, tender wine, capable of intoxicating anyone who dared to gaze upon it. Jiang Baiqi, this time I shall treat you well. You must, as in our previous life, devote your entire being to me. Jin Yao, upon hearing the sound of something crashing to the floor from Jin Yu's room, stepped out of his own chamber to investigate. He found Jin Yu still awake, the computer lying on the ground. What happened? Jin Yao inquired, bending down to retrieve the device, only to discover the screen displaying information about Song Juyao. Beneath Jin Yu's calm exterior, Jin Yao discerned a simmering anger as he stroked the bite marks on his hand. What business is it of yours where she went a few days ago? To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. I had underestimated her before. The outcome will not be the same next time. Song Juyao, a member of the prestigious AO award team, was typically ensconced in the research institute, hardly accessible to anyone. Had she not fortuitously taken leave to attend the school anniversary lecture and accepted the principal's invitation to stay on campus, their paths would likely never have crossed. Jin Yu froze for a moment, his fingers tightening reflexively. After Jin Yao departed, Jin Yu dialed Fu Meiling, instructing, "Find Zhou Shuchan and bring him to me." Jiang Baiqi lay in bed, his mind consumed with Song Juyao's words, her radiant presence shimmering in his thoughts. How could Song Juyao spot him amid the throng, let alone consider him charming? Was she out of her mind? How could she possibly harbor feelings for someone like him? It defied reason. And her eyes sparkled like they held the essence of starlight, utterly unclouded. How could an unblind angel find interest in a peculiar individual like him? Even resorting to secretive observation? Was it for the skills he possessed? Her mentor, Albert, had sent numerous requests to seek him, all of which he had declined. Thus, he adopted an alternative approach, enlisting Song Juyao to solicit him. This seemed more plausible than the notion of Song Juyao harboring affections for him. Her attention to him could perhaps be attributed to her heightened perceptiveness, surpassing that of an average individual. Or perhaps she possessed advanced technology that enabled her to notice him despite his elusive presence. It was unlikely that he could evade even a facial recognition system. Furthermore, her conversation with Ming Shu, overheard by him, might have been a deliberate part of her scheme. The following day, the sky appeared somewhat overcast, as if rain were imminent. Just as Song Juyao finished her breakfast and aimed her binoculars towards her own eyes, Ming Shu arrived to ring the doorbell. "Senior, Zhou Shuchen is in the lobby downstairs," Ming Shu informed her. As boys were not permitted to enter the girls' dormitory, she requested Ming Shu's assistance to find Song Juyao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Juyao descended the stairs. Ming Shu, still somewhat dazed, gazed at Song Juyao's retreating figure with a complex expression. Even from behind, the girl exuded such beauty and brilliance. It was perplexing that her aesthetic sensibilities led her to favor Jiang Baiqi. In the lobby, a group of specially recruited students had gathered, led by Zhou Shuchen, who were there to convey their decision to Song Juyao. The principal had engaged Zhou Shuchen in lengthy discussions the previous day and had subsequently been coerced by Fu Meiling to attend the secluded villa of Jin Yu and Jin Yao. Faced with multiple forms of coercion and temptation, what decision would he ultimately arrive at? Upon encountering Song Juyao, they exchanged glances, and Zhou Shuchen took a deep breath before stepping forward. "Senior, in truth, Song Juyao is of the same age as they are. Had she followed the conventional path, she would now be their classmate. However, her status is distinct. In the eyes of her peers, she is a person of great respect, someone whose achievements are daunting to behold. Thus, no one finds it awkward to address her as senior or regard her as a forerunner." Zhou Shuchen suddenly bent down, saying, "Senior, I sincerely apologize. We have decided to stay." What on earth? At this point, you still want to stay? Are you serious? This is infuriating. Ungrateful wretches. Truly not worth the effort. No wonder Jinyu and the others looked down on them. The others likely felt they had let Song Juyao down. Lowering their heads in shame, Zhou Shuqin dared not lift his gaze, fearing to encounter the disappointment or reproach in Song Juyao's eyes. Lift your head, Zhou, she said, her voice remaining soft and melodious, imbued with warmth and understanding. I mentioned before that I merely provided a choice. The path you choose to take next is entirely up to you, and I will accept any decision. Zhou Shuqin looked up to meet her gaze, his heart fluttering in trepidation at the thought of her misunderstanding him. He hurriedly clarified, I pondered a great deal last night. It is not solely for my own sake. My classmates wish for me to make a decision, and I believe I should arrive at a choice that benefits everyone. Therefore, my decision is that all specially admitted students in the senior year will stay. Song Juyao nodded in acknowledgement. From the moment we entered our first year of high school, we have endured and persevered until now, with merely 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination. The school has recently made additional promises and offered scholarships for further education. Many of our classmates come from less fortunate backgrounds and are in dire need of financial support. Although the school does offer scholarships, it is the funds that we believe are rightfully ours. In these final 3 months, we are determined to persist, ensuring that the hardships of the past 2.5 years do not go to waste. Last night, he tossed and turned, caught in a dilemma between fleeting emotions and monetary gain, ultimately opting for the latter. He understood that this decision would subject them to ridicule, yet what of it? A person of true integrity does not lose their resolve due to the trials of the final 3 months. Rather, they possess a broader vision. In the realm of society, financial resources afford one greater choices. After nearly 3 years of perseverance, would they really abandon their efforts in these last 3 months? The scholarship is tantalizingly close, with the school promising to double it. Should they succeed, they could focus more on their studies in university, have the means to support their families, and potentially become individuals like Song Juyao, who can assist others in the future. In truth, Zhou Shuqin's choice was not misguided. After enduring hardship and scorn for almost 3 years, was it not reasonable to endure a little longer for financial gain? Furthermore, I believe that the treatment for special admissions will improve significantly following this incident. At the very least, these last 3 months are bearable. The adult world is indeed fraught with challenges, where individuals often find themselves subservient and silenced, enduring hardships to achieve fleeting success, with excessive drinking leading to severe consequences becoming all too common. Jean Quiduo is essentially a microcosm of society. Zhou Shuqin and his peers are currently faced with a choice: to endure until they receive the payment from the client or to cast the contract in the client's face and walk away. If it were me, I would opt to secure the payment first and then confront the client. Those who previously criticized Zhou Shuqin for lacking resolve likely have not faced the harsh realities of life. Zhou Shuqin has endured considerable hardship and possesses a far-reaching perspective. If he were a typical 18-year-old, he might impulsively walk away in a moment of passion. However, in the eyes of the affluent, your principles hold little weight. They will forget you the moment you turn away. Thus, it is wise to choose what is most advantageous for oneself. Song Juyao nodded, indicating her understanding. What about the students in the first and second years? Yesterday, Jin Yu approached me, permitting us special admissions students to establish our own student council. And he promised that this council would no longer allow those individuals to bully us. However, I remain skeptical. The essence of this school is unchanged. Even if we form our own student council, what difference will it make? We would still be living under their scrutiny. Consequently, aside from a few students who hold steadfast to their principles, most will transfer to the first high school. This is a commendable decision. The third-year students are nearing the end of their endurance, while the first and second years are different. Acting swiftly to mitigate losses is indeed prudent. At last, it seems that Yao Ao's efforts have not been in vain. Feeling considerably better, Song Juyao still wore her gentle and amiable demeanor, fully accepting their choices without a hint of disappointment, adding no psychological burden to them whatsoever. All right, those who are transferring can come to me for registration. I will escort you away. Mingshu glanced over, wondering if they were perhaps searching for Jiang Baiqi. As for whether Jiang Baiqi was among the crowd, she felt uncertain. Finding Jiang Baiqi in the image below proved to be an insurmountable challenge for her. Senior, will you be leaving with us from Jinkaduola? The probability was high. How long is your vacation, senior? When will you return to the team? Senior. Song Juyao appeared somewhat distracted, her expression tinged with worry. After a brief moment, she rose to take her umbrella, saying, Ming Shu, please help me remember something. I have a bit of business to attend to. Of course, Ming Shu replied. Once Song Juyao had walked a little further away, she feigned a stomachache to Li Zhao and quickly followed after Song Juyao. The sky had begun to rain. Large droplets pattering against the umbrella, making the distance from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory seem considerably longer. Although Ming Shu, too, carried an umbrella, she felt somewhat disheveled from the rain. In contrast, Song Juyao, walking ahead, appeared almost ethereal in the gloomy weather, her silhouette exuding an unexpected grace. How astonishing! How could someone look so exquisite in such conditions? Jiang Baiqi found himself in the pavilion outside the boys' dormitory, the structure partially concealed by the surrounding shrubs and trees. In the distance, he discerned Song Juyao approaching. He cast a glance at the overcast sky, pondering how such dreary weather rendered his presence even more ephemeral, as dust seemed to merge seamlessly with the gloom. Furthermore, he pressed the button on his watch, and in an instant, the magnetic field within several miles around him was disrupted. With this, Song Juyao would be unable to detect him with her technological instruments. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Baiqi's dull gray eyes suddenly locked onto her luminous gaze, which sparkled like a sky full of stars. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, while her bright eyes quickly averted, as if startled, only to return to him, now imbued with a different glimmer, moist, radiant, joyful yet shy. The usual maturity had diminished, resembling a lovesick maiden. Although she felt Jiang Baiqi was undeserving of her, the joy radiating from her made her acceptance seem effortless. How sweet her gaze is! What man could resist such a lure? Jiang Baiqi felt as though his feet had sunk several centimeters into the ground. He looked down in alarm, only to realize it was an illusion. Raising his gaze once more, he found Song Juyao standing before him, her eyes still fixed upon him. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Baiqi glimpsed a reflection of himself in her eyes. Indeed, a figure shimmering with brilliance, no longer a mere unnoticed speck of dust. It felt as though he were witnessing another person entirely, so unfamiliar. As Song Juyao approached Jiang Baiqi, Ming Shu finally noticed him and thought to herself that Song Juyao had indeed come to seek out Jiang Baiqi. Just then, Ming Shu felt a gentle tap on her shoulder, startling her. She turned to find Tang Kai beside her. Tang Kai appeared fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes and a vacant expression. "What are you doing?" Ming Shu exclaimed, alarmed. "Teacher Tang, what is wrong with you?" Tang Kai replied with a sigh. "Oh, it's nothing. Being a doctor is quite a noble profession." Ming Shu responded. "How tragic. Ah, poor Tang Kai. Tang Kai, a doctor hindered by his acting career. I was indifferent towards him before. But now my daily amusement is to watch his live streams and see his expression of existential despair. Haha. To be fair, Tang Kai's skills have improved remarkably. Perhaps he should genuinely consider applying to medical school. Encouraging someone to study medicine. May the heavens strike me down." Standing before Jiang Baiqi, Song Juyao's gaze was exceedingly tender, filled with an unmistakable joy that seemed to emanate from her very core. "Jiang classmate, you are Jiang Baiqi, correct? Is there something you need?" Jiang Baiqi inquired, slightly furrowing his brow as he uncomfortably averted her gaze, despite having been secretly observed by her before. Song Juyao continued. "Jiang classmate, I am Song Juyao, and I am currently registering to transfer to the student roster of Yizhong." "I'm not transferring," Jiang Baiqi interrupted. Song Juyao was taken aback, her eyes sweeping over the bruises on his cheekbones, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice. "Why not? Haven't you also been bullied?" "Irrelevant to you." Jiang Baiqi turned and walked into the curtain of rain. After a few steps, he suddenly heard footsteps chasing behind him. And the rain above his head was blocked. A warm fragrance enveloped him, and Jiang Baiqi froze. Despite his slender frame, he was quite tall. Song Juyao raised her arm high to shield him from the rain. "You might catch a cold. Allow me to escort you," she said, her tone laced with genuine concern. No one had cared for him in such a manner before, making Jiang Baiqi feel uncomfortable. He quickened his pace, attempting to shake off Song Juyao. Yet she seemed oblivious to his coldness, following him closely with small strides. "Jiang Baiqi, what on earth are you doing? How could you let the goddess chase after you?" "Oh my goodness, what a world we live in. My eyes must be deceiving me." "Stop joking ahead. Do you really think Song Juyao is a heartthrob? Jiang Baiqi, doesn't he fancy her, and yet the gods are indignant? This aesthetic truly exceeds my expectations." Jiang Baiqi is far too different from that man she attempted to assault in reality. Indeed, the disparity is vast. Hence I refuse to believe that Song Juyao genuinely likes Jiang Baiqi. My intuition tells me she harbors ulterior motives. Song Juyao was not one to silently endure. Seeing Jiang Baiqi hasten away, she reached out and grasped his sleeve. "Please slow down, Jiang. I can't keep up with you," she said softly, gently tugging at his clothing. Yet her touch seemed imbued with considerable force, causing Jiang Baiqi's legs to involuntarily stiffen, almost moving in unison. Tang Kai remarked, "No. Being a doctor is truly delightful. I would never quit, no matter what." "Dr. Tang, what brings you here?" "The president has been waiting for you for quite some time." Both individuals were startled and turned to see Fu Meiling. Following their gaze, Fu Meiling observed Song Juyao and a young man. Tang Kai had been summoned to assess Jin Yu's physical recovery. However, his psychological state was considerably more distressing. Damn Zhou Shuqian, utterly ungrateful. Upon learning of Zhou Shuqian's decision that morning, Jin Yu nearly crushed the glass cup in his hand. He had extended an olive branch. Yet the other party had the audacity to reject it. In comparison to the few remaining students in the senior class, it was apparent that those who transferred to Yizhang required Song Juyao's care more urgently. Given her nurturing disposition, she would undoubtedly follow them. Yet, there were those who were even less inclined to see Song Juyao depart from Jean Kadula. In the realm of reality, within the grand hall of the Justice Judgment Show, Director Tang felt reassured. Among the newly recruited real-life NPCs, there were several formidable individuals who had already been integrated. There was no way Song Juyao could leave. Jiang Baiqi entered the boys' dormitory, while Song Juyao remained rooted in place, watching him disappear until he boarded the elevator, at which point she turned to depart. Without the aid of technological instruments, how was it that she could perceive him? The individual before her, vocally lamenting the internet conditions, was entirely oblivious to his presence in the corner. If he were to speak now, he could startle him so much that he'd leap and puncture the elevator ceiling. It was bewildering and frustrating. Even professionally trained police officers would find it difficult to notice him at a glance. Why was it that Song Juyao could? Moreover, that gaze. Impossible, a deceiver. Song Juyao reminisced about a delightful moment, a silent smile spreading across her face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. Perhaps it is due to her elevated starting point in this life, her proactive nature, that he has become more vigilant. She could comprehend this, which only deepened her affection for him. The current Jiang Baiqi is reminiscent of the individual from her past life, who had endured countless wounds, gradually erecting defenses out of fear of further hurt, thus choosing not to believe that beauty could grace his existence. Or perhaps he is akin to a stray dog. The rain had lessened slightly, and Song Juyao tilted her head to gaze at the overcast sky, her fair and translucent skin, her features exquisitely defined, displaying an array of pure colors, whether white, red, or black. In the darkness, she seemed to radiate even more brilliance. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, and the warmth in her eyes grew ever gentler. The production team announced to the audience in the live stream that the temporary real NPC was about to take action, signaling the commencement of Song Juyao's true trial. However, due to the rarity of situations like hers, the temporary real NPC was seldom utilized. Later, this channel evolved into a game where individuals could pay to enter a virtual world and unleash their emotions upon the judged, in essence, a means of venting. Thus, the emergence of a temporary real NPC signified the onset of an unpredictable and thrilling narrative, while the judge would simultaneously face the most perilous circumstances. In the past, such moments would often send the audience into a frenzy of excitement. Yet this time, a polarization occurred. Finally, having waited for a considerable time, it was excruciating to witness the murderer garner such popularity. Why does she have it so easy? Where is the fairness in this? How can one truly interrogate her soul to ascertain her purity and goodness? Let us swiftly unveil the true nature of Song Juyao. It has become unbearable to continue watching. Many distressed viewers are urging for this episode to conclude swiftly. However, according to regulations, each live broadcast must last for a fortnight, and we have yet to reach the required duration. Moreover, how could we allow Song Juyao to conclude the first episode with an image of virtue and beauty? The first temporary real NPC to enter the scene assumes the form of an official from the Education Bureau. He glances down at his rotund figure, a frown etching his features, while the beautiful secretary stares, momentarily taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor. What are you looking at? Come here. He squints at the secretary and gestures for her to approach. The female secretary, feeling apprehensive, inquires, "Boss?" As he rises, she instinctively turns to flee, but he swiftly embraces her from behind. "Come here, darling." The exhilaration of this virtual world is intoxicating. It should be transformed into a game for all to enjoy. Here, anything is permissible, untouched by the law, liberating human nature in all its glory. How delightful! Despite his wealth, wife, and children in the real world, he remains constrained by societal norms. This realm, however, offers a distinct escape. Capital, AOJ Research Institute. The sudden arrival of the Prime Minister caused a flurry of activity within the Research Institute, with staff members buzzing with speculation. Was it perhaps regarding Juyao? What could have happened to her? After all, following her fainting episode due to overexertion and neglecting to eat, hadn't Dr. Albagar insisted she take a leave of absence? And who was that young man accompanying the Prime Minister? Inside the Dean's office, the Dean wore a troubled expression, grappling with the presence of such a high-ranking national leader. Dr. Song was exceptionally talented, and her contributions to the award-winning team were invaluable. She had committed no transgressions. Was it not somewhat unreasonable to consider her dismissal? Nevertheless, it must be noted that Song Juyao was a protege of Mr. Albagar, whose temperament is well known. Indeed, Dr. Albagar is remarkable, having made significant contributions to our nation's technological advancement. But you are the Dean. Certain matters should not be allowed to overstep his authority. The Dean was utterly astonished, gazing at the Prime Minister, who seemed like a completely transformed individual. Upon receiving the news, Peng Jia rushed over, his expression grim. The station chief remarked, "Deputy Chief, is that how you address me?" Song Juyao. Peng Jia could hardly believe it. Was the station chief losing his mind? Just a few days prior, he had lavished praise upon Song Juyao, expressing his admiration for her. How could his demeanor shift so drastically? The 7 deadly sins of humanity: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony. Everyone possesses something, and it is inconceivable that Song Juyao does not. If one cannot perceive it, it merely indicates that the environment is insufficient to allow her to reveal those facets of herself. Now, what if we were to strip away all that she holds dear and leave her with nothing? The live broadcast room still accommodates only 3 individuals, yet they remain aware of the unfolding events. Suddenly, Song Juyao received a call from the principal of the first high school. "I'm terribly sorry, Dr. Song. I am unaware of the specifics. It was an abrupt notification from higher authorities, and I have no recourse. Have you perhaps offended someone?" The principal's tone was awkward and uncomfortable, tinged with frustration and helplessness. He had already convened a meeting with the teachers, who were eagerly anticipating a new influx of exceptional students. Yet, he received a call from the Education Bureau, which, although couched in polite language, conveyed a clear message: the transfer of Jean Kadula's students was not permitted. No sooner had Song Juyao ended the call with the principal than she received another from an unfamiliar number. A malicious male voice echoed through the line. "What's the matter? Haven't you been informed? As of today, your position in the AOJ team is mine." Thus, Peng Jia ultimately spoke. That familiar sensation washed over her, a wave of dark malice surging from all directions, pressing in on her like densely compressed air. She opened her phone, eager to check her social media, only to discover that she was unable to log in. Her account was locked, effectively silencing her from voicing her concerns online and seeking aid from her fans and the public. The temporary real NPC is truly remarkable. Their every move is a grand spectacle. Oh, my heart aches. Everything she possesses has been earned through her own efforts. Indeed, it is in adversity that one's true character is revealed. How could Song Juyao, who has always stood so high above others, truly understand what kind of person she is? For those who claim she suffered in her youth, that is a tale of the past. She has matured, and people do change. I have never despised a temporary real NPC as much as I do now. Song Wanwan hurried over with concern, looking up at her with a plaintive meow. Song Juyao bent down to lift her, gently stroking her fur in reassurance. "It's all right. I'm fine." Indeed, she was truly unscathed. She had foreseen this, recognizing it as their usual ploy, first granting someone possession, then orchestrating their loss, first allowing glimpses of beauty, only to witness that beauty fade before their eyes. In such moments of despair, individuals reveal the darker facets they wish to conceal. Song Juyao leaned down to kiss the soft head of Song Wanwan, suppressing the smile that threatened to escape her lips. "Malice, you may come at me. You are merely contributing to the foundations of my stage. Thus is it not foolproof?" Qin Wei reclined contentedly against the back of his chair. With this, that woman could no longer call to berate him. The atmosphere within the production team grew somewhat tense, as certain staff members expressed their discontent with Qin Wei's tactics, feeling a sense of injustice for Song Juyao and deeming his methods rather despicable. Previously, they had subjected those under judgment to similar treatment without any sense of wrongdoing. Yet, when it comes to Song Juyao, they deem it utterly contemptible. Perhaps it is because Until now, she has always been the virtuous one, gentle, kind, diligent, and affable, thus casting them in the role of villains, devoid of any semblance of punishing the wicked. What manner of individuals have been sent in this time? It is truly nauseating. A staff member murmurs quietly, although the audience cannot see. They have a view from backstage. The individual who entered as the NPC of the Education Bureau chief, in reality, appears to be a meek, submissive man under the thumb of his wife, yet once inside, he revels in his newfound authority without restraint. In the Ho family, Hwa-sun puffs on a cigarette while Luo Chao calls him, inquiring, "What are you doing at home? Come out for a drink. The brothers want to celebrate your success in the cabinet's second examination. Hurry out." No, Hwa-sun declines, his gaze fixed on Song Juyao in the live stream. What's the matter? Is there something more entertaining at home than gathering with the brothers? Luo Chao's eagerness is palpable. As if he is ready to dash over to join Hwa Senator after a moment's hesitation, Hwa-sun replies, "The justice trial show. Song Juyao. Don't you remember? Back in middle school, she was a special enrollment student at our school." "No way? Really? That name sounds so familiar. She was the one who always ate instant noodles in the cafeteria, right? She has grown so beautiful. Had I known, I would have pursued her back then." Upon hearing those words, Hosen lost interest in continuing the conversation and irritably hung up the phone. He could intervene in some aspects of the program team's actions concerning Song Juyao, obstructing certain measures, yet, damn it. Song Juyao approached the floor-to-ceiling glass window, casting a glance at the boys' apartment across the way, and activated the mosquito-repellent light on her terrace. Jiang Baichi turned his gaze toward her apartment. The light was on, and the mosquito-repellent lamp on the terrace was illuminated as well. Typically, when that light was aglow, it signified that she was about to immerse herself in a book, with a telescope positioned nearby, occasionally lifted to surreptitiously observe him. Today, however, that light was lit. Yet she remained behind the sliding glass door, not sparing him a glance. He couldn't help but wonder if her silence was a result of his poor demeanor today, causing her to be upset. But he had no reason to transfer schools. The incident that led to his beating was merely an accident. Ordinarily, no one paid him any mind, and such circumstances would remain unchanged even if he were to transfer to the first high school. He felt somewhat perturbed. The image of her enchanting eyes, filled with starlight, lingered in his mind as if enchanted, a sensation of sinking creeping upon him once more. Jiang Baichi abruptly shook his head, managing to steady his descending thoughts and rousing himself to clarity, patting his expressionless face. To harbor curiosity about someone marks the onset of a troubling predicament. The simplest remedy to quell such curiosity is to ensure that the other person possesses no secrets before oneself, leaving no room for the imagination to wander. Thus, since it was Song Juyao who initiated this, there is no one who can voice any objections, is there? Jiang Baichi pondered as he took out his binoculars, directing his gaze towards the opposite apartment building, which housed Song Juyao's residence. At that moment, he was taken aback. Was Song Juyao crying? No. She was not weeping. It was merely the sorrowful expression that appeared so profoundly moving, evoking genuine empathy from the depths of one's heart, leading one to mistakenly believe she was in tears. What could have transpired? For someone like her, apart from the life and death separations, any issue should be easily resolvable. Considering the current relationship between Song Juyao and her mother, Lu Yan, if Lu Yan were to pass away, she might feel sorrow. But it should not be to this extent. Suddenly, Song Juyao seemed to be in pain as she crouched down, her slender back arching, presenting a fragile appearance. Was she suffering from a stomachache? Having witnessed it firsthand, the sight of the delicate curve of the girl's frail spine made it seem morally unsettling to disregard her plight. Hearing the sound of the sliding door being struck, Song Juyao turned her head and was confronted by a large, terrifying insect suspended in midair. Oh, that scared me to death. What a huge bug. Ah, how disgusting. Song Juyao stood up and approached the door, pulling it open. She blinked, seemingly unfazed. As she observed the lifelike mechanical beetle, her gaze falling upon a small white bag hanging from its neck. Carefully, she removed the bag and opened it, revealing a blister pack of stomach medicine inside. A faint smile appeared on Song Juyao's pale face as she reached out to touch the cold antennae of the mechanical insect, glancing toward the direction of the boys' apartment building. The distance between the boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory is approximately 200 meters, rendering it impossible to discern the silhouettes of individuals across the way. Yet, amidst the myriad of small windows, Song Juyao effortlessly pinpointed Jiang Baichi's. It seemed she instantly recognized the handiwork of a familiar hand. Wait a moment. She instructed the mechanical beetle, as if it could comprehend her words, before turning to fetch paper and pen. Remarkably, the mechanical beetle vibrated its wings, hovering in midair, awaiting her command. Jiang Baiqi extracted a note and beheld several elegant characters inscribed upon it. Thank you, classmate Jiang. Peering through his binoculars, he observed Song Juyao indeed consuming the medicine he had sent her way. He thought to himself that her level of vigilance was rather lacking. The beetle soon returned to Song Juyao's balcony, bearing another note. What happened? Is classmate Jiang concerned about me? Duh. Jiang Baiqi gazed at the note and the emoticon. His ears tinged with a faint blush, and, somewhat irked, he tucked the beetle away. Why was she so playful with him? It seems Jiang Baiqi is not as simple as he appears. He must be keeping an eye on Song Juyao. Otherwise, how could he know she was experiencing stomach pains? I sensed there was more to Jiang Baiqi with that mechanical mosquito last time. Song Juyao has faced significant setbacks. I hope she finds her strength again. As Jiang Baiqi stored the beetle, he heard a surge of cheers emanating from the neighboring apartment. The residents of these 2 floors are all specially recruited students, and they were currently celebrating their imminent transfer from this nightmare of a school, ready to embark on a new chapter in their lives. These matters are of no concern to him, nor does anyone care whether he transfers schools, for hardly anyone remembers him. He was taken aback and recalled Song Juyao. At the very least, she cares. She will likely depart with the special recruitment students tomorrow. Li Zhao and Ming Shu approached Song Juyao with the organized list of transfer students from the 1st and 2nd year, eagerly waiting to submit it to the principal together after completing the transfer procedures, allowing the students to head to the first high school together. Li Zhao also intends to transfer, and although she will no longer be with her classmate Zhou Shuqian, she will strive to gain admission to his university and become his junior sister. Everyone is exceedingly joyful. We have never experienced such happiness since entering this school. Li Zhao beamed upon her arrival. Sister, will you join us downstairs? We are having a party to celebrate the transfers. Ming Shu exclaimed. Song Juyao observed them, her expression strained, remaining silent. Oh, how my heart aches. What should I do now? Everyone is pointing at her. Isn't Juyao feeling distressed? How can she utter the words that she cannot transfer in the face of these smiling faces? Suddenly, Song Juyao looked at the 2 and said, I'm sorry. I might not be able to transfer. Li Zhao was taken aback. What happened? Ming Shu was equally bewildered. Was the matter of special admission supposed to conclude here? Shouldn't the final details of the transfer be accomplished with just a flick of a finger? She and Tang Kai were both pondering their uncertain future. It seemed inevitable that Song Juyao would depart from the Jinkaduola Academy, and they might end up being the most unaccomplished real NPCs, having never presented a single challenge to the judges. Yet, unexpectedly, complications had arisen again, although Song Juyao did not disclose the reasons. It soon became apparent to everyone the following day. Early in the morning, Jin Yu awoke, unable to suppress his fury. Accompanied by Jin Yao, he headed to the dining hall, where he learned that the special admission students were to leave today. His expression soured. Leave, and do so quickly. A bunch of worthless, low-bred fools. Song Juyao had better take them away at once. Ironically, he had once yearned to rid the Jinkaduola of these special students. Yet now that the opportunity to do so was at hand, he felt no joy. Having reached this point in his life, he found himself utterly powerless for the first time. Song Juyao had truly outdone herself. Suddenly, Jin Yao, sitting across from him, straightened up, his eyes fixated on the message displayed on his phone. You, take a look at this. Jin Yu took the phone from Jin Yao, and his expression shifted dramatically. What? Song Juyao, how could this be? He immediately set out to verify the news. As a member of the blue blood aristocracy, particularly one with a tenuous relationship to the government, they were always attuned to the slightest shifts in political winds. Song Juyao was a prominent figure, with considerable popularity within the National Research Institute, thus any developments concerning her were bound to circulate. While the award committee had not explicitly announced her dismissal, it was evident to all that this was indeed the implication. With her position and responsibilities effectively usurped, what else could it be but a dismissal? Perhaps they are merely waiting for Song Juyao to recognize her situation and submit her resignation. Jin Yu's mind raced as she dialed a number. As expected, misfortune seldom comes alone. Not only was Song Juyao dismissed from the Olympic award team, but the enrollment of special students at Yizhong also fell through. According to the practices of capital operation, the blockade would not be limited to this single avenue. It would either be a comprehensive shutout. Therefore, it is likely that not only Yizhong would refuse her, but esteemed institutions across the nation would also turn her away. Song Juyao could hardly push students into subpar schools. How formidable she is. Who has she offended so gravely? Even the Olympic award team is capable of intervening. It must be someone among the highest echelons. What will Song Juyao do now? All those special students are relying on her, and there is no way to shift them elsewhere. What else can be done? Fu Meiling furrowed her brow. She can only stay. A flicker of excitement danced in Jin Yu's eyes, eager for the opportunity to retaliate against Song Juyao. Finally, the moment has arrived for her to strike back. Surely, for the sake of those special students, she would come to him, wouldn't she? This time, he would compel her to lower her proud head. She has no other options left. Jin Yu awaited Song Juyao's approach, hoping she would bow her head in apology and plead for leniency regarding past grievances, allowing the remaining special students to have a better experience. This news erupted from the campus BBS, its origin unknown, detonating like a bomb among the student body. Song Juyao was expelled from the Olympic award team? Good heavens! How could this be? Surely, it must be a prank. How could a senior ever be dismissed? Song Juyao has offended some significant figure, causing the matter with the first high school to fall through. Are we unable to transfer now? Someone immediately intended to seek out Song Juyao for clarification, but was halted by Li Zhao. It is indeed true. Li Zhao has now comprehended why Song Juyao spoke in such a manner yesterday. The students, who had joyfully celebrated their acceptance, suddenly fell into silence, having prepared to transfer. Jiang Baiqi stood in shock, recalling Song Juyao's expression from yesterday. It all made sense now. Her pain had led to a visible distress. Ming Shu rushed over to Tang Kai, who wore a serious expression and nodded. If I am not mistaken, a temporary real-life NPC has entered the scene. Damn it! Ming Shu couldn't help but curse, wondering how many had entered and into what extraordinary NPC bodies, causing Song Juyao to lose everything in an instant. Previously, Ming Shu had often schemed against Song Juyao, yet at this moment, she felt an unexpected surge of anger. However, this was the result of Song Juyao's own hard work. A wave of fury washed over Ming Shu, and as she opened her mouth to speak, Tang Kai swiftly covered her lips. Do not speak recklessly. Do you know how many are watching this live broadcast? Do you wish to ruin your future? Tang Kai warned her with a glance. Reluctantly, Ming Shu calmed herself, turning away in silence, though her eyes inexplicably began to brim with tears. The atmosphere at Jinkadora Academy grew increasingly peculiar. Due to the failure of the transfer, the special admissions students were compelled to remain at Jinkadora Academy, where the wealthy scions unleashed their ridicule upon them. Hello. How can you still have the audacity to come here? Did you not look down upon Jean Kiduela, dismissing us as unworthy of your company? Without Song Juyao, how can you still be so arrogant? In my view, you are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Perhaps Song Juyao's troubles stem from your presence, leaving her with nothing. The scorn is palpable, aside from the determined students of the senior class. The special recruits from the lower grades are met with piercing glares and derisive laughter wherever they go. Due to prior tensions that nearly resulted in a mass transfer of all special recruits, Jin Yu suffered a significant setback at the hands of Song Juyao. Consequently, the student council has become rather sensitive regarding the bullying of special recruits, and many have sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere, leading to a restraint in their actions against them. Yet, this has only heightened the embarrassment and discomfort for the special recruits. Although I understand that the senior cannot be entirely blamed, having been expelled from the Olympic team, still, one should refrain from making promises that cannot be upheld. Had I known from the outset that I would remain, I could have spared myself the sting of this humiliation. Indeed, in this world, one can rely on no one but oneself. Some special recruits could not help but voice their grievances in private. A few were conversing in the restroom when suddenly, the door to a stall swung open, and a foot forcefully propelled one of the special recruits against the urinal, sending them sprawling to the floor. They turned in terror, only to behold Jin Yao, his handsome face composed, his wild eyes devoid of emotion, resembling a predatory beast. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the corridor as several students were unceremoniously expelled from the boys' restroom. Who would dare to bully these privileged students at such a moment? Oh, it is Jin Yao. Then all is well. Jin Yao, what have we done wrong? The bewildered students questioned, still in shock from their unexpected assault. They had merely been attending to their business when they were suddenly attacked. I detest spineless individuals, and even more so, ungrateful ingrates like you, Jin Yao declared, delivering another swift kick. Did you think that the absence of many who would strike you now is due to mercy? It seems you prefer a beating over ridicule. We're sorry. We were wrong. Please spare us. After delivering his blows, Jin Yao's somber expression softened slightly. He tousled his curly, unruly hair, adjusted his sports jacket, and turned to leave. Had they spoken ill of Song Juyao? Really? How audacious. Song Juyao had shown them unparalleled kindness, yet some individuals, upon receiving a modicum of goodwill, only sought more, harboring resentment when denied. Foolishness. A little more education would serve you well. The saying a grain of kindness begets a grain of resentment aptly encapsulates your plight. Individuals like Song Juyao, capable and benevolent, are rare in this world. And it is lamentable that such people are not cherished. In recent days, there has been no sight of Song Juyao. Is she wallowing in despair within her apartment? Surely, she wouldn't resort to foolish actions. A sudden wave of panic swept over someone. You are but a false admirer. Song Juyao is not the type to contemplate suicide. While I too am curious about her next steps, it is inconceivable that she would act recklessly. Other classmates hesitated to knock on her door. What could they possibly say? Would it be an utterly ineffectual and insipid encouragement, or a more hurtful inquiry about whom she might have offended? Each day, a beetle flutters by the boys' dormitory, carrying a bag filled with an assortment of ready-to-eat delights, including sandwiches, sliced fruits, and various healthy snacks. She resembles a flower on the verge of wilting, evoking an irresistible urge to water her. Is this what you wish to witness? Who can withstand such a blow? In reality, when someone encounters such adversity, it could lead to dire consequences. No, this is not what they desire. Their appetite for drama extends beyond mere distress, with survival itself becoming a challenge. What fate awaits Song Juyao? She is no different from ordinary individuals. She too is susceptible to despair. Ha ha ha. As long as she doesn't smile. I find joy in that. Indeed, as long as she refrains from smiling at me, it would be preferable if she weeps. Why should the family of the victim mourn while she finds amusement? A sticky note affixed to the lunchbox reads, "Do not succumb to despair. Muster your spirits." Not particularly skilled at offering comfort, her words merely emerged as a dry utterance. Yet, a faint smile tugged at Song Juyao's lips. It is not self-abandonment. I am simply perplexed. I find myself questioning the authenticity of my existence. This world feels somewhat amiss. The production team, particularly Tang Shan, felt a sudden tension grip her scalp. Could it be? Had she sensed something? How could that be? The virtual realm boasted a 100% authenticity, devoid of any discernible flaws. It was implausible that someone like Song Juyao, whose memories had been sealed and who had been thrust into this world since childhood, could perceive any discrepancies. The team members were momentarily thrown into disarray, akin to the anxiety of a secret being unveiled. Why had she uttered such words? When and where had she sensed something amiss? All matters should adhere to logic, yet, at times, this world defies reason, leading one to ponder, how could I have parents like mine? The Prime Minister's sudden outburst that led to my expulsion from the team. The bank's inexplicable freezing of my funds, the Education Bureau's refusal to allow student transfers. Such occurrences lack logic, defy common sense. As if they are specifically aimed at me. It became clear that the overly zealous actions of the temporary real NPCs were indeed illogical. However, only through such illogical and brazen acts could Song Juyao be stripped of everything and be plunged into despair. Thankfully, despite her doubts, what could she truly accomplish? Without evidence, escape from this virtual realm was impossible unless she resorted to the unthinkable. Moreover, regardless of her thoughts, it was inconceivable for her to realize that she was indeed ensnared in an unreal world, while simultaneously participating in a live broadcast. With a billion viewers scrutinizing her every move, commenting on her demeanor, dictating her tears and laughter. Yet, because you are here, I wish to believe that this world must be genuine. This sentiment could perhaps be expressed in another way. In this world, you alone are authentic. Jiang Baiqi gazed at the note. The words, nearly akin to a confession, stirred a flicker within her as her dull gray eyes shimmered slightly. Her ears flushed crimson. I crave sweet and sour ribs. She then unabashedly made her request as if they were intimately acquainted. Do it yourself. Jiang Baiqi thought impassively. Consequently, after school in the morning, she passed by the supermarket, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to purchase ribs. Considering her current low spirits, Song Juyao, using a telescope, observed Jiang Baiqi clad in an apron, cooking in the kitchen, and a smile involuntarily blossomed on her lips. However, Jiang Baiqi was aware of her gaze, causing her movements to gradually stiffen, especially since the kitchen window lacked curtains. That day's lunch was quite sumptuous. Jiang Baiqi had utilized several beetles to assist in the delivery. After the meal, Song Juyao went to the restroom to wash her face, gazing at her reflection in the mirror and murmuring, "It is time to uplift oneself. Otherwise, if expelled, she would be left to wander the streets." She opened her computer in search of employment, and the audience presumed she would finally experience the arduous journey of job hunting. To their astonishment, she swiftly secured a high-paying, urgent online translation job, proficient in 4 languages, with minimal technical jargon in the documents, rendering the task exceedingly simple. Song Juyao gazed at her screen in disbelief. After much effort to access it, she discovered that the translated files had been utterly erased. Reluctantly, she had to start anew. However, just as she was nearing completion, her computer was invaded once more. Her expression shattered in an instant. What? He had merely touched Song Juyao's computer, and immediately a hand from the depths of the internet seized him by the throat. Realizing he was up against a formidable adversary, he quickly disengaged and fled, attempting to erase his traces. Yet, his pursuer, like a rabid dog, relentlessly pursued him. He hurried to shut down the computer, but the power button had malfunctioned. In a panic, he yanked out the plug, only to find that the laptop's built-in battery prevented it from shutting down. The files within the computer were being rapidly copied and transmitted. The hacker, in a state of panic, felt like a rat hiding in the shadows, terrified of having his mask ripped away, exposing his true identity. The transmission concluded, and the hacker sat despondently in his chair. "Director, I'm done. I'm quitting, he shouted into thin air. Although only his NPC guise had been revealed, he felt entirely embodied by that persona. It was as if a layer of skin had been peeled away. His directive had been to ensure that Song Juyao could not complete her work on the computer. At that moment, 2 words appeared on his screen: seeking death. As Jiang Baiqi closed his laptop, he picked up his binoculars to gaze at Song Juyao across the way. Due to the urgent nature of the translation task, which was initially quite straightforward for her, the situation had become pressing because of the hacker's intrusion and disruption. Song Juyao's focus was unwavering as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and just in the nick of time, she struck the final period. With a sigh of relief, she puffed out her cheeks and exhaled deeply. Her work had been successfully completed. Jiang Baiqi inexplicably felt relieved as well. He then turned his attention back to the computer, lost in contemplation, yet his expression rendered him as if he were staring vacantly with a pair of dull gray eyes. It was not until he heard Song Juyao's voice through the headphones that he snapped back to reality. "Thank you," she said, cradling the mechanical dragonfly on her desk. This device possessed wireless communication capabilities, a tool Jiang Baiqi had previously utilized to inquire about her well-being when she was being harassed by hackers. Song Juyao paused momentarily, then affectionately embraced the dragonfly. Jiang Baiqi inquired, "What?" Song Juyao replied, "I don't want to return it. Can you give it to me?" After all, did she intend to claim his belongings as her own after placing her order? Were they truly that close? The thought that he could communicate with her anytime, anywhere, brought her comfort. "Please, can you give it to me?" she added, her soft voice imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. Jiang Baiqi's ears tinged slightly with crimson as he coldly responded, "It's up to you. It doesn't contain any core technology anyway." "All right," Song Juyao said, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. Suddenly, I grasped the charm of this couple. Their adorable quirks are simply enchanting. Jiang Baiqi's allure has surged unexpectedly. "Oh, Jiang Baiqi is so impressive. I hope he takes good care of Yao Yao. Mother has approved of their union." But wake up. It seems that Song Juyao is still harboring unrequited feelings for Jiang Baiqi. In the real world, audiences continue to fervently discuss Song Juyao's doubts regarding the authenticity of her surroundings, and the matter of temporary live-action NPCs has become increasingly contentious. Honestly, witnessing Song Juyao question the reality of her world sent chills down my spine. It was a disconcerting moment after following so many seasons of Justice Trial. It was the first time I heard a defendant utter such words. There was a palpable sense of a hidden truth being unveiled. I had always thought that the introduction of so many temporary live-action NPCs, particularly those of high status, was executed too hastily, rendering the narrative implausible. Indeed, it appears that Song Juyao has begun to harbor suspicions. I am now curious whether Song Juyao will ultimately uncover the truth of her world. I may have overthought this. Song Juyao's doubts are merely doubts. I often question life myself, yet I merely voice my thoughts while deep down, I am fully aware that this world is indeed as bizarre as it seems. However, since the beginning of this season featuring Song Juyao, her prestige has gradually diminished. Now, due to an inability to handle her character, there have been forced attempts to undermine her status, leading to the emergence of Yuji, which has only intensified Song Juyao's suspicions, creating a rather delicate situation. With over 1 billion viewers, opinions are sharply divided, and amidst the clamor, the popularity and ratings continue to soar. Ren Yulin, catching wind of the situation, called in a frenzy, berating Song Juyao without reservation. "You've made quite a mess. Why didn't you inform me?" Song Juyao replied gently. "It's not that significant, really. The due date is approaching. You should calm down." "Not significant? Is the higher-up insane? How could such a thing happen out of the blue?" Ren Yulin's tone was laced with disbelief. Heaven knows she was utterly taken aback upon learning that Song Juyao had encountered such a predicament. It was so astonishing that she could hardly muster any anger. Her current frustration stemmed mainly from the fact that Song Juyao had kept her in the dark for so many days, and with the bank frozen, given her temperament, she likely wouldn't resort to borrowing money from others, fearing she might drag them into her troubles. Was that foolish girl going hungry? Song Juyao lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "Indeed. I find it quite unbelievable as well. What repercussions could arise from such an extraordinary occurrence? I am rather curious. This gif. I could watch it tens of thousands of times. I am utterly intoxicated. All right, I ship this couple, can I?" "Oh. So Song Juyao was already looking for Jiang Baiqi? How long have they known each other?" This pair of characters secretly observes each other. Yet both are acutely aware and seemingly unbothered, even finding joy in it. Wait, could it be a hint of affection? Jiang Baiqi shielded her flushed cheeks with the back of her hand, feeling that familiar sinking sensation return. She yanked out her earbuds, rubbed her ears vigorously, and after a moment, placed them back in. Song Juyao declined Ren Yulin's offer of assistance, stating, "I do not wish to involve your family in my troubles. Even if there exists the slightest possibility. Trust me, it is I who has earned my place among the members of the Olympic team, not the team that has defined me. I will not concede." Well said. Talented individuals have countless avenues before them. I fail to comprehend the mindset of those who believe that stripping Song Juyao of everything will lead to her defeat. Her most treasured assets are her knowledge and wisdom, not the material possessions that can be lost. Quite touching. Song Juyao is indeed an inspiration. Being a member of the Olympic team, participating in variety shows, and facing a frozen bank account are merely the beginnings. Do you really think that a temporary real-life NPC would merely execute one task and then vanish? I admire those who can maintain such a mindset in the face of greater adversities. Soon, Song Juyao's endeavor of translating documents online for profit spread throughout the school. Since hackers were unable to breach Jiang Baiqi's defenses, they resorted to using a temporary real-life NPC to disclose this matter in order to prevent Song Juyao from earning that money. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of individuals surged into Song Juyao's work account, and through the digital realm, an array of disconcerting and vulgar remarks emerged, rendering her incapable of continuing her work. Earning a living through online translation is not inherently shameful. However, in the case of Song Juyao, it evokes an inexplicable sense of pity. After all, it is Song Juyao, reduced to accepting online orders, laboriously earning a meager sum. My weekly allowance surpasses her earnings. How tragic. Why does it feel somewhat heart-wrenching? Perhaps it is due to the formidable individuals she has offended. Now, she can only engage in such endeavors to stave off hunger. Truthfully, I wouldn't mind supporting her if she were willing to be my girlfriend. Yet, the powerful figures she has crossed are too significant. I fear I might be implicated. As Jinyu died, his pupils flickered at the mention. It seemed he had found an opportunity for revenge. That woman, Song Juyao, had yet to come to him and apologize. The thought incited his ire. His cast had been removed, and the neck brace was no longer necessary. He had returned to his former tall and handsome self. His hair impeccably styled, framed by glasses resting on his nose, his phoenix eyes exuding indifference. He located the landline number for Song Juyao's apartment, and, after a few rings, it was answered. "Hello? This is Song Juyao. Who is this?" "Jinyu. Is there something you need?" Her tone remained unchanged, and he could hear the sounds of a movie playing in the background. "Song Juyao, if you were to apologize to me, I would not mind extending my assistance." "Jinyu, I apologize, but I am rather busy. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now." With that, she ended the call. Jinyu stared at his phone, frustration evident as veins bulged on his forehead. Why was he so enraged? What was the cause of his vexation? He could not discern it, but he felt an overwhelming anger. Did this woman hold him in contempt? She was clearly watching a movie, yet claimed to be occupied. Was he to be treated as a fool? Enraged, Jinyu proceeded directly to the girls' dormitory, ignoring the astonished and excited reactions of the female residents. He ascended to the floor where Song Juyao resided and pressed the doorbell forcefully. The sound of hurried footsteps approached in response to the incessant ringing. Jin Yu regarded the scene with cold detachment, envisioning Song Juyao disheveled and haggard, her appearance markedly diminished. Yet when the door finally opened, he was met with an image that was strikingly familiar, a girl who radiated the same brilliance as before. She cradled a cat, donned a delicate white wool sweater, her long hair cascading elegantly, lips rosy and teeth white, with clear, bright eyes. Her features remained strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of an angel enveloped in a soft halo. Her beauty disarming, yet profoundly impactful. Jin Yu felt his mind go blank as all sounds and images faded into obscurity, leaving only the vivid presence of Song Juyao before him, every strand of hair and thread of her garment sharply defined. Jin Yu? Song Juyao inquired, her surprise evident. Your face is quite flushed. Are you unwell? Her astonishment deepened. I have not forgotten your curse, Jin Yu replied coldly. Is there something you require? Song Juyao asked, her curiosity piqued. I have heard that you have recently begun to toil for money. It must be quite arduous. You have assisted those special recruits. Yet when you find yourself in need, they are utterly incapable of offering any assistance, Jin Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Song Juyao gazed at him with an impassive expression. Did you come here solely to say this? I had thought you might at least be here to urge me to leave. Jin Yu's expression stiffened. He had initially intended to mock Song Juyao and compel her to apologize, yet at this moment, his words seemed to escape his control. You need not think of me as so petty. I have heard you are working as a translator. As an alumnus, I could offer you a job. No, thank you. I no longer engage in translation, she replied. Jin Yu's gaze drifted past her, landing on the computer screen where a film was playing. Watching a movie? A new job? I am searching for video materials. What kind of materials? The production team had taken ruthless measures, blocking all her avenues, preventing her from undertaking any tasks that required passage through government-related departments, seemingly believing that this would render her destitute. However, she was prepared to demonstrate what it truly means to be resilient. Thus, she had been ready. I have recently conceived an idea. Song Juyao looked at Jin Yu, blinked, and smiled. Would you like to see it? She then opened a video she had created. As sounds resonated, she retrieved a pair of headphones, plugged them in, and placed them over Jin Yu's ears. Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his attention was diverted by the music emanating from the headphones and the visuals on the computer screen. Song Juyao creates highly popular point-click videos on a bullet screen website. While the technical aspects are not particularly challenging, the true difficulty lies in selecting the right material, editing, pairing music, and crafting seamless transitions. A perfect theme would be the cherry on top. For Song Juyao, these tasks are not daunting. More importantly, such content is absent in this virtual realm. After all, this digital universe was completed years ago, and the modeling team inevitably left certain gaps, making it impossible to achieve flawless realism. In a nearly 4-minute video, Jin Yu was thoroughly engaged. When Song Juyao glanced down, she noticed his feet lightly tapping in rhythm, which made her smile. Upon turning to look at her, Jin Yu realized his small gesture, and his expression tightened. An intriguing idea. Do you think it would be appropriate to post such a video on your family's video platform? Song Juyao inquired. The Jin family owns the largest bullet screen website in the country, boasting immense traffic and a plethora of videos, making it an ideal venue for her work. Most importantly, Jin Yu had taken the reins of the family business, and this website fell under his management. As the content creator, Song Juyao knew he would pay close attention to her endeavors, and the audience below would be unable to disrupt her. So, how would they prevent her? Those sent to torment her boss had inadvertently become her allies. It would surely infuriate them. Song Juyao's gaze toward Jin Yu grew increasingly gentle, her smile broadening. In the boy's apartment, Jiang Baichi, who was preparing dinner, glanced at the scene in the neighboring girl's apartment while looking down at his knife and meat. What did Song Juyao say she wanted to eat? Suddenly, the knife thudded against the cutting board as Jiang Baichi removed his apron and turned to leave. Under the gaze of Song Juyao, Jin Yu felt a wave of dizziness, descending into a peculiar, ethereal state. You? Jin Yu called out, puzzled. Jin Yu scrutinized him. I heard you visited the girls' dormitory to see Song Juyao? Yes, Jin Yu replied. What was the purpose of your visit? Nothing much. She wanted to upload a video on our website, so we had a chat, Jin Yu stated seriously as he opened his computer. He had completely forgotten that his original intention in seeking out Song Juyao was to cause her trouble. Reflecting on her smile, he couldn't help but ponder whether she was employing her charms on him. Ah, women. Jin Yu observed Jin Yu, whose lips curled into a faint smile, seemingly in a good mood, and narrowed his eyes, feeling a wave of irritation. After a while of filming, Song Juyao, sensing her hunger, glanced at the time and realized it was already past 8, yet her supplier had yet to deliver food. Cradling a dragonfly, she walked to the balcony and noticed Jiang Baiqi was absent from the living room. Aki, Song Juyao called softly. Jiang Baiqi, engrossed in a game in his bedroom, paused momentarily but turned over, pretending he hadn't heard. However, her voice penetrated the headphones he had been wearing, making it impossible for him to ignore. Where are you? Have you had dinner? I'm hungry. Where are you? The audacious girl continued to call out, her tone gentle and persistent. Didn't T. Jinyu invite you for a meal? Jiang Baiqi, increasingly annoyed, sat up with a low, irritated voice. He sensed something was amiss lately, realizing he might be undergoing a form of domestication, despite repeatedly admonishing herself that Song Juyao could never truly harbor feelings for him. The unexpected turn of events left her vulnerable due to the pity she felt for her sudden misfortune. Consequently, she became ensnared by his affections without even realizing it, leading to their current predicament. However, the sight of her seated alongside Jinyu struck him like a thunderbolt. They both radiated brilliance and appeared to be a perfect match. Belonging to the same world. Perhaps Song Juyao inherently possessed such talents. She had the ability to perceive everyone in this world, regardless of how insignificant or drab they might be, unlike him who held no special distinction. Surprised at her own feelings, Song Juyao soon broke into a cheerful laugh, teasingly asking, "Are you feeling jealous? You're quite bothersome. I'm merely discussing business with Jinyu. One must earn a living." Jiang Baiqi instinctively opened his mouth to respond, yet quickly restrained himself, choosing silence instead. "Achi, I'm so hungry." Song Juyao resumed her complaints. Frustrated, Jiang Baiqi rolled over to the kitchen, cooking while grappling with his irritation. What is this about? Why am I doing this? Meanwhile, Song Juyao admired the sight of Jiang Baiqi diligently preparing food, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. Ah, how delightful. I am utterly shipping this couple. It feels like Jiang Baiqi's presence has become more pronounced under Song Juyao's gaze, with Song Juyao observing Jiang Baiqi through binoculars, and Jiang Baiqi watching her watch him through a monitor. Is this mutual peeping even acceptable? Peeking is undoubtedly inappropriate, however. The mutual observation between them is a tacit understanding, one that they seem to relish, almost reveling in the attention they bestow upon each other. It is undeniably endearing. Yet, there are those who criticize, asserting that fans of Song are fundamentally misguided, asserting that voyeurism and clandestine photography, no matter how they are cloaked in affection, remain what they are. In my eyes, the act of Song Juyao peeking cannot be absolved. It is irredeemable, no matter the circumstances. The barrage of comments is perpetually polarized. Some express disdain while others are enamored, a dichotomy that Song Juyao anticipated. In this world, there is no universal charmer, regardless of how impeccable she may appear. There will always be those who find faults. From a humanistic perspective, it is evident that those who embody true perfection are seldom embraced. People are generally drawn to the relatable, those with flaws, for perfection fosters a sense of distance, rendering one unapproachable and devoid of resonance. Yet, she cannot afford to present herself as mediocre. While mediocrity may garner a broader appeal among the masses, for her, ensnared in this judgmental realm, the fleeting affection of passers-by holds no value. They will not cast their votes for her, nor will they advocate fiercely on her behalf. What she requires is a steadfast, fervent, and passionate love, one that elevates her to the status of a belief, a devotion that inspires others to fight for her, no matter the cost. She is aware that such love is germinating, even if it remains subtle and insufficient to create a tempest. It is, nonetheless, forming beneath the surface, and one day, it shall break through barriers and overturn the world. She requires patience and a subtle approach, akin to the proverbial frog being slowly boiled in water. She must not display overt aggression prematurely, lest she provoke vigilance and defenses before they succumb. After successfully negotiating with her employer, Jinyu, Song Juyao registered an account, swiftly receiving a contract invitation from the back-end. The initial scouting video in this virtual realm, meticulously edited by Song Juyao, was both exhilarating and visually captivating. A true feast for the senses. Upon its release, it sparked considerable discussion, amassing over 1 million views, likes, and shares, coupled with the platform's incentives for promising newcomers. Her earnings for that day exceeded 100,000 yuan. Song Juyao did not confine herself to video creation. She produced 2 videos, establishing herself as a cornerstone of the platform. Following a wave of imitation from other content creators, she transitioned to the gaming section, where her melodious voice and exceptional skills, complemented by a taciturn yet remarkably skilled guardian, quickly propelled her to become one of the most popular streamers in that domain. earning more through tips than she did from her videos. With Jiang Baiqi's protection online, she navigated the digital landscape effortlessly, impervious to hacking attempts. Her endeavors ranged from video creation and live streaming to academic research published in prestigious journals, leaving the audience utterly astonished. The genius performs for all, revealing that money is merely a string of numbers. She possesses 180 ways to become affluent. Viewing the live stream from Song Juyao's perspective is an exhilarating experience. It's astonishing how effortlessly one can accumulate wealth. Song Juyao interprets for you 108 ways to earn money. Song Juyao's resilience is remarkable. The endeavors she pursues now starkly contrast with her past. Yet she approaches them with unwavering seriousness. She remains humble despite her elevated status and does not succumb to despair in times of adversity. Her inner strength is truly formidable. Seeing her like this, I am suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, having wallowed in self-pity in my apartment for half a year, gaining 50 pounds. However, upon reflection, my struggles pale in comparison to those of Song Juyao. It is time for me to regain my composure and embark on a fresh start. The introduction of temporary NPCs has led Song Juyao to question the authenticity of her world, resulting in severe backlash against them. Astonishingly, they have failed to completely obstruct her path. It appears they are utterly incapable of doing so. Observing the audience's reactions, Song Juyao's popularity continues to surge. Isn't this a classic case of diminishing returns? Her actions do not require governmental approval, and their hacking capabilities fall short compared to Jiang Baiqi, rendering them powerless to intervene. The staff remarks that the expression of Hua's family member, Yuan Manji, has become increasingly ominous. It has not been long since she reveled in Song Juyao's downfall, yet now she witnesses that Song Juyao has not descended into the misery she anticipated. Rather, it seems she has found fortune in her misfortune, even blossoming into love, her smile radiating sweetness and happiness. The more Song Juyao thrives, the more twisted her hatred becomes, and thoughts of her deceased son contort her visage into that of a ghoul. Su Qing, the real NPC we hired, when will she finally take action? Yuan Manji's voice was so cold that it sent a shiver down Su Qing's spine. On the other end of the line, Su Qing replied, "It's primarily because Song Juyao has been at school, and the security there is quite stringent, making it difficult to act." "Then let her leave the school," Yuan Manji commanded. "Well, I'll discuss it with Director Qin and see what can be done," Su Qing responded. Yuan Manji hung up the phone. Her gaze icy as she stared at Song Juyao's image on the screen. She had reached her limit. She could not endure another moment of that woman's smile. She yearned to see her weep, to witness her suffer, to see her tormented. The relationship between Song Juyao and Jin Yu had begun to soften, a subtle shift that the student council could sense. Although the reasons remained unclear, Jin Yu's demeanor towards the special enrollment students had become noticeably more lenient. Fu Meiling remarked, "Lu Qianqian claims his nose was broken and demands the expulsion of that special student." Lu Qianqian, a member of the Blue Blood elite, would have typically been met with Jin Yu's immediate disciplinary action at such a moment. Yet, upon hearing this, Jin Yu inquired, "What provoked the altercation?" Fu Meiling hesitated before stating, "Lu Qianqian forced him to bark like a dog." Jin Yu's mind conjured the image of Song Juyao upon hearing this. Her brows would undoubtedly furrow in discomfort. Tell Lu Qianqian that if he engages in such disgraceful conduct again, he should leave. Having his nose broken is the least of his worries. If it were me, his head would be sent flying. Fu Meiling was taken aback for a moment, but chose not to respond further before turning to exit. Jin Yao was engrossed in watching a video created by Song Juyao, having given it a thumbs up and made a small donation. For a brief moment, he was distracted by the conversation. The mark left by his bite on his thumb was still distinctly visible, deeply imprinted. Unless he sought cosmetic treatment, it was likely to remain for a lifetime. This transformation was soon felt throughout the student body. The Discipline Inspection Committee no longer turned a blind eye to the incidents of bullying against specially recruited students. During the student union's recruitment drive, Zhou Chuchen encouraged applications from these special recruits, and surprisingly, it was not met with the usual silence akin to a stone cast into the sea. Some were actually chosen. Oh my goodness. The selected special recruits were utterly astonished. The group of special recruits, which had gradually grown desolate due to their failed transfer, began to buzz with excitement. Is it true? Is it really happening? Have I been chosen? And by the Discipline Inspection Committee? I've been accepted into the publicity department. Oh my heavens. Why? It's the senior. She has been getting close to Jin Yu lately. Did she negotiate with him? There seems to be no other explanation. Jin Yu, with his haughty demeanor, has always looked down upon us. If it weren't for the senior mediating between us, how could this have occurred? I can't help but cry. She has faced such painful setbacks yet still cares for us. Crying, 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 but what can we do for her? She is already doing her utmost to assist us. She owes us nothing. On the contrary, we owe her a great debt of gratitude. Some ungrateful individuals should be more cautious in their words, lest they find themselves confronted by me at every turn. How can there be such wonderful individuals in this world? I too aspire to become like her. The reforms at Jinkadora Academy are quietly progressing amidst the inflated pride of the haughty aristocrats. It appears they are susceptible to gentler approaches. Mingshu, while conversing with Tang Kai, exclaimed in realization. Suddenly, she paused. Wait. Could it be that Jin Yu's feelings for Song Juyao are a manifestation of affection towards those around her? In this institution, it is hardly surprising for anyone to develop feelings for Song Juyao. As Ming Shu comprehended this, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her, evidently. The script of a romantic drama is not something one can simply seize. She had meticulously planned her strategy, only to be thwarted by Jin Yao, while Song Juyao, through her mere presence, had captured Jin Yu's admiration despite the injury she had inflicted upon him. Nevertheless, upon reflection, she felt a sense of acquiescence. She had resolved to advocate for Song Juyau's cause as soon as she stepped outside. At that moment, a new message arrived on her phone. And as Mingshu glanced down, she was taken aback. At noon, a luxurious sedan came to a halt, and a middle-aged woman clad in a purple suit and black stilettos emerged from the vehicle, her chin held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Accompanied by bodyguards, she sauntered into the school, making her way to the principal's office. The principal had just hung up the phone, his complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The door swung open abruptly, and he lifted his gaze to meet the woman's. What are you still seated for? Stand up, you useless person. This position is no longer yours. The principal trembled as he slowly rose to his feet. The news of the principal's replacement at Jinkadora Academy swiftly spread throughout the institution. That principal was never truly qualified for the role. Indeed, whenever there was an issue, he would invariably evade responsibility, shifting all matters to the student council and leaving the students to resolve them on their own. It remains to be seen what the new principal will be like. One hopes they will demonstrate a greater sense of responsibility. For special admit students, the change in leadership is of significant importance, as the principal's presence directly influences their fate within the school, including the allocation of their scholarships, which had previously been rendered almost powerless by the former principal's reluctance to confront the student council. However, should the new principal exhibit a firmer stance, they could indeed regain authority. As Ming Shu observed Li Zhao and others animatedly discussing the new principal, fantasizing about a leader who would be responsible and protective of the rights of special admit students, she felt an unsettling premonition. The production team had dispatched temporary live-action NPCs, signifying that Song Juyao would soon face the most daunting of challenges. Could the arrival of this new principal herald positive change? Lost in thought, she was interrupted by a message from a special admit student who was ill and had stayed in the dormitory, stating that the new principal had arrived at the girls' dormitory to seek out Song Juyao. At that moment, Song Juyao was occupied with cleaning up after her sister, Song Wanwan. When she heard the doorbell and rose to answer it, only to find an unfamiliar middle-aged woman standing before her. Hello, you must be Song Juyao, the woman said, scrutinizing her. I am the new principal of the school. My surname is Xia. Greetings, Song Juyao replied, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Miss. Xia entered the room with a smile, inadvertently brushing past Song Juyao. She surveyed the interior with a sweeping glance and remarked, the accommodation at our Jinkadora Academy is quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? It stands unrivaled among all institutions in the country. In the classroom, Jiang Baiqi tilted his head slightly, the wireless earbuds nestled in his ears barely visible. Indeed, it is Jinkadora Academy after all. Oh, perhaps it is precisely because it is so magnificent that you refuse to leave, she said, her expression laced with disdain and a hint of aggression. While our school may not be lacking in the utility expenses you mentioned, and our student dormitories consistently have vacancies, it is, after all, not a hotel. I am aware that the former principal invited you to reside here, but as the current principal, I have my own standards. Might I request your departure? What an unpleasant woman she is. Who does she think she is, dictating terms? Jin Yu has said nothing. Those criticizing her are truly misguided. Song Juyao should have vacated this place long ago. She is not a student and has overstayed her welcome in the dormitory. Living in a lavish apartment for free is quite a treat, with meals and services provided. That sour expression from earlier was truly unbecoming. Song Juyao was invited to stay here, you know? Is this new principal even real? Her demeanor is quite repulsive. Isn't it the students who bear the utility costs? With such financial constraints, how can she shamelessly use their funds? Fools. Special admissions are entirely exempt from tuition and fees. Song Juyao has not spent a dime of their money. A student eavesdropping outside widened their eyes in astonishment and hastily retrieved their phone. Special enrollment group. The new principal has expelled the senior. Everyone. The senior is leaving everyone. The phone vibrated momentarily, and the special enrollees exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They sprang to their feet, the chairs scraping against the floor with a screech that startled the ordinary students from their slumber, drawing the attention of the entire class. Typically, the special enrollees endeavored to remain inconspicuous, diligently focused during lessons, fearful of declining grades, and reluctant to miss classes, even at the cost of their health. Yet, at this moment, under the astonished gazes of their peers, they rushed out of the classroom in a fervor. Song Juyao possessed very few belongings, allowing her to pack within mere minutes. Dragging a modest suitcase and cradling her cat, she was ushered toward the exit by the eager new principal. Already seated in the campus shuttle, just as Song Juyao reached the school gate, she suddenly heard shouts from behind. Senior. Turning around, she saw a group of special enrollees sprinting toward her. Li Xiao ran swiftly, tears streaming down her face, breathless and distraught. Song Juyao gazed at them in surprise, producing a handkerchief to wipe Li Xiao's tears. What's the matter? Senior, don't go. Li Xiao looked as if she were bidding farewell to a dear friend. Unable to stop her tears. Senior, please stay. Live here with us. Want you? We haven't had the chance to do anything for you yet. Please don't leave. Please stay, senior. The special recruits encircled Song Juyao, seizing her luggage and concealing it behind them, pleading earnestly. Some were so emotional that tears streamed down their faces. They understood that the predicament Song Juyao faced was far more challenging than their own. Her departure was not a triumphant return, but rather a painful farewell. The thought of her, alone, burdened with her luggage and nowhere to go, shattered their hearts. She had sacrificed so much for them, yet they felt utterly powerless to assist her, with their only recourse being to implore her to remain. Miss Ya, initially prepared to fulfill her duties, felt her composure falter as this group of special recruits suddenly surged forth to plead. Her expression darkened. It is class time. What are you doing? Are you collectively skipping class? She reprimanded coldly, realizing that the former principal had indeed failed miserably. You have already violated your contract by intending to transfer, and now you wish to renege, trampling the dignity of the Blue Blood Noble Academy. It seems you are so easily deceived that you intend to act as if nothing has occurred. Clearly, I have been too lenient. The students recalled that this unexpected intruder was the one who had driven Song Juyao away, and they glared at her in anger. You can just cancel it? If you dare, go ahead and cancel. The special recruits, however, were unusually defiant and spoke out resolutely. The scholarship is documented in black and white. If you dare to cancel, we will raise a ruckus at the board meeting. When we were harmed, you offered no assistance, and now you come to dictate terms. Who do you think you are? Has the student council permitted this? What has President Jin said that gives you the right to speak here? The students were infuriated. And the former principal remained silent, while the student council refused to let Song Juyao leave. By what right did she attempt to expel Song Juyao? As tensions escalated, they inched closer, as if ready to pounce and assault her. Miss Xiao was seething with rage, acutely aware that she was within the range of a live broadcast. Unsure of how many eyes were glued to the screen. Even cloaked in the guise of an NPC, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How dare they? This is outrageous. Expulsion. Everyone is to be expelled. Who grants you the authority to expel students? Jin Yu's icy voice suddenly pierced through the air. Jin Yao. And several other members of the student council rushed in, their expressions unmistakably displeased. Upon seeing these students radiating an aura of golden nobility, Miss Ya's countenance stiffened. I am the principal. The board has conferred this power upon me. Is that so? Then allow me to state that you possess no such authority, Jin Yu retorted coldly, his voice trembling with indignation as he glanced at the bewildered security guard at the school gate. Throw her out. The security guard, having worked at the school for many years, was well aware that in this institution, Jin Yu and Jin Yao were akin to emperors. With the student council as the true governing body, these blue-blooded aristocrats and wealthy scions would heed no principal's commands. What could a principal do if students refused to comply? Moreover, the Jin family had already reached the pinnacle of high society, so it was prudent to follow their lead. Without hesitation, he advanced, seizing the new principal and, despite her struggles, he expelled her from the premises. Damn, That feels good. How dare this woman come here and dictate terms? If only other temporary real NPCs could be cast aside in such a manner. It is heart-wrenching. Song Juyao is truly remarkable, as evidenced by even her former adversaries rallying for her. For those who claim that Song Juyao clings to her position, do they not feel the sting of their own words? She is precisely the one they wish would remain here indefinitely. The special admittees have also begun to hold their heads high, inspired by Song Juyao. How splendid. This is the essence of courage, to protect those one cherishes. Dignity must be earned through one's own efforts, rather than bestowed by others. The special admittees have indeed grown. Miss Xia, having been unceremoniously expelled from the school gates, was utterly devastated, while the production team stood in shock, as if an unseen force had struck them squarely in the face. Did they truly intend to disgrace Song Juyao? The disgrace lies with them. Continuously met with humiliation, their frustration has reached its peak, leading to a withdrawal of support. And what is the outcome? Just this? Just this? It is enough to make one bleed with indignation. Now, the once formidable production team appears utterly powerless against Song Juyao. Naturally, with a flagship program running for 2 decades, an extensive fanbase has accumulated, and the majority remains silent, displaying remarkable patience, trusting that the production team is akin to the Buddha. No matter how tumultuous the antics of the Monkey King, he cannot escape the grip of the Five-Finger Mountain. He will inevitably be subdued. Yuan Manji was infuriated, her face burning as though she had been struck by several slaps from Song Juyao. This murderer, who is undeniably beyond redemption, is inexplicably venerated in this virtual realm, as if she were some sort of savior. Dear aunt, do not fret. Although the process did not unfold as we envisioned, we have nonetheless achieved our objective. Su Qing remarked. Indeed, yet why does it still feel so constricted? In the virtual realm, Song Juyao gazed at the students standing resolutely before her, a mix of gratitude and pride swelling within her. Thank you all. Her gaze then settled on Jinyu. Thank you. The tempest of emotions surging within Jinyu's chest began to subside slightly. He had not anticipated feeling such unbridled rage upon hearing that the new principal had forced Song Juyao out of the girls' dormitory. It was a fury unlike any he had ever experienced, as if his very limits had been trampled upon. Fu Miling retrieved the key to Song Juyao's apartment from the bag of that lady Xia, handing it over to her. Yet, Song Juyao declined to accept it, smiling as she addressed them. In truth, even without this lady's intervention, I had already intended to depart. Why? No, senior. Although their time with Song Juyao had been brief, they felt an intimacy akin to that of close friends. If Zhou Shuchan was their spiritual leader, then Song Juyao had undoubtedly become their guiding light. They had absorbed so much from her, learning invaluable lessons. The news of her departure filled them with deep sorrow, as if tears were on the verge of spilling forth. Song Juyao, where will you go now? Jin Yao inquired. It is uncertain why she has offended such a prominent figure, as it seems there is a subtle intention to target her. Remaining at Jinkadora Academy is a commendable choice, for the Board of Trustees comprises members of the aristocracy who fear not that individual. In fact, should an opportunity arise, they would fervently strive to displace that person and replace them with their own. Being within the confines of this institution offers the utmost safety, under their protection. She need not concern herself with the tempests outside. I shall continue my journey until I step into the dawn. Under the sun, the girl's skirt flutters lightly. Her raven locks dance gently, and her smile remains tender. Her eyes retain their clarity, untouched by the sudden blows from above or the pervasive darkness lurking behind the scenes. Even in the absence of her once glimmering halos, she continues to shine. It is the radiance emanating from her soul, impervious to the influences and tremors of others. Jiang Baiqi's heart races violently, his dull gray eyes reflecting the sun, quickening to a point where breathing becomes a challenge. We shall persevere. The day must break. Oh, how moving yet sorrowful it feels. I draw strength from Song Juyao once more, feeling inspired. Tears well up. I can no longer hold on to my votes. The absurdities of reality are numerous. While Song Juyao may indeed possess remarkable qualities, it does not imply she is infallible in real life. Could it be that Song Juyao suffers from a mental illness? Perhaps that day was merely a manifestation of her condition. Is it true that the supporters of Song Juyao now think of using mental illness to discredit her? How absurd. I firmly believe that Song Juyao has been wronged and framed. She did not murder the victim. I would exhaust all my resources to compel the King's Review Committee to re-examine her case. The number of petitions for justice continues to rise steadily, never ceasing. Yuan Manji felt a jolt of fear upon seeing the barrage of messages demanding the King's Review Committee be mobilized. Although His Majesty typically remains indifferent to state affairs, leaving governance to the president and the governmental apparatus. And despite the existence of an almost complete legal system, the king's decree supersedes all laws. If this incident captures the king's attention, and the review committee is summoned, the whole family. She quickly glanced at the number of petitions, 378 million. Thankfully, there remains a considerable distance to the 50 million mark, and an even greater chasm to 100 million. The king's review committee? Ridiculous, a mere fantasy. In this virtual realm, at that moment, no one could utter a word, once again awed by her brilliance. The members of the student council remained silent, their hearts stirred. Embracing her cat and carrying her belongings, Song Juyao departed. Everyone, let us stay strong. A person of her caliber will never be forsaken. She will undoubtedly receive the justice she deserves. We are but students, powerless to assist her directly. All we can do now is remember her words. Strive for excellence in our studies, and aspire to become better individuals in the future, become someone like her. I hope that everyone can remember, if the sky is shrouded in darkness, then one must navigate through the shadows. If uttering a sound may invite peril, then one should embrace silence. If one feels incapable of radiating light, then one should curl up in the corner. However, do not grow accustomed to the darkness merely to defend it. Do not take pride in your own meager existence. Do not mock those who possess greater courage and passion than yourself. We may be humble as dust, yet we must not be distorted like maggots. I shall continue my journey until I step into the dawn. Their eyes ignite with brilliant light, fists clenched, brimming with determination. Indeed, strive and be brave. They are fortunate to encounter such individuals in life, for only by earnestly pursuing success can one truly honor it. Ming Shu did not follow those special recruits, but instead stood alongside Tang Kai, squinting slightly. Those special recruits seemed to emanate a glow that evoked an inexplicable awe. She had a premonition that they would undoubtedly become remarkable figures in the future. Ming Shu felt out of place, overwhelmed by a sense of inadequacy. She sighed, "Senior, what shall we do now?" Song Juyao had departed, leaving them without a reason to follow. Tang Kai reflected that, although this journey differed entirely from his expectations, it was not without its rewards. "I have decided to leave," Tang Kai announced. His departure signified a withdrawal from this virtual realm. They were real NPCs with their own streaming rooms, not temporary ones, possessing the autonomy to choose whether to exit. "Then I shall leave as well," Ming Shu declared. They would become the first pair of star judges in the history of this reality show to voluntarily choose to exit before the conclusion of the live broadcast. As Ming Shu awakened from the biological pod, she received assistance from the staff to remove her helmet, while the sensory tendrils that enveloped her gradually receded. For a fleeting moment, she gazed upon the tangible world, lost in a reverie. Adjacent to her, Tang Kai was also being helped to his feet. Though they had grown quite familiar in the virtual realm, this face-to-face encounter filled Ming Shu with the awkwardness reminiscent of meeting an online acquaintance for the first time, leaving her at a loss for words. Tang Kai, seasoned by years in the entertainment industry, offered her a reassuring smile, swiftly dissolving the palpable distance between them. Ming Shu's manager, somewhat disgruntled, murmured her discontent. "We fought hard for this opportunity, and it's not yet over. Why are you emerging now? You need to find a way to follow her." If it weren't for Song Juyao, she would have already tasted the bitterness of defeat. Ming Shu hastily grabbed her phone and gasped at the notifications. How could there be so many? Was it possible she had performed so exceptionally? Her popularity surged by a staggering 10 million. It felt as though she had effortlessly triumphed. "How much did your followers increase?" she inquired, turning to Tang Kai. He gestured a number, nearly 20 million. He was quite pleased with this figure, even finding it somewhat beyond his expectations, attributing the surge to the immense attention garnered by Song Juyao. Although he had few opportunities to showcase his talents, many were drawn to him through the lens of Song Juyao's appearances on various variety shows. While Ming Shu had interacted with Song Juyao frequently, she still felt her intellect fell short. Both celebrity judges were content with their respective gains as they stood to depart. However, as they passed by the adjacent room, they instinctively slowed their pace. This room is quite extraordinary. At the entrance, police officers stand guard, and within, an eerie silence prevails, starkly contrasting the bustling environment of their biological pod facility. They are acutely aware that a biological pod lies within, harboring the still form of Song Juyao. Having witnessed her character firsthand in the virtual realm, they possess a deeper understanding than the mere spectators in the live broadcast. Even when their heads are held down, they cannot utter that there are no doubts surrounding her alleged crimes. They fervently wish for her to continue onward, stepping into the dawn. In unison, they silently pray for her. Departing from the Jinkadora Academy signifies stepping out of the ivory tower, with danger inevitably drawing near. Song Juyao is fully cognizant of this reality, yet it is precisely this awareness that compels her to leave, for the time has nearly come. That person should be making an appearance soon. Reclining against the back of her seat, a smile dances in her eyes. Not long after her taxi sets off, it is intercepted by a sleek sports car. Surprised, Song Juyao lowers her window and gazes at the approaching Jin Yao. With one hand resting on the car's roof, he leans in to speak, "Get out." However, Song Juyao declines his request, responding, "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." Jin Yao gazes into her eyes, a flicker of understanding passing between them, and his expression shifts, tinged with frustration. "Are you unwilling to stand with us, despite the way they treat you?" The tug-of-war between the aristocracy and the government has persisted. Song Juyao enjoys a high level of national support, having suffered grievances at the hands of the government. Should she choose to align herself with the aristocrats, they could lend their assistance, leveraging public opinion and their influence in the political arena to launch a comprehensive assault against her adversary, ultimately aiding her return to the prestigious award team. Wouldn't that signify the sweet taste of vengeance? The shortcut is evidently laid before her. "Jin Yao, I merely stand on the side of historical rectitude," Song Juyao asserts. "The current government is commendable. The populace enjoys a better existence than in the past, far improved from the times when the aristocrats reigned supreme. It is a colossal vessel, bound to harbor some parasites, just as your aristocracy contains its share of filth. We need only to eliminate the rot. Why discard the entire ship for a few vermin? Even if it has forsaken you, I have not been abandoned. I place my faith in it." Emotions, suddenly quite complex, if Song Juyao is indeed wronged. How ironic that would be. Until evidence emerges, such comparisons should not be made. Do certain individuals not feel a twinge of shame upon hearing her words? Have the supporters of Song now resolutely chosen to disregard any contrary evidence, firmly believing in her innocence? Indeed, they have chosen to believe. What of it? Come, take a bite at us. Even if light has harmed her, she shall not succumb to darkness. The battle during this live broadcast has been relentless, so fervent that its influence has permeated various sectors, affecting many significantly. Even within the walls of the capital's Public Security Bureau, an unusual atmosphere has begun to take hold. In the virtual realm, Jin Yao gazes into Song Juyao's eyes, rendered speechless. The girl he sees is ascending to greater heights, transforming into a goddess he can only admire from afar. The taxi carrying Song Juyao ultimately fades into the distance. Time is of the essence. A grand spectacle must be orchestrated to unveil her darker nature. Every individual harbors shadows within, yet the audience will not permit Song Juyao to possess such flaws. Any hint of imperfection in her performance at this crucial juncture could obliterate her previous perfection. At this moment, the most effective strategy is to compel her to choose between her own survival or the demise of another. This theme is rather delicate, as any decision made by Song Juyao will be met with disapproval. Should she opt to save herself at another's expense, her prior virtues will be tainted. Conversely, should she choose self-sacrifice, onlookers may furrow their brows, deeming her excessively virtuous. In essence, she faces an inescapable dilemma where no choice yields a favorable outcome. How about devising a terrifying incident? That could work, yet caution must prevail. One must not enact illogical actions in her presence. Should she utter even a hint of doubt regarding the authenticity of this world, we would surely face the audience's ire. Select a more astute temporary human NPC for this task. In the living room, Yuan Manji paced restlessly, her expression a twisted blend of excitement that caught the attention of the servants, who exchanged apprehensive glances, finding her utterly terrifying. Yuan Manji had just received exhilarating news. The temporary human NPC she had specifically sought out, one with deviant tendencies, had finally proven useful. In reality, this individual might hesitate to act upon such inclinations. But within this virtual realm, where everything is merely data, they are free from legal repercussions, donning the guise of an NPC, allowing their true nature to unfurl. Thus, an accord was reached. Now that Song Juyao had departed from school, it was time for action. Without hesitation, she left, as if there were nothing of value tethering her to the institution. With her mechanical dragonfly in tow, her headphones perpetually emitted an array of peculiar sounds. Conjuring vivid images in her mind, she purchased a pancake. She offered directions to a foreigner. She was approached by strangers. Her voice, gentle and bright, often laced with laughter, appeared unchanged. Whether she remained or departed held no sway over her mood. Jiang Baichi pressed his pale hand against his thin chest, feeling as though a gaping hole had formed. cold air rushing through, and the sensation of sinking returned, now surpassing his waist. He felt utterly exhausted, as if engaged in a futile struggle. You see, he had long been aware that she could never harbor affection for him. He was merely a dull speck of dust, and her initial approach was likely prompted solely by her mentor, Albert. Subsequently, due to an inexplicable betrayal, she found herself in a state of despondency, in need of care, which inadvertently led to a seemingly intimate relationship with him, merely a consequence of circumstance. Had he known it would unfold this way, Jiang Baiqi was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he felt himself transforming into the fox tamed by the little prince, yet the little prince cherished only his rose. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, tossing and turning. Suddenly, the voice of Song Juyao vanished from his ears, leaving behind an eerie silence. Startled, he pondered the possibility of her being in danger, and immediately sat up, stumbling out of bed. He powered on his computer. The Dragonfly core had a locator, and he swiftly pinpointed its location. The beetle emerged from the terrace, its elytra vibrating as it soared into the distance. Jiang Baiqi's heart raced anxiously as he observed the red, representing the beetle hastening towards the green, symbolizing the dragonfly. This speed was remarkably swift for an insect. Yet at that moment, it seemed agonizingly slow. He regretted not having constructed it larger, allowing for a more powerful engine to enable swifter flight. At long last, the beetle arrived at the dragonfly's location, discovering it to be a hotel. The dragonfly lay abandoned on the table, and Song Juyao was nowhere to be found in the room, explaining the sudden silence. The beetle circled nearby, eventually locating an ajar window, and flew inside. The space was suffused with moisture, and as Jiang Baiqi observed, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Song Juyao was in the midst of a shower when she caught sight of a beetle reflected in the mirror, its sudden entrance startling her. The beetle, seemingly taken aback by her presence, abruptly veered away, colliding with the windowsill before tumbling to the ground, legs flailing in a comical display. After several frantic rotations, it finally righted itself, clumsily scaling the wall in a panicked escape. Observing the beetle's chaotic antics, Song Juyao couldn't suppress a laugh, her mind conjuring an image of Jiang Baiqi curled up on a chair, his head buried in his knees, as if smoke might soon emanate from his scalp. She tilted her head back, savoring the gentle impact of water droplets against her skin. This slight sting invigorated her senses and sharpened her thoughts. She understood that the beetle would not stray far, instead remaining close by her side. A smirk played at the corners of her lips as her eyes, wide open and clear yet devoid of warmth, resembled a frozen, crystalline lake. It was evident that a perilous scheme, one that compelled her to make a choice with no favorable outcome, was most suitable. Kidnapping? Yes, abduction. Followed by a dilemma, whether to condemn another to death or to embrace her own demise for the sake of others. The captives could not be children, for the notion of sacrificing oneself for a child resonates deeply with the audience, evoking empathy. Humanity possesses an intrinsic desire to perpetuate its lineage, willing to offer itself for the survival of future generations. Thus, the notion of abducting adults arises, leading the audience to question why they should bear the burden of sacrifice while others do not. In such moments, should she opt for self-sacrifice, many viewers might feel discontented, perceiving her less as a virtuous individual and more as a saintly figure devoid of temperament. Conversely, if she chooses to let others perish, the audience would also experience discomfort. The individual who had slain her in the previous episode, that deranged murderer, is likely to make an appearance now. The anticipation is palpable. Song Juyao smiled deepened as she turned off the water, meticulously drying her skin and applying moisturizer. With an unhurried grace, she tidied herself, donned her nightwear, and stepped outside. The mosaic of the live broadcast faded away, and once again, Song Juyao entered the gaze of over 1 billion viewers. A beetle buzzed into the room from the bathroom, its wings producing a resonant hum before it settled in the corner, its eyes scanning the bedroom with keen curiosity. Is that Jiang Baiqi's beetle? It must be. Such a large creature is utterly terrifying. Ah, it's our Aki's bug. How delightful. I thought my ship had sunk. Now it's Jiang Baiqi's turn to stalk and spy on Song Juyao? What an eccentric couple. Fortunately, they share mutual affection, otherwise such behavior would be considered vile and repugnant. Upon seeing Song Juyao, Jiang Baiqi's anxious heart began to steady. He gazed at her for a while, contemplating whether she had noticed the beetle moments earlier. He was so flustered that he hardly noticed Song Juyao's gaze. Perhaps she did look, or perhaps she did not. If she did, it seemed she was utterly indifferent, not even calling out to him as she picked up a dragonfly. With this thought, the uncomfortable sensation in his heart resurfaced, leading him to conclude that he would assume she had not seen him. Restless and sleepless, he focused on Song Juyao's serene sleeping face until the sky outside gradually brightened, at which point he finally allowed his eyelids to close and succumbed to slumber. However, his rest was far from peaceful. Visions of Song Juyao's porcelain-like skin and her exquisitely sculpted figure danced through his dreams, leaving him in a state of confusion. Until he awoke, drenched in heat. His body felt rigid, and he remained in the corner of the bathroom for a full half-hour before emerging. After leaving school, Song Juyao began to wander through the city, carrying her luggage and cat during the day, only to check into a new hotel each night. Meanwhile, the public security team led by Rin Jakiki received multiple reports regarding missing persons, all of whom were women, the youngest being merely 18 years old. A sense of unease washed over him as he called Song Juyao, cautioning her, "You must be careful and refrain from wandering about aimlessly." He was aware that she had left Jinkadola, and although her plight pained him deeply, he understood he must exercise patience. "All right," Song Juyao replied and ended the call. Glancing at the weather, she resolved to go hiking that day. The beetle soared high above, following her ascent up the mountain. It had trailed her for several days, with Jiang Baichi lurking like a silent observer, offering no sound. He felt that if he were to speak up, he would appear foolish, as if he were confessing to Song Juyao that she had tamed him. But what would she think? Would she display a look of astonishment and then apologize to him? Merely contemplating such a scenario tightened his heart like a vice. A speck of dust, foolishly believing it had caught the attention of the sun. Anyone hearing this would surely mock the dust for its fanciful thoughts. He lost all desire to attend class and rose to leave instead. The teacher was lecturing at the podium, yet he stood and departed, an act bordering on audacity. His presence was so negligible that only when the door swung open, allowing a gust of wind to sweep in, did a classmate glance back, puzzled as to whether someone had just exited. Jiang Baichi had been fixated on the suspicious figure, realizing that this person was indeed tailing Song Juyao, stealthily. However, it seemed that Song Juyao had also sensed she was being followed. She blended seamlessly into the crowd of hikers and swiftly evaded her pursuer. The beetle primarily shadowed Song Juyao, its surveillance scope limited. Once she eluded her follower, the beetle took flight after her. Yet, what startled Jiang Baichi was that no matter how many times Song Juyao managed to shake off one follower, another would soon take their place. It was as though a multitude was fixated upon her. This perilous and peculiar situation commanded Jiang Baichi's utmost attention, and for several days, he observed Song Juyao and her stalkers. He even reported the matter to the police, but those idle officers took no action whatsoever. He suspected that it was the machinations of a powerful figure whom Song Juyao had offended. "Do not worry about me. I shall take care of myself. After all, it is you who has taught me self-defense," Song Juyao said with a hint of resignation. Jiang Baichi silently hacked into Song Juyao's phone, sending her news articles about female police officers and self-defense instructors who had fallen victim to murder and assault. Jiang Baichi, having just purchased a bracelet from a quaint little shop, Song Juyao turned to leave when the shopkeeper's expression suddenly shifted to one of unease. He rushed forward, seizing her from behind and attempting to drag her back into the store. Song Juyao struggled fiercely, striking the assailant's vulnerable spot with her elbow, causing him to release his grip in pain. She swiftly fled outside, but he immediately gave chase. This is terrifying. Is this a temporary live NPC? Run, run, run. The dimly lit streetlights along the long avenue abruptly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. All Song Juyao could hear was the sound of her own breathing and heartbeat, accompanied by the increasingly close footfalls behind her. Though she had anticipated this, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within her. Memories of her previous life flooded her mind, recalling how that deranged killer had ensnared her, tormenting her with the sharp pain of a knife slicing through her flesh, blood flowing freely, and that grotesquely twisted smile. In those moments, she had called out for a name. Her head began to spin, her breath unsteady, and a ringing filled her ears. The footsteps seemed to be right behind her, almost within reach, as if the assailant was about to grasp her hair. "Aki! Aki!" Song Juyao cried out desperately. In the darkness, the beetle in the sky suddenly shattered, breaking into dozens of tiny beetles that surged towards the man's face like a swarm. A cry of pain erupted from behind him. As the lights flickered on, Song Juyao turned to behold the man's face engulfed by a multitude of these minute beetles. Each insect bore a delicate yet sharp, circular blade-like mouth, and with a single bite, they tore away flesh. In the blink of an eye, His face was drenched in blood, devoid of any unscathed flesh. His eyelids had been gnawed through, and his eyeball was damaged as he stumbled and shouted in terror, desperately attempting to flee. The onlookers reacted with astonishment and excitement, exclaiming in awe at the spectacle. Song Juyao, gasping for breath, swallowed hard, her voice trembling. "Aki. That's enough. It's sufficient." The tiny beetles lifted off the man's now mangled, bloodied face, reforming into a larger beetle. However, it was stained with blood and rolled around in a small puddle by the roadside before hovering in front of Song Juyao. She cradled it in her palms, holding it close to her chest, her hands still slightly trembling. The entire sequence unfolded with a breathtaking rapidity, steadying herself against the wall. Song Juyao watched as the beetle wriggled free from her grasp, soaring to a height to survey its surroundings before descending and perching on her shoulder. "Do you know I'm here?" A low, husky voice emerged from the beetle, concealing a subtle joy that was difficult to detect. "I was aware that Achi had always been by my side." Song Juyao turned to leave. "Are you not going to call the police?" Jiang Baichi rubbed his burning ears, and suddenly his heart felt lighter, leaving only a trace of the anger that had surged when he witnessed Song Juyao being attacked. "It was all right. Is it truly all right? Achi, could you come out?" Song Juyao said, "I wish to see you." Jiang Baichi froze, sensing a tremor in her voice that pierced his heart like a needle. By the time he regained his composure, he had already scaled the wall and departed from the school. The journey from Jinkadora to the location where Song Juyao awaited was over 2 hours by car. And throughout the ride, Jiang Baichi was preoccupied with thoughts of her, while Song Juyao remained at the bus stop, waiting for him. From a distance, he spotted the slender, delicate girl seated there, her head bowed, her pale neck appearing fragile and easily breakable, evoking a deep sense of compassion within him. As if sensing his presence, she lifted her gaze, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. In that moment, it felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck him. Upon seeing him descend, Song Juyao sprang to her feet and rushed towards him, throwing herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Jiang Baichi froze, his hands instinctively raising in confusion, his heart threatening to leap from his throat. The radiance emanating from her seemed to envelop him, transforming the once gloomy and inconspicuous boy into one who appeared to shine with brilliance. As I contemplate the imminent conclusion of this season, I find myself pained by the thought of my favorite couple's impending separation. One need not be overly sentimental, perhaps in the next installment Song Juyao will find affection for another. Yet, I remain convinced that Song Juyao's feelings for Jiang Baichi are rooted in ulterior motives, lacking genuine sincerity. However, the most crucial detail is that the individual who recently assaulted Song Juyao is not one of their designated temporary NPCs. This could merely be an NPC who has taken a liking to Song Juyao. Allow me to clarify for the audience, this was not one of their operatives. So why should they bear the blame and be vilified? They have meticulously orchestrated this event and would not act impulsively. The production team quickly reassured viewers that the recent incident was not part of their design and that it bore no relation to them. Jiang Baichi, visibly agitated, took Song Juyao to his home. The Jiang residence is located within the city, conveniently close to Jinkaduola, a distance that would typically prompt students to commute, much like his younger brother who attends the same school. Yet, Jiang Baichi opted for boarding. "Hello, uncle and aunt," Song Juyao greeted shyly, holding Jiang Baichi's hand. However, he eagerly led her to the basement, a domain he had claimed for himself, secured with a lock of his own making, preventing the rest of the Jiang family from entering, though they were not particularly interested in doing so. Observing Jiang Baichi's hasty descent into the basement with Song Juyao, the trio exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of trepidation. In the basement lay an array of items, among which were Jiang Baichi's mechanical insects, crafted within these very confines. Jiang Baichi retrieved a tool from the shelf and squatted in the corner, prying open a tile to unearth a notebook, which he handed to Song Juyao. Confused, she perused its contents and discovered the design schematics for the mechanical insects, precisely what Albega sought. Jiang Baichi recounted how, during his previous endeavors with the mechanical insects, he had engaged in discussions on forums, where Albega, captivated by his creations, expressed a desire to negotiate. However, Jiang Baichi rebuffed him, having already discerned Albega's true identity prior to any investigation. Although a scientist, Albega hailed from a lineage of foreign arms magnates, and his interest in the technology of mechanical insects bore no relation to the research of the AO Award team. His intentions were merely to serve his family's interests. The wares of arms dealers are invariably intended for war, not peace. Thus, Jiang Baichi resolutely refused to sell his core technology, to Albega. Now, he laid everything bare before Song Juyao, asserting, "Trust me, I possess greater worth than these items." His voice, low and tinged with urgency, betrayed a fear that she might forsake him upon acquiring these things. Regret gnawed at him for not providing her with what she might have needed before her departure from Jinkaduola, leading to her reluctance to converse with him. Song Juyao paused, initially irked, but as she gazed into his dull gray eyes, revealing anxiety and earnestness, her heart softened. "I do not fixate on you for such reasons." Jiang Baiqi gazed into her eyes, feeling as though he had plunged deeply, nearly submerged to the point of suffocation. Yet, a flicker of rationality remained within him. He pondered that, compared to the ethereal and dreamlike illusions that resembled mere bubbles, something tangible and grounded might be preferable. It would alleviate any sense of fear of losing his footing, and he would not mind at all. "I see it," he suddenly declared. Song Juyao was taken aback. "What?" This revelation came to Jiang Baiqi as he was safeguarding Song Juyao's online presence, aligning closely with his suspicions. She had come for the very thing in his possession. The individual from earlier was, in fact, a ruse orchestrated by them to draw him out. Jiang Baiqi regarded Song Juyao, her grayish eyes appearing tranquil. Yet beneath that calmness lurked a hint of madness. He recognized the transformation within himself, acutely aware of his descent into obsession. He was captivated by her gaze, intoxicated by the sensation of being observed by her. After all, the sun will always shine upon others. He merely wished to remain one of them. At the very least, such a desire seemed attainable, did it not? Song Juyao regarded him and fell suddenly silent. In contrast to the inexplicable notion of his brilliance, it is evidently more logical to gaze upon him for the sake of the object he holds. Song Juyao cast her eyes downward, pressing her lips together, and after a moment, she lifted her gaze to him and said, "What we desire now is something entirely different." She has confessed. "Oh, I am in tears. Alas, I have been tormented by love in this judgment show." Jiang Baiqi felt a tinge of disappointment, yet simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. This was indeed good. He no longer had to be consumed by uncertainty. "What is it?" "Before the mechanical insects, you crafted a helmet. We seek the core technology of that." "Very well." Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Baiqi rummaged through the corner to retrieve a crumpled design blueprint and a USB drive. He handed them to Song Juyao, stating, "In exchange, no matter where you go, I shall follow you." Song Juyao regarded him with a complex expression for a moment before turning away with the items. Jiang Baiqi observed her retreating figure, feeling as though he had committed some offense that had incited her ire, his mouth opening but no words emerging, leaving him rooted in place as he watched her vanish from sight. Upstairs, a family of 3 appeared anxious, peering into the basement. Upon seeing Song Juyao ascend, they visibly relaxed somewhat, yet remained tense. "Miss Song, have you been kidnapped by him?" Song Juyao was taken aback, her expression stiffening slightly. "What?" Mother Zhang's expression was somewhat unnatural as she clutched her phone. "You need not worry. If he has done anything untoward to you, we shall assist you." "Please refrain from such talk," Song Juyao replied earnestly. "Aki is a good person. He has not kidnapped me. Rather, he has aided me." "Is that so? Then that is a relief." They exhaled in unison. For the moment, Song Juyao had no time to attend to them. She retrieved her phone and made a call, waiting for a while at the Jiang family's doorstep when a vehicle approached. "Dr. Song." A man clad in a black suit alighted briskly. Song Juyao handed him a package. "How is the individual who was injured?" The newcomer smiled wryly. Fortunately, he was already wearing a prosthetic eye. Otherwise, he would likely have lost his sight. "Treatment for his facial injuries is already underway, and we will provide ample compensation and medical care. There was no threat to life, so please rest assured." They had simply not anticipated the immense power of Jiang Baiqi's diminutive beetle. Initially, they believed donning bulletproof vests was overly cautious. However, Jiang Baiqi's unconventional tactics rendered their defenses futile. The manner in which the beetle attacked was truly insidious, akin to a slow and torturous demise. It was no wonder that Alberga had previously sought his core technology. Such a weapon, if deployed in warfare, could wreak havoc. Indeed, Jiang Baiqi stood at the door, his once dull gray eyes now sparkling with excitement as he observed her reluctance to follow the man away. As the night deepened, Song Juyao and Jiang Baiqi decided to stay at the Jiang residence. Jiang Baiqi's room appeared somewhat dusty, suggesting it had not been tidied for quite some time. He seemed accustomed to this state of disarray and encouraged Song Juyao to wait in the living room while he busily set about cleaning. "Miss Song, would you care for a glass of juice?" Zhang's mother approached with genuine warmth, a young boy trailing behind her. She nudged the boy forward, saying, This is Baiqi's younger brother, Bai Luo, who is currently in the third year of junior high at Zhang. Song Juyao observed Jiang Bai Luo, noting how starkly different he was from Jiang Baiqi. Jiang Baiqi's pallor was reminiscent of a vampire, his demeanor shadowy and unremarkable like a speck of dust. In contrast, Jiang Bai Luo stood tall and confident, embodying the essence of a cheerful youth, handsome in appearance, undoubtedly a favorite among the girls at school. Luo, didn't you mention you had a question about a particular topic? Why not consult the academic prodigy? Jiang's mother suggested after a brief, polite exchange. Jiang Bai Luo's cheeks flushed slightly. Is it all right, senior? Certainly, came the reply. Jiang Bai Luo promptly retrieved his exam paper, likely from a recent monthly test. Out of a possible score of 150, he had achieved an impressive 145, missing only one 5-point question. An admirable result indeed. Jiang's mother clearly shared this sentiment as she poured juice and sliced fruit, remarking, "Our Luo has always been different from his brother. While his brother dabbles in various eccentric pursuits, Luo is diligent in his studies and has always looked up to you as a role model. It's just a pity that he still tends to miss a question or two in every exam, which is quite vexing." Jiang Bai Luo felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Although he excelled academically, speaking in front of Song Juyao felt akin to flaunting his skills in the wrong arena. His mother's intentions to foster a connection between him and Song Juyao were glaringly apparent. While he certainly harbored a desire to do so, the overt nature of her efforts rendered the situation awkward. "Mother, my only motivation is to conduct an experiment. Please do not portray me as some sort of deviant." Yet, he was merely a child. Which child would behave in such a way? He pondered where he might have learned such behavior. What sort of mother makes such remarks about her own son? Her bias is painfully evident. The pitiful little dust particle, unloved and uncared for. Is this younger brother akin to a white lotus? My heart aches for him. Jiang Baiqi stood at the corner of the staircase, listening intently to the conversation below, his grip on the wall tightening gradually. This was not the first time his mother had uttered such sentiments. She harbored an aversion towards him, perceiving him as an oddity. Her words were not mere jests but stemmed from her genuine beliefs. In the past, he had remained indifferent to her opinions, yet in this moment, a fiery indignation ignited within his chest. Why did she choose to voice such thoughts in front of Song Juyao? Was she intent on tarnishing his reputation to elevate that of her other son? Did she wish to usurp his place in her affections? How would Song Juyao interpret her words? Would she, like others before her, distance herself from him? If even his biological mother held such a view, he must indeed be a dreadful person, or so he feared she might think. As Song Juyao listened to their exchange, her grip on the glass cup tightened, as though she might shatter it under the pressure. In her previous life, Song Juyao had neither the time nor the inclination to truly comprehend the essence of Jiang Baiqi, nor the environment in which he was raised. Now, witnessing his family, she was suddenly overcome with a sense of sorrow and indignation. It was no wonder he was so unsettled, with such a heightened sense of vigilance. Song Juyao raised her gaze towards Jiang's mother and inquired, "Is Aki your adopted child?" No. Then why do you know so little about him?" With fervent emotion, Song Juyao stood up and passionately defended him. He is exceptionally talented, achieving near-perfect scores in all subjects, and has secured the highest level of scholarship at Jinka Duola Academy. He possesses a kind heart, often feeding stray cats and dogs. He would never harm small animals merely for experimentation. Each month, he donates to charities, and countless individuals have found hope thanks to his contributions. At such a young age, he has developed products that have captivated the mentors of the AO Award team. He is clearly intelligent, kind, and endearing, not at all as you have described. The mother and son stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen, as they felt that the person Song Juyao spoke of was entirely different from the one they knew. Angered, Song Juyao turned and ascended the stairs, spotting Jiang Baiqi lost in thought at the corner. She seized him and pulled him upstairs. "This is the room." As Song Juyao dragged him towards the master bedroom, Jiang Baiqi quietly protested. She swiftly altered her course, ushering him into his own room. The space was modest, infused with the essence of a young boy. Upon entering, Song Juyao released his hand, turning her back to him, her posture radiating irritation. Jiang Baiqi's heart raced, a bittersweet sensation flooding his body, leaving him with no outlet for his emotions. He gazed longingly at Song Juyao's slender silhouette, her recent words echoing in his mind. How he wished those sentiments were genuinely hers. The room was enveloped in silence when suddenly, Jiang Baiqi caught a faint sound, jolting him into action as he reached for Song Juyao. He turned to see her stunning face, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, flushed with embarrassment as she pulled away from him, distancing herself. Time seemed to freeze for Jiang Baichi, his heart feeling as though it had been struck. Had Song Juyao shed tears? Because of him? She had remained composed even on the day she was expelled from the award team, learning she had lost everything. Yet now she cried because of him. He felt as though he had committed an unforgivable transgression and, with great care, he grasped her hand, his voice growing hoarse. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't cry. I will give you anything you desire, if that pleases you." Jiang Baichi reached for her once more. "I don't care. I was wrong. What did you do wrong?" Jiang Baichi struggled to articulate his thoughts. The mere fact that he had upset her felt like his fault. Song Juyao, exasperated by his inability to respond, turned sharply and pushed him away. He stumbled, his shins colliding with the mattress, causing him to sit down abruptly. "You don't believe I truly love you," refusing to hear my explanation, treating my feelings as a mere transaction. "When the teacher instructed me to seek you out, I initially declined, for I was utterly preoccupied with my own affairs. My agreement came only after he sent over your photograph. Why did you not read the email in its entirety?" Song Juyao handed him the few candid photographs of Jiang Baichi that she had tucked away in her bag. Images that had been scanned and sent to her by Albert, which she had taken the time to print. "The very person I intended to find was you. I had fallen for you at first sight long ago, and upon realizing that the individual the teacher directed me toward was indeed you, I decided to come. Is that not permissible?" Jiang Baichi found himself ensnared in a wondrous reverie, too exquisite to grasp, rendering him almost immobile as he sat frozen in place, fearful that even the slightest motion might shatter the dream. His emotions surged forth, laid bare in a manner so candid that, despite his otherwise gentle and mature demeanor, he felt a profound embarrassment, a flush creeping across his cheeks. "I'm sorry." He struggled to articulate his thoughts, mechanically repeating the phrase, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, Song Juyao's voice softened, her previously sharp emotions giving way to gentleness. "What? I should have come to you sooner. It must have been lonely all these years. Hasn't he it?" She bent down, her hand tenderly caressing his face, lifting it gently to meet her gaze, her expression a blend of sorrow and a hint of joy. "Yet, I find a measure of happiness in this. They cannot see you, cannot appreciate your brilliance or your kindness. Your eyes, so undeniably beautiful, remain unseen by all but me." He finally realized that this was no dream. Gazing intently into Song Juyao's eyes, his pupils quivered, his body ablaze, and his heart felt as though it might explode. "Aki, can you allow me to possess this moment alone? They do not desire it, but I do." Song Juyao bent down, her hair cascading gracefully, and tenderly kissed his forehead, his eyes, and then captured his lips in a soft embrace. The barrage of comments erupted. "Adu. Adu. Help. Quickly, let me see their lips entwined in tongue-stool. My ship is alive again. It is a breathtaking love. Ah. I'm crying. Why does Jiang Baichi deserve this?" In the midst of the chaos, Huasan abruptly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, jealousy surging within him. He glanced at the live countdown, noting that this episode was nearing its conclusion, which helped him suppress the urge to confront Jiang Baichi, that NPC. As night deepened, the lights in the Jiang family's living room dimmed. The light in Jiang Baichi's bedroom also extinguished, yet neither of them felt any inclination to sleep. Jiang Baichi lay on the floor, his heart racing, each beat reverberating in his ears. He turned on his side, gazing at his bed where the girl lay upon his pillow, a strand of long hair cascading onto the sheets. Unconsciously, he brushed his lips, his entire being flushed with embarrassment, and he stealthily extended his feet outside the covers, feeling overheated. "Are you asleep?" Jiang Baichi whispered softly. The young girl on the bed turned over, extending her hand outside the covers. "Huh?" Her throat moved slightly, and Jiang Baichi averted his gaze from her hand, suppressing the urge to grasp it. "Have we met before?" he inquired. "Somewhere nearby," she replied. The Jiang family resided not far from Jinkaduola, and when Song Juyao entered junior high at Jinkaduola Academy, she had already garnered considerable notoriety. At that time, a few adults had fixated on her. Believing her to be wealthy and plotting to abduct her, they stalked her. Naturally, Song Juyao had noticed, yet she had not taken any measures. And those adults were soon frightened away. A boy with a brooding demeanor and an ephemeral presence materialized in the shadows, appearing suddenly beside those already filled with trepidation. With his enigmatic eyes fixed upon them, he evoked such fear that they believed they had encountered a ghost, prompting them to scatter in fright. When Song Juyao turned to look at him, she recognized him. However, at that moment, they were not yet acquainted. He was not part of her plans, and thus she dismissed him, turning away like all those who overlooked him due to his insubstantial presence. It was somewhat callous, and she certainly would not divulge this truth to him. At that time, Jiang Baiqi had not discerned Song Juyao's face. Her indifference was something he had grown accustomed to, and he quickly relegated the incident to the recesses of his mind. Thus, when Song Juyao mentioned it now, Jiang Baiqi could not recall the event at all. Yet, he believed her words. Whatever she said now, he would accept. Even if it were a fabrication, he was willing to take it to heart. Eager to lose himself in the dream she wove for him, wishing for it to last a little longer, never wanting to awaken from it. Song Juyao moved her fingers slightly, as if urging him on. Jiang Baiqi's heart raced like thunder as he slowly extended his hand, finally clasping hers. Ah, how sweet this is. I am drowning in this affection. When will I experience such a tender love myself? The Jiang family, initially incredulous, experienced shock upon shock with each revelation, ultimately resigning themselves to this astonishing reality. Jiang Bailuo found himself daydreaming during class, preoccupied by the opinions of his parents and peers regarding Jiang Baiqi. He believed himself to be superior to this peculiar brother, who he considered an enigma. Yet, he has now come to realize that Jiang Baiqi outperformed him academically, earned more money, and even attracted a girlfriend of Song Juyao's caliber, despite his seemingly unremarkable demeanor. What troubled him further was that since being with Song Juyao, Jiang Baiqi appeared less inconspicuous, at least no longer easily overlooked. Was it the assortment of items in the basement that caught Song Juyao's attention and won her affection? The basement was cluttered with a hodgepodge of items. Shelves brimming with various circuit boards, small components, and unfamiliar gadgets. The bookcase was laden with tomes on physics, chemistry, astronomy, and international scientific journals, creating an impression of brilliance. Jiang Bailuo muttered to himself, casually picking up a helmet-like device. To put it nicely, it possessed a sci-fi aesthetic. To be blunt, it resembled a children's toy. What is this? He pondered, placing the helmet atop his head and pressing a switch. Buzz. In an instant, Jiang Bailuo's mind went blank, as if something had been siphoned away, and he softly collapsed onto the ground. It was not until 3 hours later that he gradually awoke, in a state of panic, hastily removing his helmet and scrambling out of the basement. The live broadcast was counting down, yet due to Jiang Baiqi's constant presence beside Song Juyao, their makeshift real-life NPC was unable to take action. Having witnessed the formidable power of Jiang Baiqi's beetles firsthand, the thought of confronting him seemed utterly fanciful. We might as well have someone target Jiang Baiqi. Such an action would undoubtedly devastate Song Juyao. However, if this continued, the hostages captured by the temporary NPC would soon be located by Ren Jiaqi and his team. Tangshan paused, then suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I've got it." As Jiang Baiqi observed the vibrant assortment of diced fruits in his bowl, he too ventured into the kitchen to prepare a bowl for Song Juyao. Jiang Bailuo felt somewhat hesitant to converse with Jiang Baiqi, yet he maintained a certain closeness with Song Juyao. Seeing Jiang Baiqi enter the kitchen, he shuffled a bit closer to Song Juyao and remarked, "Senior, do you think the things my brother makes are dangerous?" Song Juyao replied, Why would you think that?" Jiang Bailuo shyly recounted his experience of encountering a helmet in the basement, explaining that upon touching it, he had instantly fainted, feeling as if his very soul had been drawn away. Nonetheless, such an eerie phenomenon seemed to resonate with Jiang Baiqi's peculiar essence. After all, he was indeed an eccentric, crafting bizarre and perilous items, which made a fitting match for him. Song Juyao was taken aback, then chuckled softly, "That's impossible." At that moment, her phone vibrated twice. She glanced down to find a message from Ren Jiaqi. "I'm outside the Jiang residence. Let us meet." Rising to her feet, Song Juyao opened the door and spotted a police car parked at the entrance, with Ren Jiaqi waving to her from the window. Jiang Baiqi emerged from the kitchen, and Song Juyao informed him, "I'm stepping out to meet Brother Jiaqi, just at the door." Jiang Baiqi cast a glance, responded quietly, then watched as Song Juyao left before getting into the car. "Brother Jiaqi." Ren Jiaqi flicked the ash out of the window and glanced at Jiang Baiqi, who was observing them intently. "Is he the one you've been looking for?" "Yes," she replied. "He has been watching me as if I were going to do something to you. That little brat is quite irritating." Ren Jiaqi scrunched his nose and affectionately ruffled Song Juyao's hair. "You are my little sister whom I've watched grow up. That guy is still 200 years too early. Let's find another place to talk. Being watched is really uncomfortable." With a sigh, Song Juyao tidied her tousled hair and agreed. She sent a message to Jiang Baiqi, assuring him that she would be chatting with Ren Jiaqi a little further ahead and that he need not worry. The presence of the police car instilled a sense of security in her. Ren Jiaqi, the captain of the special police team, had provided her with considerable support alongside his sister, Rin Yulin, and was someone she could trust. Nonetheless, as Jiang Baiqi watched the car drive away, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Rin Jiaqi inquired about the relationship status between Song Juyao and Jiang Baiqi. Song Juyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet she was remarkably candid, having lowered her guard due to the trust she placed in her elder brother. Suddenly, Rin Jiaqi's phone rang, prompting Song Juyao to fall silent. On the other end of the line, an urgent voice conveyed critical information, causing Rin Jiaqi to furrow his brow and abruptly steer the vehicle in a new direction. Juyao, we have located the kidnapper. I must head over immediately. Stay in the car and do not exit. Song Juyao was momentarily taken aback, but replied, all right. Although their initial intention was to find a place to converse, the sudden emergence of an urgent case necessitated a change in destination, which was entirely reasonable. After all, capturing a suspect often demands swift action. Hesitation could lead to lost opportunities. The police car swiftly departed the bustling urban area, entering desolate terrain. In the barrage of comments, viewers expressed their unease. I have a foreboding feeling. Why is Rin Jiaqi taking Song Juyao on a mission? How difficult could it be to leave her by the roadside? They can't seem to handle anything. How can they provide the so-called soul-searching interrogation to the accused? Relying solely on a series of NPCs? Is the production team capable? Rin Jiaqi seems rather odd. Juyao, be cautious. Meanwhile, Jiang Baiqi's anxiety intensified. Yet with less than half an hour since Song Juyao and Rin Jiaqi had departed, he pondered whether it would seem overly clingy or bothersome to interrupt them during such a brief span of time. Rin Jiaqi is a friend of Song Juyao, and she may have matters to discuss with him. He must not suffocate her of personal space. With this thought, Jiang Baiqi restrained himself. Yet the agitation within him disturbed Jiang Bailuo. Jiang Bailuo cautiously complained, Brother, isn't the senior with the police? Are you so distrustful even of them? Your possessiveness is excessive, bordering on the bizarre. Jiang Baiqi remained silent. Why was he so unsettled? Rin Jiaqi was a trusted confidant of Song Juyao and a well-respected police officer. He had no reason for such unease, as if Song Juyao were in peril. Jiang Bailuo felt a twinge of jealousy towards Jiang Baiqi, muttering under her breath, ever since he became involved with the senior, he seems like a different person. Almost unrecognizable. Of course, this transformation is positive, yet it only fuels my envy. It was as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. A bolt of realization struck Jiang Baiqi, freezing him in place before he dashed upstairs. A metamorphosis. Song Juyao had once remarked that those who suddenly turned against her had previously shown her warmth and affection, only to transform inexplicably one day. What of Rin Jiaqi? Could he also undergo such a sudden change? The image of Rin Jiaqi's face contorting into a grotesque visage flashed through his mind, and a wave of intense fear gripped Jiang Baiqi. He quickly devised a plan. Unable to locate Song Juyao, he would instead track down Rin Jiaqi. A year ago, the police system integrated a tracking function for patrol cars, equipping each vehicle with a positioning chip. With mere access to the system, one could ascertain the precise location of Rin Jiaqi's patrol car. Along the way, Rin Jiaqi received a phone call that deepened his furrowed brow. He turned to Song Juyao and said, I had intended to converse with you once this matter concluded, but circumstances have changed. It may extend into the night and present certain dangers. I shall drop you off now. Please call your young friend to come and fetch you. All right, Song Juyao replied. Rin Jiaqi maneuvered the car to the roadside and let her out. Has Rin Jiaqi been compromised? But leaving a girl in such a place seems rather unwise. Is he truly compromised or not? Rin Jiaqi cautioned her, be careful. There is a gas station nearby. Wait for the young man there. Understood. Rin Jiaqi's vehicle swiftly departed. Song Juyao gazed in the direction he indicated for a few moments before striding forward. After turning a corner, she spotted the gas station he mentioned. The station appeared rather desolate, illuminated by a solitary dim light, featuring a small convenience store with few souls in sight. Beyond it lay a small bridge, from which the faint sound of flowing water could be heard. Yet standing by the roadside was not an option. The gas station was her sole choice. As she approached, the store's middle-aged proprietor noticed her as she brought a bottle of water to the counter and asked, Why is a young girl like you here alone? Song Juyao replied, I'm not alone. My friend will arrive shortly. Is that so? The middle-aged man nodded and accepted the money. At that moment, Song Juyao suddenly heard a loud noise as the rolling shutter door was violently pulled down behind her. She turned her head to see that the small shop's door had already been closed, and then a sharp pain struck the back of her head. Her vision darkened. and she lost consciousness. Jiang Baiqi swiftly pinpointed the location of Rin Jiqiqi's police car, only to discover it was parked in front of an abandoned factory. In addition to Rin Jiqiqi, there were several police SWAT officers on site, engaged in a standoff with the kidnappers inside the derelict building. He called Song Juyao, but the phone rang unanswered. How could this be? He felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing through his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, his phone rang. Excellent. They had finally captured Song Juyao. Moreover, this plan had been crafted to be as reasonable and logical as possible, successfully misleading Jiang Baiqi to prevent him from interfering. The temporary real NPCs were instructed to act swiftly and maintain their performance. Following the attack on Song Juyao, the barrage of comments surged once more, filled with panic, insults, anticipation, goodwill, and malice. Countless voices filled the air, all aware that the most thrilling episode was about to unfold. Yuan Manji finally awaited her anticipated moment. Song Juyao, this time, I shall see how you will still manage to smile. Yuan Manji said with a twisted smile. Grant me the release of a painful demise. To endure relentless torment, to have my limbs shattered and my eyes pierced. All manner of vile and horrifying tortures flit through her mind. Not merely confined to this moment, but extending into the next and the one beyond, she is determined to inflict suffering upon her until she succumbs, submitting to her fate. Today is Saturday. The Jin family traditionally gathers for dinner on this day, yet the head of the household arrives late, rendering this meal a rather tardy affair. In the opulent dining hall, adorned with crimson tablecloths, a long table is laden with delectable dishes. However, one individual finds the fare utterly tasteless. It's nothing, Jin Yao remarks. Can they attribute it to heartbreak? Song Juyao has departed from the Jinka Duo Law Academy, refusing to align herself with the aristocratic faction. Yet this very defiance only deepens his infatuation with her, rendering her a singular presence in his world, utterly distinct. He comprehends Jin Yu's sentiments as twins. He has always been the one to take a step back. Initially, he intended to relinquish Song Juyao to Jin Yu. But the transition from thought to action proved to be a formidable challenge. At the very least, certain impulses elude his control, such as discovering Song Juyao's whereabouts and stealthily arranging to see her. Ultimately, he finds himself in an awkward encounter on the street with his twin brother. Both of them caught in an uncomfortable predicament. Yet, the situation worsens as they witness Song Juyao disembarking from a bus, hand in hand with another man. To their dismay, further investigation reveals that this individual is, astonishingly, a student from Jinka Duo Law Academy, an inconspicuous, average fellow, seemingly devoid of any remarkable qualities. This occurred at noon today, so they have yet to fully recover from the blow, their faces reflecting their distress. However, the confidence bestowed upon them by their upbringing and family background led them to regard Jiang Baiqi with disdain. Song Juyao's piercing gaze astonished them. Yet they dismissed her as a worthy adversary. Jin Yu lifted his head, casting a glance at his father seated in the main position, whose expression was grave. Was there a flaw in the meticulously laid plan? The Jin family had recently been preoccupied with the endeavor of leveraging Song Juyao to bring down a prominent figure. This undertaking had been in the works for quite some time, collaborating with other aristocrats to ensure a decisive strike that would topple not only the individual, but also an entire faction. Jin Father's demeanor was inscrutable. The plan was temporarily at a standstill. He was acutely aware of everything unfolding with Jin Kadula. And while Jin Yu stood out among his peers, and even his older brothers, he was still too youthful compared to his father, a seasoned strategist. The elder had long discerned his son's intentions and, recalling the news received today, could not help but shake his head. Despite the ample experience provided, they remained sheltered flowers, unable to rival the plum blossoms that bravely endure the harshest of winters. Jin Yu was taken aback, while Jin Yao ceased his movements, lifting his gaze. Did you truly believe that Song Juyao was a clawless cat? Jin Father remarked. Although she hailed from humble origins, her intellect and capabilities compensated for her lack of noble lineage. The Jin family would welcome her as a daughter-in-law, but alas, it seemed that his two sons fell short in their suitability for her. She did not require their assistance. Song Juyao was roused by the sound of muffled sobbing. As she slowly opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a dim and frigid space. Upon regaining her senses, she immediately surveyed her surroundings. Discovering that she was confined within a square chamber, her feet shackled to the ground. Beside her lay a dagger and a syringe filled with an unknown liquid. In addition to her, there was another girl present, lying on the floor, unable to move, whimpering in fear. What is happening? Song Juyao tugged at the chains with all her might, but they remained unyielding. She leaned closer to the girl. Calm down. How are you? I am completely paralyzed by anesthesia. I can't move, the girl stammered, terror evident in her voice. How did I end up here? I don't know. I opened my eyes and found myself in this situation. Woo-woo. Look above your head. Woo-woo. Song Juyao glanced up and was astonished to see a menacing chainsaw suspended above her. The chainsaw appeared to be specially designed, resembling a ceiling fan. With no accessible parts for manual intervention, 8 large saw blades were arranged in a floral pattern, their terrifying teeth glinting with a chilling gleam. As Song Juyao pondered her predicament, a voice emanated from the corner of the room. Hello, Song Juyao. We are about to embark on a rather intriguing game. Do you see the timer on the wall? There are 30 seconds left until the game commences. Once it begins, the chainsaw above you will activate and slowly descend. When the countdown concludes, if you cannot escape from your position, you may envision the consequences for yourself. Your feet are shackled to the ground, immovable unless you obtain the key. This is such a twisted and perverse sensation. Is this a temporary live NPC? Are the Song fans beginning to feel fear? Weren't they previously so arrogant, firmly believing in her innocence? Song Juyao remained composed. Who are you? The anesthetized girl gasped in terror, her eyes wide with fear. What is this syringe? Song Juyao inquired. This is an antidote. If you inject the antidote into this girl's body, her anesthesia will wear off in approximately 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The timer exactly reads 10 minutes. Thus, this dilemma presents a choice. If Song Juyao opts to administer the antidote, the girl will be freed in 10 minutes, while Song Juyao, still shackled to the ground, faces a gruesome fate of being dismembered by a chainsaw. Even if she expends all her strength to evade the chainsaw, she would still lose both legs in the most excruciating manner. However, to save herself, she must resort to using a knife to cut open the belly of this defenseless girl before her, searching for the key within her stomach. What kind of horror film is this? What choice will Song Juyao make? Every individual instinctively chooses to preserve their own life. This tactic seems to have drawn inspiration from a certain horror film. I recall that in the film, the protagonist faced a similar dilemma and ultimately resorted to disemboweling another to retrieve the key, a thought that still sends chills down my spine. Humans are inherently selfish, and Song Juyao is no exception. When faced with life and death, she would undoubtedly prioritize her own survival. The countdown has commenced, and the girl is utterly terrified, pleading with Song Juyao, desperately blinking her eyes. No, please, no. Song Juyao's feet remain immobilized, yet her hands are free, the knife, the antidote, and the girl lie within her reach. As the 30-second mark approaches, the countdown begins in earnest. The chainsaw above her roars to life, its blades spinning ominously, producing a dreadful, beast-like sound as it descends at a deliberate pace. The girl, overwhelmed by fear, nearly faints. Song Juyao's complexion turns ashen. She takes a couple of deep breaths, her hands hesitating between the syringe and the knife. Were these tools meticulously prepared for my sake? She inquires of the absent kidnapper. The kidnapper, seemingly at ease, acknowledges that the task has been accomplished. He has little reason to feel anxious. Indeed, this 8-blade chainsaw is quite impressive. A creation that consumed considerable time and effort. He even inadvertently severed a few hands in the process. Inadvertently severed a few hands? Surely those belong to NPCs, one might say. How revolting. Even if they are NPCs, they exist as living entities within the virtual realm. After severing a hand, does he simply move on to another body? Do not divert attention here, Song fans. It is laughable that you are defending the data. No amount of distraction can alter the fact that your perfect image has crumbled. The countdown has already begun. She did not immediately grasp the syringe, and it is unlikely she will do so subsequently. The tension is palpable. Song Juyao seems oblivious to the peculiarity of his words. Was it not you who has been following me all along? No matter how I attempt to shake you off, you always find a way to catch up. Indeed, it is I, that person declared with smug satisfaction. How did you manage that? I distinctly succeeded in evading you. What does it matter how I accomplished it? You have accomplices, do you not? Not just one or two, but an entire organization. This organization has been monitoring me, targeting me. What have I done to deserve this? Even when faced with death, you still prattle on. Where are you now? Outside the house? How can I be certain that upon stepping out, I want to immediately fall into your second trap? Song Juyao remains remarkably composed. Your voice is truly unpleasant. You must be quite unattractive, for you are insignificant and overlooked, leading a life of mediocrity and even repulsiveness, which drives you to concoct such schemes to harm others. In a rare departure from her usual demeanor, Song Juyao spoke with a sharp, scornful tone. The voice abruptly fell silent, yet the atmosphere grew palpably tense. It was evident that the individual was incensed. How pitiful! The world is indeed a harsh place. Even among the deranged, there exists a hierarchy, with individuals of striking appearance, affluent backgrounds, and superior intellect, while you belong to the wretched class, ugly and utterly ineffectual. Thus, even from outside, you dare not reveal your grotesque visage. Ah, my goodness. You startled me. Song Juyao trembled violently, yet her keen senses detected an irate commotion outside, akin to someone violently kicking an object. So you were out there. I regret this. Time has been reduced to a mere 5 minutes, and you had better hasten your decision. The voice hissed ominously. The chainsaw descended with increased velocity. Taking a deep breath, Song Juyao lowered her gaze upon the knife and syringe. Very well. I choose. The production team instinctively leaned closer to the screen, eager to discern which option Song Juyao would select. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Song Juyao lifted her head, her eyes locking onto the camera, piercing through to the hearts of everyone outside the live stream, radiating an intense brilliance. The production staff felt as though their hearts had been struck by an arrow, a phantom pain coursing through them. Teacher, act now. Song Juyao spoke, though it was unclear to whom. What? The production team had yet to comprehend the situation, and neither did the excited onlookers outside, eager to witness Song Juyao bleed. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, shattering the glass, as Special Forces soldiers, armed and ready, swiftly subdued the kidnapper, a helmet clamped securely upon his head. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's office, a man reveling in the exquisite taste of wielding power, second only to none, was engaging in animated discourse with his guests. In his eyes, these individuals were mere NPCs, devoid of intellect and unworthy of consideration. He basked in their flattery, freely making promises and accepting bribes, indulgences unattainable in his actual life, such as the allure of emperorship. Suddenly, a contingent of stern-faced soldiers clad in black uniforms marched into the hall with resolute steps. What are you doing here? Who permitted your entry? He rebuked with evident displeasure. The lead officer's expression was as frigid as frost. What? How dare you? He was ruthlessly subdued, forced to the ground, a helmet clamped upon his head. The dignitaries present displayed no astonishment. The earlier sycophancy had morphed into disdain as they cast cold glances at their erstwhile leader. At the Academy of Advanced Research, a young man, freshly emerged from the laboratory with a sense of fulfillment, collided with the officer at the entrance. Good dogs don't block the way. Hey, what are you doing? Take him away. Meanwhile, in the Education Bureau, a lustful director was coercing and enticing the parents of students, fully immersed in this virtual realm. He reveled in the gratification of indulging so-called human instincts, resolutely determined to invest further in the next phase of this escapade. It was utterly exhilarating. He had forgotten his cowardice and reality, his fear of his wife, and the disrespect from his own children, yearning for the illusions of this virtual world to be his true existence. This is how it is. Before he could finish his question, he was already apprehended. At the I Am the Big Winner television station. This is terrible. You all must hurry and take a look. The station director has been captured. What? Ping Jia quickly rose and rushed out of the office, just in time to see the director, adorned with a peculiar helmet, being escorted away by a formidable squad of soldiers. His heart raced, a foreboding sensation gnawing at him, hinting that this may be connected to Song Juyao. All the temporary real NPCs still trapped in the virtual world were captured in one fell swoop. The production team was utterly stunned, left in a state of bewilderment. A dreadful premonition surged within Tang Shan, prompting him to shout, "Withdraw the temporary real NPCs from the virtual world." However, why the delay? Get them out now. Tang Shan bellowed. Director, we cannot. What? What do you mean we cannot? They cannot be withdrawn. The spiritual essence of the temporary real NPCs cannot be extracted from the virtual realm. The audience was equally astonished. My heavens. Damn it. I'm flabbergasted. What a twist. In the Hua family, Yuan Manji was dumbfounded. What? What is happening? Why? In the virtual world, the girl lying on the ground, completely anesthetized, was also stunned, her eyes unable to shed tears. Such a grand spectacle. She had only ever witnessed on television. Certainly, she had only encountered the notion of being abducted in horror films. Clad in camouflage, a tall and robust Special Forces soldier, trained to perfection, swiftly entered and crouched down to unshackle Song Juyao's feet, liberating her from the terrifying 8-blade chainsaw hovering above her. Doctor, are you all right? An officer inquired urgently upon noticing Song Juyao touch the back of her head. After his question, he promptly summoned the military doctor to attend to her. For this head was a vital asset to the nation and could not afford any mishap. I'm fine. Where is Aki? Song Juyao asked with concern. Just then, Jiang Baichi entered, his presence so understated that the officer, startled, nearly drew his weapon when Jiang embraced Song Juyao. Goodness, you appeared out of nowhere. Almost made me draw my gun. A few hours earlier, Jiang Baichi had been frantically seeking Song Juyao when he received a phone call. Mr. Jiang, please come downstairs. It pertains to Miss Song, the man on the line said, his tone resolute. He hurried downstairs, where a black SUV awaited at his doorstep, its doors ajar, revealing several men cloaked in an aura of mystery, exuding a palpable sense of menace, as if they had emerged from a battlefield. Jiang Baichi immediately recalled the influential figure that Song Juyao had offended, his eyes brimming with wariness and hostility. What have you done to her? Rest assured, Dr. Song is unharmed. Everything is under her control. To prevent any interference from you, Mr. Jiang, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Once matters are resolved, you will be among the first to see Dr. Song. They appeared remarkably extraordinary, yet their tone towards Jiang Baichi was imbued with profound respect. This Jiang Baichi was undeniably formidable, becoming the sole variable that could potentially disrupt the plan. Thus, it was imperative to monitor him closely to prevent any reckless actions. Just moments ago, the police system had been infiltrated, causing considerable chaos. The production team, fearing that Jiang Baichi might locate Song Juyao, deliberately employed Rinjiachi to mislead him and buy some time. Little did they realize that the denizens of the virtual world were even more anxious about Jiang Baichi discovering Song Juyao ahead of schedule, jeopardizing their carefully laid plans. Although Jiang Baichi harbored doubts about them, the possibility of Song Juyao being in their custody compelled him to comply. He was subsequently transferred to another vehicle, where he witnessed through the screen the harrowing scene of Song Juyao's abduction, with a chainsaw ominously suspended above her head, sending shivers down his spine. Trembling, he clutched her tightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The soldiers either stole glances or awkwardly diverted their gazes. Many of them were youthful, their faces etched with uncontrollable envy, pondering when such sweet love would grace their lives. Song Juyao, soothing him like a frightened dog, gently stroked his back. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm sorry for not informing you earlier to protect the plan from exposure. A middle-aged man with brown curly hair and deep-set eyes burst into laughter. Just now, 3 soldiers could barely restrain him. This lad is impressive. He appears thin, and one might assume he only possesses intellect. Yet his explosive strength is quite remarkable. Teacher, Song Juyao replied, her expression tinged with resignation. This middle-aged man was none other than her mentor, Albeja. Albert's countenance radiated a cheerful brightness, yet his piercing gaze bore an oppressive intensity. He was a scientist, yet possessed the domineering aura of a crime lord. Particularly when he restrained his smile, he appeared decidedly menacing. The mouse has been caught. It is time to investigate what lies within. Indeed, what could it be? Let us dissect it and find out. Song Juyao's dark eye shimmered with a newfound sharpness, shedding her usual gentle and harmless demeanor. In the realm of reality, the Justice Trial broadcast hall had descended into chaos. Each individual appeared disoriented, scurrying about like headless flies. Was there an issue with the biological chamber? Quickly, summon the maintenance personnel. Mr. K? Hurry and locate Mr. K. Inform him that the virtual world system seems to be malfunctioning, swiftly. Do not tamper with those individuals' bodies. If something goes awry, can you bear the responsibility? Is it a mere bug in the system, or could it be the work of Song Juyao? Song Juyao, the perpetrator? Have you lost your mind? How could that possibly be? She cannot manipulate us from the virtual world. You must be out of your wits to utter such nonsense. Go and summon help. Suppress this news. The audience must remain oblivious. It should merely be an issue with the system or the biological chamber. Do not overthink it. How could Song Juyao possess such capabilities? The inability of the temporary real NPCs to exit cannot be associated with Song Juyao, nor dare anyone make such a connection. Everyone firmly believed that the cause lay solely with the system or the biological chamber, yet the more perceptive among them felt an unsettling drumbeat of anxiety within their hearts. Is it truly merely an accidental incident? Wow, it appears that our old classmate Hosen is quite remarkable. In the private room of the club, a group of young gentlemen, instead of indulging in wine and flirtation, have become engrossed in the live broadcast of Judgment of Justice. This can be attributed to Hosen revealing to Luo Chao that Song Juyao was a classmate from middle school. Back in those days, they had attempted to play pranks on Song Juyao with childish and outdated courtship games, only to face dismal failures. with several of them inadvertently developing feelings for her. However, due to concerns about their dignity and family traditions, none dared to voice their affections. Therefore, as some regarded her as their first love, they could not help but pay attention upon hearing Luo Chao's mention. They were subsequently taken aback by the sudden twist of events. After all, she is a top student from Wangqing Capital University. How could she not be impressive? Ho hi, that fool. Someone could not help but mutter under their breath. I'll cast a vote for her. Yet, before finishing the thought, they were tugged at, and their voice abruptly ceased as they cast a glance at Hosen. Their emotions complex, choosing silence thereafter. Hosen's expression remained unchanged, exuding a calm demeanor, unperturbed. In the virtual realm, early Sunday morning at the dining table, Jean Yu nearly lost grip of the knife and fork, the blade tapping against the bone china plate with a crisp sound. Jin's father had also just received the news, puffing on his cigarette with a myriad of emotions. Thus, the plan to bring down that individual was rendered obsolete, becoming futile. So, was everything a scheme orchestrated by Song Juyao, with everyone merely playing their parts, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare them all? Indeed, he once contemplated how to deal with Song Juyao, only to discover that everything lay firmly within her grasp. This girl, with a perpetual smile gracing her lips and eyes that shimmered with gentleness and clarity, appeared delicate and fragile in his mind, a flower that evoked a desire to shield her from the tempestuous elements. Yet, at this very moment, the gentle smile upon her lips seemed to take on an ambiguous meaning. The depths of her gaze concealed something enigmatic, transforming her into a figure both inscrutable and perilous, yet undeniably alluring, inciting an irresistible curiosity to delve deeper like a sorceress. Mr. Jean cryptically remarked, humans are fundamentally incapable of unified resolve at any given time, unless a matter significantly threatens their collective interests. Are you suggesting that this issue also impacts the interests of our aristocracy? Indeed, the private jet en route to the capital pierced through the clouds, within the first-class cabin. Initially, the teacher's interest in your mechanical insect technology was motivated by his family's concerns, but upon sensing a shift in circumstances, he relinquished his pursuit. Do you know why? Jiang Baiqi interjected. The mechanical insects symbolize the interests among humans, while helmet technology represents the human collective? Precisely, Song Juyao replied, her smile widening as she grasped his hand and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him. With a formidable external threat looming over humanity, who has the time to ponder internal strife and interests? What are they discussing? I cannot comprehend. Helmet? What helmet? Is that the helmet that Song Juyao took from Jiang Baiqi? Speaking of which, when that temporary real NPC was captured, it seemed to be wearing a rather amusing helmet. How can one even mention the helmet? Previously, there were heartfelt declarations about coming for Jiang Baiqi, yet in the end, it was merely a matter of taking Jiang Baiqi's possessions. Has humanity encountered formidable extraterrestrial foes? Is there truly life beyond our planet? At that moment, Albert entered, and Song Juyao felt it inappropriate to display affection towards her boyfriend in front of her mentor. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but just as she did, it was firmly grasped. Albert laughed heartily. Do not mind me. Continue your conversation. With such a conspicuous presence, how could they continue their discussion? Noticing that the young couple had fallen silent, Albert playfully patted Jiang Baiqi on the shoulder, only to have him recoil in disdain. Unperturbed, Albert remarked, young man, you are quite remarkable. What inspired you to create that helmet? Indeed, while he recognized the value of his student's mechanical insects, it was Song Juyao who uncovered the helmet's secrets. She boldly hypothesized and proposed invaluable suggestions that ultimately led to the triumph in this conflict devoid of gunfire. Given that this man was her mentor and had shown considerable care for her, Jiang Baiqi chose not to dismiss him, harboring no particular thoughts, and casually complied. Albert displayed a complex expression. Although he was a renowned genius, he felt overwhelmed in the presence of this young man. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that at least he was more handsome. Still discussing helmets, the more he listened, the more perplexed he became. What was wrong with the helmet? Completely baffled, was it being suggested that the helmet crafted by Jiang Baiqi was remarkable? Yet, how did this relate to Song Juyao suddenly appearing so impressive? Curiosity was killing him. Was there a representative among them who could clarify this? Upon the plane's arrival at the capital airport, a proud and formidable military contingent awaited. As they disembarked, an officer approached them. Mr. Albert, Dr. Song. The targets have been captured and delivered to the research institute. Jiang Baiqi felt a degree of confusion himself, but with Song Juyao by his side, he refrained from inquiring. Like a loyal dog content with its master's presence, he accompanied her from home to the capital and now into the car, arriving at the prestigious Aojian Research Institute. Nestled on a hillside, the institute was heavily guarded, expansive, and architecturally grand. As Jiang Baiqi gazed out of the car window, he couldn't help but ponder how difficult it would be to see Song Juyao once she returned to her duties, for outsiders could not enter freely. Given the circumstances, she would surely return to her post. As he had anticipated, her teammates greeted her return with enthusiastic warmth, surrounding her with joy. Jiang Baiqi found himself pushed aside, standing outside the lively crowd like a dull speck of dust, observing his radiant son being embraced by others. His lips pressed tightly together, and the atmosphere around him seemed to grow increasingly somber. At that moment, he saw his son break free from the throng, rushing towards him with a smile. Grasping his hand, their fingers intertwining, drawing him into the gathering. "Everyone, this is Jiang Baiqi, my boyfriend," she introduced him with an open-hearted smile. "He is the one who created the helmet. Wow, a hero at such a young age. I'm so envious. Bro, you're amazing. I hope you'll take care of us from now on." A chorus of warm, friendly voices surged toward him, yet Jiang Baiqi's gaze remained fixed on Song Juyao. For in his world, there were no other sounds, only her radiant smile and her voice. Perhaps once he would have yearned for such kindness, but now, all he desired was her. After a brief reunion, they turned to the matter at hand. Although Jiang Baiqi had invented the helmet as the original technical creator, he had not participated in the subsequent improvement plans, nor was he part of the awarded team, rendering him insufficiently positioned to engage in later developments. For the time being, he was assigned to Song Juyao's office. As the edge of her white coat swept through the air, stirring a gentle breeze, her delicate hands emerged from the sleeves. Clad in her work attire, Song Juyao resembled a warrior donning armor, her demeanor instantly transforming into one of serious intensity. Song Juyao entered the grand laboratory, a space bustling with numerous world-renowned scientists, including both domestic and foreign members of prestigious award-winning teams. "Thank you, sir." At the forefront of the laboratory loomed a large screen, divided into several segments displaying the captured temporary real NPCs, each undergoing interrogation in isolation. Their hands were shackled to the armrests of the chairs, adorned with helmets, their expressions exuding arrogance and a brazen confidence. Some even appeared to be asleep, utterly disregarding the interrogators. Indeed, these individuals exhibited abnormal behavior. Not only did they seem to possess the ability to seize control, but they also appeared capable of shutting off their senses. A doctor explained to Song Juyao, I see. I think I understand a little now. It's not as I had imagined, is it? Are all these individuals temporary real NPCs? Have they all been apprehended? What is the purpose of that helmet? Is it a tool to distinguish whether they are indeed temporary real NPCs? Their expressions conveyed a message of defiance. It doesn't hurt. We won't die. Do as you please. If you're dissatisfied, come and bite me. They seemed to take delight in the futility of their captors. Their demeanor was utterly repugnant. A younger researcher besides Song Juyao expressed indignation. How much has the Prime Minister done for the people? To this day, many citizens shed tears of gratitude when mentioning him. Yet he has been replaced by these vile individuals who have committed numerous heinous acts in his name and through his body. The individual who has replaced the director of the Education Bureau is even more repugnant. Much like a lustful boar, he has committed numerous heinous acts, including rape, seduction, and bribery, showing no regard even for minors, truly despicable. Furthermore, there is that youth. Although undeniably intelligent, he is utterly deranged, having previously doused one of our cleaning staff with a highly corrosive substance. The researchers gritted their teeth, their anger palpable. What manner of beings are they? How can they so brazenly invade the sanctity of others' bodies? If even a nation's prime minister can be so effortlessly and silently replaced, what hope is there for anyone else? Such occurrences within this country could easily transpire elsewhere, and perhaps one day, even to oneself. It is precisely for this reason that they united in a remarkably short span of time, diligently collaborating to study and enhance the helmet. Patiently awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare these individuals, let us uncover what lies within their bodies. Song Juyao inquired, "Teacher, how is the research on the mental projection imaging technology progressing?" Alberga replied, "As it happens, although it is against regulations to employ it on humans without prior experimentation. With such adversaries, one need not be overly fastidious." Meanwhile, in the real world, the production team felt an ominous premonition rising within them. Mental projection imaging? It sounded profoundly unsettling, could it be? The temporary real NPCs, having been relocated to another chamber, gazed upon Song Juyao with an eerie glimmer in their eyes. Utterly revolting. Song Juyao pushed the mental projection imaging device forward, approaching the first individual, who happened to be the director of the Education Bureau. Little Song, you are truly beautiful. Your uncle takes quite a liking to you, though there's been no opportunity to play together, he said with a greasy smile. But fret not. Your uncle will surely find a chance to have fun with you. Song Juyao stared at him with an impassive expression, deftly operating the device in her hands. At this point, are you not the least bit afraid? Oh, I am indeed afraid, he replied with a grin. Is it because you feel cloaked in this facade, believing that no one can discern your true identity, that you carry such audacity? A faint smile curled at the corners of Song Juyao's lips. In that case, allow me to unveil your true self. With that, she pressed the confirmation button. What? The director's expression stiffened momentarily before relaxing, almost caught off guard by her boldness. However, in the next instant, the lights on the helmet flickered, revealing a bright glow. Amidst the hazy radiance, the helmet emitted beams of light, and the imaging device before Song Juyao followed suit, their illuminations converging to form a silhouette. Before her stood the image of a middle-aged man of average build, completely unclothed. His features rendered strikingly clear, so much so that even the balding patches on his scalp were visible. The Education Bureau director's expression froze entirely. This was not merely an NPC, but rather his own visage from the real world. Hey, this can't be real, right? This is absolutely not real. I must be dreaming. This is impossible. The director of the Education Bureau no longer wears that smug, oily smile he once had. He is drenched in sweat, his face ashen. And the image of his terrifying wife, his indifferent children, and his colleagues flashes through his mind. The audience is astounded, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Song Juyao and the NPCs of this virtual realm had long since uncovered the existence of the temporary real NPCs. They had been scheming and planning, ultimately ensnaring them all, and even inventing a scientific device to unveil their true selves from the shells of NPCs. The spectators are in disbelief. They kneel in awe, questioning why they are on their knees watching the trial show. Song Juyao has been remarkably composed all this time, revealing not a hint of her intentions before the multitude of viewers. Truly, this is the mark of a national-level talent. How impressive is Song Juyao? Is it not utterly foolish to suggest that she would attempt to ensnare a man solely based on her beauty in the real world? She is undoubtedly wronged. These temporary real-life NPCs are doomed. Observe the repugnant and terrifying actions they undertake in the virtual realm, beast and human guise, who would dare to associate with them. The production team was left speechless, frozen in place. Just moments before, they were frantically contacting individuals to repair the biological pod and investigating whether there was a system glitch in the virtual world, unable to fathom that the chaos stemmed from Song Juyao's actions within it. Yet now, Song Juyao delivered a resounding slap to their faces. They were taken aback, after all. The production team was merely an ordinary group, comprised of average directors and producers, merely orchestrating a reality show. They had never encountered such a situation before. They were used to having the judges firmly in their grasp, manipulated effortlessly, but now, for the first time, a subject of judgment retaliated against them in a manner so ferocious and incomprehensible. What should they do now? In the luxurious hall, Hwasun and his companions were also rendered speechless. Moments ago, they could still boast with confidence, but now they stood agape, unable to utter a word. This is utterly astonishing. Song Juyao truly lives up to her reputation. She has suffered greatly at the hands of Hua Hai. Had it not been for him, how splendidly she would shine in the real world. With such thoughts, their gazes towards Hwasun grew increasingly complex. Hwasun gazed at the screen, where Song Juyao radiated an enchanting brilliance that captivated and intrigued him. In the virtual realm, seated beside the director of the Education Bureau, a few individuals who had previously been laughing and dismissing the NPCs suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Panic washed over their faces, filled with disbelief. What? This can't be true. The director of the Education Bureau was engulfed in a state of extreme shock, trembling uncontrollably. His clothes drenched, as if he were on the verge of losing all composure. Is this truly your true self? Song Juyao tilted her head, revealing a beast that bore a human facade. She pressed a button, and the light vanished, along with the figure. Then, she maneuvered the imaging device towards the second individual, the youth. As she pressed the key, a naked figure appeared before the youth's eyes, filled with despair and collapse. Although the system automatically pixelated the exposed areas, his face was fully visible to the audience. Next, it was the Prime Minister, followed by the Chainsaw Maniac. One by one, their true identities were unveiled to all viewers. I also signed up for the temporary live-action NPC. Thankfully, I was chosen. How disgusting. I'll remember these faces. I hope I don't encounter them on the street. Oh my, that youth is a senior from our school. Excelling academically and appearing so well-behaved. How could he possess such a twisted psyche? Terrifying. My neighbor is a chainsaw maniac. The owner's group is now in a frenzy, living in the same building with such an individual who can sleep peacefully. As for me, thank you for your concern. I am already on my way to seek refuge with a friend. It is speculated that Song Juyao and her companions did not immediately apprehend those temporary real-life NPCs because they discovered that these individuals could escape at any moment. Thus, they delayed their actions while swiftly developing the helmet in secrecy, ensuring that everything was foolproof before they moved to apprehend them all at once. The audience has finally grasped the unfolding events. In the final 2 hours of the first live broadcast of the new season of Justice Trial, viewership and discussion skyrocketed, surpassing the first season entirely. There are numerous compelling elements to this situation, and the trending topics have been completely dominated. The revealed identities of the temporary real-life NPCs have also made headlines, as some of them are entrepreneurs, the children of entrepreneurs, and renowned authors, among others. Although it is said to be a virtual world, is it not excessively audacious? Deep down, do they not yearn to engage in such actions? Shouldn't that chainsaw maniac be apprehended? If he behaves this way in the virtual realm, one cannot guarantee he wouldn't commit murder in the real world. Song Juyao has gone too far, publicly exposing individuals, including a child. Is this not a form of coercion that drives people to despair? Can the self-righteous cease their interference? Pouring corrosive substances on the face of a cleaning lady while gleefully witnessing the disfigurement of a child is appalling. Such children would be better off gone. Song Juyao's cunning is profound. She orchestrated such a scheme under the watchful eyes of 1.5 billion viewers. It is quite terrifying, and in reality, I would not choose to befriend someone of her ilk. Mingshu was left in shock, repeatedly messaging Tang Kai. Senior, did you watch the live stream? The senior sister is incredible. Tang Kai responded, calm down. He received another frantic message. Okay, to be honest. He too longed to witness such events unfold in that realm. It must be profoundly shocking, a completely novel experience. However, while Mingshu might have the opportunity to see it, he, as merely a school doctor, could not. With this thought, Tang Kai felt a sense of comfort as he observed Mingshu's regretful exclamations. At that moment, another message arrived from Mingshu. Senior, do you know who the celebrity judge for the second episode will be? It's hard to say. There may be changes. Song Juyao is not easy to handle. And those agencies have learned from our lessons. They might revise their plans, and withdrawal is also a possibility. Tang Kai conceded this point. Mingshu mused, wonderful. It will be splendid to see Song Juyao face her comeuppance. As the first live broadcast enters its final hour, viewership has surged to a staggering peak, with the number of viewers poised to reach 2 billion. Even Qin Wei, the director who initially dismissed Song Juyao's immense popularity, now wears a troubled expression. Sitting helplessly in his chair and watching the staff scurry about like headless chickens, unable to even enjoy a cigarette, Mr. K hurriedly arrived on the scene, prompting Qin Wei to spring to his feet as if he had found a beacon of hope. Mr. K, there must be an issue with the system, please. I implore you to investigate. Mr. K was not alone. He was accompanied by a colleague, for if the system had malfunctioned, trapping real individuals within the virtual realm, the situation would be dire. Meanwhile, Qin Wei harbored another fear, cautiously inquiring Mr. K regarding the palace. His Majesty has not been disturbed by these chaotic events. Has he? Mr. K replied, His Majesty is preoccupied with other matters. However, should this escalate further, it may become a different story. Qin Wei shuddered at the thought. It was summer, and although the weather in the real world was sweltering, the inhabitants of the palace felt it was not hot enough. They had not only refrained from turning on the air conditioning but had also activated the heating. The temperature was cranked up to its maximum, and the floor furnace was ignited alongside the fireplace. The meticulous-looking interior official, dressed in a suit and spectacles, was drenched in sweat, his handkerchief quickly soaked through. Yet he remained resolute as he directed the maids and male attendants, all of whom were bustling about in a flurry. Slow down, do not disturb His Majesty. Alas, my lord, a calamity has befallen us. The heating pipes have malfunctioned. How could this happen? You must summon someone to repair it at once. Several elderly deities, with tears welling in their eyes, were on the brink of despair. The situation with His Majesty grows increasingly dire. If this continues, it may precipitate various natural disasters, leading inevitably to the downfall of our nation. Lately, age has taken its toll at an alarming pace. Just look at the multitude of wrinkles on your face. Do you think you are exempt from this fate? What agonies must she endure to evoke such profound suffering in His Majesty? Other nations are also aiding in the search, having resolved numerous cases of unlawful confinement. Yet they remain at a standstill. Our vast territory makes the pursuit of an unknown individual, lacking name, age, or visage, a formidable challenge. If this persists, the consequences will be dire. Ultimately, it is inconceivable that His Majesty would cast aside his heart simply due to perceived repercussions. Sigh. Let us not dwell on the past. Our immediate priority is to locate the destined one. As for the happenings within the palace, the populace remains utterly oblivious. Across the nation, in various sectors, many engage in discussions and view this spectacle of judgment, their attention captivated by the live broadcast in the virtual realm. Jiang Baiqi surveyed Song Juyao's office. It was immaculate and well-lit, adorned with her trophies and certificates, while a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. He could vividly imagine Song Juyao diligently working at her desk, her focus unwavering. He had been seated here for nearly 3 hours, yet he felt neither boredom nor impatience. Instead, he quietly envisioned her working in this very space, finding immense solace in the knowledge that she was under the same roof. His phone buzzed with several messages from Jiang Bailuo. He rose and exited the office. As he passed an open office door, he abruptly halted. Have you seen Yao Yao's boyfriend? Yes, but it's strange. I can't quite remember what he looks like. His presence seems rather insubstantial. I feel the same way. I pride myself on my remarkable memory, yet I can't recall his features. Is he perhaps an unusual specimen? Given such an insubstantial presence, he likely isn't handsome, right? Don't handsome men usually radiate an aura? I mean, Yao Yao is so beautiful and intelligent. Although Jiang Baiqi is also a genius. There are plenty of geniuses in this world. Some are handsome and have great personalities. He's simply isn't a match for our Yao Yao. I wonder what she sees in him. Don't underestimate him. A genius capable of creating something that even Mr. Alberga finds captivating is no ordinary genius. Even those who work in this establishment are human, possessing a natural inclination for gossip. Jiang Baiqi stood in the corridor as individuals passed by him. Oblivious to his presence, engrossed in their documents. The staff inside the office quickly shifted the topic and continued their conversation. He lowered his eyelids, the long lashes casting delicate shadows upon his pale cheeks, while his thin lips remained tightly pressed beneath the high bridge of his nose. Driven by doubt, he unwittingly created that contraption, yet the results of the experiment fell short of his expectations, merely inducing a state of unconsciousness for a few hours. Upon opening his eyes, he was met once again with the despairing world around him. The appearance of Song Juyao instilled in him a sense of purpose, despite the dreary nature of existence. Her presence illuminated the darkness. However, he soon realized that this alone was insufficient. Would his existence cast a shadow over Song Juyao's brilliance in the eyes of others? Might there be glimmering figures, such as Jin Yu and Jin Yao, who, in their arrogance, would attempt to usurp her from him? As someone brushed past him, taking several steps before abruptly stopping and turning around, he heard, Jiang Baiqi, your presence is truly astonishing. It was Alberga. Growing up in a family of arms dealers had instilled in Alberga a certain mindset, leading him to immediately conceive of 2 illegal professions well suited for Jiang Baiqi, a spy or an assassin. The extraordinary aura that Jiang Baiqi exuded could very well facilitate a successful theft. Previously, Alberga had taken an interest in his mechanical insect technology and had dispatched someone to investigate. The renowned private detective had taken an inordinate amount of time to complete the task due to Jiang Baiqi's remarkably low profile, ultimately capturing only a handful of photographs. Upon concluding the assignment, the detective lamented a significant loss, having spent days wide-eyed in search of Jiang Baiqi, straining his eyes in the process. Yet, upon further reflection, this was rather tragic. Is there no way for me to visit the place where she now works? Oh, of course not. That involves top secrets. Jiang Baiqi suddenly inquired. Is the Oscar team lacking members? Alberga hesitated, his oppressive gaze locking onto Jiang Baiqi's eyes. Jiang Baiqi's calm, pale gray eyes met his with unwavering tranquility. Does your family's arms business accept technological investments? In that instant, Alberga felt an unexpected allure emanating from the young man before him. Although he often appeared unremarkable, there was a concealed arrogance and dominance within him. Those serene gray eyes seemed to convey a resolve that whatever he sought, he would undoubtedly attain, whatever he endeavored, he would assuredly accomplish. Indeed, there existed no rationale for him to reject such a prodigy, be it for the Oscar team or his family. Alberga instantly broke into a bold, charismatic smile and extended his hand toward Jiang Baiqi. A pleasure to cooperate. Jiang Baiqi reciprocated the handshake. How superficial the world is. As long as he possesses wealth, fame, and power that surpasses most, it can overshadow his numerous flaws. No one would dare question why he could remain by her side or doubt her judgment. As for the production team, they completed their work with a heavy stroke of the pen, leaving them trembling with trepidation, while the audience watched with bated breath. Song Juyao should not be able to fathom the truth of this world. If she were to grasp the world's reality, I would kneel before her on the spot. She might at most suspect extraterrestrial beings or supernatural abilities. Song Juyao is truly remarkable. What has become of those temporary real-life NPCs? Upon seeing Jiang Baiqi, Song Juyao bestowed upon him a radiant and warm smile. Observing the weariness in her eyes, Jiang Baiqi pondered that had he known he would love her so deeply, he would have joined the AO award team much earlier, standing by her side to alleviate her burdens. Noticing that Jiang Baiqi had packed an excessive amount of food, she inquired, "Haven't you eaten? Would you like to share a meal with me?" He replied. "Did you miss me after just a few hours?" Song Juyao teased, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Jiang Baiqi, caught off guard by her playful banter, felt his ears flush with warmth. He served her a bowl of rice, his voice husky as he said, "Let's eat." As Song Juyao settled across from him, watching him attentively as he prepared the dishes, she reflected on the imminent conclusion of the first phase and her impending departure. What would the virtual world be like once the real individuals left? Would it continue to operate autonomously? Or would all NPCs fall into a dormant state until the commencement of the second phase? If she were to suddenly vanish before Jiang Baiqi, how would he react? Such thoughts were beyond her grasp, and she lacked the time to dwell on them. How much longer was left? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? The first phase must conclude with a tantalizing cliffhanger, akin to an exceptional television series that leaves its audience yearning for more, eager to discover what follows. The countdown to the end of the first phase stood at 5 minutes. "I wish to remain by your side always." Jiang Baiqi expressed to Song Juyao his intention to join the Oscar team, hoping she would not perceive him as overly clingy. "You will always be by my side. In the second phase, you will undoubtedly be near me." With 3 minutes remaining in the countdown of the first phase, she suddenly inquired, "Do you feel that something is amiss?" Preoccupied, Song Juyao took a couple of bites of her food. At that moment, the director's team felt their hearts racing. Their nerves taut, and the audience instinctively clenched their hands in anticipation. Jiang Baiqi lifted his gaze to meet hers. With 1 minute left on the countdown, speculations regarding those who had possessed others suggested that perhaps a certain organization wielded a technological weapon capable of extinguishing one's spiritual essence before taking over. Yet a chilling thought crept into my mind. We, or rather I, might be the subjects of a cruel jest, being observed. In the upper right corner of the live broadcast, the countdown entered its final 10 seconds. I sensed that this world. 5, 4. Hurry, hurry, hurry. End it. Don't let her speak. Silence her. 3, 2. Suddenly, Song Juyao lifted her gaze. Locking her eyes onto the invisible camera, her dark pupils brimming with certainty, striking straight to the heart. "It is not real." 1. As the countdown concluded, the live broadcast was abruptly engulfed in darkness, with only a flurry of comments continuing to stream across the screen. The Justice Judgment Studio fell into a hushed silence. Everyone rendered speechless, their expressions vacant. The barrage of comments momentarily fell silent, only to erupt moments later with an overwhelming cacophony of screams. "Ah, this world is not real. My hair is standing on end. It's so exhilarating that I've spilled my drink all over the bed. I am going crazy. I am going crazy." The screen was filled with screams that seemed to transcend mere text, irritating and thrilling the audience's eardrums. The climactic moment was executed with such exquisite precision that it propelled everyone's emotions to a fever pitch, igniting an insatiable desire to watch the next episode and share their fervent thoughts with others. People engaged in animated discussions, seizing anyone nearby to express their overwhelming excitement. As a seasoned viewer of the Judgment Show, witnessing such a defendant for the first time sent shivers down my spine. It was utterly, mind-blowingly remarkable. If such individuals were indeed criminals, they would hardly stoop to such petty offenses, would they? Isn't that absurd? Look closely. Can you see the goosebumps on my skin? What? You missed the live broadcast? Alas, you'll have to wait for the recorded version to watch it. Song Juyao is truly terrifying. The votes for the appeal soared to an astonishing 10 million at the very last moment of the first episode. Had voting not ceased after the conclusion, the tally would likely have continued to rise. Within the confines of the courtroom's broadcasting hall, an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the outside world. Each individual exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet the production team predominantly wore visages that betrayed their profound sense of failure. The situation was utterly disastrous. Song Juyao had astonishingly unveiled the truth of their fabricated reality, articulating a statement that struck them like a thunderbolt. This world is not real. The virtual realm, so meticulously crafted by His Majesty, was designed to suppress memories, rendering those ensnared within oblivious to any anomalies. Yet, Song Juyao's revelation signified a monumental oversight on the part of the production team. Their superfluous actions had unwittingly created a chink in the armor, one that Song Juyao had astutely exploited. The director and the temporary live NPCs had been safely ejected from the scene. At that moment, a staff member rushed in with news that punctured the stifling tension, providing a glimmer of relief. At least the individuals were safely back. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the hall, filled with the fury of something shattered. A man, drenched in sweat and as pale as parchment, burst into the room. It was the director of the Education Bureau, whose true identity had been exposed by Song Juyao within the virtual domain. Madness had consumed him, as an overwhelming blend of fear and rage drove him to seek an outlet for his tumultuous emotions. This is the result of your actions. I will sue you all. I will bring you to ruin. Mr. Wang, please calm down. Calm down? You expect me to remain calm? I will take you all down with me. A man charged towards Qin Wei, frantically assaulting him. Others rushed to intervene, but the frenzied man, driven by intense emotion, exhibited extraordinary strength, resulting in utter chaos, with several expensive instruments being shattered in the fray. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, elegantly attired yet possessing a sharp visage, entered accompanied by several bodyguards. The guards swiftly separated the combatants, and upon seeing his wife, the man trembled, his fierce demeanor instantly transforming into one of pitiful despair. A resounding slap echoed as she struck him, leaving multiple crimson scratches across his cheek. The wife, filled with disdain for her husband, escorted him away, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he had already foreseen the dreadful consequences awaiting him. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to his fear, urine trailing down his leg. Damn it! Qin Wei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. For someone of his stature and directing, this day marked an utter loss of dignity. Within the confines of a room guarded by the police, a solitary biological pod quietly rested at the center of the space. The woman inside the pod slowly opened her eyes. With little flesh upon her face, her eyes appeared strikingly large, and her lips were chapped from dehydration. Awake? A female officer approached the pod, bending down to assist in unfastening the equipment binding her. Song Juyao met her gaze. She recalled how the officer had always been rather indifferent towards her, yet now her expression bore a hint of complexity as she carefully helped her to rise. Lowering her gaze, Song Juyao observed her gaunt hands, which seemed little more than skin stretched over bone, a glimmer of icy amusement flickering in her eyes. Her efforts had indeed borne fruit, although she had lain in the biological pod for half a month. The pod's massage function and nutrient supply ensured that Song Juyao experienced no discomfort. Apart from a slight thirst, she felt invigorated. Let's go, the female officer instructed. This sensation of thirst and weakness in her legs brought Song Juyao profound awareness of her existence. In the corridor, a multitude of Dream Factory staff had gathered. Their expressions varied as they observed Song Juyao. The contrast was striking. In the virtual world, Dr. Song Juyao was a figure of beauty and strength, revered and idolized. While in the real world, she appeared a mere shadow of herself, emaciated, pale-skinned, with her hair hastily tied into a bun. She seemed like two different persons. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, her deep, dark eyes revealed a glimmer of her former self, merging the two shadows into one. How tragic it was. If her case were truly unjust, she ought to shine as brilliantly as her virtual counterpart. Under the varied gazes, Song Juyao exited the Dream Factory building, stepping into the blazing sunlight. The summer heat enveloped her instantly, causing a prickling sensation on her unprotected skin. She squinted at the azure sky, momentarily lost in thought. This sky appeared as a true expanse, yet it was not her world. This was not her realm. She hailed from a blue planet called Earth, a place 100 times smaller than this one. Click! The sound of a shutter snapping. Song Juyao. A throng of journalists surged forward, prompting the police to swiftly intervene. They brandished firearms that discharged numerous silver spheres, which exploded midair into a net of barbed wire, effectively obstructing the advancing reporters. "Let us interview Song Juyao. Miss Song, what do you have to say regarding your case?" The journalists clamored. "Ignore them. Get in the car quickly," urged the female officer. Song Juyao bent down and entered the police vehicle, yet the fervent reporters remained undeterred, maneuvering flying cameras to pursue them, capturing frenzied shots through the car window. Even as the vehicle started to move, they persisted until the police managed to bring the cameras down, finally silencing the ruckus. "These damn paparazzi," muttered the officer who had shot down the cameras, reflecting on how, after each trial show, there would occasionally be a few reporters. But never a swarm like this. Such an overwhelming turnout had caught them unprepared. Upon further contemplation, he recognized the oversight in their planning. He glanced back, observing Song Juyao gazing out at the fleeting cityscape. She had endured profound psychological torment during her imprisonment, her chin appearing gaunt, and her gaze penetrating and distant. Lost in thought, the sight stirred a pang in his heart, prompting him to awkwardly turn away. Song Juyao's eyes flickered to the corner, stealing a glance at the young officer in the front seat before returning her attention to the view outside. Outside the window, towering buildings stand tall, while street cleaning robots meander through the thoroughfares, rendering the entire city immaculate. Above, LED billboards on the skyscrapers display an advertisement for the undergarments of a certain combat star, a half-human, half-cyborg figure. In the past, several young women in the university dormitory would often fantasize about his romantic escapades with his girlfriend during the night, undoubtedly thrilling. Here, issues such as organ failure and bodily degeneration no longer evoke the same fears as they once did. Should the heart falter, one can simply replace it with a mechanical substitute. If an arm requires amputation, then so be it, for prosthetic limbs are lightweight and agile, seamlessly integrating into daily life. Should one's eyesight deteriorate, artificial eyes can be readily acquired, and for those with particular inclinations, one might even choose to incorporate filters that render the world more beautiful. Song Juyao has always held the belief that the pinnacle of science is theology. What she observes in this realm indeed possesses a hint of the divine nature intertwined with scientific advancement. This world is unique. Its rulers are not humans, but rather the royal lineage, who themselves are not human, but the true sovereigns of this land. Legend has it that when humanity's ancestors first set foot upon this soil, they forged a covenant with the land's rulers, thus becoming subjects while the royalty assumed the role of guardians. When this sovereign is born, an extraordinary resonance awakens within the hearts of every citizen. For countless millennia, the royal families guided the inhabitants of their realms in the establishment of their own nations, each with distinct personalities. Some favored the untamed wilderness, leading to the creation of the jungle kingdom of Albus. The citizens of Albus lived in a primitive manner, yet they were valiant warriors of exceptional physique. For instance, the denizens of the realm where Song Juyao resided could easily vanquish 50 foes without the aid of technological weaponry. The sovereign of her empire was a fervent enthusiast of technology, and under his leadership, the nation flourished, becoming the most prosperous and formidable. His inventions granted its citizens lifespans far exceeding those of other nations, while famine occasionally plagued others. The people of this kingdom had long been free from such worries. In comparison to the monarchs of other realms, their king was relatively benevolent. The ruler of the Fire Kingdom, in stark contrast, was a brutal tyrant who transformed his domain into a hellish nightmare, compelling his subjects to construct arenas for combat, where citizens were randomly selected to engage in lethal duels. The victors were rewarded with riches, while the vanquished met their demise as a consequence of their misfortune. The king's presence instilled fear among all the powers of his nation, allowing the insignificant Song Juyao a glimmer of hope for resistance. 100 million votes constituted her ticket to meet him. However, should her influence grow significantly, it was possible that she might capture his attention even before the requisite votes were amassed, prompting the Royal Review Committee to intervene and reassess her case. Suddenly, Song Juyao recalled another legend concerning the royals and humanity, but she quickly dismissed the thought. In matters of life and death, there was no time to ponder such trivialities. "Song Juyao, you have a visitor." Song Juyao sat in her cold cell, lifting her head at the sound of a voice. Outside the glass, a tall man in a tailored suit stood, gazing at her. Song Juyao stared back, somewhat perplexed. In an instant, Hwa-sin realized that she did not remember him. This made him tighten his lips, though no further emotions escaped him. "I am Hwa-sin, a member of the Hua family, the elder brother of Hua Hai. Song Juyao regarded him with an impassive expression. The cell door swung open, and Hua's son entered, taking a seat opposite her. I have come today to discuss a proposition. Song Juyao gestured for him to continue. I can assist you in reducing your sentence to 5 years. Provided you agree to withdraw from participating in the justice trial, the prospect of transforming a life sentence into a mere 5 years. While avoiding the peril of exposing herself to public scrutiny during the justice trial, appeared to be an exceedingly advantageous trait. For an ordinary inmate, even if filled with resentment, one might endure the terms, as this option presented a shortcut compared to the uncertain and distant road ahead. Yuan Manji will likely not allow me to leave alive. Song Juyao remarked. I will ensure she does not harm you, Hua's son replied. The implication of his words momentarily stunned Song Juyao, prompting her to burst into laughter. Hua's son, taken aback by her smile, paused. Mr. Hua, you are fond of me, Song Juyao asserted confidently. Hosen did not intend to deny. 5 years later, I will come to take you away. Do not worry about falling behind the times. I will take care of your life. Yet, what you prefer is your independence. Song Juyao paid no heed and continued. You are merely afraid that I will attract the king's attention, that the clandestine actions of the Hua family will be unveiled, leading to their downfall. When you express such sentiments, it is less about your affection for me and more about ensuring the safety of the Hua family. Gazing into Song Juyao's penetrating eyes, Hosen's fist clenched. You should comprehend the magnitude of the enemies you face. Your case, aside from implicating the Hua family, involves many others. Even if the Hua family refrains from intervening, others will not allow you to live in peace. Magnificent enemies? Song Juyao smiled. Then, may I inquire if my formidable adversaries can prevent me from participating in the second phase? Hosen was momentarily taken aback. In the eyes of those nobles, the fate of your Hua family, or those who collude with you, is of no concern to them. Song Juyao smiled, yet Hosen felt a condescending mockery emanating from her. As if she were ridiculing his presumption. She was beyond his protection. The shareholders of Justice Judgment would not permit her to be harmed outside the confines of the virtual realm. Hosen's expression darkened. Hua family. Yuan Manji gazed at Song Juyao's petition for vindication, as well as the fervent discussions proliferating online. Some netizens even began to delve into Hua Hai's background, while others, claiming to be Hua Hai's classmates, shared disparaging remarks about her son. Despite her immediate efforts to delete these comments, they resurfaced incessantly, creating an unending cycle. Infuriated, the veins on her forehead throbbed, and she resolved to eliminate Song Juyao without delay. She could no longer tolerate the thought of allowing her to linger in the virtual realm for so long. However, those on the other end remained silent. Indeed, it was a daunting predicament. The person on the line stated, if I assist you, I shall be the next to perish. Therefore, I must sincerely apologize. I cannot help you. The call was abruptly terminated. While Song Juyao remained a criminal, she was no longer an ordinary one. She was not someone who could simply be dispatched at will. A well-meaning individual cautioned her, I advise you to temper your ambitions, lest you offend influential figures and face dire consequences. The Hua family, although a prominent lineage within the upper echelons of society, was overshadowed by nobility. The aristocrats were indifferent to whether Song Juyao was wrongfully accused. At present, she represented a lucrative opportunity, having generated considerable profit during the first installment. Consequently, any harm inflicted by the Hua family upon her would infringe upon the interests and dignity of the nobility who would dare to challenge her. Yuan Manji felt a rush of blood to her head, a metallic taste filling her throat, and darkness enveloped her vision as she finally succumbed to her fury and collapsed. Star Dream Factory, Justice Judgment Show Conference Room. The production team was deliberating on matters concerning Song Juyao's second episode. As Qin Wei initially surmised, those temporary live-action NPCs failed to make any significant impact, silently swallowing the bitter pill of defeat, and the second phase will commence as scheduled. The first phase underestimated Song Juyao, while the backdrop of the second phase promises to be even more perilous and sinister, leaving her with little room to showcase her abilities. Qin Wei remarked, the scars on his face serving as reminders of the humiliation inflicted by Song Juyao. However, one of the assistant directors, Tang Shan, held a differing opinion. Shall we simply escalate the difficulty of the virtual world? Many netizens believe we would resort to such measures, perceiving our inadequacy, thus feeling compelled to subject Song Juyao to a rigorous trial of her spirit. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's expression darkened further. Through an online survey, It was discovered that over 50% of netizens felt that Song Juyao's exceptional performance in this phase was attributable to her luck. Another assistant director commented, highlighting her fortunate participation in I Am a Big Winner, her serendipitous encounter with the amiable Peng Jia, her fortunate friendships with the Rin siblings, and her fortunate status as a student of Alberga, not to mention that even her admired Jiang Baiqi is a formidable character. The trajectory of her life in the first phase was riddled with benefactors. They speculated that Song Juyao might not replicate such outstanding performance in the next phase. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's expression softened slightly. Gradually, Qin Wei was swayed. The thought of conceding to Song Juyao stirred a sense of indignation within him. Indeed, her performance in the first phase could well have been mere happenstance, and the familial background they crafted for her was not insurmountable. A forum named The Dawn Will Break requires a special invitation for entry. At this moment, a group chat is taking place, featuring a chat box visible to all forum members. The online attendance has surged to 20,000, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the nation's population of 5 billion. The daily death toll due to various reasons far exceeds this number. However, these 20,000 individuals have been meticulously selected and invited by the forum's creators and administrators, representing unwavering supporters who have cast their votes for Song Juyao 2 or more times. Have you voted? If not, hurry and cast your votes. The first phase for Song Juyao relies solely on luck. Voted. I've posted 10 messages. Nearly losing my mind. But for Yao Yao, let us go. I've done it. I even used all my family's contact numbers to register alternate accounts. Okay, protecting Yao Yao's smile. I received my salary today, but my credit points are insufficient to purchase votes. If anyone has extra credit points, please message me. I will transfer money for you to buy votes. I have extra credit points. I will message you. Among these 20,000 forum members, each exhibits high engagement. Their faces reflected on the screen, a diverse mix of genders and ages. They're loyal and fervent, dedicating their time, money, and emotions as if they were practicing a faith. In the next phase, she will undoubtedly not disappoint us. Everyone, we are undertaking a challenging endeavor. But we must believe that if we persist, the dawn will surely break. We shall assist that individual in stepping into the dawn. The subtle backdrop of the forum is a scene from the first episode, where Song Juyao stood on the flag-raising platform, delivering a speech to the specially admitted students. The young girl radiates light, illuminating all around her. A fortnight has swiftly elapsed, just as the fervor surrounding the first episode and Song Juyao began to wane. News related to the second episode surged to the trending list. Justice Trial second episode celebrity judges list. This time, there are several more celebrity judges than in the first episode. It seems that knowing just a couple may render it difficult to contend with Song Juyao. Isn't it the case that the number of judges in the trial show gradually increases each episode? Why must everything be linked to Song Juyao's prowess? I'm curious to see if she can perform as well in the second episode as she did in the first. I hope they won't be as ineffective as Tang Kai and Ming Shu. Given the unique circumstances of the last episode, it is entirely reasonable that Tang Kai and Ming Shu were unable to contribute. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? Oh, it's finally about to begin. I've been waiting so long. It's time to follow the live broadcast again. Hurry, let us get started. Will the live broadcast commence from the moment Song Juyao turns 18 this time? They typically refrain from broadcasting the early childhood of the accused, as the abuse or harm inflicted upon young children may induce a sense of physiological and psychological discomfort among viewers, evoking feelings of pity. Furthermore, given that the streaming duration is strictly limited to half a month, the early years of childhood seldom captivate interest. Hence, broadcasts usually commence from the point at which the individuals have matured. However, the impact of Song Juyao's debut episode remains vividly etched in their memories. Qin Wei glanced at the script, a smug smile gracing his face. He mused that from the age of 18 onward, he harbored doubts that she could replicate the same performance as in her inaugural episode. The following day, as the second streaming session commenced, even before it officially began, viewers surged into the room with fervor. The viewer count in the upper right corner escalated rapidly. The Justice Trial reality show presents an entirely new life narrative each episode. And in this installment, Song Juyao would again be subjected to memory suppression, immersing herself in a virtual realm, re-emerging as a completely new entity. The script devised for Song Juyao in the second episode, though cliché, has perpetually been a source of controversy and tension. Inherently fraught with conflict, a tale of true and false heiresses, Song Juyao, the genuine heiress, was swapped at birth by the infatuated maid of the male protagonist. The maid, having lost patience after a few days of nurturing the true heiress, sought to be with her biological daughter instead, abandoning the child in an orphanage. The orphanage was a grim place, where survival necessitated fierce competition for food. At such a tender age, the children were compelled to navigate treacherous social dynamics. The orphanage director was a despicable figure, forcing the children to beg, deceive, and toil late into the night to earn a meager living through handicrafts. At the tender age of 10, Song Juyao was adopted, believing she had finally found liberation. However, she merely transitioned from one level of hell to another. Her adoptive father was a repugnant pedophile, and her adoptive mother took Song Juyao in out of fear that her husband might harm other children, thus opting for a toy that would allow her husband peace of mind. Simultaneously, she harbored deep-seated anger and jealousy, treating Song Juyao as a rival, often resorting to beatings, humiliation, and abuse. When Song Juyao reached the age of 18, the third level of hell descended upon her. The torment she endured in this phase would far exceed that of the previous one. This sentiment was not unique to Jiang Mi. Other celebrity judges also voiced their thoughts. I hold this season in high regard and wish to participate early. Entering ahead offers a sense of security, as we do not wish to repeat the missteps of our predecessors, Tang Kai and Miss Ming-Shu, who were left paralyzed, unable to act. I share this perspective as well. However, due to the differing roles assigned, Jiang Mi portrays Song Juyao's best friend in the orphanage, who, upon growing up, continuously whispers ill intentions into Song Juyao's ear, encouraging her to engage in mischief. Other guests play roles ranging from a false heiress to Song Juyao's betrothed. Thus, whether they can ride on Song Juyao's coattails depends on their own wits. This news, of course, has reached the audience. This time it's certain. Song Juyao cannot possibly catch us off guard as she did in the first season. Oh my goodness, I am so excited for this season. Let the show begin. The last hour has been excruciating. I am filled with impatience and find myself unable to focus on my homework, longing only to watch the live stream. G&M, keep going. The bees will always accompany you. I worry a bit for the naive and sweet CNBO among us. You possess the most mature perspective, considering your age, don't you, dear aunt? What is this nonsense? The second episode hasn't even begun. And yet some have already cast their votes? Are the fans of S-ing not afraid of embarrassment? Hee hee, I wonder whose face will be slapped then. The barrage of comments has transformed into fierce debates. It is no longer the mindless insults directed at S-ing Jyo from the first episode. She has now garnered a protective fan base. It's truly despicable. Our YOYO is so unfortunate. It breaks my heart. Everyone, let's rally together. However, those with classes or jobs must attend to their duties. We cannot let this matter disrupt our responsibilities, for if she were to find out, it would surely sadden her. Indeed, focus on work and studies. Otherwise, we will lack the means and credit to purchase tickets. I have always been stingy about donating blood, but I decided to give for 2 credit points. I am a rare blood type. Those whose lives I have saved ought to be truly grateful to our YOYO. At the Ho residence, Hwa-sun opened the live stream. His expression was grim, as he remained troubled by the words spoken by S-ing Jyo, particularly her disdainful gaze, which weighed heavily on his mind and even disrupted his sleep that night. His pursuit of power had always been fervent. However, following this incident, his ambition had intensified to a fevered pitch. If by that time, the Hwa family had ascended to nobility, and he had become a cabinet minister, enjoying the king's favor, would Song Juyao still maintain her previous attitude? Would she still look down upon him? He inhaled deeply, gazing at the darkened live broadcast room filled with comments, waiting patiently for the upcoming cabinet examination. By the conclusion of the second episode, she would surely be compelled to regard him with a different demeanor. Yet, in the face of such relentless pursuit and obstruction, what could she truly do? Once she had endured enough lessons in this episode, she would understand that one cannot be excessively rigid and must know when to yield. He was willing to grant her another opportunity. He had never offered such leniency to anyone before, lowering his own pride. She ought to consider it an honor. Hwa-sun's taut, austere features softened slightly. At that moment, there was a commotion downstairs, and soon the steward ascended to knock on the door. Is the television on again? Yes. Do not fear the consequences. Let her be. Keep a close watch on her, and ensure she does not engage in any further mischief, Hwa-sun instructed. He felt little affection for this stepmother. With Hwa-hai deceased, and his father bedridden, her prospects were bleak. It was merely because his father occasionally inquired about Yuan Manji that he refrained from dismissing her outright, during such vulnerable moments. Presently, Song Juyao was a lucrative asset for the noble family, and should she act recklessly, it could potentially implicate the whole family. Understood, the steward replied. Yuan Manji, filled with rage, had collapsed, spitting blood and nearly suffering a stroke. She had been hospitalized for several days, and upon hearing that the second episode was commencing, she was determined to rise and witness Song Jiao's torment. She sat on the sofa, her complexion pale, her gaze filled with hatred directed at the large screen before her. In the realm of the virtual world, this script diverges entirely from any experience that Song Juyao had previously encountered in her memories. Upon awakening in the orphanage, she immediately discerned this anomaly. She had anticipated a return to her infancy and harbored concerns that her memories might once again be suppressed, repeating the cycle of her past. Having scoured the entirety of the orphanage, when she was eventually sent out to beg, she meticulously observed the surrounding children, yet found no trace of Jiang Baiqi. While disappointment tugged at her heart, she reassured herself that he would inevitably appear. When the little girl named Jiang Mi entered the orphanage, Song Juyao recognized her as the star judge. This was not due to her awareness of Jiang Mi's celebrity status, but rather because she had foreseen this development long ago. Given the nature of the recording, it was evident that for maximum profit, it would eventually be showcased to the audience. Consequently, major talent agencies would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on this opportunity. Jiang Mi, despite her commendable acting skills, occasionally displayed a hint of disdain and an air of superiority. Yao Yao, this is so difficult. I can't finish it, and if I don't, I won't have dinner tonight, Jiang Mi lamented as she drew closer to Song Juyao. The other children were engaged in stringing beads, which entailed threading a needle with a line and skillfully maneuvering it through a plate to string a specified number of beads before transitioning to other shapes and colors. Once a long strand was completed, the adults would utilize it to craft decorative hairpieces. This task proved to be monotonous, as the headmaster had assigned an overwhelming amount of work, requiring the children to string beads tirelessly throughout the day. Failure to meet the prescribed quota would result in no dinner that evening. In order to secure their meals, the children exert themselves diligently, some even weaving their hands through the air in their sleep. Song Juyao was nearing the designated number of beads, while Jiang Mi had barely completed half. Inherently a pampered adult accustomed to luxury, unable to remain still, nor did she wish to endure hunger. Most of the children in the orphanage appeared gaunt, yet she remained fair and pristine, resembling a little princess. This was, of course, a deliberate choice as a young actress. The thought of being recorded for an audience compelled her to subconsciously care about her appearance. Who does not adore a clean and beautiful child? Due to her enchanting looks, many young boys in the orphanage were fond of her and eager to assist with her tasks. However, she still preferred to have Song Juyao help her. Glancing at her, Song Juyao offered a handful of her completed beads, saying, "This will suffice. But what about you, Juyao? It's all right, I'm quite fast. I will surely finish before the aunties clock out," Song Juyao replied, returning her focus to stringing the beads. "Thank you, Juyao, you are truly wonderful. You are my favorite," Jiang Mi exclaimed, embracing Song Juyao. While Song Juyao concentrated on her work, Jiang Mi reached over to her plate of beads, feigning mere curiosity, while secretly pulling the thread apart. As the other children dined in the cafeteria, Song Juyao remained alone in the room, continuing her labor. Jiang Mi cautiously peeked through the door, observing her diligently stringing beads without any unusual behavior, before finally heading off to have her dinner. Even when she ventured out to beg, a task she found undignified, she did not forget to follow Song Juyao under the pretext of companionship. Song Juyao, with her unremarkable appearance and earnest demeanor, carried a tattered bowl and donned ragged clothing as she set out. An elderly man, rummaging through refuse on his tricycle, inadvertently loosened the snakeskin bag on the back, causing bottles to tumble out unnoticed. As Song Juyao collected the fallen items while pursuing him, she finally managed to call out to the old man. Together with the elderly gentleman, they gathered the scattered jars and bottles. Seeing the pity in Song Juyao's eyes, the old man offered her some crumpled money, but she, clutching her broken bowl, turned and ran away, refusing his generosity. The elderly man stood for a moment, watching her depart, before wiping his eyes and riding off on his tricycle. After running for a while, a vehicle came to a halt, and the driver beckoned her over. Recognizing her previous actions, he pulled out some money from his wallet and spoke to her before driving away. However, Song Juyao was too easily bullied. Despite numerous occasions where she managed to collect a considerable sum, the dominant children in the orphanage would inevitably seize it from her, threatening her to remain silent about the incidents. Remarkably, she complied. For Jiangmi had advised her, just give it to them. They are so pitiable, having received nothing. The director would punish them severely. Remember, helping others will bring you rewards. Let them be. Show a little more tolerance towards others. We are accumulating blessings, and good fortune shall follow. Jiangmi imparted such sentiments to Song Juyao, instilling in her the unwavering belief that virtuous individuals are rewarded. As she spoke, it seemed as though she emanated a halo of benevolence. Yet deep within, she pondered, yes, let this be my faith, only to discover that no rewards awaited, merely a deeper abyss of despair. What occurs when faith crumbles? The transformation of an honest person into something sinister is the most terrifying prospect. In the orphanage, aside from Jiangmi, no one wished to befriend Song Juyao. Thus, she heeded Jiangmi's words with utmost diligence. Late one night, Jiangmi stood by Song Juyao's bedside, a kettle of hot water in hand, contemplating whether to pour it upon her face. However, she ultimately abandoned the thought, turning away with a sense of regret. In the darkness, Song Juyao opened her eyes, which gleamed with a clarity akin to a wolf's, before she closed them again. Occasionally, compassionate individuals would visit the orphanage as volunteers, bringing gifts such as clothing, shoes, and books for the children. On this particular day, a family of 4 arrived in an extravagant vehicle, accompanied by bodyguards and maids, exuding affluence. The director greeted them with fervor, summoning all the children to come forth. The 2 siblings, adorned like characters from a fairy tale, were of a similar age to the children in the orphanage, eliciting envy among them. They distributed candies and engaged the little ones in play. Song Juyao received a handful of sweets, yet she was not invited to join in the merriment. Instead, she stood beneath the shade of a tree, observing the envious scene of the siblings while overhearing the conversation between the director and the affluent couple not far away. From a young age, my daughter has exhibited a remarkable kindness. When asked where she wished to go for leisure, she expressed a desire to volunteer at an orphanage. The lady beamed with pride and affection, stating, "Your family education is truly exceptional. Both you and your husband are outstanding individuals, raising such a remarkable child." To which laughter ensued. "Oh, you flatter us." At that moment, Jiangmi approached, her eyes filled with envy. Why were we abandoned by our parents? While some children live such blissful lives, how I wish I could be like her. What do you think, Yao? Jiangmi lamented. Song Juyao responded, noticing Jiangmi sharing a glance with the little princess nearby. Later, the family of 4 returned, accompanied by a young boy resembling a prince, remarkably handsome for his tender age. Noticing that Song Juyao was not joining them, he made a point to engage her in conversation, gently tousling her hair and secretly offering her a few pieces of chocolate. "Keep it hidden and don't let the other children find out," he said with a warm smile. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been instantly captivated. Soon after, Jiangmi approached again, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Did you know? He is the fiancé of that little princess. It's said to be an arranged engagement. How enviable it is to think she could marry someone like him. If I were her, how wonderful that would be. What do you think?" Song Juyao nodded, a hint of envy in her expression as she touched the chocolate in her pocket. Although Song Juyao is taciturn, her words still carry an innocent charm, revealing her as a rather mature child. Jiangmi believes she comprehends Song Juyao thoroughly, failing to notice any discrepancies. She secretly meets with 2 colleagues from the industry to engage in relaxed conversation, and they agree to assist her in securing a better family for adoption once Song Juyao turns 10. The production team stipulates that once one enters the virtual world, exiting equates to withdrawal, making re-entry impossible. Thus, during these 8 years before the live broadcast begins, she hopes to experience life in a more favorable household, seizing the opportunity to learn and enrich herself. Seated beside her bed, Song Juyao gazes at the chocolate in her hands. The presence of 3 celebrity judges surprises her, yet it also aligns with her expectations, as they all seek to capitalize on popularity for maximum benefit. Allowing herself to ponder, she deduces that they are sowing the seeds of envy and jealousy within her. These seeds must possess significant utility, as the family of 4, including the little princess's fiancé, is bound to have a close connection with her. Otherwise, planting such seeds would be superfluous. Thus, the conclusion is easily drawn. Either she will be adopted by their family, or this is a script entailing a true and false heiress scenario. In terms of dramatic tension, the adoption narrative pales in comparison to the true and false heiress storyline. which would push her character into the darkest depths, igniting her malevolent side. Therefore, it stands to reason that the narrative revolves around a true and false heiress scenario. Naturally, she is the true heiress. A smile graces the corners of Song Juyao's lips. "You have chocolate," a young child exclaims upon spotting the confection in her hand, prompting the other children to rush over, swiftly snatching the chocolate from her grasp. Song Juyao initially had no desire to eat, feeling indifferent. "Thank you, Mimi. You were truly kind." Surprised and touched, Song Juyao grasped the chocolate. "You should have one." "All right, let us share." Jiangmi, savoring the chocolate, felt that events were unfolding smoothly, unaware of the ambiguous smile that flickered in Song Juyao's lowered gaze. That day, as usual, Song Juyao was assigned the task of begging, with Jiangmi trailing her from a distance. Suddenly, she noticed a man. He was a middle-aged individual, with a square face that bore a somewhat menacing appearance. His eyes fixed intently on Song Juyao. Could he be that perverted pedophile? No, his appearance did not match the description. As Jiangmi pondered this, she realized the man was now looking at her, causing a jolt of fear to run through her. She felt a chill, convinced that he was another kind of deviant, perhaps a serial killer, fixated on Song Juyao. Caution was imperative. She must ensure that she remained unscathed. Initially, Jiangmi had speculated whether the man's interest was directed towards her, only to discover with certainty that he was indeed fixated on Song Juyao. While she was out begging, the man had even approached her under the guise of seeking directions, his demeanor deliberately inconspicuous. Unbeknownst to Song Juyao, she innocently guided him, showing no fear whatsoever. However, Jiangmi chose not to disclose the man's presence to anyone, her curiosity piqued by his intentions towards Song Juyao. She wondered what would transpire if Song Juyao were to be abducted by a deviant before the livestream commenced. How would the narrative unfold thereafter? However, to Jiangmi's surprise, this man's plan seemed overly meticulous. He merely observed Song Juyao without making a move. Days passed as the foster daughter and her family, along with her fiancé, occasionally volunteered at the orphanage. The orphanage continued to receive visitors wishing to adopt children, and due to Song Juyao's petite appearance and her seemingly gentle and pitiable demeanor, many expressed a desire to adopt her. At such moments, Jiangmi would appear, whispering disparaging remarks about adults into Song Juyao's ear, persuading her to decline adoption. "Yao, this couple seems rather peculiar. I suspect they are not good people. Please refuse." "Yao, if you are adopted, what will become of me? Will you abandon me? Aren't we good friends?" "Yao, this couple already has children. If you are adopted, it will be quite awkward, and you might be bullied without the ability to retaliate. If you do retaliate, they are a family of 3, and you would feel out of place." "Yao, I advise you against it." When the adults sensed a strong desire from the children to be adopted, they refrained from pressuring them, as they sought to revel in familial bliss rather than invite trouble. Occasionally, when Song Juyao misbehaved, Jiangmi would emerge, standing beside her, rendering her small and unattractive, causing all the adults' attention to shift towards Jiangmi, who became the object of their adoption desires instead of Song Juyao. Jiangmi, feeling smug, glanced at Song Juyao. In the first phase, she shone brightly, while in the second phase, overshadowed by her brilliance, Song Juyao appeared dull and drab. At that moment, Jiangmi was indeed a fitting match for Jiang Baiqi. Ultimately, the brilliance of Song Juyao in the first episode was merely a reflection of the scarcity of remarkable women around her. Ming Shu is nothing but a mediocre individual, fortunate enough to encounter a wealthy patron who elevated her status through financial means, rather than any intrinsic merit of her own. In this latest episode, Song Juyao finds herself devoid of the same fortune. She will be overshadowed, akin to a speck of dust, allowing the audience to witness the radiant presence of Jiangmi. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Song Juyao crouches in a corner, wiping away her tears, while Jiangmi approaches with sweets, embracing her, and gently asserts, "See, am I not correct? These adults do not genuinely wish to adopt you. They easily compare you with other children, deeming them superior. Such adoptive parents will inevitably scrutinize you, finding you wanting in comparison to others. Am I right? Reflect on this." Jiangmi's words resonate with truth, and Song Juyao, persuaded, begins to heed her counsel, turning down several couples who express a desire to adopt her. Until today, a couple has emerged. They exude an air of sophistication. The man is refined, while the woman is gentle, together resembling an ideal pair. The man is reportedly a university professor, possessing great erudition, while the woman is a yoga instructor, boasting an impressive physique. Their family background appears favorable, yet they have been unable to conceive, as their demanding careers leave them yearning for a mature and understanding child. Consequently, the older children in the orphanage, including those over the age of 8 who are typically difficult to place, now have the opportunity to present themselves for selection. Jiangmi, brimming with excitement, eagerly tugged at Song Juyao, presenting her with a beautiful dress to wear and skillfully styled her hair into 2 charming pigtails. Juyao, I believe this couple is truly splendid. They're unlike the others we have encountered. You must perform exceptionally well, striving to win their affection for adoption. Jiangmi instructed fervently. Song Juyao, staring at her fingers, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Really? Is that true? But they might prefer you more, Mimi. Do not worry, I shall not step forward, Jiangmi reassured her. Although I too am enamored by this couple and yearn for their adoption. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such goodness, and I wish to bestow it upon my dear friend. Jiangmi was, of course, wise enough to understand the allure of her own beauty, which would likely draw attention, hence she had no intention of stepping aside. Song Juyao paused, taken aback. Mimi, you genuinely wish to give them up for me? Of course, I am a good person, am I not? Jiangmi declared proudly, her head held high. Thus, you must perform splendidly and not disappoint me, do you understand? When you catch their gaze, remember to smile, all right? At that moment, a woman's voice resonated, children, come out, quickly now. With uncontainable excitement, Jiangmi pushed Song Juyao forward. Jiangmi's sweet demeanor had won the favor of the women in the courtyard, who were invariably lenient with her. She had no desire to be chosen, and naturally, she would not pressure Song Juyao to step forward, as they too wished to keep this delightful little gem. As Song Juyao emerged alongside the other older children, she caught sight of the couple. The couple's eyes scanned the group of children, and when they landed on Song Juyao, the man's gaze lingered momentarily. In order to ensure that this man becomes enamored with Song Juyao, the programmer ought to implant a subtle nuance within the NPC's coding. For instance, when he gazes upon Song Juyao, he could experience a distinct sensation, thereby enticing him to choose her. What do you think? The director inquired with a smile. The man scrutinized Song Juyao for a moment longer, noticing a pallor on his wife's face. After some contemplation, he replied, we need to deliberate further. The children, after having been observed by the couple during their brief excursion, anxiously awaited in the backyard, hoping to be the fortunate ones. How is it? How is it? Jiangmi immediately rushed over to question Song Juyao. Song Juyao responded, they are still considering. Jiangmi paused, feeling a sense of urgency. Considering? What is there to consider? You are so wonderful, they should have chosen you at first glance. How could that be? I am neither clean nor beautiful. Never mind. I do not wish to leave you, Song Juyao murmured, lowering her head. At that moment, Jiangmi comprehended the unfortunate reality. The couple had not been captivated by Song Juyao at first sight, likely due to her current frail appearance, resembling a gaunt monkey. Even if one were inclined toward pedophilia, they would surely lack interest in such a sight. A miscalculation indeed. With this thought, Jiangmi urged Song Juyao to present herself, and upon seeing her reluctance, felt a surge of frustration. Realizing Jiangmi was genuinely upset, Song Juyao, perplexed and alarmed, exclaimed, but Mimi, did you not say you did not want to part with me? What will happen to you if I am adopted? Song Juyao lamented. However, over the years, Jiangmi has assumed a dominant role in their relationship. Song Juyao has grown dependent on her, obediently following her lead. Do not hesitate. If it weren't for you, I would have taken the initiative myself. How wonderful it would be to be adopted by them. I would certainly have the opportunity to read numerous books and perhaps even become as beautiful as that lady. They appear exceedingly kind and gentle. Jiangmi nudged her, urging, be a little more proactive and express your desire to be adopted. Jiangmi asserted confidently, of course, I made way for you because of your merit. Go on. I eagerly await your good news. All right, very well. I shall yield my space to you. Do discuss it thoroughly. In the director's office. After conversing with the couple, the director stepped out. With each child adopted, he would receive a substantial income, as orphans continually arrived for him to exploit. He had no qualms about treating some children as mere commodities for sale, hence he would not bother to assess the character of the adopters. As long as they were wealthy, that sufficed. Once the director exited, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the couple, whose once tender demeanor turned peculiar. As the gentle smile on the wife's face faded, what is the matter? I see you are particularly interested in someone, she remarked sarcastically. The image of Song Juyao flashed in her mind, igniting her jealousy. How could she lose to such a frail child? The man sighed helplessly. I told you. There is no need for this. No need for this? What happens when you turn your attention to someone else, and one day it all comes to light? You may have no shame, but I still have my dignity. The wife became increasingly agitated. Today, you shall choose one right here, if you fancy that one. Take her home. Do not cast your covetous gaze upon the outside world any longer. Do you hear me? Sighed the man. All right, I understand. Please do not be angry. It does not suit you. He embraced his wife, who immediately felt a wave of grievance, and tears began to flow. How could she have developed affection for such a peculiar man? Yet, aside from this matter, he treated her with such kindness that she found herself unable to part from him. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently rapped upon. The couple, feeling somewhat guilty as if caught in the act, jumped in surprise. Upon realizing it was merely a child, they breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that the little one would not discern any irregularity. Little one, what brings you here? The man bent down, regarding Song Juyao with a gentle smile. This child seemed to possess a certain magic, stirring something within him that made his heart flutter. Timidly, Song Juyao gazed at the two, uncle, auntie. I have something to discuss with you. Meanwhile, Jiangmi awaited eagerly in the courtyard, contemplating that once Song Juyao was taken away, she would promptly call her associates, who were indulging in the luxuries of high society, to arrange matters for her. Observing the situation, Jiangmi felt a sense of assurance. Surely, Song Juyao had willingly put herself forward, hence her evident joy. Delighted, she raised her hands and waved with a radiant smile. Jiangmi, having earned her place in the orphanage through her own merit, was dressed more splendidly than the other children. She wore a little dress brought by her aunt from home. Her hair neatly braided, her skin fair, with a plump and delicate visage. She maintained good hygiene, brushing her teeth diligently, and with that smile, she appeared like an angel beneath the sun. The man, initially indifferent, had his gaze fixed upon Song Juyao. The moment he lifted his head and beheld her radiant smile, it struck him as if he had been hit by a bolt of lightning, leaving his eyes momentarily dazed behind his glasses. He halted in his tracks and turned to converse with the director. The smile on the woman's face faltered slightly as her gaze towards Jiangmi brimmed with hostility and wariness. Indeed, the NPC program had been imbued with certain elements. Yet upon activation, they exhibited behaviors akin to genuine humans, and humanity is notoriously fickle. Thus, it was not an immutable essence. Song Juyao dashed to Jiangmi's side. Jiangmi grasped her hand, inquiring, did it succeed? Yes, I am certain of it, replied Song Juyao. You are truly wonderful, Mimi. I cannot bear to part with you. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. It's all right. Even if I am adopted, we can still meet frequently. Jiangmi exclaimed joyfully, weary of the orphanage, eagerly awaiting this day. Of course, we will. Suddenly, Jiangmi's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her, leaving her in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Song Juyao was lost in her sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. At that moment, the director approached with the couple, their faces beaming with smiles. He stepped in front of Jiangmi, placing a large hand on her shoulder with warmth, declaring, Child, you are truly favored by fate. From now on, this shall be your father and mother. Jiangmi's body stiffened. The gentleman, possessing an air of scholarly elegance, knelt down, gently holding her shoulders, and with a tender gaze filled with fervor, said, Come live with us. The woman added softly, I am your mother. Her eyes were devoid of warmth. If it were Song Juyao, her emotions would lean more towards anger. As for Jiangmi, jealousy would dominate her sentiments. Compared to a scrawny child resembling a thin monkey, Jiangmi evoked a stronger sense of rivalry, as her feminine intuition suggested that this girl was far from ordinary, possessing a multitude of cunning thoughts. As Jiangmi contemplated the nature of this couple, her stomach churned with nausea. However, overwhelmed by shock, she found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze filled with terror as it turned towards Song Juyao. Tears streamed down Song Juyao's face. Mimi, you are too kind to me. You clearly cherish uncle and auntie, yet you still consider my feelings, wanting to give way to me. How can this be? So I mentioned it to uncle and auntie. And indeed, they took a liking to you. I don't want. What are you saying? The director, with a blend of affection and subtle pressure, pressed Jiangmi's head down, her eyes brimming with a threatening intensity. Who wouldn't desire a family? You like them, and they like you. You shall live happily together in the future. You must learn to be grateful, Jiangmi, being the most beautiful child in the orphanage. The director had noted the man's fervent admiration for Jiangmi. He disregarded what his obsession might signify, focusing instead on the fact that he was willing to offer her a sum far greater than that of Song Juyao. Threefold, in fact. The director deemed it. Jiang Mi gazed into the director's eyes, gripped by fear as images of the director punishing disobedient children flooded her mind. Though she had benefited from her beauty and had never faced such punishment herself, she had witnessed the director's wrath upon others. This time, if she chose to stay, it seemed her days of comfort would be over. Her refusal proved futile as she desperately implored, "I can't bear to be separated from Song Juyao. Please, uncle. Will you adopt her as well?" She instinctively adopted a pleading tone. The man found it difficult to decline. However, the lady of the house chuckled and replied, "That's not possible. We can only adopt one child." Such a little vixen, enticing men at such a young age. Jiang Mi, in a fit of urgency, continued to plead. Yet, despite the man's reluctance to refuse, their ulterior motives were evident. They intended to adopt only one child, for two would surely complicate matters. Thus, her request was ruthlessly denied. Overwhelmed by fear, Jiang Mi struggled with her image, unable to throw a tantrum or weep openly, and was soon forcibly ushered into the car. As she sat inside, she cast a sorrowful glance at Song Juyao, who stood outside, tearfully bidding farewell, and her heart seethed with resentment. She had never anticipated that the hunter would become the prey. Feeling the piercing gaze of the man driving through the rearview mirror, Jiang Mi was engulfed by a chilling sensation. Nausea surged within her, and she nearly retched, almost expelling her previous meal. When they had pushed Song Juyao away, she felt no sorrow, but the reality of her own predicament ignited a fierce reaction within her. "Mimi will surely be happy," Song Juyao declared. "She will find happiness, while you will be left unwanted." The cherished girl has been adopted, leaving the aunt in a state of discontent, her words laced with sharpness. What has the second circle of hell prepared for her? If the intention is to let her savor it, it must be something delectable. I graciously decline. I am unworthy of such indulgence. Enjoy it yourself. Now, it is time for her narrative to unfold. Jiang Mi constantly reminded herself to endure. After all, she was a star judge. In such a predicament, if it were Song Juyao, it would only lead to demise. Yet, she was different. Firstly, she had the option to withdraw at any time, though that choice was not one she could entertain, for withdrawing would mean losing her chance to return. The live broadcast had yet to commence. How could she possibly forsake this opportunity? She was acutely aware of the tremendous effort and sacrifices she had made to participate in judicial justice. Moreover, the audience was already aware of her presence. To exit before the live broadcast began would be tantamount to admitting her inability to compete even against the childhood version of Song Juyao. Besides, she had other paths to consider. Once the two of them returned home, she could reach out to the false heiress for assistance. After all, they were both part of the entertainment industry, and in the future, they would inevitably cross paths. Surely, she would be willing to lend a hand. With these thoughts in mind, she pressed down on her churning stomach and kept pace with the couple. The man was exceedingly enthusiastic, almost oblivious to his wife's feelings. He selected everything for Jiang Mi in shades of pink and delightful designs. As they passed a children's lingerie store, he cast a few surreptitious glances, causing Jiang Mi's nausea to intensify. In her heart, she harbored even greater resentment towards Song Juyao. Damn it, all of this should have been hers to bear. This was her destiny. The expression on the heroine's face grew increasingly grim, her gaze towards Jiang Mi becoming ever more menacing. As he sat down, he pressed closely against her, their shoulders touching, causing Jiang Mi to feel a sudden prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, as if she might leap from her seat at any moment. Unable to endure any longer, she swatted at him as if he were a cockroach resting upon her shoulder. Murmuring, "I would prefer to explore on my own." Jiang Mi swiftly rose and departed. The man was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at his still somewhat painful hand. Then observing Jiang Mi's retreating figure with a deepening gaze. "Excuse me, could I borrow your phone to make a call?" he asked the nearby woman. "Of course," she replied, producing her phone and extending it to Jiang Mi. In her haste to accept it, she was taken aback when the man's hand intercepted hers with surprising speed. "I apologize. My daughter is having a tantrum," he said with feigned helplessness, pressing a hand firmly on Jiang Mi's shoulder. Caught off guard, both Jiang Mi and the man were unprepared for the ensuing tension. Upon feeling the weight of his hand, a sudden and intense sense of danger surged within her. Meeting his gaze, she felt as though he were a predator poised to strike, and her instincts compelled her to shake off his grip and flee in terror. "Help! Someone help me! He is a villain. He is a pedophile. Please, save me!" Jiang Mi screamed in panic as she ran. The shoppers in the mall stared in astonishment. And soon enough, assistants arrived, with Jiangmi trembling as she hid behind her protectors. The police were quick to respond, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The man's wife, a strikingly beautiful and graceful woman, had been by their side the entire time, casting doubt on Jiangmi's claims. Jiangmi's complexion was grim as she turned to flee the police station, only to be swiftly restrained. Let me go, she protested. Sir, madam, it may be necessary for you to take her for a psychological evaluation, a police officer suggested, shaking hands with the man. The man, with a look of resigned compassion towards Jiangmi, embraced his wife at the waist and declared, Since we have adopted her, we shall treat her as our own daughter, steadfast and unwavering, and even if she is unwell, we will not abandon her. You are truly kind-hearted people, Jiangmi exclaimed, a mix of shock and fury coursing through her as she struggled violently, finding the scene before her utterly surreal. Yet she was forcibly ushered into the vehicle. Let me out, Jiangmi yelled, tugging at the door handle, yet it remained immovable. The couple in front cast her an unsettling and fearsome glance. How did you know? They inquired, sending a chill down Jiangmi's spine. It was over. She finally grasped the gravity of her impulsive mistake, realizing the dreadful consequences that awaited her. The two police officers watched as the vehicle departed, then turned to each other with solemn expressions. We must conduct an undercover investigation at that orphanage. Indeed, we have no idea what that place has subjected the children to provoke such a reaction in this one, rendering her mentally unstable. The thought of what the other children might be enduring fills us with rage. We must uncover the truth. In the realm of reality. Although the production team recorded the second episode, the acceleration of time within the virtual realm was implemented to hasten the transition to Song Juyao's 18th birthday. The visuals became a blur, rendering it impossible for those in the real world to discern the unfolding events with the naked eye. They could only await a subsequent slow-motion playback. However, with the celebrity judge having entered the virtual space early and Jiangmi accompanying Song Juyao, a sense of security enveloped them, reinforcing their belief that this time Song Juyao would not repeat her previous mistakes. Amidst these thoughts, a sudden notification announcing Jiangmi's exit from the virtual world caught them off guard. Ming Shu, during her brief respite, found herself intently observing the live broadcast, her expression instinctively turning grave. Her manager harbored disdain for Jiangmi, who had previously sought to elevate her own status by disparaging Ming Shu through petty critiques that were well articulated and irrefutable, leaving Ming Shu feeling exasperated whenever she attempted to defend herself. The notion that someone she loathed could achieve greater fame only intensified Ming Shu's agitation. Whose side are you taking? She pondered, reflecting on the necessity of understanding one's adversaries and grasping the reality of the situation. Suddenly, Ming Shu straightened in her seat, her eyes widening as she stared at the live stream. There had been a notification when the celebrity judge was eliminated. Had she indeed not misread it? Jiangmi was out? Or had she exited voluntarily? It appeared her eyes did not deceive her, as the comment section was filled with bewilderment. The live broadcast has even begun, and Jiangmi is already out. I want to know what happened inside. Wasn't Jiangmi quite impressive? During the first episode, she consistently shared insights on how to navigate dilemmas like the one faced by Ming Shu. Yet, how is it that she has now exited before the live broadcast has even commenced? Is this merely empty rhetoric? What a spectacular failure. I have long found Jiangmi intolerable, riding on the coattails of Ming Shu, while her fans proclaim her as cultured, rational, and highly intelligent. The production team was left in a state of bewilderment. Jiangmi's abrupt withdrawal astonished both the crew and the audience, sparking a flurry of discussions. The team hastily made their way to the biological chamber. Jiangmi emerged with a countenance that was exceedingly grim. What on earth is happening, Jiangmi? Qin Wei inquired, suppressing his anger. What is this? You voluntarily entered, and yet you exit before the broadcast even begins? I'm sorry, director. It's entirely my fault. I am utterly inadequate. Song Juyao is simply too formidable. You have no idea, Jiangmi, consumed by rage, felt coerced into withdrawing before the live segment had even begun, blaming it all on Song Juyao. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's anger dissipated instantly. It appeared that the script arranged for this episode had indeed transformed Song Juyao into a character entirely distinct from her persona in the first installment. In the Dark Orphanage, she had evolved into a child with profound cunning, capable of outmaneuvering even someone as seasoned as Jiangmi, who possessed the wisdom of an adult. This was truly alarming. Director, May I be granted another opportunity? I swear that next time I will definitely. Qin Wei chuckled as he patted her shoulder. You've worked hard this time. However, the rules of the program are well known to the audience. You have already stepped back. Allowing you to re-enter would raise questions about how former contestants would feel. It would put us in a difficult position, wouldn't it? But, all right. Do not be anxious. You still have ample time ahead of you. We need not worry about finding opportunities to collaborate again. After all, entering the virtual world a second time is out of the question. Judgment of Justice has been a sensation for 20 years, and never has a contestant returned for a second appearance. Another collaboration? Quite impossible. Jiang Mi, along with her manager and assistant, emerged from the dream factory with a grim expression. The sound of the camera shutter clicked several times in quick succession, and Jiang Mi instinctively glanced over, her unattractive demeanor captured perfectly in the frame. Entertainment industry prodigy Jiang Mi falters against Song Juyao. Eliminated before the live broadcast even begins, her image crumbles. Various marketing accounts and gossip outlets eagerly adopted similar sensational headlines, undoubtedly reaping countless clicks and attention. Is this true? Isn't Jiang Mi renowned for her high intelligence and emotional acumen? She couldn't even defeat a child? This is hilarious. She even taught Ming Shu how to deal with Song Juyao, yet she couldn't best 10-year-old Song Juyao. Is the high IQ prodigy's persona truly collapsing? Ming Shu's fans had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Jiang Mi, yet due to Jiang Mi's eloquent manipulation of words, they found it challenging to refute her without appearing unreasonable, which would only invite backlash against Ming Shu. Thus, they remained silent. Now that an opportunity for retaliation had presented itself, would they let it slip away? In the lounge, the raucous laughter of Ming Shu reverberated through the air, her mirth so intense that she collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. A glance at her phone sent her into another fit of laughter, pounding the couch in sheer delight. I couldn't help but think that senior sister would undoubtedly handle her with ease. Coughing to regain composure, I remarked, I understand your exuberance, but do temper it a bit. A female artist, laughing so uproariously that it resembles the grunt of a pig. How absurd. I found myself unable to restrain my amusement and decided to give her a thumbs up. Startled, her manager hastily reached for her phone. At last, Ming Shu's laughter subsided, and she wiped away the tears of joy. And this Jiang Mi, as if I were unaware? She is simply envious of me. Envious that my boss possesses wealth and that I am the sole artist in this company. How petty. Now, look at her predicament. How comical. All right, enough of that laughter. Do take care not to strain your voice. We still have a song to record. And the team your boss has hired at great expense has been instructed to ensure you ascend the music charts of the Olera United States. Please, do not bring that up. It makes me want to dig my heels into the ground in embarrassment. Ming Shu's laughter faded as she reflected on her boss, who was indeed rather naïve, a nouveau riche, utterly unacquainted with the entertainment industry, blundering into it with reckless abandon. The very notion of her reaching the music charts of Olera was something she wished to keep hidden from her peers. It was simply too mortifying. Be quiet, please. I need a moment to recover by watching Jiang Mi's antics, Ming Shu said as she noticed Jiang Mi had posted a new update. Jiang Mi sat in the nanny van, her expression grim and her eyes filled with unshed tears. She understood the rarity of this opportunity. Missing it would mean irrevocable loss. Thus, despite being taken away by that repugnant couple, she steeled herself, gritting her teeth and biding her time. However, she did not anticipate the couple's extreme caution. Upon arriving home, they immediately imprisoned her in a windowless basement devoid of any means of communication. That very night, the male figure sought to inflict harm upon her. But the pain was unbearable, something no sane individual could endure. She fought back fiercely, seizing a wooden carving and striking him on the head. The sight of blood awakened his brutal instincts, and she endured a savage beating. The female figure stood at the door, observing with a cold smile gracing her lips. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Mi glanced at the comments and swiftly began typing on the keyboard. Soon, she published a lengthy blog post. Song Juyao, the girl who had captured the hearts of many in the previous episode and garnered an unprecedented number of votes for justice, finally revealed her terrifying true nature in this installment. I possess the soul of an adult, yet I find myself unable to contend with a mere child. Indeed, I regret to inform my dear followers that I am inadequate. I cannot triumph over a little girl. In conclusion, I shall donate 1 million to the Child Protection Association to aid all children who have suffered from unjust maltreatment. Pedophilia is abhorrent, and I call upon society to pay attention to the mental and physical well-being of children, nurturing the blossoms of our empire. As Jiang Mi's blog post emerged, it swiftly redirected the public's attention, shifting the focus from Jiang Mi's shortcomings to the perceived cunning of Song Juyao. People immediately found this reasoning compelling. After all, how frightening is it that a child could outmaneuver an adult? The notion that a child could devise schemes evokes a sense of dread and aversion far surpassing that of adult malice. Embracing Jiang Mi, she is so pitiable. Is it truly unreasonable to suggest that Jiang Mi is losing her persona? Can high intelligence, talent, and innocent kindness coexist? It is indeed terrifying. A child capable of orchestrating the downfall of an adult resembles something out of a horror film. I knew it. Song Juyao shone brightly in the first episode solely due to her extraordinary luck, essentially thriving in favorable circumstances. How many individuals in such a position exhibit perverse behavior? How many reveal their darker sides? This is why Song Juyao never had the opportunity to unveil her true nature. Finally, tensions are escalating. I'm curious to see how long Shui Qianwen, Zhu Lian, and Wei Yin can withstand such a formidable opponent. Sister, keep pushing forward. I will always support you. Oh, how I long to see it. Can the recording be released immediately? My heart is restless. Song fans, could you please leave? Observing the shift in public sentiment and the surge in her followers, Jiang Mi's expression finally softened, revealing a sense of ease and a hint of pride. Even though she could not participate in the live broadcast, she was determined to extract every ounce of value from Song Juyao, capitalizing on all the attention she could garner. In a sense, this could be seen as a way of accumulating goodwill for Song Juyao, sacrificing herself for the happiness of countless others. The dawn will break on the forum. Jiang Mi must be spouting nonsense. I possess a plethora of incriminating evidence against Jiang Mi, and I shall release it. How outrageous. Filled with deceit, the goddess is certainly not this sort of person. Wait, let us hold off for now. She is currently basking in the limelight. If we unveil the dirt now, the public may perceive it as a deliberate attempt to suppress her, rendering it ineffective. Indeed, I am utterly infuriated. Yao Yao is truly pitiful. My heart aches for her. Let us remain calm. There may yet be a turning point in this situation. At that moment, the forum creators suddenly tagged everyone. Everyone, go to various topics and express your desire to witness the extent of Song Juyao's cunning during her childhood. To see how seamlessly she performs. The creator is an enigmatic figure, one who speaks little and generally remains silent, quietly seeking out devoted fans of Song Juyao, providing them with invitations to join. Thus, when they finally speak, their words carry significant weight, prompting the members to respond eagerly, as if finding a guiding beacon. Received. Understood. What was already destined to occur can now yield a profit. Why not embrace it? At that moment, his phone rang. The instant he answered, his expression and tone shifted to one of obsequiousness, devoid of any semblance of a director's authority. The boss? Has Song Juyao truly transformed into the leading lady of a horror film? Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback. Is it time to release the information now? How can we edit it if we do so at this juncture? Immediately, I exclaimed, Boss, I believe it is more advantageous to keep the audience in suspense for now. Let us reveal everything after the live broadcast. But once the live stream concludes, who remains curious about the events of the past? Unless, of course, Jiang Mi has spun an outrageous lie, and Song Juyao is not as she has portrayed. Did Jiang Mi indeed deceive us? Qin Wei, who had also fallen prey to Jiang Mi's deceit, promptly replied, it should not be the case. If that is so, it is all the more necessary to unveil the truth now, having witnessed the depths of Song Juyao's malevolence during the broadcast. Who would still care about her misdeeds from childhood? Qin Wei was confident that Jiang Mi would not dare to mislead him, yet with the impending edits, it was certain that some disconcerting actions would be presented to the audience. The financial implications of this. However, boss, this deviates from our original plan. There could be numerous unforeseen circumstances, perhaps leading to less than optimal outcomes, especially regarding the profound interrogation of Song Juyao's soul. Your Majesty, the indifferent noble across from him interjected, that is your concern. If you cannot fulfill your duties, I can find someone else to assist you. Qin Wei dared not utter another word. It was better to lose that sum of money than to jeopardize his position. After the call concluded, Qin Wei transformed from a subordinate into a tyrant, bellowing at the staff. Did you not hear? Get to work immediately. The chief director issued commands, and the others swiftly mobilized. Given the pressing timeline, there was no opportunity for editing. They could only present the unaltered original to the audience. Is it fair to convict someone solely based on Jiang Mi's words? Is she a judge? Ah, It is as if the recorded footage cannot be edited. I place my trust in Jungmi's words. Otherwise, why would she withdraw? There are indeed many individuals with misguided perspectives, merely performing well in the first episode due to favorable circumstances. Song Juyao had favorable circumstances last episode. You should truly attempt to see if it is as such. The tumult in the live broadcast room is far more intense than elsewhere, as real-time interaction ignites fervent emotions, leading to fierce exchanges. Numerous betting companies have capitalized on this, introducing options for wagering on Jiangmi versus Song Juyao, resulting in a surge of bets, with far more betting on Jiangmi than on Song Juyao. It appears Jiangmi is destined to triumph. She would not lie, for why would she withdraw before the broadcast commenced? When another window suddenly appeared in the live stream, the audience was taken aback, soon realizing that the production team was indeed airing the recorded footage, igniting tremendous excitement. Oh my, the production team has suddenly. Where are the Song fans? Afraid to speak now? Haha. Finally, they have fallen silent, a group of fools. Why support anyone if not for someone admirable? Jiang Yaoyao expressed with glee. Oh my, truly, our Mimi. Her charm is boundless. Absolutely splendid. Let the Song fans prepare to weep. It has begun, it has begun. Ah, the little Mimi from my childhood, so adorably delightful. She is indeed the little angel spoken of. In contrast, Song Juyao truly appears unattractive, resembling a monkey. Amidst the bustling fan groups of Jiangmi, they revel in their discussions and critiques, the messages flowing swiftly. Yet, gradually, is there something amiss? Is it a malicious edit? The frenetic pace of the fan group conversations began to wane, an indescribable awkwardness permeating the chat. This is what Jiangmi referred to. The cunning nature of Song Juyao. Did I overlook her scheming ways? The narrative diverges significantly from my expectations. I was led to believe that Song Juyao would embody the terrifying child from a horror film. Where's the cunning? Where's the malice? All I seem to observe is Jiangmi's malevolence. One can only commend Jiangmi's acting skills, for I have been thoroughly repulsed. My apologies. I inadvertently empathized with Song Juyao, and it has incited my fury. Within the film, Song Juyao is genuinely a child, while Jiangmi possesses the soul of an adult. Does she not feel the slightest discomfort in her actions? To contemplate dousing Song Juyao with boiling water in the dead of night is truly vicious. Jiangmi assumes the role of a star judge, her task being to corner Song Juyao. Other guests engage similarly, so why is she subjected to such scorn? Other actors have not retaliated with slander against the accused after the fact. While Song Juyao may have committed an offense, even criminals are entitled to human rights. They cannot be unjustly vilified. The assertion that Jiangmi possesses commendable acting skills is met with skepticism. The subtle cunning and calculation that occasionally flicker across her features are evident to any discerning observer. I can perceive Song Juyao as a child, for her gaze embodies the innocence of youth, whereas I find it impossible to regard Jiangmi in the same light. Her countenance is unsettling, resembling that of a dwarf masquerading as a child. In a poignant scene, Song Juyao assists an elderly gentleman with his cart, only to be met with an offer of money, which she declines and runs away, evoking tears in those who witness the warm exchange. Song Juyao is indeed a pitiable figure. Her expression of disappointment from a failed adoption tugs at the heartstrings, making one yearn to embrace her. The public's sentiment towards her has soured significantly. The emergence of a repugnant couple exacerbates this disdain. Jiangmi, fully aware of the situation, exuberantly pushes Song Juyao into their midst, prompting viewers to furrow their brows in disbelief. Is this what Jiangmi refers to when she claims that Song Juyao is the one pushing her away? The disillusionment with Jiangmi has led many to turn away from her. How could she so eagerly thrust a child into such peril? Oh, the naive child believed it, and truly went forth to recommend herself. I can hardly bear to watch. Uncle and aunt, I have a dear friend who adores you and longs to be part of your family. However, she has not been able to present herself to you because of me. Might you consider meeting her? Would it be possible for you to adopt her? The frail little girl gazes nervously at the polished couple before her, her voice trembling. And what about you? Do you not wish for us to adopt you? The man gently inquired, his hands resting upon the girl's frail shoulders, his thumbs unconsciously caressing them. The girl felt no sense of discomfort. Instead, her large, dark eyes revealed a flicker of yearning for a home. After a moment of hesitation, she resolutely shook her head, declaring, I do not wish to. It was evident to all that she intended to offer it to her close friend. Subsequently, she led the couple and the principal to meet Jiangmi, witnessing her initial expression of triumph quickly morph into a sudden rigidity upon learning the truth. The viewers in the live stream were utterly delighted. What a twist. I absolutely adore it. Haha, I am so satisfied. Failing to steal a chicken only to lose a grain. That's exactly Jiangmi. The shift in Jiangmi's expressions is utterly hilarious. Ha! This is so exhilarating. It sends shivers down my spine. Ha ha ha. Weren't we told that Song Juyao should be kind? Isn't this kind enough? Ha ha. So, is this what Jiangmi meant when she said Song Juyao pushed her away? Yeah, it turns out Jiangmi's persona has truly crumbled. After leaving the company, Jiangmi ceased to pay attention to judgment of justice. After all, her boss had already reached an agreement with director Qin Wei. So everything was secure, and there was nothing to worry about. Thus, she instructed her agent to arrange a visit to her preferred beauty salon for a full-body spa. Upon emerging from her indulgent experience, she noticed a few staff members at the front desk huddled together, whispering, and upon seeing her, their expressions turned oddly peculiar, leaving her with a sense of irritation. What? Is there something wrong with me? She forced a false smile. It was untrue that Miss Jiang was radiant today. After our hydrating spa treatment, she seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. Really? Indeed, indeed. Jiangmi, check online. The voice of her manager, laced with frustration and exasperation, echoed. Jiangmi hurriedly logged onto her social media platform and discovered she had become a trending topic. Jiangmi character collapse. Hadn't this tag faded after her lengthy blog post? How had it resurfaced? Moreover, it had ascended to the very pinnacle of trending topics. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Jiangmi clicked to investigate, only to turn pale, her world spinning around her. The vitriol directed at her was overwhelming and fierce, as many who had previously invested their faith and money in her felt betrayed. The loss of their finances, coupled with a blow to their pride, ignited a fierce backlash, with their wrath directed squarely at her. The situation grew even more dire. Having fallen from grace, it was inevitable that opportunists would take pleasure in her downfall. Members of the Tianhui Forum swiftly released a barrage of her various scandals, each one more damning than the last, leaving onlookers astounded. One after another, shocking revelations erupted alongside trending tags. Jiangmi's fan group members watched in silence, while Zhang Yaoyao and a select few loyal supporters endeavored to rally others to believe in Jiangmi and mitigate the negative comments. Yet, they could not stem the tide of members who chose to withdraw. You all can manage the comments yourselves. Just consider that I was blind in my previous judgment. Eventually, Zhang Yaoyao, powerless, relinquished her grip from the keyboard. On this day, Jiangmi finally garnered the utmost attention from the entire empire. Alas, this was but a fleeting brilliance before the fireworks fell, destined to vanish in the blink of an eye, and she was ultimately to face her darkest hour. Jiangmi was filled with regret, wishing fervently for the chance to turn back time. Had she known better, she would not have been so greedy. Nor would she have penned that lengthy blog post. As the situation unfolded, Hwasun exhaled slowly, fully aware that Song Juyao was not the person Jiangmi had portrayed. Deep within her, there resided something uniquely compelling, a quality that attracted him and simultaneously led her to reject him. If merely being like Jiangmi could induce change in her, it would render him utterly foolish. Downstairs, the sound of objects being smashed echoed, and he could easily envision Yuan Manji, infuriated and clutching her chest, panting in anger. She must have genuinely believed Jiangmi's fabrications, reveling in the moment before being soundly disillusioned. Foolish girl. Yun Yang, the young scion of the noble Yun family, his motives remained ambiguous. This young master, ever playful and self-indulgent, was favored by many. His whims could lead to unpredictable decisions, and he had previously committed numerous absurdities out of mere curiosity. People cursed Jiangmi. Yet this did not prevent them from simultaneously watching the live broadcast with keen interest. They were deeply invested in the developments, particularly regarding the man who had been obsessively fixated on Song Juyao for an extended period. After Jiangmi was taken away, he entered the orphanage, claiming he wished to adopt Song Juyao. The director of the orphanage was nothing short of despicable. This man, with his appearance, disregarded Song Juyao's wishes and proceeded to sell her. Uncertainty loomed over the intentions of the man towards Song Juyao, arousing the curiosity of many. However, as the live broadcast commenced, Song Juyao had already reached the age of 18. Oh my, how exhilarating. The 18-year-old Juyao is about to make her appearance. What could that man possibly intend to do with Song Juyao? Heaven forbid, has she merely escaped from the wolf's den only to stumble into the tiger's lair? There is an unsettling aura about that man, reminiscent of a potential murderer. One can only speculate what he might do to Song Juyao. Let the show begin. Swiftly, I am deeply concerned. She cannot be subjected to such torment that she loses her humanity, can she? Amidst the excited shrieks of the audience, the official broadcast finally commenced. The live stream was divided into 4 segments, one main channel featuring Song Juyao and 3 others showcasing live NPCs. As per usual, viewers flocked to the main channel to catch a glimpse of Song Juyao. Her debut in the first episode left a profound impact on the audience, as no accused in the history of the Judgment Show had ever made such a glamorous entrance. Yet, the vivid memory of her initial appearance led them to wonder how she might surprise them in the upcoming episode. On screen, Song Juyao gracefully rode a bicycle downhill, her raven locks cascading in the wind. Clad in a white t-shirt and denim jeans, her skin radiated a pearly glow, her eyes dark and clear, complemented by white earbuds nestled in her ears and a gentle smile gracing her lips. The camera captured her visage, breathtakingly beautiful, rendering viewers utterly captivated. Oh my, this feels like first love. Such intoxicating sweetness. The situation is somewhat different yet strikingly similar to the first episode. Observing the scene, it does not appear that she has endured any maltreatment. Could it be that the fearsome-looking man is, in fact, a kind-hearted individual? Perhaps it is merely a facade, radiant on the outside but marred within. Nevertheless, it seems less ostentatious than the first episode, indicating that her background in this installment is not as impressive as before. The production team is undoubtedly disheartened, realizing they must devise a means to mar Song Juyao's exquisite visage, as her beauty remains undiminished even in the simplest attire. In the first episode, she was chauffeured in luxury vehicles, adorned in designer labels. Yet, in this episode, she rides a bicycle, clad in unbranded, modest clothing, suggesting a less formidable backdrop that limits their options. Although it does not align with their scripted designs, it is still an improvement over the first episode. Meanwhile, in another streaming room, when Zhuling finds herself disheartened within a wealthy household, her parents, filled with concern, envelop her in affection, offering continuous comfort. My dear, do not be afraid. You are our precious darling, irreplaceable by anyone, her mother, Li Xin, expresses with heartfelt sorrow. Child, understand that love is not dictated by blood. We have cherished you as our own daughter, and our feelings will not wane due to a lack of genetic ties. Please, smile for us, won't you? Her father, Wen Guohua, tenderly caresses her head. Comforted by their reassurances, when Zhuling bites her lip, lifts her gaze, and offers them a faint smile. All right, I understand, Mom and Dad. I am just a bit saddened by the fact that I am not your biological child. If you all still cherish me as before, I have no objection to your affection for Jiao Yao as well. Good children. The couple felt immense satisfaction. At that moment, a handsome young man entered. Li Xin and Wen Guohua turned to see he was the only one present and inquired, "Why are you alone? Where is your sister?" Wen Yingting, holding a newly purchased book, reached out and gently ruffled Wen Zhulian's hair, replying, "Isn't my sister right here?" "Brother, how can you say that?" Wen Zhulian exclaimed anxiously. "She is just a young girl in an unfamiliar place. She might still be at the airport waiting for you, clueless. Come on. I'll go with you." Let us not digress. The focus isn't on critiquing the NPCs, but rather on observing Song Juyao's response to this favoritism. If I were Song Juyao, just the thought would infuriate me beyond measure. Never mind, never mind. Had Song Juyao been in the previous scenario, this family would likely have displayed a different attitude. Unfortunately, Song Juyao is not. Wen Zhulian appeared anxious and agitated, yet internally, she was immensely pleased. Having been pampered by this family throughout her years in the virtual world, it was impossible not to develop a sense of possessiveness towards them. Thus, her feelings towards Song Juyao, aside from the necessity of completing her mission, also included a genuine desire to outshine her. Reflecting on her persona, accomplishments, and popularity in this season, she felt confident of victory. Even if Song Juyao remained the beloved daughter of the nation from the previous season, she believed she could certainly hold her own. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the doorbell rang. Before long, the housekeeper hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Sir, Madam, young master, young miss, the lady outside appears to be Miss Song." The family of 4 was momentarily taken aback. Wen Yingtian did not go out to greet her. Instead, Song Juyao approached on her own. Clearly unable to contain her eagerness, Wen Yingtian's disdain only deepened. He recalled from the investigation materials that Song Juyao had adoptive parents, and now, having heard the rumor about being the mistakenly claimed heiress of a wealthy family, she rushed over when no one else would. Her eagerness was truly unseemly, almost as if she were openly proclaiming her love for wealth. After a brief silence, Li Xian spoke up. Let us invite her in. Although she had been momentarily struck by Song Juyao's beauty, finding her more appealing than Wen Zhuliang, she pondered the futility of mere physical allure. Wen Zhuliang was a prodigious talent in the music industry. By the age of 15, she had composed original songs that dominated the charts, and her contributions to others' works were met with equal acclaim. She had even written lyrics and composed for renowned international artists, amassing countless awards. By 18, her achievements were historic, earning her a vast following both domestically and abroad, her brilliance shining resplendently. In light of such remarkable talent, Song Juyao's beauty paled in comparison. In the face of unparalleled talent, the allure of beauty diminishes infinitely, rendering it utterly insignificant. Reflecting on this, Li Xian considered that if her adoptive daughter were such an exceptional child, while her biological daughter was merely ordinary, it would be natural for her to favor the adoptive daughter. Unperturbed by the housekeeper's sympathetic gaze, Song Juyao gracefully followed her through the grand iron gates. Traversing the front courtyard and entering the opulent villa, the family of four, adorned in their resplendent attire, sat gracefully upon the sofa. Upon her arrival, a woman resembling a mother stood up, her smile radiant yet, perhaps due to its brilliance, somewhat disingenuous. Wen Yingtian leaned against the back of his chair, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he refrained from gazing at Song Juyao, instead perusing the merchandise of his newly acquired idol. "Ah, this is precisely why, dear sister. You must not misunderstand," when Zhuliang interjected nervously, inadvertently revealing her anxiety. She scrutinized Song Juyao, whose face remained familiar and strikingly beautiful, adorned in a style that was both artistic and pastoral, albeit rather plain and devoid of any designer labels. As the investigative reports indicated, she had been adopted by an ordinary elderly couple, her circumstances modest, firmly within the realm of the common folk. Secretly relieved, when Zhuliang recalled the events of several years prior when, for reasons unknown, both Jiang Mi and Song Juyao had vanished simultaneously. The orphanage had been shuttered by the police, its director and several caretakers apprehended, and the children relocated to another welfare institution. She had awaited communication from Jiang Mi, yet none came. Although she believed that her current achievements could rival those of Song Juyao during her initial rise, she recognized her own lack of true talent, leaving her with a lingering sense of insecurity that dissipated upon seeing Song Juyao's unmistakably ordinary appearance. Song Juyao, observing this family that clearly did not welcome her, offered a faint smile, stating, "I did not encounter Mr. Wen at the airport." As the atmosphere grew awkward for Li Xian, Song Juyao continued, "Nevertheless, that is of little consequence, for I have come here specifically to speak with you. I share a profound bond with my adoptive parents, who have treated me with exceptional kindness. Now that I have reached the age of 18, I am empowered to make my own decisions regarding my life, and thus, I do not intend to join your family," Song Juyao stated. How unconventional of Song Juyao. I refuse to believe that Song Juyao truly looks down upon them. After enduring the hardships of being an ordinary person for so long, especially in an orphanage, she must recognize that this couple is the very pair who distributed sweets at the orphanage during her childhood. Witnessing this scene, it is hard to imagine she remains unaffected within. She is merely feigning indifference. How pitiable. The Wen family assumed that Song Juyao was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to become a wealthy heiress. Wen Guohua had previously prepared a script to convey to Song Juyao that, although she is their biological daughter, their affection for Wen Zhuliang runs deep. The matter of her being misplaced is unrelated to Wen Zhuliang. She should not overthink it. If she cannot coexist harmoniously with Wen Zhuliang, they would have no choice but to send her away, and furthermore, they had no intention of publicly stating that Wen Zhuliang was not their biological child, which would prevent her from speaking out indiscriminately. Not a single word had the chance to escape his lips before it became lodged within. Wen Yingtian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Song Juyao in disbelief. Was it a ploy of seduction? A strategic retreat to elicit feelings of guilt in them? Song Juyao looked back at her, devoid of any animosity, her expression calm. "Indeed, I wish to remain with my family. I trust you can comprehend this sentiment. Gratitude for the nurturing love received far outweighs that of mere biological ties." Upon hearing Song Juyao's words, Li Xian and Wen Guohua exchanged glances, a twinge of guilt flickering in their eyes. They couldn't help but wonder if their demeanor had been too conspicuous, prompting her remarks. How could this be? When Zhuliang interjected, asserting that if Song Juyao were truly to reside here, how could she allow herself to be consumed by jealousy to such a degree? Moreover, She had prepared extensively to compete with Song Juyao. Was this not an act of retreat at the last moment? Upon hearing Wen Zhuliang's statement, the expression of the Wen family shifted noticeably. The couple's guilt dissipated. And when Ying Tian abruptly rose, irritation etched across his face. Li Xian cast a frosty glance at the nanny, instructing Li Ma, "Please escort the second young lady upstairs to inspect her room." 1. When Zhu Yang immediately attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Wen Yingtian's grip on her wrist. With a sardonic smile, he regarded Song Juyao's departing figure, remarking, "I advise you to refrain from employing such trivial tactics. They are quite vexing. Once you step out that door, do not expect to return." Song Juyao shook her head enigmatically, her pace unyielding. By the time when Zhuliang caught up, she could only glimpse the tail end of Song Juyao's bicycle as it swiftly vanished around the corner. Had she truly left? Wen Yingtian narrowed his eyes, skepticism evident in his gaze. "After spending so long in the entertainment industry, have you not noticed anything amiss with Song Juyao? I suspect she has someone skilled behind her." Orchestrating this deliberately, Wen Yingtian asserted, "What do you mean?" The viewers in the live stream perked up, intrigued by Wen Yingtian's analysis. "First, consider your identity. You are a unique genius in the music industry, an international superstar. Yet, when she laid eyes upon you, she did not even flinch. This is rather unreasonable. She must have known long ago that you were the one she had mistakenly embraced. Yet, as a commoner who has lived abroad for years, how could she possibly have acquired such knowledge?" When Zhu Lian found this reasoning quite compelling, nodding in agreement. "And then?" she inquired. Wen Yingting spoke with unwavering conviction. And when Zhu Lian was persuaded. Indeed, Song Juyao's composure upon meeting her was rather striking. After all, she is an international superstar. His argument does seem to hold some weight. Song Juyao was undeniably too calm. When Zhu Lian is an international superstar? How impressive. It just dawned on me, is Wen Zhu Lian truly that remarkable? She has debuted in the real world for several years, and her appearance and skills seem to be merely above average. How did she manage to become an international superstar in the virtual realm? Wow. I am beginning to wonder what accomplishments Wen Zhu Lian has achieved. If you were to adopt Song Juyao's perspective, you would comprehend what Wen Zhu Lian has done, quite speechless. To embody Song Juyao's viewpoint is not merely to observe what she sees, but also to hear what she hears. At that moment, Song Juyao was engrossed in music through her headphones. As this barrage of comments appeared, many became curious and turned their attention to her perspective. Song Juyao is listening to Yang Tianho's songs. They are so melodious. What could possibly be wrong with that? She switched to another song. This time it was Yuan Ying's tune. One of the few from our empire that has gained fame abroad, a hallmark of musical glory. What issue could there be in listening to it? Wait, is that all Wen Zhu Lian's voice? Is Wen Zhu Lian covering songs? Indeed, the business acumen displayed is commendable, yet certain high notes elude execution, necessitating a drop in pitch. Although not unpleasant, there is a certain essence that seems to be lacking. Many were still reeling from the unexpected turn of events when Song Juyao's bicycle came to a halt in front of a CAF. Upon entering, she encountered two attendants at the front desk, quietly debating which song to play next. I adore this one. After all, it's a song written by Wen Zhu Lian, so let us go with it. Upon noticing Song Juyao, their quarrel ceased, and one of them approached to take her order, while the other seized the opportunity to play their preferred song. Then, wait, is this Yu Wenying's song? How could it be? This is supposed to be a song by Wen Zhu Lian, yet it's Yu Wenying's playing. Did Wen Zhu Lian pilfer a well-known song from the real world, masquerading it as her own, and subsequently achieve fame in the virtual realm? As a cherry blossom, I am utterly incensed. This is the creation of Wenying, who has poured her heart and soul into her lyrics and composition for 5 arduous years. Such an occurrence has never transpired before, leaving the audience in a state of shock. Wen Zhu Lian's audacity is staggering. This transcends mere plagiarism, it's outright theft. Simultaneously, I find myself curious about the aesthetic sensibilities of NPCs in the virtual world. Will our immensely popular songs from reality resonate here as well? As it turns out, splendid music knows no boundaries, and indeed, every single piece has achieved remarkable success. The predecessors have truly excelled. As their successors, we must strive to emulate their greatness. This segment serves as my heartfelt recommendation, featuring a selection of timeless classics that many contemporary youths tend to overlook. I implore you to lend them your ears, for they truly embody excellence and are indisputably the epitome of classic artistry. When Julian's remarks deftly redirected the audience's attention elsewhere, liberating her from the scrutiny surrounding her appropriation of others' works. After all, this exists within the realm of the virtual, where notions of theft hold little weight. The songs she utilized are unlikely to take offense, as such exposure undoubtedly aids in their proliferation. One can anticipate a surge in downloads for these tracks in the near future. It appears that Song Juyao is destined to be overshadowed this episode, as when Zhu Lian has essentially curated the CR Me de la CR Me of the music industry. The extraordinary prowess of when Zhu Lian raises questions about who could possibly rival her talents. This episode seems to herald a downfall for Song Juyao. While some may find amusement in this turn of events, is it truly honorable to claim victory over Song Juyao in such a manner? The team has already anticipated the audience's reactions, and when Zhu Lian remains unperturbed. To be candid, who has not fantasized about being the creator of every renowned masterpiece? Envisioning oneself as a polymath, she has merely actualized that dream, and it is likely that the audience will eagerly immerse themselves in her perspective, ensuring that her live stream is teeming with viewers. At that moment, a new message popped up on Wen Julian's phone. She quickly took it out while simultaneously sharing with the audience. Let me tell you, I initially believed that with the extensive efforts of so many predecessors in the real world, I would surely dominate this realm. However, do you know what? There is an NPC who is extraordinarily remarkable. His musical style is something that has never been encountered in our reality, so unique and melodious. Indeed, he is unparalleled in the virtual world as well. Thus, although I am an international superstar within this digital domain, he is undoubtedly the king of the global music scene. Having pioneered an entirely new genre, soon, I will be participating in a reality show alongside him. The viewers in the live stream were also shown a photograph of the man she spoke of, dark-haired, with a pair of deep, emerald eyes, strikingly handsome beyond compare. Wait, that pen name seems somewhat familiar? I think it rings a bell too. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Hold on, I remember now. The Dragon Slayer Princess. Isn't that the author of the book that someone has in their possession? Which someone? Wen Tian. He was just so enamored with that book, refusing to let anyone touch it. I was curious and took a glance. It's called The Dragon Slayer Princess. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't Song Juyao a writer, and Wen Tian just happens to be one of her readers? At that moment, the bell above the CAF door chimed. A tall figure approached and sat down opposite the engrossed Song Juyao. The person's face was obscured, concealed beneath sunglasses, a mask, and a cap. He removed his glasses, revealing a pair of hauntingly deep emerald eyes. His voice, muffled by a mask, resonated with a captivating allure. Sister. Upon lifting her gaze from the computer screen, Song Juyao's eyes transformed into crescent moons at the sight of her visitor. Fourth brother. As the man removed his mask, unveiling a visage of stunning beauty that could rival the most exquisite of artworks, the barrage of comments erupted. Ah, those eyes are so beautiful, like emeralds. This man is undeniably a handsome figure. Fourth brother? Are there really a first, second, and third ahead? The moment he revealed his face, the audience went wild. I would willingly sacrifice all my possessions to be Song Juyao's sister-in-law. I can do it, I can. Wait, the point is he handsome? More importantly, isn't this the renowned king of the music world, Evans, whom we just saw at Wen Julian's? What? The handsome guy is bewildered. The beautiful lady is dumbfounded. Oh my curiosity has been piqued once more. What on earth is Song Juyao's identity now? Yet, who could provide him with answers? Everyone was equally perplexed. After all, they had leapt into the scene 8 years after Song Juyao turned 18. Anything could have transpired in that time. Just then, another person entered the CAF, breathless, hastening over to sit beside Evans. You, my friend, really run too fast. Those long legs are quite the feat. After venting, he turned to Song Juyao with a flattering smile. Sister, are you writing the second part of Nightingale? May I take a glance at the drafts? It is not your sister. Evans's gaze suddenly shot towards Zhou Yefeng like an arrow. What a miser. The bond between my brother and Yefeng remains as strong as ever. Song Juyao's smile was gentle, her eyes exuding an air of indulgence and tolerance that might easily lead one to mistakenly believe she held a special affection for those she regarded favorably, causing one's heart to race uncontrollably. Zhou Yefeng instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, silently reminding himself that this girl treats everyone she does not dislike in a similar manner. No need for wild imaginations. I do not maintain close ties with fickle individuals. Evans asserted. Hey, I am sincerely seeking a girlfriend. Do not tarnish my reputation in front of my sister. Zhou Yefeng quickly retorted. Renowned as a scion of a wealthy family, Zhou Yefeng is often dubbed the nation's husband by netizens, a dashing playboy who changes girlfriends as effortlessly as one changes attire. Evans remarked, "She is not your sister." Is she truly going to accompany Evans to Survival Island amusement park? Wouldn't that expose them to the public eye? Zhou Yefeng grew serious. Survival Island amusement park is a grand project by the Starry Sky Group, in which Zhou Yefeng's family has also invested. A lavish amusement park built at the cost of over 20 billion Yugo coins. Its purpose is to inspire individuals to cherish life, embrace living, and strengthen familial bonds. Legend has it that the Starry Sky Group possesses half the world's wealth, suggesting that the rumors may indeed hold some truth. Evans is also among the invited. Yet due to the uniqueness of their family circumstances, other relatives and siblings cannot accompany him, leaving only Song Juyao to attend. Isn't that quite fortuitous? What an unexpectedly splendid stage it is. The smile on Song Juyao's lips deepened. When her phone rang, she noticed it was her mother and rose to the restroom to take the call. Her mother was undoubtedly inquiring whether she had clarified matters with the Wen family. And her father, along with her other brothers, was likely nearby. Moreover, Evans was oblivious to this situation as he happened to be working here. The family unanimously believed the issue was resolved, deeming it unnecessary to inform Evans, lest it disrupt his work. After exchanging casual pleasantries in the CAF, the trio made their way to the restaurant. Zhou Yefeng gallantly reached for Song Juyao's petite pink backpack, only for it to be seized by Evans in an instant. His gaze seemed to convey a silent message, as if to say, "You are not worthy to carry my sister's bag." Zhou Yefeng. The possessiveness of a brother is truly formidable. Yet, he genuinely wished to assist his idol. The three of them entered the car, oblivious to the fact that a paparazzo, hiding behind a van, had captured several photographs. The hashtag Zhou Yefeng new girlfriend trended that very night. Since Evans was cloaked too thoroughly for the paparazzi to identify him, they opted to focus on Zhou Yefeng's romantic escapades instead, ensuring that he was edited out of the spotlight to prevent the audience's attention from straying. Zhou Yefeng had a history of changing girlfriends every 2 months at most, yet this latest relationship had endured for 3 months. Many netizens speculated whether this could be true love, eagerly anticipating their breakup, and now they finally had news of a new girlfriend. Several photographs have surfaced, depicting Zhou Yefeng and Song Juyao exchanging glances in a CAF, Zhou Yefeng assisting Song Juyao with her bag, and the two of them getting into the same vehicle. Both frontal and profile views of Song Juyao have been revealed. This time, she doesn't seem to be an internet celebrity. This young lady is exceptionally beautiful. I feel as if a radiant cabbage has caught the attention of a pig. With such looks, you should debut. Don't let a playboy toy with you. She is undoubtedly the most stunning among all of Zhou Yefeng's ex-girlfriends. What are you talking about? This young lady is on an entirely different level compared to those internet influencers. Her beauty could easily place her among the top stars in the entertainment industry. She appears quite young, but since Zhou Yefeng dares to pursue her, she must be of age. Netizens are captivated by Song Juyao's allure. Having grown accustomed to the situation, few speak out with distasteful remarks. Those who do often evoke scorn instead. The Wen family is having dinner when Wen Tian, having just checked in at the Dragon Princess community, comes across this trending topic and chuckles disdainfully. It's no wonder she is so brazen. At such a tender age, she has secured a wealthy boyfriend, believing herself to possess the world. Upon hearing this, the family quickly pulls out their phones to read the news. And when Guohua and Li Xin's expressions tighten with embarrassment. With Zhou Yefeng's reputation, no decent girl would associate with him. Song Juyao, merely 18 and newly an adult, is entangled with Zhou Yefeng. Even if others are unaware that Song Juyao is their biological daughter, they still feel an overwhelming sense of shame. Thus, it is indeed essential for a girl to be nurtured in a prosperous environment, growing up in a modest household. It is all too easy to be deceived by the mere offering of a small sum of money, unlike Wen Julian harbored some displeasure as well, for the comments were rife with praises for Song Juyao's beauty. Furthermore, there were accounts specifically designed to incite conflict, luring others to visit their profiles for profit, which brazenly asserted, "Am I the only one who thinks this young lady is more attractive than Wen Julian?" Although her fans retaliated with hundreds of comments, their ire was directed towards that malicious account rather than Song Juyao herself. She understood that the account's intent was to provoke, yet she could not deny that Song Juyao possessed a beauty that surpassed her own, stirring within her a genuine sense of rivalry and a desire to eclipse her completely. Consequently, she found herself easily swayed by such remarks, feeling as though she had been bested by Song Juyao. Unable to restrain herself, she commented with her alternate account. So many people say, just look at her, isn't that how she appears? When Ingting furrowed his brow, questioning, why concern yourself with her opinions? Does she even heed your words? Should we simply stand by and watch? Zhou Yefeng was exceedingly generous with his girlfriend, and she had never encountered substantial wealth. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is effortless, yet the reverse is fraught with challenges. What would she do if Zhou Yefeng were to cast her aside? What if she were to stray down a perilous path? Her current grievances stem primarily from my influence, so please, dear parents, trust me. I feel embarrassed for Wen Julian. Song Juyao has certainly encountered wealth, after all. She has such an impressive brother. Could she possibly lack for money? This is utterly absurd. Having never nurtured anyone, who are they to lecture others on morality and conduct? What gives them the right? Is it because their faces are relatively large? Let us not conflate the roles with the actors. In reality, Zhu Zhu is not like that. She merely immersed herself in the character, demonstrating the professionalism of an actress. Suddenly, I yearn to witness Song Juyao delivering a resounding rebuttal to this family. I eagerly anticipate the moment of confrontation. Is it truly so irrational to look forward to such a confrontation? After all, this is a judgment show. I am also looking forward to Zhu Zhu posing profound questions to Song Juyao at the headquarters of the Starry Sky Group. The president and several senior executives are conducting interviews for a new batch of employees. As the world's foremost corporation, those who have progressed from the written test to the interview are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. One gentleman, exuding confidence and articulating his thoughts eloquently, perceives the interviewers to be quite pleased with him. Suddenly, the president poses a question. Do you have a girlfriend? Yes. The interviewers exchanged glances, stating, if this position requires you to remain single, what then? The applicant appeared bewildered, his expression revealing his lack of awareness regarding certain peculiarities within the company. As he exited, filled with confusion, a familiar face waiting for the interview immediately approached him, inquiring, how did it go? I don't know. You don't know? Aren't you supposed to be adept at reading people's expressions? I initially thought they were quite satisfied with me, but then they suddenly asked if I had a girlfriend. His friend grew anxious. Just say you do. It's not something to be ashamed of. Oh, but it is indeed something to be ashamed of. What I mean is, the friend immediately pulled him aside and whispered, you really are a fool. Did I not tell you that besides examining every aspect of this company, one cannot forget about the gossip section? Did you not pay attention? The most astonishing and seemingly unbelievable rumor about the Star Group is its enigmatic behind-the-scenes owner, who detests office romances. He absolutely forbids any romantic entanglements within the workplace. If he were to catch anyone engaging in such behavior before his eyes, that employee would be in grave danger. Therefore, every candidate facing this issue, if they genuinely desire the position and have a partner, would be wise to claim otherwise. As for the reason behind this, the public has speculated extensively, with the widely accepted belief being that the boss has suffered a profound heartbreak in the past, leading him to despise witnessing other couples. How can such a large corporation reject talented individuals for such a reason? The applicant was indignant. The friend's expression was one of utter exasperation. Who can blame him when their various products are at the forefront of the global market, drawing talent from all corners of the world eager to gain entry? As they spoke, they suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past them. After a brief moment of dulled perception, they turned sharply to look, realizing that someone had just walked by them. Upon closer inspection, they saw a tall, slender figure clad in a lab coat, as if having just emerged from the laboratory. He walked lightly, yet the individuals passing by either failed to notice his presence entirely or, like them, reacted belatedly. A chilling sensation crept down their spines. However, could this person possibly be the owner? The enigmatic proprietor of the Stardust Group, whose presence is strikingly elusive, has startled numerous employees with his sudden appearances. Whispers circulate behind the scenes, while Jiang Baiqi, with his ashen, unperturbed gaze, has grown accustomed to both being overlooked and instilling fear in others. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there resides a profound yearning within, a longing for a singular individual who could perceive him, a being so insubstantial as to be akin to dust. He stepped into the office of the Survival Island project team, where employees were deeply engrossed in their tasks, entirely oblivious to his entrance. This endeavor stands as one of the most significant projects the company has undertaken in the past decade, even spawning a variety show for promotional purposes, featuring leading talents from around the globe, thus allowing no room for error. Please provide me with the recent operational data for the Survival Island amusement park. Jiang Baiqi stated as he approached the team leader. Startled, the leader nearly leapt from his chair, on the verge of tears. Boss, could you possibly allow a secretary to retrieve it? He stammered, fearing that being frightened into a cardiac episode by the boss surely constituted a workplace injury. I wish to take a stroll, Jiang Baiqi remarked, his large gray eyes fixed intently on the leader, who hastily complied, gathering the requested documents. After Jiang Baiqi's departure, the leader exhaled in relief, reflecting on the uniqueness of geniuses, especially those like their boss, truly an extraordinary talent among talents. Meanwhile, Zhou Yefeng, during a brief meal, was bombarded with calls from his girlfriend, only to discover that he and Song Juyao had trended on social media. Alarmed, his heart raced, and he quickly called to have the trending topic retracted. Heavens! If Evans or any of his siblings were to see this, I would be in dire straits. Consequently, he took to social media to issue a clarification. Zhou Yefeng, stop spouting nonsense. That is my sister. Which paparazzo wishes to harm me? After posting, Zhou Yefeng noticed the shift in comments below and eventually stepped out. Come now, eat more. Sister, you are too thin. Not your sister. Yes, indeed. By investigating Zhou Yefeng's whereabouts, when Zhuliang swiftly located Song Juyao's residence, which happened to be one of Zhou Yefeng's properties. She visited Song Juyao several times. But either she was deliberately avoiding her or their meetings were brief, with Song Juyao dismissing her after just a few words. Her responses generally revolved around wanting to be with her family, implying that everyone should go about their own lives, leaving Wen Zhuliang feeling stonewalled. Wen Zhuliang refused to believe that Song Juyao was truly untroubled. If that were the case, she intended to shatter her calm facade and seize the initiative. The following day, the Fancheng group was set to launch a survival variety show at the Survival Island theme park, and the invited guests began recording the promotional clips. These clips featured the guests inviting their families to join them at the Survival Island theme park for the show, with the intention of airing the clips the very next day. As the show was live rather than pre-recorded, the promotional clips served merely as a warm-up. Whom would Zhu invite as her family? Upon facing this question, when Zhu fell into silence for a moment, her eyes slowly reddening. In truth, a recent revelation had struck her profoundly. I am not my parents' biological daughter, but rather, I was switched at birth. The audience in the live stream erupted in astonishment. What does Wen Zhuliang intend to do? Wow, Wen Zhuliang is turning the tables. I have a premonition that Song Juyao has encountered formidable adversaries. Although she is a writer, the influence of a writer pales in comparison to that of a celebrity. The excitement is palpable. I can comprehend her sentiments. Regardless of the circumstances, while she endures suffering, I find myself relishing the affection bestowed upon me by her parents and siblings. I am indeed a beneficiary of this situation. However, having been nurtured by my family's love throughout my life, it is exceedingly challenging to sever ties and cease all contact with them. I yearn for our family to visit the Survival Island amusement park together, which could alleviate tensions, foster mutual understanding, and unite us as one. Oh, how thrilling this is. The director and cinematographer responsible for Wen Zhuliang exchanged glances, recognizing that their segment appears remarkably stable, potentially even more captivating than the others. The combination of a superstar and the true heiress creates an extraordinarily dramatic narrative. As they viewed the footage of Wen Zhuliang with tear-filled eyes, the fans were filled with compassion. What does Guan Zhuzhu have to do with this? She is but an innocent infant, and her misplacement is not her fault. Isn't that true heiress rather aggressive? To demand that Zhuzhu sever ties with her adoptive parents? Does she presume that everyone possesses a heart as unyielding as hers? Frankly, I believe that this true heiress, upon witnessing Zhuzhu's remarkable fame and prowess, assumes that her family's nurturing is the sole reason for her success. Yet, how amusing it is, Zhuzhu is a prodigy. Such genius cannot merely be cultivated by family, it is innate. In my opinion, it is quite possible that Zhuzhu's biological parents are remarkable individuals. Otherwise, how could they produce such exceptional genes? To express a rather unorthodox sentiment, I would willingly exchange my own daughter for Wen Zhuliang, this so-called adopted daughter. I can hardly wait for tomorrow to arrive, for I am eager to witness just how envious the true heiress has become. The public fervently discussed these matters, and soon the comments surpassed 200,000. A glance reveals that most voices either staunchly supported Wen Zhuliang or offered seemingly impartial, yet deeply understanding remarks towards her. Aware of this, Wen Zhuliang deliberately made her revelations. Her popularity and reputation are well established, and society tends to be remarkably forgiving towards prodigies, particularly one as humble as she. The pity lies not with the true heiress, Song Juyao, but rather with the unfortunate adopted daughter. What emotions must Song Juyao experience upon encountering these comments? It is hard to believe that her heart remains untouched. As the vehicle arrived at the villa community where Song Juyao resided, Wenju Lian took a couple of deep breaths to steady her nerves before pressing the doorbell. As the doorbell rang, the photographer immediately directed the camera towards the entrance, eager to capture the visage of this true heiress. If she were to appear unattractive, she would certainly become the target of ridicule from netizens, which is indeed a rather pitiable thought. When the door swung open, it revealed a face radiant in its natural beauty, unadorned by makeup, with skin that glistened like crystal under the sunlight. Her dark, clear eyes sparkled, her lips were a rich hue, and her nose was elegantly sculpted. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and enchanting. She was undeniably beautiful, possessing a distinctive charm that was striking yet gentle, easily memorable. The photographer, gazing through the lens, found himself momentarily spellbound. Song Juyao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Wenju Lian and the camera. Wenju Lian said, "I apologize. I feared you might decline, and my clumsy words could not persuade you. Will you join us? The sun is quite bright outside. Please come in." Song Juyao turned and stepped inside. The others followed suit, and the director glanced around, concluding that Song Juyao could afford to live in such a villa, contrary to the notion of a troubled foster home environment. When Juliang pressed, "Juyao, would you accompany us to Survival Island Amusement Park?" As for my parents, had you informed me earlier, I would have told you that I already have plans. What? Survival Island Amusement Park? I will be going with my relatives. When Juliang anxiously stamped her foot, "Juyao, please do not be so naive." At that moment, outside the door, a business vehicle identical to Wen Juliang's came to a halt. The director, spotting the company car, was momentarily perplexed, wondering why it was there. "My sister has been busy with deadlines. She may be asleep," Evans remarked as he took the keys and opened the door. Song Juyao furrowed her brow, becoming irritated by Wen Juliang's incessant insistence, and shook off her hand. "I will attend with my family. Kindly leave me be." "What family could you possibly have here?" "Do not." Just then, the door swung open. The individuals within the room turned their heads at the sound, their eyes falling upon a tall man standing at the entrance. With a mixed heritage, his dark, curly hair framed a noble visage, and his deep, enchanting eyes exuded a sense of aloof grandeur, unmistakably identifying him as the revered king of the music realm. The photographer nearly lost his grip on the camera, while the director stood in a daze, and when Zulier was equally taken aback. How could Evans be here? Evans cast a casual glance at the gathered individuals before stepping inside, his charming voice resonating. "Sister." The director and photographer who entered alongside Evans were equally bewildered upon seeing their two colleagues, and Wenzilier. Why are they here? Does Wenzilier have family present? Upon spotting Evans, Song Juyao's previously frosty demeanor transformed into one of warmth, akin to the swift melting of ice and snow. "Fourth brother." Wenzilier abruptly turned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Song Juyao. Standing beside her, Evans coolly scrutinized Wenzilier and inquired, "Who is she?" "Haha, I've finally waited for this. How satisfying. Wenzilier truly infuriates me. Just a few words, and I want to slap her. Haha, this is delightful. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, isn't it?" Song Juyao directed her gaze at Wenzilier, explaining, "My family is quite protective of me. If anyone attempts to investigate my background, they will only uncover false information." Wenzilier's mind buzzed with confusion as Evans continued to press. "Who is she?" "I shall tell you later," came the reply. In comparison to Evans, Wenju Lian hardly qualifies as a prominent figure. After all, this nation has always been relatively underdeveloped in the realm of entertainment. The classics that Wenju Lian has plagiarized may have gained immense popularity within this country, yet they hold no standing on the international stage. The status of this so-called international superstar is indeed inflated. Conversely, Evans is undeniably genuine. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and trepidation, Wenju Lian could only turn away, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. Meanwhile, her director was exuberant, reveling in the dramatic turn of events. This twist was nothing short of spectacular. With the release of her pilot episode online tomorrow, it was bound to dazzle countless eyes, especially now as throngs of people rallied behind Wenju Lian, speculating maliciously about the venomous jealousy harbored by this true heiress. Just the thought was exhilarating. Wenju Lian promptly instructed her company to withdraw the trending topic, but to no avail. The rumors concerning the genuine and false heiresses continued to proliferate online, Wen Julian had numerous friends within the industry. At least, it appeared that most in the entertainment circle were her allies. With her talent for effortlessly crafting chart-topping songs, many sought to curry favor with her. Consequently, following the emergence of that video, numerous celebrities from the entertainment industry voiced their support. Quan Xing commented, "Hugs to Zhu. Your brilliance is a treasure that belongs solely to you. A person of your caliber should not be subjected to such unfortunate circumstances. This is not your fault." Lu Xing stated, "The Wen Julian I know is an intelligent, resilient, amiable, and hard-working young woman. This momentary pain is merely a trial. Do not heed the words of the envious. You are extraordinary." Wu Fei added, "What does it matter if someone is a true heiress or a false one? The worth of certain individuals is not determined by their lineage. Zhu is genuine beyond compare." Half of the entertainment industry's stars have come to comfort Wen Julian. Her popularity has once again surged online, although still overshadowed by the Evan sister trending topic. The onlookers are relishing the spectacle, first fervently expressing their excitement beneath the Evan sister post, thrilled to finally witness the reunion of their beloved husband with the legendary sister-in-law. The ugly often create chaos, and those lacking insight are, unsurprisingly, narrow-minded. When Ying Tian observed the online commentary with a sense of discomfort, these netizens were spouting nonsense, completely ignorant of the truth. Some even recounted Song Juyao's emotional journey with such conviction, as if they were privy to her innermost thoughts. However, upon reflection, he realized that this situation was of Song Juyao's own making. Zhu had sought her out numerous times. Had she heeded the advice given, there would have been no need for Zhu to resort to such drastic measures to compel her to confront the issue. "Son, come help us see if the things we've brought are sufficient," came Li Xian's voice. Wen Yingtian dismissed thoughts of Song Juyao, rising to his feet and stepping outside. Upon seeing his parents with 2 large suitcases, he remarked, "Mom and Dad, based on my experience, only about a third of what you've packed will actually make it onto the island. The survival island paradise indeed offers enjoyment. But do not forget the word survival in the title. Just bring some lightweight, warm clothing and compressed food supplies," Wen Yingtian advised. Now, it is imperative to take advantage of this opportunity to impart some wisdom regarding interpersonal relations to Song Juyao while on the island. Should she manage to integrate into this family, cohabitation in the future would be feasible. If not, they would at least have fulfilled their parental duties. The path she chooses thereafter is no longer their concern. Evans, who typically avoids the internet, is shielded from these matters by Song Juyao, who confiscated his phone, ensuring he takes his medication and retires to bed. Observing the online discourse, she shook her head, her demeanor calm as if she were witnessing a farcical play unrelated to her own life, quickly redirecting her focus back to her creative endeavors. Approaching the witching hour, while it was midday in her homeland, her publisher called. "My dear, we have a prior agreement. Once you reach adulthood, you may hold a book signing event." The publisher, who had always lamented the loss of potential sales due to Song Juyao's inability to host such an event, spoke as if her inaugural signing could yield 1 million copies sold. Song Juyao, feeling resigned, remarked, "What if not many people show up?" Before she could finish, her publisher exclaimed dramatically, "How can you underestimate yourself in such a manner? My heavens, I cannot condone such self-deprecation. You are our treasure, bringing both disruption and hope to our imaginative realm. Let us not forget the phenomenal box office success of the film adaptation of your work. Every film company globally is clamoring for your rights. Even the Starry Sky Group has spent lavishly for your copyright. I have heard that the Survival Island theme park has drawn inspiration from certain elements and designs in your book. Please, do not flatter me so." Upon hearing these words, Song Juyao lowered her gaze and smiled gently. In the soft light, her skin appeared delicate, and her shy, sweet smile resembled a masterful oil painting. No one noticed the enigmatic smile lurking in her eyes. The audience in the live broadcast was solely focused on how impressive Song Juyao was, curious about the books she had authored. The following day, however, the center of attention undoubtedly remained on Evans and his sister, Wen Julian, along with the true heiress. Many viewers momentarily disregarded other guests and eagerly jumped to their segment, resulting in an abundance of comments for these two. "Isn't that true heiress from a less fortunate background? Why is she residing in this luxurious neighborhood? This place is worth its weight in gold. Perhaps Zhu's family is footing the bill, allowing her to afford living here. Is this a case of retaliatory spending? Quite a perplexing situation. She's out. Let me see the legendary true heiress. Wow, she's stunning. To be frank, The true heiress is far more beautiful than Wen Julian. Wait a moment, she seems familiar. Isn't she the young lady rumored to be Zhou Yefeng's new girlfriend just a couple of days ago? Zhou Yefeng clarified that she is his sister, perhaps a stepsister, otherwise. Why would he claim that the paparazzi are trying to harm him? Her adoptive family's background is rather poor. No sooner had these words been uttered than Evans made a sudden appearance, calling out sister, causing the viewers to drop their snacks and keyboards in shock. What on earth just happened? Was the sky falling? Wasn't it said that when Julien's adoptive family was struggling, leading to jealousy and anger dominating her life? Not only the netizens, but also those in the entertainment industry who supported Wen Julian found themselves unexpectedly embarrassed. Their respective agents frantically called, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, their faces turned ashen as they hastily deleted their previous endorsements for Wen Julian. It was utterly mortifying. They had disparaged Song Juyao, revealing their narrow-mindedness and lack of insight, only to discover that she is the fabled sister of the renowned Evans. While they deleted their posts swiftly, netizens captured screenshots even faster, leading to a dramatic shift in public sentiment, rife with mockery. This slap in the face is truly painful. Goodness, what a twist. Even a television drama wouldn't dare to portray such a reversal. The truth is that Wen Julian is indeed the beneficiary, inherently indebted to the true heiress. Her grievances, accompanied by the act of thrusting the true heiress into the spotlight, seem to be a ploy to incite online harassment against her. It's laughable. You think she is a nobody, unloved, when in reality, she is cherished by a superstar. No wonder Zhou Yefeng remarked that the paparazzi want him dead. Spreading rumors about his sister, the devoted sibling, could very well lead to his demise. Who dares to speak ill of my sister-in-law? Wen Julian was ridiculed beyond measure. Her grievances and her yearning for Song Juyao to return home, the hints of Song Juyao's impoverished upbringing, and the envy she harbored towards her, all became ammunition against her once the revelation of Song Juyao's brother being Evans came to light. Wen Julian was seething with anger internally, yet she maintained a somewhat rigid smile as she addressed the unseen audience, exclaiming, "Wow, I have been outmaneuvered. Song Juyao is indeed formidable. Despite my vigilance, I still fell into her trap." Throughout our days of interaction, she never once revealed any details about her adoptive parents. As Wen Julian expressed this, a chorus of voices in the live stream began to defend her, suggesting that Song Juyao had acted with intent, eagerly awaiting the moment to humiliate Wen Julian. Beneath her calm exterior lay a profound cunning. This shift helped to improve her public image. The production team, observing this, concluded that Wen Julian possessed a degree of intelligence, unlike the two from the first episode, and certainly not like the foolish Jiangmi, who was eliminated before the competition even commenced. They looked forward to her performance. Wen Julian further cautioned the audience, stating, "Fortunately, I did not underestimate her. I borrowed numerous classic songs from esteemed predecessors, allowing me to stand on a level where I could compete with her. I will strive with all my might to reveal the hidden facets of her character. Go, Zhu. There are indeed many with distorted values. This is a judgment show, not a mere entertaining spectacle. The judges being oppressed should incite indignation. Zhu, unleash your potential. Show Song Juyao what you are capable of." Not wishing to be ridiculed. It is first and foremost inappropriate for Wen Julian to employ songs from the real world to craft a genius persona in the virtual realm. Such a notion feels rather peculiar. Wen Julian has prepared to retaliate, yet she patiently awaits the opportune moment. At this juncture, another star judge intervenes. Just before embarking on Survival Island, Song Juyao visited the ruins of an orphanage. Remarkably, this orphanage has remained unchanged over time, preserving its original state. When the police conducted an undercover operation several years ago, they witnessed the director's maltreatment of the children, with ample evidence leading to the orphanage's closure. Does she know that Jiangmi has already perished in the virtual world? To be frank, isn't Jiangmi's demise within there somewhat her responsibility? What does this have to do with Song Juyao? Did Jiangmi not bring this upon herself? Indeed, Song Juyao ought to feel a sense of guilt. According to the script, when she turned 18, the Wen family would have located her and brought those two perverts to justice. Now, with Jiangmi's death, one can only speculate how many innocent children have suffered at their hands over these past 8 years. The emergence of self-righteous proclamations and moral coercion ignited a heated dispute within the live broadcast. In the virtual world, Song Juyao settled onto a swing, gently swaying as autumn leaves blanketed the ground, casting her solitary shadow. What has become of Jiangmi? Although the specifics remain elusive. As someone eliminated before the broadcast even commenced, She might be unjustly accused of scheming to manipulate public opinion. This possibility looms large, suggesting that this episode may see the audience viewing her through a malevolent lens. Certainly, there exists a slight probability that circumstances might unfold favorably for her, perhaps due to the intervention of some remarkable individuals, enabling the playback of the recording in advance. However, such probabilities are minuscule, and she cannot place her hopes upon them. At that moment, the door of the orphanage swung open, and Song Juyao looked up, locking eyes with a tall and handsome man. Both were momentarily taken aback. "Hello." The man spoke. "Hello." Song Juyao nodded in response. "Are you also a familiar face at this orphanage?" Wei Yin inquired, stepping closer yet maintaining a gentlemanly distance. He turned slightly, gazing into the distance with a nostalgic tone. "Before this orphanage was closed, I often volunteered here. There was a little girl who left a profound impression on me, always ostracized, yet unable to conceal the chocolates I offered her. But looking into her eyes, I couldn't help but want to feed her." As he spoke, a smile graced his lips, and he shook his head lightly. Song Juyao paused, clearly recalling him. "May I sit on that swing?" Wei Yin asked. "Of course," she replied. The swing was directly beside Song Juyao, beyond the bounds of safety. A woman's instinct would not readily permit a stranger, especially one appearing in such a desolate place, to sit beside her unless she had lowered her guard. She recognized him and felt a sense of affection toward him. Wei Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Surely, Song Juyao wouldn't fall into Wei Yin's gentle trap. Would she? To be fair, Wei Yin seems less handsome than Evans. However, Wei Yin had laid the groundwork in their childhood, so it is only natural for Song Juyao to harbor feelings for him. "By the way, may I ask who you are?" Wei Yin inquired. "I used to be a resident of this orphanage." Song Juyao replied, "I apologize. Are you reminiscing about your companions? They have all been transferred to another orphanage. Were you not aware? Would you like me to provide you with the address?" Song Juyao shook her head, her despondency compelling her to confide in others. "I once had a dear friend, an angelic presence. However, she was subsequently adopted. Shortly after her foster father took her from the orphanage, she learned of their impending departure abroad and implored him to allow her to bid farewell to Jiangmi. He acquiesced, driving her to a stop by the roadside, permitting her to say her farewells to her friend. As Song Juyao knocked on the door, it opened to reveal a man whose countenance was less than cheerful. Upon seeing Song Juyao, he paused momentarily, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. The strange sentiment that had resurfaced following Jiangmi's demise enveloped him once more as he bent down, gently inquiring, "Aren't you one of the children from the orphanage? What brings you here?" "Uncle, I miss Mimi and came to play with her," Song Juyao responded with a sweet and innocent smile. "Oh, I see. You came all the way from the orphanage." The man's eyes sparkled even more, and a somewhat enigmatic smile graced his lips. "Please, come in." Song Juyao entered without a trace of caution, to prevent the sudden departure of real NPCs within the virtual realm. The system would instantaneously replicate an NPC visage to take their place upon her choosing to exit. Thus, when Jiangmi departed, her physical form did not vanish. It merely lost its vitality. The lifeless body of Jiangmi lay in the basement, severed in half. Having committed murder once, the man's disposition underwent a subtle transformation. Once timid, he now found his courage and audacity magnified after tasting blood. He laced the milk with a sedative, offering it to Song Juyao. However, Song Juyao, possessing a strong sense of caution, refrained from drinking it, and instead placed the milk on the table, relentlessly inquiring about Jiangmi's whereabouts. Rising from her seat, she declared, "Then I shall return later to find Mimi. Farewell, uncle." As Song Juyao attempted to leave, the man's patience waned, his expression darkening as he seized her arm and forcefully threw her onto the sofa, lunging at her. Terrified, Song Juyao screamed, but the man quickly covered her mouth. However, moments later, he was yanked by the collar and tossed aside, disoriented by a powerful blow from a tall, menacing figure resembling a butcher. Subsequently, he called the police, who arrived swiftly to uncover Jiangmi's body in the basement. The couple was apprehended before they could harm a second child, both sentenced to imprisonment. How exhilarating. This vile couple has been sent to prison by Song Juyao. Is it painful for those who just spoke of Song Juyao? What does it have to do with Song Juyao? It is merely a coincidence. The fans of Song seized the opportunity to portray her as an angel. Is it truly coincidental? Song Juyao has already avenged Jiangmi, saving countless children who might have fallen victim to their malevolence. It is truly amusing. Previously, they claimed that Song Juyao should feel guilty for being raised by a pedophile, inadvertently harming innocent children. Now that she has unintentionally saved so many, It no longer concerns her? One should not be so hypocritical, as it is quite distasteful. Wei Yin was taken aback upon hearing Jiang Mi's fate. He and Wen Julian had believed that Jiang Mi had vanished due to some special mission, especially since Shuekin had not been in contact with them. To discover that she had been eliminated was shocking. Was it not Song Juyao who was supposed to be adopted? Instead, it was Jiang Mi who was taken in by that couple, only to meet a tragic end and dismemberment. It is too horrific. His expression stiffened, but he did not forget to continue the act. So you are Song Juyao? What a coincidence. We seem to share a remarkable connection. Wei Yin gazed at her with a complex expression. My name is Wei Yin. I never expected such a fortuitous occurrence. It turns out we met in our childhood. You are the daughter of the Wen family who was mistakenly taken in. It should have been you and I. He hesitated, his words laden with implications. If Song Juyao felt even a flicker of affection for him, her heart would surely race, completing the unspoken sentiment. They were meant to be the true betrothed couple. However, Song Juyao merely smiled. Wei Yin sensed that her smile was forced and abruptly changed the subject. By the way, I am actually a director. Song Juyao, I am aware of your remarkable works. They truly exemplify your stature as the youngest recipient of the Aurelia Golden Statue for Best Director. Wei Yin smiled. Thank you. Wei Yin and Wen Juliang belong to the same production company, which has devised similar projects for them. He has successfully brought to life a film that has garnered both critical acclaim and box office success, achieving fame akin to that of Wen Juliang, sweeping numerous awards and securing his place as the youngest Best Director in Aurelia's history. This title is a coveted goal pursued by countless directors throughout their careers. At times, Wei Yin feels somewhat elevated by the accolades, realizing that this is the sensation of genius. I possess a splendid script. I wonder if you would be interested in auditioning? Wei Yin suddenly proposed. Of course, the role would belong to Wen Juliang, a trap set for Song Juyao. No young girl could resist the allure of the dazzling entertainment industry, especially with Wen Juliang already shining within it. If Song Juyao held any regard for her and wished to compete, she would undoubtedly be tempted to enter this realm. To heighten the allure, Wei Yin added, it is an adaptation of a book whose rights I painstakingly acquired, you know? The renowned fantasy queen, Princess Dragon Slayer's Nightingale and the Dragon. Assuming the role of Song Juyao evokes a certain thrill within her. I yearn to witness the expressions on Wei Yin and Wen Juliang's faces when they uncover the truth. It must be quite a spectacle. Song Juyao appears to be amused, her eyes brimming with laughter, sparkling with a gentle, affectionate gaze that captivates Wei Yin's heart. No. I have no interest in the entertainment industry, and my acting skills are lacking. I must take my leave, she declares. Wei Yin stands rooted in place, entranced by the allure of her enchanting eyes, a smile gradually forming on his lips. There exists a flicker of affection in Song Juyao's heart for him. He is certain they will soon meet again. 3 days later, all invited guests prepare to head to Survival Island Amusement Park. At this moment, the online mockery of the faux heiress Wen Juliang has reached its zenith, and some individuals exhibit an inexplicable sense of rebellion. Realizing the time for retaliation has come, Wen Juliang gathers her supporters. A prominent influencer voices their opinion. I cannot comprehend the current state of online discourse. Indeed, Evans is remarkable. But what does that have to do with his sister? It's as if Evans's accomplishments are somehow hers. I am not a fan of Wen Juliang. Yet I find this perplexing. At merely 18 years old, having debuted at 14 with 3 albums, each a classic hit, she is undeniably a prodigy who has forged a legacy in the music industry. And what of Song Juyao? When discussing her achievements, one must mention that she has a brother who is a king in the music realm. And then, there is nothing more. I initially harbored a strong aversion towards Wen Juliang, yet upon witnessing the incessant criticism directed at her, I found myself oddly drawn to her. Indeed, it is a manifestation of reverse psychology. The fervent admirers of Evans ought to temper their enthusiasm. Do they truly believe that their affection is acknowledged? It seems that Wen Juliang has unwittingly stepped into a trap. Song Juyao, being a genuine heiress, indicates that she shares no blood ties with Evans. Are they genuinely just siblings in the purest sense? Ah, silence, please. I refuse to listen. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the Survival Island Amusement Park, where I shall soon discern who is human and who is not. As the rhythm of the conversation shifted, those who were previously consumed by emotion abruptly regained their composure, as if a realization had dawned upon them. Indeed, what is so remarkable? Evans is Evans, and Song Juyao is Song Juyao. Is one's greatness solely derived from having an impressive relative? Such reasoning seems rather futile. In contrast, Wen Juliang stands apart, unlike Song Juyao. She embodies the essence of a formidable kinship on her own merit. Wen Zhuyang finds satisfaction in this. After all, what significance does it hold that Evans is her brother? Evans, being infatuated with his sister, would undoubtedly be incensed by this notion. Will he rise to defend Song Juyao? The more he does so, the more the public's perception of Song Juyao deteriorates. Despite the multitude of female admirers he possesses, it is evident that he does not rely on them for sustenance. However, within such a vast fan base, there are undoubtedly many who harbor disdain for Song Juyao. After all, which girl would appreciate having a boyfriend who is overly attached to his sister, especially since this sister is actually adopted and bears no blood relation to him? Reflecting on the gifts that Evans has bestowed upon his sister over the years, this time he brought her to Survival Island Paradise, perhaps with the intention of launching her career? At her age, has she not considered relying on her own abilities? It may not be wise to remain perpetually dependent on her brother. Oh, it seems others have already made such remarks. Juju, have you finished packing your things? Li Xian knocked on the door and inquired. Mom, I'm all set. Why are you still awake? You should hurry to bed. We leave at 6 in the morning. The Wen family of 4 had already prepared their belongings. Other guests were also ready, and at dawn the next day, as the first light of day broke, they set off from their respective locations. Wen Zhulian felt a twinge of disappointment when Evans did not speak up for Song Juyao. Yet she was more pleased than disheartened. She did not relish the notion of having an idol who was overly attached to his sister. Survival Island Paradise is situated within the Whale Fall Sea, a region teeming with life due to the frequent occurrence of whale falls. This island is vast, and the guests took a nap in their helicopters, only to awaken as the sun became blindingly bright, signaling their imminent arrival. Peering out the windows, they caught sight of the Emerald Island below. The sea was tranquil, shimmering under the sunlight, and the waters near the beach were crystal clear, revealing vibrant coral reefs and sea turtles beneath the surface. The host awaited them on the beach, waving enthusiastically. The live broadcast commenced at that moment. 5 families have entered the Survival Island Paradise, namely the illustrious actress Li Wenling's group, the esteemed actor Chang Youqing's group, the prodigious young musician Wen Zhuyang's group, and the brilliant directors Wei Yin and Evans' group. Some families have come with 4 or 5 members, while the smallest group consists of at least 2 people, totaling around 10 individuals. At this moment, the live broadcast of Survival Island Paradise has commenced, attracting a flurry of online viewers. After disembarking from the helicopters, the aircraft took off one after another. Is this how we leave? Once the helicopters departed, the beach fell into a tranquil silence. The host, Liao Bo, announced, "All right, everyone. Let me disclose the rules. Firstly, you are only permitted to bring items weighing no more than 5 kilograms into the paradise, and all communication devices must be surrendered." Upon hearing this rule, several families began to huddle together to deliberate on their excessive luggage. We should bring water and biscuits. A bit of chocolate might be necessary for energy. I definitely need to bring my camera. Director, my camera slightly exceeds the limit that 1T do. The director coldly rejected. How are we supposed to play? No phones, no cameras. We can't take any pictures. However, the rules are as such, and those who sign the contract must adhere to the stipulated guidelines. After the guests gathered their belongings, Liao Bo proceeded to inspect each one. First was the family of the illustrious actress Li Wenling, who brought along her husband and 2 sons, aged 13 and 16. The weight limit of 5 kilograms is neither too generous nor too strict, compared to genuine wilderness survival. It is significantly better than merely receiving a bottle of water and a knife. Li Wenling had packed a bottle of water, a travel-size set of skincare products, insect repellent, some medications, and a thin blanket, resulting in a total weight of 5 kilograms. Her husband's bag contained a bottle of water and a set of lightweight clothing for each family member. The 2 children each had their own bottle of water, along with some snacks and their summer vacation assignments. Upon seeing the summer homework, the viewers watching the live stream burst into laughter. The joys and sorrows of everyone are shared. After all, no one enjoys doing homework. Following Li Wenling was the Wei family, who had brought along Wei Yan's parents. I had brought ropes, a military-grade knife, a lighter, and a compass. Wei Yan displayed his items, revealing that he had prepared thoroughly for this island survival adventure. The entire family donned meticulously chosen clothing and footwear. Their shoes were specially designed outdoor sports shoes with excellent grip, and their attire was made of lightweight, waterproof, and warm materials. Not only the Wei family, but the Wen family nearby appeared similarly well-equipped, seemingly having procured their garments from the same store. CP fans are thrilled. Juju and Wei Yin truly are a match made in heaven. Even if she isn't biologically related to the Wen family, what does it matter? The Wei family still holds Zhu in high regard, and some individuals mistakenly believe that blood ties are paramount. Standing together with them, Zhu blends seamlessly. It is impossible to discern that she isn't biologically theirs. I would argue that she feels even closer than a biological connection. Some should just step aside. Let us not be foolish. In a serious moment, how could one be collecting seashells? Others noticed that Song Juyao had indeed gone to collect seashells, their expressions varying, with some casting sympathetic glances toward Wenju. Wenju Lian felt somewhat embarrassed, while Wen Ting wore an expression of displeasure. Why do you care so much about her? She doesn't listen to you anyway. Zhu, come and have some candy, called Chang Jinjun, sister of Chang Yuqing, to Wenju Lian. Evans did not spare her a glance, instead tapping the frying pan and weighing it in his hand. His fondness for Evans diminished slightly. How rude. Evans had always maintained an air of aloofness. He hardly acknowledged his own fans, so why should he pay attention to Wenju Lian? The fan base of Evans was vast, and Wenju Lian's admirers dared not voice their opinions too loudly, quickly retreating after a few rebukes, redirecting their ire towards Song Juyao. When it came to criticizing Song Juyao, Evans's fans remained notably silent, clearly having separated Evans from his sister. Zhu, come here for a moment, called Li Wenling when Zhu Lian approached, and they gathered around her, seemingly offering comfort while cautioning her against being overly kind-hearted. Soon, they began inspecting Evans and Song Juyao. It was revealed that Evans's backpack contained a bottle of water, a small notebook, a pen, a lightweight frying pan, and a few spices neatly packed in a small transparent plastic bag, remarkably minimal compared to others. Liao Bo expressed his astonishment. Evans, is this all you brought? Evans replied, having my sister is sufficient. Liao Bo then checked Song Juyao's bag, discovering a bottle of water, some shells, a long knife, and a collection of miscellaneous items that he could not identify. Apart from these, there was nothing else. The total weight was precisely 5 kilograms. How to articulate this? The belongings brought by the siblings are rather peculiar. Particularly, Song Juyao's items are quite questionable. While Evans at least brought a pot and some seasonings, albeit a tad too indulgent, Song Juyao's choices are bewildering. It seems she has packed items that are hardly suitable for wilderness survival. The comments are rife with suggestions that she is merely jesting, as she hasn't even brought a single biscuit, only a pot and seasonings. Is she perhaps envisioning idyllic scenarios, such as catching fish in the river or hunting rabbits, which portray a rather carefree outdoor existence? Perhaps she has indulged too much in television fantasies and may find herself unable to catch even a single fish, ultimately starving in the mountains. Wen Tian could not help but roll his eyes, while Li Xian and Wen Guohua furrowed their brows, appearing eager to summon her for a serious talk. I advise you to at least bring some biscuits and sugar, Wen Tian remarked. No, thank you, replied Song Juyao. Humph. I did warn you. When the time comes and you find yourself without food or drink, it will be rather awkward to ask others for help. Song Juyao maintained her composure, displaying no signs of concern or intention to heed the advice given. After inspecting the items and confirming that each person's backpack contained only 5 kilograms of weight, Liao Bo distributed wristbands to everyone, watching as they donned them. Ladies and gentlemen, your task is to traverse from one end of the island to the other. There is no time limit. The first to reach the destination will conclude this segment of the show. There are no rewards for the early arrivals, nor punishments for those who arrive late. Thus, please indulge yourselves. Liao Bo exclaimed, swiftly boarding the speedboat anchored by the shore. He shouted, Survival Island Paradise, commence. Meanwhile, the staff of the Survival Island Paradise project team at Fanqing Group appeared tense. The team leader pressed a red button. Paradise, activate. A large screen emitted a blinding white light. The expansive office was impeccably tidy, yet exuded a cold desolation. Jiang Baiqi sat in a chair, his back to the screen, resting his chin on one hand, his gray eyes reflecting a profound boredom. Upon hearing the activation of the paradise, he pivoted his chair with a flick of his toes, turning to face the large screen. Suddenly, a face appeared, startling him into silence. Departure. The star-studded families on the beach were blissfully unaware of what lay ahead as they joyfully headed towards the island. Little did they know, the audience watching the live broadcast was utterly astonished. In the streaming room, after the families left the beach, a small live studio appeared abruptly. One studio showcased the star families advancing towards the island, while the other displayed these celebrities and their families lounging on beach chairs. Liao Bo, who had just departed on the yacht, was seen right beside them, cheerfully waving at the camera. The viewers were left in shock. Subsequently, Fanxing Group elucidated the mechanics of the survival island paradise. It turns out that the guests are not genuinely embarking on an adventure on the island. Rather, they have succumbed to a state of slumber induced by a new product from the Starry Sky Group. Their consciousness, however, has been transported to a fabricated island. Unbeknownst to them, they remain under the illusion that they are indeed traversing the island, experiencing everything in a manner that feels utterly authentic, regardless of the events that unfold. None of it is real and poses no threat to them. Yet, in their ignorance of the truth, they are led to believe in the reality of their surroundings. Alas, they are unable to discern this, for neither Wei Yin nor Wenju Lian is aware that they have become ensnared in a virtual world within a virtual realm. The sole individual who has unearthed the truth chooses to remain silent. Song Juyao's fingertips brushed against the trunk of a tree, its bark dry and coarse, adorned with unique patterns. She lowered her gaze to her fingers. A cacophony of laughter echoed ahead, as several families engaged in lively conversation, reminiscent of a spring outing. Song Juyao and Evans found themselves isolated, trailing behind the others. After all, Evans held an esteemed reputation and status that set him apart. Coupled with the delicate dynamics between Song Juyao and Wenju Lian, any attempt to draw near seemed akin to clinging to a powerful ally. Aligning oneself with Song Juyao, a careful consideration revealed that fostering a relationship with Wenju Lian would likely yield greater benefits. After all, the embrace of Evan's status was uncertain, while it could very well invite unwanted complications. In contrast, Wenju Lian was a prodigious talent, capable of crafting chart-topping songs with effortless ease, and their familiarity with her naturally inclined their preferences towards her. The fans of Evans were particularly distressed upon witnessing this scene, feeling that Song Juyao was the cause of Evans' isolation. Given his status and position, he should have been the center of attention. Even when Julian had previously openly expressed her admiration for him. Consequently, an increasing number of Evans fans took to social media to criticize Song Juyao. My heart aches for him. Is she not even aware of her own shortcomings? Because of this sister, I feel Evans has lost some of his allure. I have a premonition that this sister will eventually drag Evans down. However, despite the concern expressed by his fans, Evans appeared remarkably at ease, quickly transforming into a curious child. He pointed at the mushrooms beneath a tree and asked Song Juyao, "Sister, what is that?" As Song Juyao turned her head to observe, she replied, "That is a fly agaric. It is non-edible." "What about that one?" "That is a white-capped poisonous mushroom. It is also inedible." "And that one?" "It seems like it would be delicious for my brother." "That belongs to the Aconitum genus. Do you wish to poison your brother?" The two siblings engaged in this playful exchange, drawing the attention of a curious 13-year-old boy nearby, who turned to watch them. After a moment, unable to contain himself, he ran over to Song Juyao and asked, "Sister, do you know what this is?" This boy was Li Quan, the younger son of the award-winning actress Li Wenling. Observing her son approach Song Juyao, Li Wenling furrowed her brow and glanced over, feeling a twinge of concern about her son potentially facing an unpleasant situation. Song Juyao gazed at the small object in Li Quan's hand, a black, square item devoid of any distinctive aroma due to the sun's desiccation. Observing the slightly youthful young man before her, she gently remarked, "This is the feces of a wombat. Quite unique, isn't it? The droppings of this creature are actually square." The young man's expression froze, his mind overwhelmed with the imagery of holding a lump of excrement. In a sudden jolt, he flung the feces away as if electrified, exclaiming in distress, I need to wash my hands. I must wash my hands." The barrage of comments shifted, some mocking Song Juyao, while others expressed confusion. Wait, did the sister just? Can anyone clarify if the true heiress is correct? Professionals confirm they are indeed right. Li Wenling, oblivious to the unfolding drama, sensed her son had been slighted and, with a touch of irritation, called out, "Li Quan, is it really wise to use so much water? We'll be fine. There must be a water source on the island. I know how to find it. Just follow my lead," Wei Yin declared confidently. "We've brought a solar kettle," Wenju Lian added. The strong ties between the Wei and Wen families facilitated their collaboration, enabling them to prepare thoroughly for the trip, which promised to be a delightful spring outing. Consequently, their spirits remained buoyant and carefree. Soon after, they indeed discovered a water source. Everyone was exhausted and famished. Seeking a place to sit down, they took out their bread and biscuits, while Wenju Lian boiled water, serving it to those in need of warmth. Juju is truly a good child. If only Jinjin possessed half of her qualities, mused the elderly matriarch of the Chang family. Instantly, Chang Jinjin pouted playfully, exclaiming, "Mother, when Juju is absent, I am cherished, yet when she is present, I am but a mere weed, am I not? Wen Julian reassured her. Zhenjin has her own merits. Your artistic talent is remarkable, something I cannot claim. Such eloquence. You truly know how to nurture children, remarked another. Turning to Li Xin and Wen Guohua, the two beamed at the compliment, replying, Oh, we have not taught Juju much. Her success is entirely her own. Song Juyao, having not received the same guidance from the Wen family, lacked the charm and sweetness of Wen Julian. Li Xin and Wen Guohua felt a twinge of awkwardness, contemplating the necessity of imparting some social etiquette to Song Juyao. It appeared that the Evans family had not instructed her on the nuances of interaction. As a younger member in a gathering, should she not initiate greetings with the elders? The simple wisdom of the more friends, the more paths seemed lost on her. Yet, Song Juyao paid them no mind, preoccupied with preparing lunch for herself and Evans. The others observed her, curiosity piqued, pondering how she would manage. Would she end up awkwardly hungry? Would they be compelled to offer her food? Such ponderings were certainly worthy of contemplation. However, Song Juyao had already gathered her supplies while they were casually chatting. She first constructed a hearth with stones, placing the easily flammable cattail fluff inside, and then casually picked up some dry twigs. Here is a lighter for you, Juyao, Wei Yin remarked, retrieving a lighter from his bag and kindly suggesting, starting a fire by friction is quite challenging. Your hands would surely suffer. No need. Thank you, Juyao replied. Don't mind her. It's evident she has been spoiled. She'll learn once she faces adversity, Grandmother Chong interjected. Chongzhenjin, I'm eager to see if she can manage to ignite a fire after scraping her hands raw. The genuine heiress seems a bit oblivious, although she appears somewhat clever. She lacks practical experience. After all, she is raised by a wealthy brother and has never truly faced hardships. Honestly, it is quite normal to find such individuals irritating. One ought to refrain from offending those who offer kindness. Such rudeness is really uncalled for. To be fair, I believe those individuals have also shown little courtesy towards Evans and his sister. It feels more like they are mocking them. Juju is quite perceptive. Starting a fire by friction is undoubtedly one of the most challenging methods in the wilderness, even for strong men. I await the spectacle with anticipation. Evans, would you like some candy? When Juliang bit her lip and inquired again. Everyone knew that Evans had low blood sugar and could not afford to go hungry. Yet, Evans ignored her, an aura of disdain radiating from every strand of his hair. When Julian felt a twinge of annoyance. If they didn't want to, so be it. After all, it was not she who would go hungry. If someone were to faint, it would only serve to make everyone despise Song Juyao even more. To her surprise, Song Juyao did not resort to the ancient method of creating fire by friction. Instead, she casually picked up a transparent plastic bag discarded by someone unknown, tore it open, and spread it across the branches she had just propped up. She then poured water into it, causing the plastic to sink slightly. Once satisfied with her makeshift arrangement, Song Juyao rose and instructed her brother beside her, Brother, tend to the fire. Evans obediently sat on a stone, replying, Yes, sister. Fire? Where is the fire? The onlookers were perplexed, unable to comprehend Song Juyao's actions, only to witness her pick up a branch and, barefoot, wade into the river. Among the crowd were several young children, 13-year-old Li Quan, 16-year-old Meng Song, and a 14-year-old girl named Wei Shu. They were at an age filled with curiosity and had never encountered the act of fishing in reality, so they scampered to the riverbank to take a closer look. Sister, can we really catch fish? Li Quan, who had previously engaged in conversation, found it much easier to speak up again. I'll teach you a trick, Song Juyao said, her voice melodious and tone gentle. To catch fish, you must quietly approach from downstream, so the fish won't easily sense the danger, and then, with a swift and forceful motion, as she lifted the branch, a plump, white fish dangled from its tip. Wow! The three children exclaimed in unison. The audience, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, gasped in astonishment. Ah, I understand now. The principle of a convex lens. Meng Song exclaimed, his realization ringing out loud and clear. Even without a magnifying glass, it is quite simple to craft a convex lens. Song Juyao poured water onto a transparent plastic sheet, which was concave underneath, causing the water surface to bulge upward, thus forming a lens capable of focusing light, effectively turning it into a magnifying glass. The midday sun blazed fiercely, within mere minutes. The flammable cattail fluff would ignite. Who said that collecting wood means one must drill for fire? Perhaps one merely intends to use it for kindling, exclaimed someone. While another marveled, wow, Song Juyao is quite clever. What is so clever about it? Who has tried to start a fire with a magnifying glass in their childhood? Another chimed in, realizing their own oversight. Indeed, how could I have not thought of that? Winning Tian felt a twinge of regret for his earlier lapse in judgment. This was elementary knowledge. Why had it not occurred to him? Aside from the three children, the others momentarily felt a bit awkward, their faces flushed. Realizing that Song Juyao had no intention of drilling for fire, she had devised a far more ingenious and straightforward method. Song Juyao instructed Evans to add firewood to the stove, placed a skillet filled with water atop it to heat, and began rummaging through her bag for shells to prepare the fish. The shells effortlessly scraped off the fish scales, sliced open its belly, and removed the innards and gills with remarkable dexterity, as though she had performed this task countless times before, exuding both elegance and confidence. Once the fish was cleaned, she placed it into the skillet, adding edible mushrooms gathered along the way, slices of wild ginger, and set aside some wild greens for later. The aroma of the fish soup soon wafted through the air, and she retrieved various seasonings to enhance the flavor, with the addition of black pepper intensifying the inviting fragrance. Having nibbled on cold bread and biscuits, one might feel a pang of discomfort upon catching a whiff of steaming hot food. However, Song Juyao approached her lunch with an air of ritual. Once the fish soup was ready, she placed substantial chunks of chaga mushroom into the stove. This chaga, a blackwood adorned with spherical spots, was harvested from living birch trees and served to sustain the charcoal's burn. She washed a flat stone found by the riverside and set it atop the stove, commencing to grill fish, meat, and mushrooms. An aroma even more intoxicating than the fish soup wafted through the air, enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, an unusual stillness descended upon the scene. The two siblings savored their meal with great delight, while the audience, previously captivated by the spectacle, now noticed something peculiar. Isn't Evans just sitting there doing nothing? Someone mused. He's just patiently waiting to eat. Another voice chimed in. Wasn't he supposed to be drained of energy by his sister? I only need my sister. At that moment, everyone interpreted his statement as a sentiment of companionship, suggesting he could forego meals with her by his side. Yet, upon reflection, Evans's words held a striking practicality. Fans gazed at their tall and imposing idol, perched on a stone, cradling a large shell as a makeshift bowl, utilizing cattail stalks as chopsticks. Relishing his meal with an unmistakable gusto, their emotions were decidedly mixed. By the gently flowing river, the siblings enjoyed their lunch in blissful contentment, utterly unfazed by the awkward silence surrounding them. After finishing, Evans finally stirred, taking the pot and shell to the riverbank for cleaning. The fans collectively exhaled in relief. At least he was washing the dishes. At this moment, when Zhu Lian spoke up again, Juyao, you seem to know so much. Do you often venture into the wild? It was quite satisfactory. Song Juyao struck the charcoal with a plastic bag. Sister, what are you doing with that? Li Quan inquired curiously as he approached, having just been restrained by Li Wenling, who feared he might intrude upon others' meals, creating an awkward situation should they refuse to share their food. In the wilderness, the utility of charcoal is manifold. It can purify water, be fashioned into gas masks, and serves a particularly advantageous purpose, dehumidification, as Song Juyao explained. Meng Tsong and Wei Shu, unable to resist, joined the gathering. At this age, young men are naturally curious about the forests and wilds, and Song Juyao, appearing knowledgeable and exuding an aura of beauty, kindness, and warmth, drew them closer. Thus, it is advisable not to discard charcoal. Rather, it should be wrapped in cloth and stored in pockets or tents to achieve a drying, dehumidifying effect. Song Juyao exhibited greater patience and gentleness towards them, speaking more than usual, while her demeanor towards Wenjuli remained aloof, leaving Wenjuli feeling quite embarrassed. The fans were distressed. What is so remarkable about her? It's merely knowledge of wilderness skills, which only proves useful in this context. Who needs her otherwise? Is she intentionally flaunting her knowledge? As if anyone requires such information, they have lighters, kettles, and filters. Who needs charcoal? It's filthy. Zhu is too naive, always striving to bridge the gap with her. My heart aches for dear Zhu. The Wen family had yet to react when Mother Chang, feeling sympathy, inquired loudly of Song Juyao, you possess such extensive knowledge. I presume you often venture into the mountains? Don't you have to study? Oh, by the way, I have heard that in foreign countries, particularly in the West, there seems to be a lack of emphasis on children's education, unlike here where we are quite stringent about it. If one does not gain admission to a prestigious university, they might face severe consequences. Chang Yuqing felt somewhat awkward. He was aware that his elderly relative held a deep affection for Zhu Lian, almost wishing she were part of their family. However, this was a live broadcast, and although the camera's location was uncertain, The contract clearly stated it was live, implying there were viewers watching. Even in an effort to defend Wen Julian, the tone of voice resembled that of an unwelcome relative who visits during the new year. Much despised by netizens online. I merely inquired out of curiosity. After all, even a prodigy like Zhu has to work diligently. Having gained admission to the Capital Academy of Drama with outstanding results, you only managed to secure second place in your time, didn't you? Oh, how remarkable, Shang's mother exclaimed, affectionately grasping Wen Julian's hand and showering her with praise. Not at all, Wen Julian replied modestly, feeling a bit shy. Achieving first place is indeed impressive. The Capital Academy of Drama is the most prestigious art institution in the empire. Zhu is a junior to us, Li Wenling said. Li Quan, Meng Tsong. Come over and listen. You two are always reluctant to study. Meng Tsong is her eldest son, taking his father's surname, while the younger son bears her surname. The atmosphere grew lively again as they reminisced about the arduous journey and immense effort that led to their acceptance into this esteemed institution. Recalling the illustrious artists who had emerged from its halls. When Evans wore that expression of royal disdain, it signified that he had witnessed the futile struggles of the vanquished, who were ultimately crushed beneath his might. Could it be that his sister was actually quite accomplished in her studies? Observing her throughout the morning, one could ascertain that her intellect was indeed sharp. Yet, no matter how clever she might be, she could never surpass Wen Julian. A prodigy whose every creation became a sensation. At merely 18 years of age, she embodied a level of genius that was unparalleled. Even Song Juyao, a top student from the empire's foremost university, could hardly compare. At present, Evans was under the spell of a sisterly admiration. Brother, set the pot down and take a moment to rest. We shall embark once more shortly. Song Juyao spread a blanket beneath the shade of a tree. Deep down, Evans possessed a considerable arrogance. When he looked down upon someone, he would not utter a single word to them. And it seemed utterly unnecessary to elucidate the brilliance of Song Juyao to this group. They were simply unworthy. The siblings reclined beneath the tree, gathering their strength. The breeze rustled the leaves, and the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard in the distance as the surroundings gradually fell into a serene hush, with only the whispers of the forest gracing their ears. Occasionally, as the wind parted the leaves, beams of light cascaded through the gaps, illuminating her porcelain-like cheek. Her dark lashes appeared even more lush and elongated against her fair skin, reminiscent of raven feathers. Her hands rested on her abdomen, revealing calluses that contrasted sharply with her seemingly delicate and refined exterior. Anyone who held her hand might be taken aback, for it was far from the softness they had envisioned. During her time in the orphanage, each outing to beg was a quest for possibility, a search for an escape route, pondering which adult might be inclined to adopt a child and whether that adult possessed a kind heart. After years of searching, she finally encountered one. Although his exterior appeared menacing, resembling a villain, he was, in truth, a good man. In the subsequent 8 years, her living conditions improved significantly compared to the earlier period. This enhancement was not necessarily a blessing, as it could easily lead to complacency, causing her to forget that she was still surrounded by adversaries who remained ever watchful. Fortunately, the flame that burned within her continued to ignite her spirit, ensuring she remained vigilant. She was acutely aware of the foes she faced. This was not the realm of reality, and her sole weapon was her memory. The only course of action available to her was to constantly sharpen this weapon, making it more formidable and lethal. Learning became her relentless pursuit. Only through the continuous acquisition of knowledge could she attain a sense of security and fortify herself. Whether it was mastering the art of cycling or learning to dance, each accomplishment was a victory. The heavens do not bestow upon one an abundance of gifts. Rather, one is granted a singular talent. However, most individuals can cultivate a plethora of skills, including physical strength, through diligent effort, with perseverance and the ability to endure hardship. Even the most delicate of girls can transform into a powerhouse. In the previous term, she diligently achieved academic success, and in this term, she intentionally sought to hone her wilderness survival skills. To this end, she had endured the misfortune of fracturing her leg in the wild, faced life-threatening circumstances due to the ingestion of something harmful, scavenged rabbits from a fox in hunger, and narrowly escaped death in an avalanche. She bore the agonizing solitude, fatigue, and despair of surviving alone in the terrifying embrace of nature, traversing from the expansive plains and canyons to the tropical rainforests. Yet, these experiences were invaluable. Knowledge unattainable through books, acquired solely through practice. As Malcolm Gladwell articulated in his 10,000 Hour Rule, the refinement of 10,000 000 hours is essential for anyone to transform from the ordinary into a world-class master. Song Juyao has already invested 50,000 hours in learning to survive alone amidst the wilderness. Jiang Baiqi expanded the scene, and soon the vast screen displayed only the image of a slumbering girl. Beneath the shade of the trees, she resembled a sleeping beauty, a pearl resting quietly, radiating a soft, ethereal glow that outshone everything else. Jiang Baiqi pressed his hand against his chest, sensing an unfamiliar, stifling discomfort, an odd unease that compelled him to reach for a book on the table. It was the tale of the dragon-slaying princess, whose story was always filled with whimsical imagination, narrated with such tenderness that it moved the heart. Yet upon reflection, there lingered a disquieting sensation, as if a fantastical adventure had suddenly morphed into a chilling horror story that invoked a profound sense of dread. It is precisely this peculiar aura that has propelled her books to global acclaim, captivating readers from diverse backgrounds. Some perceive her narratives as fairy tales, others as fantastical adventures, while some interpret them as science fiction or even horror stories. There are those who discern profound metaphors of reality within her tales, and yet others who believe such interpretations to be excessive. Jiang Baiqi seldom engages in the debates among readers. Instead, he feels an extraordinary essence emanating from her stories, a sense of belonging, an intertwining of souls, especially in her work The People in the Fishbowl, which served as the inspiration for the technology behind Survival Island Paradise. He recalls the awe he felt at the story's conclusion, an impression that remains etched in his memory. From her writings, he has drawn immense inspiration and creativity. He once aspired to meet this author and even attended a rights acquisition meeting in person, only to discover that she was absent, with her agent explaining that she had ventured into the primeval forest in search of inspiration. Disappointment mingled with a deep respect within him. Her distinctive temperament often left him in solitude, yet during such times, the books of the dragon-slaying princess would bestow upon him an enchanting tranquility, as if gently guiding him into another realm. However, this time, it proved ineffective. Jiang Baiqi found himself unable to focus on the text. After merely turning 2 pages, he succumbed to the temptation of glancing at the girl on the screen, an unsettling feeling rising within him. He attempted to immerse himself in the book once more, but after a brief while, he was drawn back to the screen again. In short, he was engulfed in a profound inner conflict, frustratingly so. In a fit of anger, he switched off the large screen. Yet, after a moment, he irritatedly turned it back on. As the break drew to a close, at 2 o'clock, several families resting by the river regained their energy, preparing to embark on their journey anew. I believe we should stroll leisurely, without deliberately seeking out a base camp. Let us allow things to unfold naturally. If we find one, splendid. If not, we can camp outdoors instead, Wei Yin suggested. I have no objections, Chang Yuqing responded. That sounds fine. After all, we have brought a tent. We don't have a tent, but we do possess sleeping bags. Moreover, we have specifically watched wilderness survival videos and know how to construct a makeshift shelter. Since we are here, we ought to fully embrace the experience of surviving in the wild, he continued. What do you think, Mom and Dad? Chang Yuqing inquired, looking towards his parents. Chang's mother, quite open-minded, replied, I am indifferent. When I was young, I always yearned to experience life in the wild. Plus, with Zhu here, I can manage. Evans and Song Juyao were, of course, not part of this deliberation. Once they concluded their discussion, Wei Yin turned his attention to the 2 siblings and called out, Juyao, Evans, what are your thoughts? Song Juyao and Evans were busy gathering bulrushes and were utterly unaware of the conversation, exchanging glances but remaining silent. Forget them. It's best not to concern ourselves with them, Wen Tian remarked. Why are they even following us if they are so aloof? Chang Jinjin scoffed. Jinjin, please refrain from such comments. When Zhu Lian interjected, it is far better for everyone to look out for one another. Zhu, you are exceedingly kind. Just observe their demeanor. It hardly seems as though they wish to care for us. Zhang Jinjin's observations were astute. Her demeanor suggested a reluctance to engage in conversation. Why not venture forth alone? The fleeting spark of affection that had just emerged dissipated, overshadowed by a sense of arrogance and discourtesy. This group harbored their own issues. If they truly valued the opinions of others, they would have initiated a discussion rather than waiting until after the fact to inquire about thoughts. When Zhu and her companions were isolating themselves, ironically, those who spoke of isolation were themselves not extending any olive branches. Why should they expect others to reach out first? Thus, one must ponder why they did not part ways. The genuine heiress, albeit somewhat reluctant, seemed eager to assert her presence within the Wen household. regrettably. Her wilderness survival skills were of little utility, as she and Zhu operated on entirely different levels. Li Quan, Meng Song, and Wei Shu found themselves unable to contribute to the adult conversation, feeling rather bored. They discreetly lagged behind, gravitating towards Song Juyao and Evans. "Sister, what is this?" they inquired, curiosity piqued. Song Juyao distributed pieces of flint to them, explaining its remarkable hardness and utility in crafting knives. Most tools from the Stone Age were fashioned from flint. If iron were available, it could be struck to produce sparks for igniting fires. "I notice none of you possess knives, so take this stone with you." "Why must everyone carry a knife?" "They can share one," Li Quan remarked, as he seized the stone and tested its hardness against a tree. In the wilderness, sharing a single item among many is highly inadvisable. One must consider the potential for separation. "Sister, you are truly remarkable. How do you understand everything?" Wei Shu gazed at Song Juyao with admiration, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "You should read more," Song Juyao replied. "First, immerse yourself in books, then put that knowledge into practice. The combination of both is the most efficient approach." "But you haven't read that much, have you?" Meng Song interjected, at the age of 16, a time when rebellion often overshadows the pursuit of knowledge. He recalled the words of the elders during lunch and genuinely perceived Song Juyao as a fellow underachiever. "I too believe that education is not the sole path to success. If my family were as open-minded as yours, perhaps things would be different." "Youngster, you are not worthy of being compared to my sister." Evans shot him a disdainful glance. "My sister graduated from university at your age." Meng Song was taken aback. "That can't be. Or perhaps she graduated from a third-rate university." Evans retorted, "Is that so? Her thesis was retrieved from the rainforest by mercenaries hired by her advisor." This incident had made headlines back then. Many found it incredible, though names were concealed, leaving no one aware of the identity of this extraordinary student. Exaggerating, Evans mused, how exceptional must Song Juyao be for her advisor to go to such lengths? Is it really plausible that this young lady ventured into the rainforest alone at 15? How is it that she survived? The preceding remarks were rather cruel. Does one not fear the repercussions of such malevolence? Immediately, I searched for Song Juyao on the academic registry, but to no avail. How embarrassing. Does this imply that Evans is indeed speaking nonsensically? Yet he appears so earnest. Could it be that Song Juyao has deceived him, and he has taken her at her word? It is plausible, for Evans is often preoccupied and seldom at home. "My brother," Song Juyao sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. It was rather childish, akin to quarreling with a child. The ever-observant Wen Engtian overheard Evans' remarks and found them ludicrous. One could easily verify academic records online, irrespective of whether the institutions were domestic or international. Searching for the name Song Juyao would yield no results from any university. He had certainly conducted his own inquiries. Unable to suppress a scoff, he turned and said, "I have numerous friends who graduated from prestigious universities." "Juyao, which institution did you attend?" "Perhaps I happen to know someone who is your alumnus." The others leaned in, intrigued. Only Wei Yin and Wen Zhuli felt their hearts race slightly in the first season. Song Juyao was nothing short of a prodigy, and it was entirely possible that she had graduated long ago. Their demeanor suggested that should Evans disclose the name of a school, they would perceive it as an attempt to salvage his dignity. Expecting a moment of discomfort for Evans, they were surprised when he inquired, "Which schools did your friends graduate from?" Wen Engtian recited several university names, all ranked within the top 50 globally, with one being ranked third in the world. Truly outstanding. The comments in the live chat echoed the sentiment that indeed, the friends of exceptional individuals tend to be remarkable themselves. Evans's disdain deepened on his face. "Oh, my apologies. It seems your friends are unworthy to be alumni of my sister." When Engtian responded, "Is that so? If that's the case, she must have graduated from the world's premier Horus University, or the second best, Publinjing? Well, Evans certainly speaks boldly. How awkward. Evans has never attended university, so perhaps he is unaware of the existence of academic networks in this world. I am convinced that my sister deceived Evans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so adamant. I used to find Evans's expression quite handsome, but now it only evokes embarrassment." Before Evans could utter a word, Song Juyao halted, crouching down to scrutinize a fresh pile of excrement in the grass. "What is the matter?" Evans followed suit, crouching beside her. "Huh." Chang Jinjin rolled her eyes, feeling that Song Juyao and Evans were deliberately diverting the topic. Naturally, netizens shared this sentiment and began to mock even more fiercely. When Zhuliang interjected to ease the tension, "Everyone, let us move on. We still need to find a place to stay for the night." Upon her suggestion, The others tactfully bypassed the embarrassing topic concerning the two siblings and began to walk. Evans, Juyao, let's go, when Julian called to them. Song Juyao rose, glanced at the data displayed on her device, and remarked, "It's better not to proceed further. Let us change direction." "Why?" "Up ahead lies a bear's territory." Song Juyao explained. "Bears?" Chang Jinjin exclaimed with excitement. "I have never encountered a wild bear before." "Juyao, let us go." Wen Zhulian interrupted Song Juyao's words, implying that she was deliberately opposing them out of spite. Song Juyao insisted, "Allow me to finish. This bear, if you do not wish to accompany us, can you not simply depart on your own?" Chang Jinjin finally couldn't restrain her irritation. "Jinjin," Chang Yuqing admonished, "do not heed her words. Let us proceed together. I have not spoken incorrectly. I have endured this for too long. With such a contrary attitude, looking down on others, why not just part ways?" Chang Jinjin retorted, "I have long awaited this moment. Today's drama unfolds." Chang Jinjin voiced my sentiments. Although Chang Yuqing possesses commendable acting skills, I find her personality quite unappealing. She consistently adopts a conciliatory demeanor, fearful of offending anyone, which ironically renders her rather disagreeable. Due to Chang Jinjin's bold confrontation, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. But the most uncomfortable were undoubtedly the two isolated individuals. Song Juyao grasped Evan's arm and calmly regarded the group, stating, "If you all wish to separate, then by all means, do so. However, out of a sense of personal conscience, I must warn you that bears are not of gentle temperament. They are capricious and inherently playful. Even circus bears may not be harmless. Furthermore, this particular bear is currently in a foul mood, making it even more perilous. And remember, should you encounter a bear, do not lie down and feign death. Brother, let us depart." Song Juyao pulled Evans along and then turned to leave. The disdainful voice of Chang Jinjin echoed. Can she even comprehend the bear's emotions? Song Juyao shook her head, choosing to ignore it. It is worth noting that through excrement, one can indeed glean a plethora of information. With the aid of advanced technological instruments, one could ascertain even more, including the bear's emotional state. As the brain secretes different hormones in response to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. What Song Juyao had just utilized was likely an analysis of these factors. After parting ways with Evans, the livestream room split into two screens, one featuring Song Juyao and Evans, and the other showcasing Wen Zhuliang. Due to Evans's influence and the soaring popularity of the show, it consistently ranked high on trending lists across various countries. Evans's remarks on behalf of his sister sparked considerable discontent, leading many to believe his persona had collapsed. Additionally, his statements provoked dissatisfaction among students and alumni from the schools nominated by Wen Yingting, resulting in growing disappointment among fans, who increasingly directed their ire towards Song Juyao. Conversely, fans of Wen Zhuliang were in fits of laughter, fervently tagging the two schools online. I am eager to see who will step forward to claim Horowitz University and Puglon University. At Horowitz University, a student claims to be a graduate of your institution. Come forth to debunk this. Meanwhile, within the president's office at Horowitz University, the president wore a grave expression as he conferred with his brother, a law professor at the university, deliberating over which celebrity to invite as a speaker for this year's graduates. As an esteemed institution that has steadfastly held the position of the world's premier university for an entire century, this prestigious establishment boasts a remarkable history of 6 centuries. Having produced over 100 presidents, numerous generals, and countless dignitaries and elites, with its alumni spread across the globe. This school stands as the ethereal beacon of aspiration for students worldwide, a lofty summit that is challenging to scale. Each year, upon graduation, the institution invites distinguished alumni to deliver speeches for the graduates. Suddenly, the professor's phone began to incessantly chime, as a barrage of notifications threatened to overwhelm the device. The professor furrowed his brow and lowered the volume to its minimum. What about inviting Ailey? The principal proposed. I knew you would want to showcase your student again. The younger brother quickly mocked his elder sibling. Isn't she worthy of admiration? Don't think I am unaware of your subtle hints about Ailey sending you signed books to impress girls. At your age, still acting like a playboy. How shameless. All right. We can certainly invite Ailey, but we must disclose her various achievements. Are you certain she is willing to go public with them? I will call her right away. She is already of age. The principal promptly picked up the phone. While the principal was making the call, the professor opened his phone and discovered that the official website had been tagged in tens of thousands of messages. No wonder it nearly crashed just moments ago. He had been managing the school's official site recently. Suddenly inundated with such a multitude of tags, it seemed something significant must have occurred. He clicked to investigate further. Isn't this Ailey? Song Juyao? That is another name for Ailey. Huh. What on earth are these fools doing? The student registration website? The student registration website can only be accessed using the name on the passport, and Alice is indeed the name on her passport. Are these individuals truly so misguided? Do they not realize she was adopted by a foreign family? After all, the existence of a significant contradiction between Wen Zhuliang and Song Juyao, who are both claiming to be the legitimate heiress, is already apparent. Furthermore, Wen Zhuliang has consistently pushed the two against each other, while Song Juyao has undeniably shown little regard for Wen Zhuliang during her live streams. It is hardly surprising that the fans do not wish to vilify Song Juyao. Anyone who dares to speak in her defense is met with a barrage of private messages filled with vitriol. Evans and Wen Zhuliang won an international sensation. The other a domestic star. When combined, their fan base seems to resemble an overwhelming tide of criticism directed at Song Juyao. The master of debunking, please step forward. Someone is impersonating a student from your institution, Horace University and Puglon University. The current president of Horace University expressed his indignation, proclaiming, "This is a student I take great pride in." Graduation photos. The president of Puglon University lamented, "It is truly regrettable that we did not secure her back then." The expressions of those who had mocked her became frozen in disbelief. The onlookers were left stunned as the truth unraveled before them. As soon as Horace University and its president, alongside Puglon University, voiced their statements, the public was left in shock, repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the claims, only to discover they were indeed genuine. Several professors joined in, sharing the president's post in support of Song Juyao. In an instant, the once cacophonous ridicule online was silenced, creating an atmosphere of profound awkwardness. The onlookers, who remained silent while indulging in their snacks, were utterly taken aback, dropping the fruit in their hands. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Goodness gracious, what a turn of events. Surprised, aren't we? Song Juyao is merely a name of imperial lineage. Her official identity bears a different name. Are these people foolish? Why would they use her imperial name to investigate her academic credentials? Unbelievable. I am thoroughly entertained. The fans of Wen Zhuliang and Evans are filled with such spite. I merely spoke a word of fairness and received thousands of abusive private messages. The most nauseating are Evans's girlfriend's fans. The supporters of his career make me want to retch. Do they really believe that Evans relies on them for his success? It's amusing to think of her as merely a burden, considering she shares no blood ties with Evans, yet possesses both beauty and capability, inciting jealousy to the point of madness. The truly neutral observers, suppressed by the fierce fan wars, quickly retaliated with scathing mockery. Wen Zhuliang's fans are notoriously domineering, after all. Wen Zhuliang, being young and academically accomplished, makes her supporters feel exceptionally proud and inflated with self-importance. Typically, anyone who crosses Wen Zhuliang faces dire consequences. This has long fostered discontent among many, questioning why Song Juyao, regardless of her merits, deserves such scorn. Originally a well-bred young lady, she has tragically become an orphan. Spending a decade in an orphanage, any flaws she possesses are surely forgivable. However, the fervent admirers of Wen Zhuliang and the ardent fans of Evans seized every opportunity to wish ill upon Song Juyao, as if doing so would elevate the stature of Wen Zhuliang, thereby claiming Evans for themselves. Had Song Juyao truly deceived Evans, she might have faced an irreversible downfall. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a dramatic twist unfolded. Song Juyao and Evans were not deceitful. In fact, they were remarkably exceptional. Horace University admits only 150 students globally each year, never exceeding this number, and the entry requirements are exceedingly stringent. Those unfamiliar with the institution often react with disbelief upon first encounter, as it is a veritable gathering place for prodigies. One can never anticipate that an unassuming student passing by may one day ascend to the presidency or become a formidable force in the global economy, or even serve as a minister in a royal cabinet. Meanwhile, Pugranian University, ranked second, also represents a formidable summit to scale. The distinction between the second and third rankings serves as a significant divide. Students from institutions ranked third and below often find themselves humbled in the presence of Horace and Pugranian. Consequently, students from schools previously nominated by Wen Ingtian but scorned by Evans fell silent. Their inflated pride swiftly deflated, and they ceased to humiliate themselves further. The student, trapped in a perilous situation within the rainforest, was unable to submit her paper in a timely manner, prompting her advisor to enlist mercenaries for assistance. The fans of Wen Zhuliang display a remarkable lack of discernment, oblivious to the fact that the true heiress has been adopted by foreign guardians. Their misunderstanding stems from Wen Zhuliang's persistent reference to her as an imperial figure, leading them to erroneously believe that this is her genuine name. The fervent admirers of Evans exhibit a similarly misguided mentality. It seems that should Evans enter into a romantic relationship, they would resort to extreme measures against his partner, which is quite alarming. One wonders if Evans, upon witnessing the disparagement of his beloved sister by his own fans, might consider expelling them from his circle of supporters. The most ludicrous revelation of the year is the discovery that Song Juyao lacks academic enrollment, much to the delight of Wen Zhuliang's more zealous followers, only to be met with ridicule from two prestigious institutions. Upon closer examination, the satirical tone of the statement from Horowitz University is particularly biting. While Wen Zhuliang's music may have garnered international attention, it pales in comparison to the esteem with which the president of Horowitz regards Song Juyao, who is poised to achieve world-altering accomplishments. In light of this, one might ponder the significance of Wen Zhuliang's contributions. Even more amusing is the spectacle of Wen Zhuliang's entourage, who remain blissfully unaware of their folly, as Chang Jinjin and her mother continue to elevate Wen Zhuliang while disparaging Song Juyao, oblivious to the laughter they evoke from outsiders. Even Wen Zhuliang's attempts to moderate their comments appear to render her a mere jester, cloaked in false humility while reveling in her own self-satisfaction. The once boisterous fans in the live stream suddenly dwindled in number, rendering the atmosphere so awkward that the broadcast became unbearable. The barrage of comments was rife with mockery directed at them, even if they chose to disable the comments. Witnessing others laughing at Song Juyao without knowing the truth left them blushing in humiliation. The incessant claims of the Capital Academy of Drama being of unparalleled prestige compared to Horus University were utterly unfounded. They were not even in the same league and had no right to draw such comparisons. Let us not even mention the absurdity of suggesting that Song Juyao intentionally diverted the topic with her antics. She hardly regarded them worthy of her explanation regarding her educational background, which would be far too generous a concession. Nevertheless, there remained a few deranged fans who, even at this juncture, continued to bark like rabid dogs, spewing illogical statements that were both irritating and nonsensical. At that moment, the project team received a call from the boss. Monitor the quality of comments, accounts that spread baseless rumors and attack others, thereby disrupting the viewing experience, will face bans. Came Jiang Baiqi's cold voice. Understood, boss. The team swiftly hung up, and those rabid fans vanished in an instant, unable to post any further comments. They could only watch helplessly as others expressed themselves freely, their pent-up anger festering within them, inciting a furious rage. At last, a semblance of tranquility returned to the live stream. Song Juyao, accompanied by Evans, remained utterly unfazed, exuding an air of contentment amidst the chaos. The forest enveloped in darkness descended swiftly, and the surroundings grew dim. Song Juyao noticed a cave at the base of a slope not far from a meandering stream. After confirming that the sandy ground was loose and dry, she promptly resolved to spend the night there. Subsequently, she took Evans to gather branches and pluck banana leaves, constructing a makeshift shelter with a simple slanted roof. With remarkable speed and finesse, Song Juyao fashioned a vibrant green temporary abode, sturdy enough to withstand the rain should it come. Evans, aside from lending a hand by passing her leaves, was rendered somewhat useless. He had evidently grown accustomed to being a supportive presence, sitting on a stone and watching his sister build their shelter with a serene expression. My sister is exceptionally talented. A prodigy without parallel, Evans proclaimed nobly to an unseen audience. She rarely attended school as the curriculum below university level was largely beyond the teacher's capacity to instruct her. She learned independently. At the tender age of 12, she submitted applications to Horus University and Puglon University, taking part in their written examinations and interviews. And guess what? They were eager to accept her. The audience exclaimed, "If only you had mentioned that sooner, they wouldn't have been so embarrassed." Yet, it is likely that few would believe Evans's claims at the time, especially as everyone was led to think that the true heiress was Song Juyao, with her academic records unattainable online. 12 years old. Moreover, it is a self-taught endeavor. My goodness, truly a genius. I find myself utterly captivated by my younger sister, whose delicate beauty belies a remarkably cool and fierce spirit. I am curious about her and wish to learn more about her life. When Evan speaks of his sister, he becomes quite animated, fulfilling the audience's expectations. He recounts, when she first entered junior high, she was bullied by her classmates, they would frequently throw her desk and books away. Eventually, she designed her own set of furniture, and our father assisted her in bringing it to school. From that moment on, no one could ever toss her desk or disturb her books again. Subsequently, a furniture company under the auspices of the Star Group acquired the design of her desk and chairs. To this day, the series of children's educational furniture inspired by her design remains the most beloved and best-selling product among parents each year. As soon as Evans began speaking, he shared a tale that left the audience in awe. Having faced school violence, she took it upon herself to create a desk and chairs, only to have a large corporation purchase her designs and generate profit. Such a remarkable trajectory is indeed astonishing and legendary for an ordinary person. Behold, my sister's enchanting series of furniture designs is truly the work of her own hands. I have a wealthy friend who is utterly enamored with this series of furniture, purchasing every new release. It is worth mentioning that several sets, now discontinued, are being sold online at exorbitant prices, yet their worth remains incalculable. My sister is simply astounding. Is there pain in the face of certain detractors? At the tender age of 12, an individual designed a set of tables and chairs that captivated the world, achieving remarkable sales for 5 consecutive years. Can the sales of your Piggy Girl songs even compare to those figures? It is rather excessive to lay blame on others. The disturbances stem from the fans, not from Juyao. Furthermore, has Song Juyao offered any clarifications? By neglecting to address misunderstandings, are they not at fault as well? Let us not indulge in absurdity. Do they bear any obligation to explain themselves to you? Misunderstandings arise from their own assumptions, revealing a darkness of heart and a disdain for others. Meanwhile, in another live stream, when Juliang and her companions discovered what they deemed an appropriate campsite, a relatively open and flat area, they commenced setting up their tents, unaware of the time. Darkness had already descended. While Song Juyao and Evans began their dinner by the fire, they were still occupied with their tent assembly, resorting to flashlights to see. Fortunately, their numbers provided them with a sense of security in the deep, silent forest. Even if they were to encounter a bear, their collective presence could easily intimidate it away. "This is my first time camping in the woods. It's exhilarating," exclaimed Chang Jinjin. "Oh no, there are bugs. I have mosquito repellent," replied Li Wenling, glancing at her 2 sons, who were engrossed in chipping away at stones with flint. Enough of that. There's nothing entertaining about stones. Go lend a hand. Their inexperience in tent pitching left them somewhat fatigued once completed. After a modest dinner of bread and jerky, they began to coax Wen Juliang into singing. Chang Jinjin nudged Wen Juliang beside her, exclaiming, "Come on, sing." Zhu's voice is simply enchanting, especially on a night like this. It's indispensable. Wen Juliang, unable to decline, rose to her feet and acquiesced. "Very well, I shall sing. However, I have a request. I believe it would be unwise to allow Juyao and Evans to venture forth alone. I am concerned for their safety, and it is preferable for us all to look out for one another. Therefore, shall we set out to find them tomorrow?" The wristbands distributed by Liaobo possess the capability to locate one another, allowing them to ascertain the direction of Song Juyao and Evans. By following that direction, they would naturally be able to locate them. Although some of the others were reluctant to comply with Wen Juliang's suggestion, they found it difficult to voice their objections, particularly given that Evans' fans are not to be trifled with, and thus they begrudgingly consented. As Wen Juliang began to sing, her voice soared to piercing heights, showcasing her talent with abandon, resonating far into the depths of the forest and startling various creatures. Mother Wei, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, "I apologize, but this is my home." Mother Chang, with a tinge of envy, retorted, "Your family is indeed fortunate. Originally, the daughter-in-law should have been that little song." Laughter erupted. "Of course, my benevolence must have garnered me some good fortune." Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. The laughter abruptly ceased, their voices silenced. Pupils dilating in fear, breaths held in suspense. All eyes turned towards the direction of Wen Juliang and Chang Jinjin. A shadow, immense and ominous, materialized silently behind them. Wen Juliang felt an instinctive tremor of foreboding. Her heart raced, her body stiffened, paralyzed with fear. "Ah, a bear. A bear has truly appeared. My goodness, it is enormous. Surely, nothing will happen." But Song Juyao cautiously led Evans away from here. What could possibly occur? This is a variety show after all, and it is not the real world. "Do not panic. Do not frighten it. Everything is fine." Wei Yin spoke up. "If we do not provoke it, it will not attack us." How large is a bear? Many individuals find it challenging to accurately envision its size, and those who do often underestimate it. "This is a brown bear. capable of reaching lengths of 2.8 meters to even 3 meters, with a shoulder height of up to 1.5 meters. This means that when it is on all fours, it can match the height of a 1.5 meter tall woman, and when it stands upright, it is akin to the height of a story in a building. One of its paws is larger than a human head, adorned with claws resembling sickles. A single swipe can obliterate a person's body. The brown bear now standing behind Wen Zhuyang and Chang Jinjin exceeds 2 meters in length. It towers over the two of them, even surpassing all the men present, and one can almost hear its breaths in the low growl emanating from its throat, sending shivers down one's spine. Earlier, Chang Jinjin excitedly exclaimed that she had never seen a wild bear. Now, her expression is one of sheer terror, as if she might weep. Do not be afraid, Jinjin, I will protect you. Wen Zhuyang, unfazed, took on the role of her sweet angel, grasping Chang Jinjin's hand. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chang Jinjin gazed at her, feeling deeply moved. Ah, our Zhu is truly an angel. Those who disparage her possess no heart, truly. Supporting you has been the most prudent decision of my life. At that moment, the brown bear stirred, its paw extending with a curious grace. The long, curved claws caught hold of Chang Jinjin's garment, abruptly pulling her backward. What? In a fleeting instant, Chang Jinjin was yanked into the abyss. Stunned, she was met by the plush visage of a colossal face, its gaping maw dripping with menace. Ah! Chang Jinjin's scream echoed. Jinjin! Chang's mother cried out in despair, rushing forward without a second thought. Others, too, finally reacted, some retreating in terror while others surged ahead. Yet, in that brief span, the brown bear had vanished without a trace, along with Chang Jinjin. Only bloodstains remained, leading deep into the forest. The audience in the live stream was in chaos, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. What had happened to Chang Jinjin? Had she been taken by the bear? Oh, no, that cannot be. This is merely a product of the advanced technology from the Starry Group, and Chang Jinjin is safe in the real world. After a moment of relief, witnessing the panicked and oblivious guests became rather amusing. This is excessive. How could it be so terrifying? Li Wenling exclaimed, Staff, come out and say something. This is too frightening. Finally, Chang's mother broke down, crying out, Jinjin. I want to see Jinjin. The Starry Group timely issued a statement and signed contracts online. In truth, apart from Evans, who was specifically invited, the other guests were self-recommended through their respective agencies upon learning that the Starry Group intended to create this variety show, inviting celebrities to experience the survival island paradise. The contract stipulates that, for the sake of surprise, certain aspects concerning the guests will remain undisclosed for the time being, with a guarantee that their personal safety will not be compromised. After this explanation, they remained willing to participate as trial guests and proceeded to sign the contracts. Thus, everything is deemed lawful. The Starry Group maintains this stance. However, protests arose, particularly from various fan bases, yet their dissent proved futile, as many were eager to continue watching due to the thrilling nature of the show. Is there truly a live broadcast? This question surged in their minds. Could we be mere guinea pigs? Given the vastness of the Starry Group, what endeavors would they not dare to undertake? I previously expressed my unwillingness to participate. Yet you insisted. Panic ensued, leading to disputes among family members. Mother Chan exclaimed, I want Jinjin, my dear Jinjin. When Julie and Wei Yin wore grim expressions, grappling with the unforeseen developments, the audience of the trial show was equally taken aback. The situation had unfolded in a manner most unexpected. When Julie took a deep breath and said, let us search for Jinjin. With the location provided by the wristbands, we should be able to find her. Perhaps Jinjin is near the staff. Thus, the group began their search for Chang Jinjin. After more than an hour of walking, they finally approached the green dot representing Chang Jinjin. In truth, they did not need to rely on the wristband, for there were traces of blood on the ground. However, they were reluctant to accept that it could be genuine. Here, Jinjin, Jinjin, Chang Yuqing shouted. Chang's mother, unable to see clearly due to the poor lighting, slowly crouched down and reached out to grasp something. She picked up a hand, half of a girl's arm, adorned with a wristband that bore a small green dot, flickering occasionally. Ah! Chang's mother fainted. Several beams from many flashlights converged, revealing the severed arm and, not far away in the underbrush, the remaining portion of a corpse. Everyone felt as though they had plunged into an ice abyss, their bodies freezing. Chang Jinjin had been devoured by a bear. Ugh! Li Wenling was the first to vomit, triggering a chain reaction. No, this is impossible. Chang Yuqing, in disbelief and consumed by rage, brandished a small knife. Roaring like a cornered beast, bear, come out. Show yourself. I will kill you. His voice abruptly ceased as the fervor of blood and fury met the sudden appearance of the bear, replaced instantaneously by sheer terror. Silence enveloped everyone. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream fell silent. Meanwhile, at a safe distance from the bear's territory, Song Juyao and Evans busied themselves. Song Juyao extracted stones heated by the fire and covered them with a layer of soil. The temperature in the forest fluctuated greatly between day and night. With the nights becoming somewhat chilly, they had only a small blanket, and the stones would provide warmth for several hours, allowing them to lie upon it comfortably for a brief respite. Once again, she tossed a piece of the termite nest into the fire, ensuring the forest's venomous mosquitoes kept their distance. After a long day, Song Juyao lay on the blanket, conversing briefly with Evans before succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Evans sat beside the fire, illuminated by its glow, diligently penning new lyrics in his notebook, occasionally glancing at Song Juyao, his gaze filled with tenderness. If Wenju were to heed her words, he too would probably be asleep by now. The comparison between the two live streams is quite disheartening. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Song Juyao's wilderness survival skills and wisdom are indispensable if they wish to escape this island alive. It would be wise to follow her lead. At dawn, Song Juyao awoke early, while Evans remained asleep. Having grown accustomed to sleeping outdoors, she felt refreshed and invigorated. As her brother was merely a docile creature awaiting food, Song Juyao began to prepare breakfast. For her, foraging in the forest was a simple task. Nature generously offers its bounty, provided one possesses the requisite knowledge to navigate it. She discovered a woodpecker's nest and tapped on the trunk, hearing an empty sound. Taking flint, she created an opening and reached inside, only to have a multitude of acorns tumble out. Song Juyao gathered a generous handful, carefully sealing the hole with twigs and leaves to prevent the squirrels from pilfering the woodpecker's hard-earned provisions. Evans remained in slumber, oblivious to the hour he had retired the previous night. By the time he awoke, breakfast was already prepared. Song Juyao had crafted a bow from willow wood and fashioned a string from a decorative shoelace she had detached from his shoe. Now, she was diligently making arrows from the cattail reeds she had harvested the day before. Cattails are quite remarkable. The fluffy heads can ignite a fire. The stalks are straight and sturdy, ideal for arrows, and even the roots can be unearthed for sustenance. "Good morning," Evans called out, his hair tousled and his demeanor somewhat dazed. Song Juyao smiled at him, sharpening small stones into desired points with flint, then affixing them to one end of the cattail stalks while securing feathers from a found bird at the other. Soon, an arrow was complete. Rising to her feet, she knocked the arrow onto the bow and approached the stream, aiming at a fish gliding beneath the surface. She waited patiently, embodying the essence of a dedicated huntress. Whoosh! Plop! The arrow pierced the water, sending ripples across the surface. Song Juyao retrieved the arrow, revealing a fish struggling on its shaft. "Wow, that's impressive. I've learned something new. My sister is formidable. Compared to the other side, this place is incredibly comfortable." If Wenju had heeded Song Juyao's advice, things would have been much simpler. Now they face their own consequences. At least those three children are innocent. I hope Song Juyao can assist them. Applause erupted from Evans. Song Juyao, slightly bashful, smiled and replied, "This is merely a skill every wilderness survival expert ought to master. However, not every wilderness survival expert possesses such extensive knowledge at your age." Evans gave a thumbs up, after finishing breakfast and crafting an arrow in preparation for their departure. Song Juyao glanced at her wristband and noticed that when Zhuliang's group had scattered, they were dispersed widely, seemingly not for the purpose of temporarily searching for food. "They've separated?" Evans remarked, sensing something amiss. This group shared many supplies. Their divided actions could spell disaster. The forest teemed with dangers. Survival was not feasible for those who could not even start a fire without matches. Even a sip from a stream could lead to dehydration and shock due to the bacteria present in the water. These were, after all, pampered celebrities accustomed to luxury. Song Juyao furrowed her brow. "My sister is clever. She must have guessed they encountered a bear. Last night was truly terrifying and brutal. I wonder if my sister can offer them assistance. It is quite pitiful. Would the true heiress help?" That group has always lingered around the false heiress. They might be delighted to learn of Chang Jinjin's demise. Perhaps they had encountered some peril. Let us hope it is not a bear. Song Juyao turned to Evans and said, "I see Li Quan and the others are not far from us. I will check on them. You stay here and wait for me." "I will go with you," Evans insisted, worried. Song Juyao ignored him, unfastening the long knife from her backpack and handing it to Evans. "Your presence will be a hindrance. Remain here and wait for me." In the stream, The presence of shrimp indicates the water's relative cleanliness. However, the water here is perpetually deprived of sunlight, rendering it perilous for consumption. Thus, it must be boiled for at least 5 minutes before it is deemed safe. Ashes from burned wood can deter snakes from approaching, so you may wish to sprinkle some around later. Evans should refrain from wielding a knife, as it may expose her to danger. You should carry it instead. No need. Song Juyao replied as she deftly picked up her bow and stowed a bundle of arrows into her backpack before swiftly taking off. Evans, filled with concern, remained rooted in place, fearful of hindering her progress, and ultimately did not pursue her. Having honed her survival skills over years of experience in the wilderness, Song Juyao had developed a profound instinct for navigating shortcuts and mastering the art of descending steep slopes. When accompanied by Evans, she had adjusted her pace to match her companion's slower movements, but now, unencumbered, she ran with remarkable speed. As she raced forward, she maintained a vigilant awareness, pausing intermittently to collect items or survey her surroundings. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and her slender limbs possessed an exhilarating explosiveness, moving with the grace of a serval, both ethereal and fierce. Countless spectators before their screens were undoubtedly captivated by her agile and striking presence. Meanwhile, Li Quan, Meng Tsong, and Wei Shu found themselves in a dire predicament, their faces marred by numerous scratches inflicted by branches, their clothing tattered, and their bodies adorned with wounds that painted a grim picture. In that moment, the three youths leaned against one another, their backs pressed firmly together, clutching the flint that Song Juyao had bestowed upon them, which provided a modicum of reassurance amidst their adversity. Nervously swallowing, trembling with fear, their pupils quivered in trepidation, and their calves twitched. Before them loomed 3 wolves, their predatory eyes gleaming with primal hunger as they fixated on the trio. Tears cascaded down Wei Shu's face in terror. I am afraid. Meng Tsong, the eldest, stifled his fear and assumed the role of leader. Let us slowly retreat to that tree. Wei Shu, you climb first. Wolves cannot ascend trees. After Wei Shu ascended, Xiao Quan followed, while Meng Tsong stood his ground to fend off the beasts. Brother. Li Quan was on the verge of tears. Don't cry, trust me, move. Heeding Meng Tsong's command, the 3 young individuals cautiously approached the tree, yet the wolves advanced closer still. Their predatory assessment of the trio nearing its conclusion, whether to strike immediately or await the arrival of their pack. However, mere words proved inadequate in the face of reality. Wei Shu had never climbed a tree before, and after a night of relentless flight, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. With the wolves lurking menacingly, his legs felt weak and unsteady, rendering him unable to ascend. In a state of mounting anxiety, Meng Tsong's legs trembled even more violently. He urged Li Quan to climb, but Li Quan found himself equally unable. Torn between his siblings and Wei Shu, Meng Tsong hesitated to leave them behind. The wolves, having determined that these 3 were feeble prey, crouched low and bared their fangs, intent on closing in. Get away, get away. Desperately, they flailed their arms, striking the wolves with stones hard enough to rattle their teeth, successfully forcing the creatures to momentarily retreat, their vigilance heightened. The wolf is a creature that, once it launches an attack, is not easily deterred. It advances again. Despair and profound fear have eroded the hearts of the 3 boys, their fighting spirit rapidly dissipating like body heat, leaving only instinctual struggles devoid of hope. With its mouth agape and fangs bared, the wolf lunges forward, reeking of blood. Meng Tsong stands protectively in front of his younger siblings, closing his eyes in desperation. Suddenly, an arrow whizzes through the air, slicing the atmosphere and striking heavily against the charging wolf. The beast emits a whimper, immediately retreating in caution. Soon, a flurry of arrows follows, each tipped with stone, capable of inflicting pain even with a careless impact to the foot, let alone when forcefully shot. Each of the 3 wolves is struck multiple times, producing whimpering sounds from their throats as they warily retreat. Euphoria ignites in the eyes of the 3 boys as they turn their gaze, and indeed, they behold Song Juyao. She emerges slowly, bow in hand, her gaze sharp, fierce, and brimming with aggression directed at the wolves. She instructs the trio, face the wolves directly and gradually retreat behind me. When encountering wolves in the wild, one must never turn their back. It is imperative to face them, to hold their gaze without succumbing to fear. Should they sense your trepidation, your fate is sealed. Upon seeing Song Juyao, the boys find a newfound sense of courage, for in their hearts, she embodies authority and wisdom, more attuned to survival in this realm than anyone else. Obediently, They faced the three wolves and began to retreat slowly towards her. At this moment, the wolves remained undeterred, persistently advancing with vigilance and determination. After the three individuals retreated behind Song Juyao, she gradually lowered her bow and arrow, turning around to lead them away with an air of calm composure. The three wolves remained stationary, fixated on Song Juyao's silhouette, ultimately refraining from pursuing further. The atmosphere had been overwhelmingly tense and terrifying. Soon, the barrage of comments erupted once more. "Ah, Song Juyao is so incredibly handsome. That gaze pierced straight through my heart. Ah, I've fallen in love." The three young people were already in tears, having been subjected to an immense fright. "I do not know what transpired, but there is no time for inquiries. We must swiftly vacate this place," Song Juyao stated. She acknowledged that her self-crafted bow and arrows were not potent enough to take down a wolf. Besides, she had never intended to kill a wolf. That would be courting disaster. Slaying one wolf would invite the wrath of the pack, leading to a perilous chase that could end in ruin. However, it remained uncertain whether the three wolves would return with their brethren, for the trio appeared to pose little threat. Relying solely on Song Juyao's deterrence might not suffice. Upon hearing this, Wei Shu immediately began to weep, pleading, "Sister, please save my family." The other two, with tear-streaked faces, gazed at her imploringly. "Have you encountered a bear?" Song Juyao voiced the worst-case scenario. At the mention of a bear, the three of them trembled in unison, their fear unmistakably evident in their eyes. Last night, after they discovered Chang Jinjin's lifeless body, Chang Yuqing shouted and summoned Xiong once more. Although Xiong was satiated, he was not averse to hunting for sport. In the ensuing chaos, the flashlight was lost, and the people fled in a panic, resembling headless flies. The three of them happened to run in this direction, likely drawn by the scent of blood, which attracted wolves. Upon hearing that a bear had devoured Chang Jinjin, Song Juyao abruptly halted, her face a mask of terror, instantly raising the audience's anxiety. "A bear consumed Chang Jinjin?" The three nodded in fear. "This is dire," Song Juyao whispered, quickening her pace. "We must move. Sister." As they scattered, she implored. "You all wish for me to save someone, but whom should I rescue?" She regarded the trio with grave seriousness. "I am not a deity, capable of performing miracles. I merely possess a bit more experience and knowledge than you. I can momentarily confront a pack of wolves, yet I cannot contend with an adult grizzly bear." Noticing the fear and helplessness in their eyes, she added empathetically, "Your families must be searching for you. They can see us together through the wristbands and will come to us. This is the best course of action to lead them out of the bear's territory swiftly, or else they risk being killed." Even Wei Shu followed quietly, tears streaming down her face, unable to voice her fear. The isolation of this island thrust upon them the stark confrontation with life and death, forcing their youthful hearts to mature rapidly. "What is it?" Evans, perceiving the gravity of Song Juyao's expression, understood that something serious had transpired. Song Juyao swiftly bent down to pick up something useful. "There's no time to explain. Quickly gather your belongings. We must leave immediately." The four followed her as they advanced rapidly, with Song Juyao explaining to Evans, "Someone has been devoured by a bear. But haven't we already left the bear's territory? Why are we running?" "What?" The live stream audience listened intently. Perhaps the bear had grown weary of forest fare. Or perhaps it had developed a taste aversion. The bear, which had not eaten for a while, consumed a human last night. What could this signify? Song Juyao turned to Evans. With a dry throat, he struggled to articulate, "It finds human flesh delectable. Chilling. I'm terrified. So frightening. A man-eating bear." Song Juyao nodded. "It finds human flesh appetizing, and it has grown tired of forest sustenance. It does not wish to go hungry. And there happen to be other humans on the island. Thus, that bear will pursue them." As for her past, she had been so worn down by this rudimentary prison. When the live stream first began, she appeared with a dark, dirty face, marred by scars. Even clad in luxurious brands, she exuded an air of destitution. Resembling a swan adorned with the feathers of a peasant, a mere mockery. They desired certain things, and she provided them with precisely that. Despite the tempest of fury and the profound resentment towards a world she wished to obliterate, she understood that such emotions were futile. To survive and alter her fate, she must abide by the rules of the game. Her destiny lay in the hands of the spectators. She needed to endear herself to them, to evoke in them a sense of affection. No, she desired their adulation, to be revered as a pillar of strength, thus ensuring their protection against the world's adversities. To achieve this, she was willing to fashion herself into a beautiful deception. Although the passage of time in the virtual realm accelerated, for Song Juyao, immersed in this world, the rapidity of time was imperceptible. After a brief slumber, she awoke the following morning to the gentle calls of Lu Yan. Song Juyao glanced at the clock. It was 6:49 in the morning. Lu Yan was waiting for her outside the dining area, her eyes swollen and glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Song Juyao. Yao Yao, what shall we have for breakfast? After Song Juyao had departed the previous evening, Lu Yan, famished, gazed at the greasy kitchen and ultimately chose to endure her hunger through the night, lying in bed reflecting on the events that had transpired, as well as the coldness with which her daughter had abandoned her to sleep. Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, she shed tears, longing for the affection of her deceased husband, and eventually drifted into a troubled slumber. Awakening in the morning, her hunger had intensified. Song Juyao paid her no mind as she made her way to the bathroom. Her room lacked a proper restroom. It was merely a storage space cluttered with timber and various tools, with her small bed crammed amidst the disarray. She resembled a child laborer, as if purchased from traffickers for a sum of money. Song Juyao diligently brushed her teeth and washed her face, meticulously applying Lu Yan's skincare products layer by layer, not forgetting to apply hand cream as well. Finally, she styled her hair into a neat ponytail before stepping out of the bathroom. Lu Yan was still waiting for her to prepare breakfast. Feeling hungry herself, Song Juyao knew that in pursuit of her goals, she needed to eat well and grow strong. Yet she could not allow herself to be consumed by despair. Casting a glance at her mother, she suggested, "Let us dine out." Lu Yan hesitated for a moment before rising, "But we don't have much money left. If we lack funds, then we must earn some. You are an adult, and I am merely 10. It is your responsibility to care for me," Song Juyao declared before turning on her heel and exiting. Although their family had lost most of their savings, they had not yet reached a state of complete financial ruin, as Lu Yan had secretly stashed away some personal savings. Watching Song Juyao's retreating figure, Lu Yan felt a pang of injustice. Song Juyao glanced back, thinking to herself, "Goodness, how foolish." Lu Yan seemed to have entirely forgotten the fright of the previous night, bearing no psychological scars. The pair ventured to a breakfast shop in the village that had been operating for over a decade, where business thrived and every table was occupied, forcing them to share a table with others. Various gazes swept toward the mother and daughter, predominantly focused on Lu Yan, who epitomized the phrase seeking to showcase filial piety. Dressed in a white dress with a white paper flower adorning her hair, she embodied this sentiment perfectly. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Lu Yan leaned closer to Song Juyao, who was engrossed in devouring buns and sipping soy milk, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny, no longer glaring fiercely like a wolf as she had in the past. "Dear sister, I came to your house only to find it empty." A middle-aged man with a square face, clad in a suit, entered the breakfast shop with a beaming smile. His formal attire starkly contrasted with the rustic simplicity of the local patrons, and the envious and respectful gazes from those around him made him stand taller, his pride evident in his demeanor. After all, he was a white-collar elite, even if merely from a rural credit union, surpassing these hard-working villagers who toiled under the sun and rain. "Brother," Lu Yan greeted Lu Guqing with a subtle smile of dependence. "Come, let us go. I have something to discuss with you." Lu Guqing took Lu Yan by the hand and led her outside, disregarding her unfinished breakfast. Song Juyao paid them no mind, continuing to enjoy her meal, even taking a bite from the baozi that Lu Yan had yet to taste. "You child, you remain oblivious even after our mother has left. Such naivety. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of," Lu Guqing remarked as he reached for Song Juyao's arm. The freshly poured soy milk, still steaming with aromatic richness, splashed onto her hand as he pulled her, instantly reddening her skin. Yet, Song Juyao's dark eyes concealed a tempest of emotions. She appeared unfazed by the scald, firmly holding the bowl of soy milk and, as if impervious to pain, directed the contents toward Lu Guqing. The soy milk drenched his trousers, clinging to his skin, prompting Lu Guqing to release her arm, hopping in discomfort as he hastily tugged at the fabric stuck to him. The patrons in the breakfast shop erupted in laughter at the sight of the white-collar elite in such a disheveled state. Lu Guqing, being conscious of his reputation, relished the admiration of the older villagers as one of the few university graduates from a decade ago. At that moment, unable to maintain his composure, he shot a fierce glare at Song Juyao and swiftly departed. "Boss, another bowl of soy milk, please," Song Juyao addressed the proprietor. "Why are you crying? Isn't it all for your sake? Just look at yourself. What can you possibly achieve? It's rare that a wealthy man is willing to marry you, even accepting your daughter. What are you dissatisfied with?" Lu Yan sobbed softly, Lu Yan gazed at him in disbelief. Brother, you know very well that I have no money to repay you right now. Just because I lack funds now, does it mean I will always be impoverished? Lu Guiqing delivered a crushing retort, leaving Lu Yan momentarily speechless. Indeed, where would the money come from? Did Lu Guiqing not comprehend the nature of his sister? This matter was fundamentally sound, which is why he confidently accepted the generous red envelope from the Chen family to act as a matchmaker for his sister and Chen Lao heir. He was not in haste for an immediate answer. The outcome was virtually assured. Rising from his seat, he noticed Song Juyao watching him intently from the doorway, her brow furrowing slightly. Don't you know to greet someone when you see them? Lu Guiqing remarked. Song Juyao merely smirked, dismissively bypassing him. Infuriated, Lu Guiqing berated Song Juyao for her lack of upbringing, but she remained unfazed, knowing the insult was not directed at her. Throughout his journey, he seethed inwardly. Increasingly convinced of Song Juyao's peculiar nature, yet he soon questioned whether he was overthinking. After all, she was merely a 10-year-old child. Song Juyao gazed at the weeping Lu Yan and poured herself a glass of cool boiled water. Hydration is beneficial for one's health. Within the framework of the show, the trials that Song Juyao endured were meticulously designed to escalate, compelling her to experience the notion that suffering knows no bounds. There is always a deeper agony. This relentless psychological onslaught aimed to dismantle her spirit, piece by piece. Ultimately, Lu Yan would remarry Chen Lao heir. The Chen family had established a factory, amassing considerable wealth and constructing a 4-story villa, thereby becoming the richest family in the village. Chen Lao heir had harbored feelings for Lu Yan for quite some time. And seizing the opportunity, he approached Lu Guiqing to propose marriage, fearing that others might beat him to it. Lu Guiqing, driven by selfish interests, disregarded the fact that Chen Lao heir's late wife had perished due to domestic violence, and under the guise of financial incentives, he coerced Lu Yan into compliance, ultimately succeeding. With her mother remarrying, the daughter naturally followed. Thus began the descent into his second level of hell. Chen Lao heir had a son with his deceased wife, 2 years older than Song Juyao, who had inherited his father's temperament, frequently engaging in fights and bearing an unattractive appearance. Despite their wealth, it seemed unlikely that he would find a spouse, and should any incidents arise, the girl's family would surely create a scene. Consequently, the matriarch of the Chen family set her sights on Song Juyao, intending to secure her as a bride for Chen Lao heir's son. From that moment on, she treated Song Juyao as a child bride, closely monitoring her every move to ensure she did not escape. She was confined to the village and could not venture beyond its borders. This torment would persist until Song Juyao turned 16, at which point Lu Yan, unable to endure any longer, fled her home. In the pouring rain, she collided with the car of a wealthy man from the city, who took an interest in her, thus bringing an end to her suffering. Yao Yao, what shall we do? Lu Yan softly inquired after a prolonged silence, waiting in vain for Song Juyao's comforting words. Despite her overwhelming anger and a deep-seated resentment towards the world, she understood that such feelings were futile. If she wished to survive and alter her fate, she must adhere to the rules of the game. Her destiny lay in the hands of the audience. She had to endear herself to them, compelling them to find her charming. No, she desired their adoration, to be regarded as a beacon of hope, thereby securing their protection as she stood against the world. To achieve this, she could transform herself into a beautiful illusion. Although the passage of time in the virtual realm was accelerated for Song Juyao, who inhabited this world, that swiftness was imperceptible. After a night's slumber, she awoke the following morning to the gentle calls of Lu Yanru. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 6:49 in the morning. Lu Yan was waiting for her outside the dining area, her eyes swollen and glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Song Juyao. Yao Yao, what shall we have for breakfast? After Song Juyao had left the previous night, a hungry Lu Yan had looked at the greasy kitchen and ultimately chose to sleep on an empty stomach, lying in bed reflecting on the events of the night. The coldness of her daughter abandoning her to sleep, shedding tears of grievance, longing for her deceased husband's affection, and eventually drifting off to sleep amidst her sobs. Upon waking in the morning, her hunger had intensified. Song Juyao paid her no mind as she entered the bathroom. Her room lacked a proper restroom. It served as a storage space cluttered with numerous pieces of wood and tools. Her small bed nestled among the chaotic disarray. She felt akin to a child laborer, purchased for thousands from traffickers, trapped in this disordered environment. Song Juyao meticulously brushed her teeth and washed her face, then carefully applied Lu Yan's skincare products layer by layer, not forgetting to apply hand cream as well. Finally, she styled her hair into a neat ponytail before stepping out of the bathroom. Lu Yin was still waiting for her to prepare breakfast. Feeling hungry, Song Juyao was determined to eat well and grow strong for her own aspirations. Yet she could no longer endure the smoke and fire of their previous hardships. Casting a glance at Lu Yin, she suggested, "Let us eat out." Lu Yin paused, rising from her seat. "But we don't have much money left. If we lack funds, we shall earn more. You are an adult. I am merely 10 years old. It is your responsibility to raise me," Song Juyao declared before turning to leave. Although their family's savings had largely dwindled, they had not yet reached the point of being entirely destitute. Lu Yin had stashed away some private funds. As Lu Yin gazed at Song Juyao's departing figure, she felt a profound sense of injustice. Song Juyao cast a sidelong glance, thinking to herself, "Goodness, what a fool." Lu Yin seemed to have entirely forgotten the fright she experienced the previous night, devoid of any psychological shadows. The two of them ventured to a breakfast shop in the village that had been operating for over a decade. The establishment was bustling with clientele, and several tables were occupied, necessitating that they share a table with others. Various eyes around the room were drawn to the mother and daughter, with most focusing on Lu Yin. The adage about wanting to embody filial piety was vividly illustrated by Lu Yin, who donned a white dress adorned with a white paper flower in her hair, epitomizing the sentiment exquisitely. Meanwhile, a pack of wolves emerged from the forest, their numbers around 20, seething with rage as they encircled everyone, baring their teeth and emitting terrifying low growls from their throats. Everyone's heart raced like thunder. Sweat poured down as they anxiously turned to gaze at Song Juyao. Even as she spoke, Song Juyao had already pulled Evans back to the safety of their raft. With a swift push of his long legs, they could escape downstream. At that moment, when Ingong spoke up, "Do not fear. If we are unafraid of wolves, they will not easily charge at us. Facing the pack, we must gradually retreat." However, Song Juyao abruptly interrupted him. "Run." Chaos ensued immediately. Li Stan thrust his son onto the raft, effortlessly tossing Wei Shu alongside him. His towering stature and muscular build allowed him to push the raft away from the shore with a powerful shove, leaping aboard afterward. The trio successfully fled downstream, evading the immediate peril. When Ingong, in the prime of his physical condition and unburdened by the need to maintain a slender figure like the celebrities, seized Li Xin and swiftly boarded the raft as well. Chang Yuqing had been laid upon the raft upon arrival, while Li Dadao was feeding him water with a shell. With Chang's mother nearby, the three of them also managed to escape. Next were Evans and Song Juyao. Yet, as soon as the raft entered the current, Song Juyao heard the chilling scream of Li Wenling. Turning her head, she saw Meng Song being dragged back by two wolves, petrified and screaming. In a moment of sheer desperation, Li Wenling lost her composure and lunged forward to save her son, only to be bitten on the arm. Her husband rushed to her aid, neglecting their youngest son, Li Quan. With both parents and an elder brother present, Li Quan could not abandon them to flee to the raft alone. A wolf lunged at him, and Li Quan was knocked to the ground, a wolf sinking its teeth into his neck. Song Juyao furrowed her brows and jumped off the makeshift raft that had just begun to drift. She traversed the water's surface swiftly, seizing a flaming torch from the bonfire and driving away the wolves. "Come here," Song Juyao commanded sharply, beckoning Li Quan and the others, who hurried over in panic. Fortunately, the raft had been meticulously constructed by Li Quan and Meng Song, designed to accommodate the weight of 4 individuals. Thus it was relatively large. The 4 swiftly boarded the raft, while Song Juyao brandished the torch, keeping the advancing wolves at bay. Once the raft floated on the water, she discarded the torch and plunged into the river, clutching the raft as it was swept away. The wolves lunged so close that they bit off several strands of her hair. The onlookers watched in terror, only exhaling in relief when they saw the group successfully escape. My goodness, that was perilous. If it weren't for Song Juyao, the Li family would have perished here. Foolish one Ing Tian, I genuinely curse him. He certainly fled quickly. Indeed. The leading actress's family was all injured, yet they emerged unscathed while I seethed in anger. Were they not waiting for Wen Julin? They could have stayed behind. Lingji and others expressed their gratitude to Song Juyao. Those who insult her are now our targets for scorn. Thank you. Song Juyao is amazing, both charming and kind-hearted. I am utterly captivated. The raft was swept away by the raging current, while the pack of wolves, unwilling to relent, pursued along the riverbank until they reached an impasse, where they stood on a massive stone, glaring at their fleeing adversaries. A chorus of wolf howls echoed once more, resonating hauntingly in the stillness of the night. Song Juyao was drawn onto a wooden raft, the moonlight illuminating the landscape along the riverbanks. They drifted aimlessly with the current, oblivious to their destination. Xiao Quan. Li Wenling, in a moment of panic, finally noticed her youngest son lying on the raft, blood streaming from his neck. She turned to Song Juyao, her voice trembling with urgency. Miss Song, Miss Song. Song Juyao reached out and felt the deep bite marks. The force of a wolf's jaws was beyond what a human neck could withstand. Although she rushed to save him, it was too late. A heavy silence enveloped Song Juyao. What? Miss Song? No. It can't be Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan. Wake up. Don't scare your mother. Li Wenling was engulfed in despair, unable to fathom the horror unfolding before her. Yet, Li Quan's consciousness began to fade, his body growing increasingly cold. Ultimately, beneath the night sky, Li Wenling's anguished wails echoed. A mother mourning the loss of her child. Her sorrow and anguish resonated deeply with many onlookers, igniting a wave of vitriol directed at Wen Yingting and her son in the comments. However, one must admit that Li Wenling is indeed deserving of her fate. Song Juyao allowed her to leave, yet she lingered. The death of Li Quan is a burden she must bear. Her misguided kindness ultimately led to the demise of her own son. Do not blame me for finding satisfaction in this. As foolishness must be met with consequences, this lesson will surely haunt her for a lifetime. Li Wenling has suffered enough, and her intentions were noble. Who could have foreseen such calamity unfolding in such a brief moment? The true culprits are the selfish members of the Wen family. What does Zhu have to do with this? If she were aware, she would certainly advise her brother not to wait for her. After all, it was her brother who acted impulsively. With such self-centered siblings and a mother, I am left to ponder the true nature of Wen Julian. This island is astonishingly vast, and as the dawn breaks on the horizon, they have yet to reach the river's end or be cast into the vast ocean. Ahead lies a mangrove forest, and the raft, carried by the current, collides with the mangroves. The rafts that floated before them have become entangled here. Li Stan and the others are waiting on the roots of the mangrove trees that emerge from the water for Song Juyao and her company. Upon spotting them, Li Stan waved to greet them, but noticed the odd expressions on Li Wenling and her group, prompting him to suppress his reaction. Li Wenling clutched her youngest son tightly, appearing as though she had lost her soul. Li Xian quickly inquired, "What is wrong with Xiao Quan?" Upon hearing Li Xian's voice, Li Wenling gradually lifted her head. The sight of the mother and child ignited a fierce hatred within her. Had it not been for them, her son would still be alive. Li Wenling plunged into the water, lunging at Li Xian with wild abandon, pulling her hair while delivering blows and kicks, refusing to let go even as they tumbled into the depths. Her husband did not intervene, his eyes bloodshot. When Yingting arrived, he too became embroiled in the fray, and chaos reigned. Li Stan and others attempted to intervene, but Song Juyao was too preoccupied to attend to them. Evans, frantic with worry, dragged her aside and unleashed a torrent of reproaches, his anxiety palpable as he contemplated her reckless leap into the water to save another, particularly since her belongings were in his care, leaving Song Juyao with nothing. Wen Zhuliang and Wei Yinwen Guohua, along with their companions, naturally sought out Song Juyao, for it was their duty as real NPCs to remain vigilant and avoid the attention of the judges. Fortunately, the wristbands provided tracking capabilities, allowing them to ascertain the direction in which Song Juyao and her group had ventured. They trailed behind at a sluggish pace until they encountered one corpse after another, prompting a sense of foreboding to wash over them. These were not mere bodies. They were remains, seemingly ravaged and devoured by wild beasts. Had it not been for the remnants of fabric that hinted at identities, they might have been left guessing who had met such a gruesome fate. Wei Yin crouched before a footprint, measuring it with his hand, only to find it broader than his palm. Terror flickered in his eyes as he surmised it resembled that of a bear. A chill swept through everyone, sending shivers up their spines. No way. Quickly. Let us hasten and reunite with Juyao. When Juliang's lips trembled in fear as she exchanged a glance with Wei Yin, recognizing the shared dread and indignation reflected in each other's eyes, the production team felt utterly wronged. The information they had received was indeed quite comprehensive. They were completely unaware of the so-called survival island paradise orchestrated by the Polaris Group. The retrieved information revealed that Polaris Group was a colossal conglomerate possessing half the world's wealth, with numerous high-tech products at the forefront of global innovation, monopolizing various sectors, and wielding influence in both political and military realms, entangled in complexity. Such a top-tier financial entity could easily engage in nefarious activities or clandestine illegal research. Survival Island Paradise was an adventure park they had constructed at the staggering cost of 20 billion U gold coins. Ultimately, they were merely confronted with a rehearsed narrative, yielding no useful information, leaving them feeling a profound sense of helplessness as the unfolding events seemed to spiral beyond their control, more so than in the first season. Director Chin, do not fret. Let us observe further, Tang Shan suggested. This may indeed be advantageous, as we aim to test Song Juyao. The challenges presented by this island surpass anything we could devise, perhaps leading to unexpected delights. In the face of life and death crises, the intricate web of human relationships and emotions. Should Song Juyao mishandle even the slightest detail, the repercussions would be magnified. Although the audience currently cheered, deeming Li Wenling deserving, human sentiments shift with astonishing rapidity. A moment of favor can swiftly turn to discomfort should Song Juyao act contrary to their expectations. Such is the nature of humanity. Within the virtual realm of Survival Island Paradise, amidst the commotion from the other side, Song Juyao knelt down to examine Chang Youqing's arm. While Chang Yuqi was momentarily distracted, a sudden force jolted him. Crack! He gasped in pain. Immediately, Chang's mother pushed aside Song Juyao, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you wish for my son's demise?" "Mom." Chang Yuqing protested, "Do not wrong Miss Song. She is the one who helped me reattach my arm." Chang's mother, taken aback, stammered, "If you were going to reattach your arm, you should have at least informed me. Such abruptness is unsettling. Doctors operate in this manner." Chang Yuqing wished to implore Song Juyao to look after his mother, but witnessing her reaction left him frantic, his face flushed and his breathing becoming labored. Chang Yuqing hailed from a rural background, and his mother was an unsophisticated peasant woman. No matter how well she dressed, the essence of her ignorance remained palpable. Indeed, she was a shrew, good intentions met with ingratitude, and perhaps she deserved to be discarded to the wolves. Chang Yuqi would inevitably be undone by her. How foolish of him to be oblivious to the fact that they could only rely on Song Juyao at this moment. Chang's mother, in her worry, was indeed disordered. With her daughter tragically deceased and her son gravely injured, her temperament was understandably frayed. It is evident that Chang's mother preferred the false heiress and harbored disdain for the true one. She had disparaged the genuine heiress multiple times prior, after all. If it were her son who had perished at the hands of the Wen family, perhaps she would feel the pain more acutely. "Your wound has become infected, and you have begun to run a fever," Song Juyao remarked, disregarding Chang's mother as she examined Chang Youqing's injury. "If this continues, you may very well lose that arm." The wound was inflicted by a bear's claw, and after being soaked in water, it began to fester and become infected. Chang Yuqing had developed a high fever, and without immediate treatment, it would not only mean the loss of his arm, but his life was undoubtedly at stake. "What shall we do now?" Chang's mother inquired urgently. In a twist of fate, Song Juyao stood up and gazed into the distance. If she was not mistaken, that direction pointed to their stronghold, where medical supplies might be found. In the distance, the treetops revealed a faint outline of a pointed roof. Li Wenling and the others were still in turmoil, their profound grief unleashing an inexhaustible strength as they wept and wailed. List and the others struggled to restrain them. Song Juyao approached. "Li Wenling, please, calm yourself." "I cannot calm down. My son is dead." Li Wenling screamed, her voice hoarse and nearly inaudible. "Have you lost one son, and now wish to forsake another?" Song Juyao admonished sternly. At this, Li Wenling abruptly halted, following Song Juyao's gaze to Meng Tsong, who sat quietly against a tree root. Both of Meng Tsong's legs bore bite wounds, and he was now feverish, his eyes drooping with fatigue. Their family had endured various injuries from wolves, but Meng Tsong's condition was notably more severe. Song Juyao continued, "If he does not receive treatment immediately, he will succumb either to the infection or the rabies virus." For the sake of her other son, Li Wenling and her husband finally regained their composure. Yet they remained unable to relinquish the memory of the deceased Li Quan. Her husband bore Meng Tsong upon his back, while Li Wenling carried Li Quan. Overwhelmed by grief, Li Wenling could scarcely move, prompting Wen Ting to offer assistance, only to be rebuffed by a furious Li Wenling ultimately. It was Li Tin who came to their aid. The group set forth anew, guided by Song Juyao as they ventured towards the correct shortcut. Wen Ting and Li Xian lagged behind, their hearts gnawed by guilt and anguish. Had they heeded Song Juyao's advice to depart immediately or even stayed behind for Wen Zhulian, perhaps Li Quan would have been spared. They traversed the woods, struggling through the vines as they ascended. With Li Tan's support, Song Juyao ingeniously fashioned a rope ladder from the remarkably resilient Higai long vines. Tossing it to those unable to climb, At last, they arrived at the stronghold as night descended. The stronghold was a sizable 4-story villa. Upon activating the switch just outside the door, brilliant lights flooded the entire residence. The first floor featured expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and as the lights illuminated the space, it resembled a music box unveiling its treasures: spotless maplewood floors, sofas, tables and chairs, and a dining area adorned with fine wine. After enduring so much, the sight of such a comforting environment instilled an immediate sense of security, and everyone's muscles gradually relaxed, as if they had finally been rescued. The padlock on the door was unfastened, indicating that no small creatures had scurried inside. Song Juyao removed it, and as the group entered, they promptly sank to the ground in exhaustion. They were utterly spent. Wen Ting surveyed the room and scoffed. A cat weeping for a mouse is but a fa of compassion. The starry group has placed themselves in such a location, establishing a stronghold that, to him, is nothing short of ironic, akin to rewarding a group of lab mice for surviving. Song Juyao urged everyone to search each room, suggesting there might be medical supplies. With 2 lives hanging in the balance, those weakened by exhaustion forced themselves to rise and scavenge for resources. It soon became evident that Song Juyao's assumptions were correct. The starry group did not intend to eliminate them. This stronghold contained everything they currently required, from rabies vaccines to antipyretics, along with refrigerators stocked full of food and wardrobes filled with clothing. Upon turning on the shower in the bathroom, warm water flowed forth. Song Juyao administered rabies vaccines to those bitten by animals, and as a precaution, also vaccinated others who had not yet been harmed, to guard against future bites. She provided antipyretics to Meng Song and Chang Yuqing. Although administering various medications simultaneously might lead to unforeseen side effects, the urgency of the situation left her with no choice but to embrace a desperate measures for desperate times approach. In both the current world and the previous one, Song Juyao was not a medical professional. This skill was not something she needed to focus on mastering at the moment, as a healer cannot heal themselves, and she was the person she needed to save most. Thus, her medical knowledge was limited to basic wound care. After removing the necrotic tissue from Chang Yuqing's injury, she applied a simple dressing and administered some anti-inflammatory medication, leaving the remainder to fate and Chang Yuqing's resilience to endure. At this moment, when Zhu and her companions hurriedly made their way toward their direction, their garments brushing against the underbrush, leaving imprints upon the muddy ground, while beads of sweat dripped onto the earth. In the darkness, the bushes rustled softly, and a figure, resembling a small hill, gradually emerged from the thicket, lowering its head to sniff the footprints left on the ground.